Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Forever Insane in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31. Maka's eyes take in the scene before her. It's been a while, but she remembers this place. The moldy walls, the cracked floors. It's hard to forget. She's back in that room again. The small pink-haired boy is standing in the middle of it, his body shaking so bad, a knife in his hand. A white bunny lays in front of him. It looks like it wants to run, but for some reason it's just sitting there. Medusa looks down at her son with those cold eyes, her arms crossed, that scolding look on her face. Ragnarok is here this time, but he's far away from the two, his piercing blue eyes burning holes in the wall he's glaring at. He leans against the wall with the deepest scowl she's ever seen. He looks pissed. Well, Krona. Medusa breaks the silence, the tone of her voice dangerous, causing the small boy to tense. I have done everything for you. All you have to do is kill it. Why are you hesitating? Medusa. Krona gulps, his legs shaking so bad Maka thinks they're going to give, but they don't. Please don't make me do this. Why do I have to kill? After all I've done for you. The woman growls, her arms coming uncross. You dare talk back to me? Why do you have to kill? You have to kill, for that is the only thing you can do. I'll tell you one more time, kill the bunny, Krona. The boy bows his head in defeat as he takes a step closer to the bunny, still frozen to the spot. Ragnarok doesn't look over, that scowl never leaves his face. Krona stops before the bunny, his shaky hand lifting up the knife. His eyes tear up as he looks the animal in its small black eyes. He drops the knife. I can't do it, I can't. He shakes his head as he falls to his knees, his head bowed in shame, not wanting to look at his mother. Just as I thought, useless. Medusa doesn't freak out as Maka thought she would. No, she looks at Ragnarok with that smirk on her face. Ragnarok, why don't you be a dear and help Krona out? Bitch, I'm not doing shit for you or your fucking son. Ragnarok snaps, his eyes lighting on fire as he sends her the nastiest of glares. You think you can just fucking kill me and I'm going to just listen to what you fucking say? You got another thing coming, bitch. You can hurt me all you fucking want, I'm not helping you, go suck some big ass balls and leave me the hell alone. Such a temper. Medusa chuckles, as she moves her finger as in a way to scold him. Come now, boy, be smart about this. No matter what, you're stuck with Krona. It will be a lot less painless if you just listen to me. Her eyes narrow. You know what I'm capable of, didn't you learn your lesson last time? I don't give a shit. He growls, his fists tightening to tight balls, his eyes are so narrow, so on fire, his teeth are bared. I'm not listening to you. I'll make your life a fucking living hell. I'm stuck to him, huh? You'll wish I wasn't. I'll get you back for this, you sick bitch. I'm sure. She waves him off, that smirk still on her face. Fine. So you won't help my son? Oh well, I guess you know what that means, Krona. Please don't. He jumps up, his begging eyes falling on his mother. You disobeyed me, now you must be punished. Medusa points at the boy, causing him to float in the air. Into the room you go. She points to a really moldy door. It opens and Maka can see nothing but darkness. Please, I'm sorry. He doesn't get to finish before he's thrown into the room, skirting against the hard floor till he stops. Ragnarok's scowl has fallen to complete disbelief as he stares at where the woman just threw her son. I didn't forget. Medusa chuckles darkly as she snaps her finger. A head appears by her. It's rotting, the eyes are gone, the face cut up so different parts of the skull can be seen. But it has pink hair. What the fuck is that? Ragnarok takes a step back, staring at the head with his nose wrinkled slightly. That shit is right, Ratched. What the hell? This is the boy's father. Medusa crockles at how the boy's face falls again. She throws it into the room with Krona and the door shuts. Maka can hear Krona's loud crying, his pleading to be let out. Ragnarok just looks, shocked. You sick bitch. His eyes burn into her. That's your fucking son, what's wrong with you? You're right, that's my son and I treat him like that for not obeying me. Her eyes narrow. Then think about how much worse I could do to you. A boy that means nothing? Learn your place, Ragnarok, and learn it fast. Fuck you. I'm not your fucking lackey. I'm not doing shit for you. We'll see about that. Medusa smirks at the boy. Maka hears that static as everything disappears into a white haze. When Maka can see again, she's back in the same room. Ragnarok is glaring against the wall like before, that scowl on his face, but he's watching Krona. The small boy is trembling with that knife in his hand again. Medusa, please don't make me kill something. I can't and I can't deal with that room anymore. Krona wails, the tears already starting to fall down his face. Don't worry Krona, you don't have to worry about killing anything anymore. Medusa coos as she places a bunny on the floor and it stays. Really? Krona looks at her so hopeful, his eyes bright while Ragnarok's eyes narrow at the woman. Really? Medusa's eyes fall on Ragnarok, that sick smirk coming to her face. Ragnarok will be doing the killing now. But. Krona frowns deeply, looking at the older boy in concern. I'm not doing shit. He growls, his eyes burning and his chest puffing up. Take control of Krona's body and kill this bunny. Her eyes narrow. If you refuse to do this, there will be consequences. Lick my asshole, bitch, I'm not doing shit. He gives her the middle finger, his piercing blue eyes never showing an ounce of fear. There's only hate. Be that way. Her hands light up and Ragnarok grinds his teeth, bracing himself. She surprises everyone when she turns on Krona and points at him, sending the small boy crashing into the wall, causing him to cry out in pain. Ragnarok doesn't say anything, his face is still hard but his eyes lost that fire. He wasn't expecting this. Medusa. Krona trembles as he forces himself back up, his eyes wide and shaking. For this boy's disobedience you will be punished, Krona. You will be locked in the room for 2 days, you will not be fed and I will not check on you. Please don't. Medusa points at him as that moldy door opens again, the small boy is thrown in, his small cries being ignored as the door shuts before he can get out. What the fuck are you doing? Ragnarok snaps, his eyes on fire. I'm the one who fucking isn't listening. Don't fucking lock the kid in that room for 2 days. What the fuck's wrong with you? I can handle any shit you throw at me, don't send it on the brat. You're not worth my time. She waves him off. If you don't want to listen, fine, Krona will suffer for it, but that doesn't matter, does it? Her eyes turn to him and narrow. It's not like you care for him, right? Damn straight. He snaps, his teeth bared. The kid is so fucking whiny. Then you won't mind this. She shrugs as she walks off. Krona's crying can be still heard. Ragnarok's face falls when she leaves, his hard piercing eyes looking at the door. He grips his fist. But he doesn't do anything. Everything fades away with that static. When it clears again, she's in the same room. Krona stands in the middle, Ragnarok on the wall, Medusa looking at her son with cold eyes. Now kill it, Krona. She points at the bunny, her eyes dark. But I thought you said. Ragnarok refuses to work with us, so you have to do it. Her eyes narrow. Do it now, I've lost all my patience. Medusa. He shakes as he stares at the small bunny that's looking right back at him. Do it. I don't want to. He cries as he runs to his mother and grabs her legs, looking up at her with those begging eyes. Please don't make me, please don't send me in that room anymore. Ragnarok grips tightly on his fist, that deep scowl on his face. If you refuse to do this, Krona, you will be going in that room for 5 days without food. Her eyes are so cold. I could care less if you die or not, Krona. You're useless. 5 days. Krona's eyes get wide as she kicks him off, his shaky eyes fall on the bunny. The more you hesitate, the worse your punishment will become. 6 days. Medusa. 7 days. I can't. 8. Oh my fucking god. Ragnarok suddenly roars, his voice seeming to almost shake the room as his eyes burn into Krona. What the fuck are you doing, kid? Just fucking kill the thing. It's just a damn bunny, no fucking big deal. You're going to fucking die because of some stupid animal. Stop being such a dump ass. Medusa looks over at the fuming boy, that smirk on her face starting to form. Krona eyes are wide as he looks at the older boy in shock. Soon that ends though and he's left trembling under the older boy's glare. It's hard. Every time I try my 9 days. Fuck, kid. Fucking do it already. Oh okay. Krona shouts in defeat as he tugs at his hair before turning on his heel to face the bunny. He grips the knife, and slams it down. It's silent as Krona's breathing is harsh. So that's how it's going to be. Medusa's voice is dark as she looks at how her son had stabbed beside the bunny. You will spend 10 days in that room, but for punishment for not listening to me I'll make you eat your father's eyes before. Ragnarok lets out a loud frustrated growl before he disappears. Krona's body tenses, jerks violently for a moment till his eyes change. His eyes are burning as he lifts up a foot over the animal's skull. Damn fucking kid. This isn't a fucking big deal. What the hell is wrong with you? Making me do this shit. He stomps his foot down on the bunny's skull. He stomps rapidly, the blood going everywhere as his teeth are grit, his eyes nothing but hate. See? It's fucking easy. The boy doesn't stop till there's nothing left of the animal's head, its brains smeared over the floor. He pants for a moment, not looking at Medusa. The woman is smirking from ear to ear. Krona bows his head as Ragnarok reappears next to him. Ragnarok's face is that deep scowl and he doesn't look at Medusa. Krona is looking at the other boy in awe, his face covered from the bunny's blood. He looks a little sick. Well. Medusa coos. It seems you won't be getting punished, Krona, because of Ragnarok. The older boy growls at this, but Krona is looking up at him like he's a hero. You haven't eaten in a while, have you, Krona? The woman smirks as she gets out some money and hands it to the small boy whose eyes are getting so wide. Get whatever you want with this is your reward, and take Ragnarok with you. Medusa gives the older boy that smirk before she walks out of the room. Thank you so much. Krona turns to the older boy, his eyes sparkling. Why you? Don't fucking talk to me, you son of a bitch. Ragnarok snaps, glaring down at the small boy, causing him to squeak. I didn't want to do a fucking thing, but you had to be a dumbass and couldn't kill a fucking bunny. Ragnarok lets out a loud groan as he stomps his foot on the floor. Why the fuck did I do that? The fucking bitch has the balls to smirk at me. I am sorry, Ragnarok. I said don't talk to me. His hard eyes burn into him. This is all your fucking fault. You and your fucking mother. Are you mad at me? Krona's eyes water. Yes, I'm fucking mad at you. I'm pissed off. He growls. I am sorry. Stop fucking apologizing. He snaps. Stop looking at me like that. Crying doesn't do shit to me, so quit it. I am sorry, I just don't like making you mad. I am just so sorry about everything. Stop talking to me. Get your fucking food and stop talking to me. He looks away, that glare on his face. Krona frowns deeply, but he looks down at the money in his hands. I guess we could go to the bakery. I heard they got some new things there. Ragnarok doesn't respond, his glare deep, burning holes into the wall. Krona frowns as he bows his head and starts to walk out of the room. Ragnarok waits a while, but he follows. Maka watches as Medusa comes back into the room when they're gone, that smirk on her face. Perfect, now I just wait. She chuckles as she holds what looks to be a bloody collar. I'm sure those boys won't be too happy with what Krona did to their beloved sister's cat. She chuckles darkly. It's all falling into place. Medusa looks up at the ceiling. Soon Ragnarok will be mine to command. I'll show you, Kami, what a real witch is supposed to do. Her eyes flash with this look, it almost looks like she's in pain. You have been blessed with a girl yet? She grinds her teeth, only to shake her head. I need to see her, the rumors can't be true. That's when she disappears. Where everything disappears. Maka finds herself in that dark room again, the one with the fireplace. She's sitting in the chair, her fingers tapping on its arm boredly. The other Maka is still locked in that cage, grinning at her. What's wrong, Maka? She coos. It's boring without me, isn't it? It's nice without you. Maka grunts as she stops tapping on the chair. But you're not really without me, it's more like we're combined now. She smirks. You feel the difference in yourself, don't you? You're a full witch now, you crave chaos and destruction, why not give in to your desires? I'll do what I want. Maka waves the other girl off. But I won't be your puppet. Oh? But you're already someone's puppet, Maka. The girl smirks. That woman has you right in the palm of her hand, she's on my side, you know. I'm no one's puppet. Maka glares. I decided this. I decided locking you up and becoming a witch. Did you really? The girl tilts her head, that smirk on her face. What if it was all plain from the beginning? Impossible. Mako looks away from her. Maybe, maybe not. She chuckles. We will find out soon enough, won't we? Maka doesn't have time to respond as the room begins to fade away. The last thing she sees is that girl's smirk. Even though Maka is awake, she keeps her eyes closed. She no longer feels Krona's arms around her, but she knows he's close. And he's staring at her. Well, Krona isn't staring at her. Maybe her senses have picked up, but she can tell without looking at him that Ragnarok is in control of his body. It's weird, really. Maka tries to suppress her smirk as she acts asleep. The boy's body isn't too close yet not too far either, and he's staring at her. It's so peaceful. Time for some payback. Boo bitch dash. Maka's eyes shoot open to yell at the boy, only to get a punch right in the face. Her head hits against the wall from the force and she groans. Damn it. That's what you get. Ragnarok smirks at her. What did you expect me to do? Scream? Jump off the bed? No, something jumps out at me, I beat the shit out of it. I still made you react. Maka grumbles as she lays back down on the bed. Touching her face, she feels the pain melt away. Oh yeah, that's a real victory there, you got a fist in your face. He smirks at her when she gives him the middle finger. You're getting better at that. What this? Maka looks down at her middle finger, confused. Thanks, I've had years of practice. No dumbass, I'm talking about the healing. He grunts as he puts his arms behind his head. You can do it pretty fast now. Yeah, it comes in handy, it's like a reaction now, I don't even think about it. She smiles at the boy. Ragnarok looks at her a moment before looking away, that glare on his face. If you keep doing that, your face is going to freeze like that. Fuck you, that's a myth, although. He smirks. It would explain why your face looks like you got frozen trying to take a shit. I don't look constipated. She grunts, flipping him off. But I'm pretty sure it's too late to save your face, it's already frozen, making you look like you got something shoved up your ass. Bitch. He growls. Dick. She grunts. Ragnarok doesn't look at her, but she sees the corner of his mouth twitch up like he wants to smirk or smile, but he's stopping himself. Then his face goes back to being blank. So you're enjoying the feeling again? Maka turns on her side, facing him, propping her head up with her hand. Yup, this bitch feels good now. Ragnarok cracks his neck. You fucked him good, didn't you? He smirks at her when she blushes slightly. Oh yeah, I know what you did, I'll be honest, I was surprised. He grunts, looking back up at the ceiling. First you're trying to fucking kill him, and then when I come back y'all just got done fucking. How the hell did that happen? I mean damn, you work fast, bitch. I don't know really, it kinda just ended up being like that. Her blush darkens, thinking about last night, thinking about their promise. I'm surprised you didn't kill me. I wanted to. He grunts. I would have too if some bitch didn't get in my way. Did I hurt you? She tilts her head at the way he tenses. I don't really remember much from when I was completely crazy, I wasn't really there, you know. But I remember you. You couldn't hurt me if you tried. He doesn't look at her. Ragnarok. She looks at him seriously. Things are going to get worse from here on out. I know. His voice is odd, his eyes flashing with something as he looks at her. You're a fucking full witch now. Yes, and I'll always want to hurt Krona, this could happen again. She looks him in the eyes. Don't hold back if I ever try to kill him again. I never hold back. He looks away, glaring. You have my word, you try to kill him again, I'll be prepared, you will be as good as dead. Good. There's silence. Ragnarok staring up at the ceiling, something seeming to flicker in his eyes, but he doesn't say anything. Is he up or still asleep? He's asleep. Hell, I don't know when he's going to get his ass up. The boy sneakers. You tired him out, didn't you? I guess, but I'm tired too. She yawns as she lays her head on his chest. Get the fuck off. He growls as he pushes her off. I'm not a fucking pillow. Hey, you're in Krona's body and you're warm, so I have a right to lay on you. Maka glares at him, watching as his eyes flicker when she used the word warm. Huh. You don't own his fucking body. He grunts, looking away. You have no rights. Well, you don't own his body either. She gets closer. Come on, I'm tried Ragnarok. I'm borrowing it and I say fuck you dash. He uncrosses his arms and at that moment Maka tackles him, wrapping her arms around the boy, burying her head in his chest. Ragnarok tries to get her off, but when he realizes she isn't giving in, he lets out a groan. You're a annoying bitch, you know that. You're just mad because I got what I wanted. Maka smirks as she rubs her head against his chest, feeling him tense. Clingy bitch. He grunts as he puts his arms behind his head, his eyes burning holes in the ceiling, but Maka can hear Krona's heart. It's beating a bit faster. They're silent a moment, Maka just waiting for the boy to try to push her off, but surprisingly, he doesn't. He just lays there, being quiet. You know you're stuck with me? Maka mumbles into his chest. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I made a promise with Krona that I would never leave him. She looks up to look the boy in the eyes. That means I made you the same promise. I'm not going anywhere. Ragnarok's eyes flash, but they soon turn back hard. That's fucking great. Now I'm stuck with two dumbasses. He groans. As if this bitch wasn't enough. Aw, come on Raggy, you know you like me. She gives him a wink. The boy tenses underneath of her as his eyes catch on fire, they narrow. Don't call me that. He spats. What? Raggy. She tilts her head innocently. Yes, don't fucking call me that. I don't do nicknames, especially ones that sound that gay. He flumes. You're taking out the badassness of my name, you bitch. Ah, but Raggy, it's cute. She smirks at how his chest puffs up, a dangerous glint in his eyes. She adds fuel to the fire when she pitches his cheeks. Maka doesn't fear. She remembers when Ragnarok scared the shit out of her, but now he doesn't. It's not that he's gotten any less violent, but it's the fact she's dangerous herself now. She can take care of herself. Ragnarok grabs her wrists and flips their bodies so he's on top of her, his eyes burning into hers. Don't call me that. He narrows his eyes. Or what, Raggy? She smirks at him. Oh, you're asking for it, bitch. He punches her in the gut. And it hurts, but she's laughing. Okay, ow. Alright, I'm sorry. She chuckles as he gets off her, looking away with that fire in his eyes. It is a cute nickname though, Ragnarok. I'm not fucking cute. He snaps. Fine, you're ugly then. Bitch, I'm sexy. Sure, keep telling yourself that. She leans down, laying her head on his chest again. Oh no, you're not laying on me. He growls, grabbing her face, trying to push her off. You pissed me off. Aw, come on, I'm tired. She bites the hand that is trying to push her away. Ragnarok blinks. Did you just fucking bite me? No. Bitch, I felt it. You're feeling things. Ragnarok's eye twitches as he pushes her off, shoving her hard enough she hits her head on the wall again. Stay away from me, I don't know what you got. He grunts. Fuck you. She gives him the middle finger. Let me lay on you. Hell no. I'll sing it. He gives her a dark glare. Maka just gives him a smirk. God damn it. He growls, looking away. Fine. Just shut the fuck up. Okay. She smirks, happy with getting what she wants as she lays back on him, wrapping her arms around his body. Ragnarok grumbles, but he doesn't try to push her off his time. She stays there a while, just listening to Krona's heartbeat, listening to his breathing. Maka's mind leaves her thinking about yesterday, about how she lost control and how she hurt Krona just to hell him, then they made that promise. Her face gets hot as she remembers his moans and the cuts she made on him. She wonders if they're still there. Her hand rubs the boy's stomach, going lower to his thigh. She starts to move up it to feel on his bare stomach. He grabs her wrist, digging his nails into her. What the fuck are you doing? Ragnarok's voice sounds odd as he rips her hand away from him. You're not going to fucking molest him while I'm in control. Why does it matter? I'm touching Krona, it's not like I'm touching you. This hits a soft spot. The boy lets go of her, his face falling, his eyes going dull for a moment as he looks at her. It almost looks like hurt in them, but then Ragnarok's eyes burn brightly, his eyes so narrow, his teeth bared, his chest puffed up as he glares at her so darkly. She's never seen him this pissed off before, well, at least at her. He doesn't say anything as he pushes her off. It's a harder shove than before, and when she hits the wall she has to hold back a cry of pain. You think it's fucking funny, don't you? The boy growls as he punches her in the face. I bet you think this is fucking hilarious. I don't know what you're talking about. She looks back at him, but she can't help the smirk starting to grow on her face at seeing the anger in his eyes. It brings her joy. She bites her lip. He glares at her, his breathing uneven as his piercing eyes never leave hers. You like to fucking remind me all the fucking time, don't you? You like making me feel like shit? You like making me feel. He's fluming, him breathing like a bull about to charge. What am I making you feel? She raises an eyebrow. Nothing. He hits her one more time before she grabs his wrist. Ragnarok tenses when she moves, so she's right in front of his face, her green eyes burning into his. He still looks so pissed off. What did I do to make you so mad? She speaks slowly. You're not making any sense. You're what doesn't make any fucking sense. He growls as he rips his hand from hers. The way you treat me, the way you remind me, no, you're what doesn't make any sense. I punch you in the face, I hurt you, yet you treat me the same. It's insane. You want to know why I treat you the way I do? She reaches out, grabbing his wrist again. No, I don't fucking care. He growls before he bows his head. Krona's body goes limp against her as Ragnarok appears by the bed, his fist gripped. I'm leaving. Ragnarok takes a step forward only to stop when he feels someone grab his wrist. He looks back at Maka from the corner of his eye, the girl glaring at him. Now hold on. You still haven't told me why you're being such a dick. She spats. I didn't do anything. You're doing everything. He snaps back. You just piss me off so much. So what? You're acting like this just because you hate me. She glares. Well, you have to get over that, Ragnarok. I told you you're stuck with me. Just because I'm stuck to Krona. He growls, but it almost sounds bitter. If not for that fact, I wouldn't even be here. He looks away. You would have him all to yourself. I bet you would like that, wouldn't you, bitch? It wouldn't be the same without you. Maka feels his whole body tense. She may have even heard him take an intake of breath, but she's not too sure. Yeah, you're a dick and a asshole, and well, just overall a douchebag, but you're also a badass guy who protects Krona. Me, you, and him are like, I know this is corny, but the Three Musketeers. If there was only two, it wouldn't be the same. We're fucking awesome together, we balance out. So yeah, you're stuck with me, but it's not because you're a part of Krona, it's because you're a part of us. Ragnarok turns to look at her, his face is blank but his eyes. They're full of shock, surprise, and something else. Us. He speaks that word carefully as if he said it too harshly he would break it, or it wouldn't be true. Us. She gives him a smile, not a smirk, a smile. Ragnarok's body completely relaxes like that one word had rid him of a huge weight. He stares at her oddly now, but his eyes are almost soft. Us. He speaks it again like he's testing the word on his tongue. When he realizes Maka is still smiling at him, he looks away, but Maka catches the faint tint of his cheeks. That was so gay. He huffs. And stupid. No need to go all fucking deep like that. You seemed to like it. Maka chuckles. No need to hide it, Ragnarok, you like the idea of us. I'm leaving. He grumbles, still hiding his face from her as he turns to leave. Don't go. He stops, but he doesn't turn around. I won't be able to go back to sleep and Krona is still out. It would be nice if you would stay and keep me company. You'll be fine. He grunts, about to fade away. Please. Her voice is soft. Ragnarok pauses as he looks back at her from the corner of his eye. I'm afraid to be alone with him. Her eyes wander over to the boy who is still sleeping. What if I lose it again? I want you to be here, Ragnarok. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't look at her. But he walks past her slowly, his dark bangs covering his eyes so she can't see them. Ragnarok sits on the edge of the bed not saying a word. He doesn't have to. Maka smiles at him as she walks over and takes her seat next to him. She moves Krona so his head is laying in her lap, her fingers going through his soft hair as he lets out a content sigh. Thank you, Ragnarok. She smiles at the other boy. Don't fucking thank me. He snaps, but it's soft. You're so stubborn. She chuckles as she looks down at Krona, looking at his peaceful face, looking at the boy that belongs to her. Just take the damn thank you, it's not that big a deal. I don't take thank yous for something I don't have a choice in. But you chose to stay. She looks over at him. I can leave. He growls, starting to get up. Don't. She reaches out, grabbing his wrist again, causing him to stop. Sit your ass down. Hell no. Sit your ass down, please. Let me think about it. Hell no. Please? I won't say thank you if it really bothers you that much, just stay with us. She adds that last word, watching how he tenses. Ragnarok grumbles, but he sits back down, that glare on his face. Maka can't help her smile as her hands run through Krona's hair. You have them both, use them, break them, turn them against each other. She can feel her smirk, but she bits her lip, ending it. Ragnarok watches her as she brushes her hands through Krona's hair, remembering the way her eyes lighted up when he took his seat next to her. The boy's lips twitch up into a smile. It's a crooked smile, but it's a smile. Not a smirk. A smile. But Maka doesn't see it, and when she looks back at the boy, his face is blank. Krona stirs in her lap, groaning slightly. When the boy opens his eyes, Maka's right in his face with a smirk on her lips. Good morning, sleeping beauty. She coos. You sleep well. Krona squeaks in surprise at having her right in his face, and his cheeks tint at what she called him. Then he seems to remember. His face gets so dark as he looks anywhere but her. Aye. He's so flustered, his stutter worse than usual. You were pretty tired from last night, huh? She starts to play with his hair. You passed right out when we were done. TT, that was I. He gulps, a pout on his face. He seems irritated with himself. Was it good? She tilts her head. She already knows the answer. Why, yes. He squeaks and looks away from her. But it was scary at first. I hurt you. And I hurt you. She points at his stomach. First comes pain, then comes pleasure. There was a lot of that. He blushes darkly, shifting. I don't even know what to say. That was just wow. I feel faint thinking about it. As he was talking, his eyes started going out of focus. You're not pasting out on me again. She leans in and bites his lip, causing him to tense up. You're staying up. I've been sitting here forever just waiting for you to get up. I am sorry. His eyes get wide. I didn't mean to make you wait. Giga, you should have woke me up. But you looked so cute asleep. She chuckles. I couldn't wake you up. Why, you still should have. He mumbles as his gaze shifts. I don't want to waste time sleeping when I could be up with you. Krona, you're too sweet for your own good. She leans close, a smirk ripping out on her face. One of these days I'm just going to eat you up. Giga. Don't eat me, Maka. He trembles, his eyes darting to her mouth as if she was just going to open it and swallow him whole. I don't know, Krona. She coos as she licks her lips. Your hair looks a lot like cotton candy. I like cotton candy. See, cotton candy. He frowns, confused, but he still tugs at his hair. It's a sweet treat. She licks up his cheek, feeling how warm he is. Just like you. I am not a sweet treat, Maka, I swear. He shakes his head, his eyes wide. I probably would taste bad, and I don't have any meat on my bones. You have some meat on your ass. She grunts. Krona pouts at her when she chuckles at how red his face gets at that comment. It's not that big. He squeaks defensively as he gives her a slight shove. Krona, you are all ass. Quit it. He looks away, obviously embarrassed at this. But I like it, Krona. She reaches under him and cups his ass, causing his eyes to widen. Don't be so insecure, I like everything about you. She leans in and closes her eyes, wiggling her nose against his. He grabs her face and gives her a soft kiss on the lips. She feels that affection, that care. When they pull away, they're both blushing. The kiss was different. Because they made a promise. It was deeper. It was beautiful. He's beautiful. And he is hers. All hers. Maka feels a twitching in her fingers at staring the boy in his eyes, looking into those eyes that hold so much affection for her. She ignores her fingers. She won't hurt him. Not today. Krona reaches out and rubs her cheek. I love you. He smiles at her, those eyes shining brightly. Maka doesn't say it back. His smile doesn't fall. He doesn't care she doesn't love him back. He's just happy she's here. She'll never understand that. Krona's face suddenly falls to one of panic. I forgot about Ragnarok. He thinks you're trying to kill me. What if he tries to? I already talked to him. Maka puts a hand up, calming him down. Did he try to hurt you? He doesn't calm down. No, he didn't. We're all good. Maka gives him a small smile. He actually just left to go get something for us to do. He said something about no activities Sunday. Why yeah, we only leave our rooms for lunch, but... He looks at her with a frown. I doubt I'm coming out my room today. Maka can't help the smirk on her face. Not after what I did to those nurses. I fucked them up bad. You should have seen the other nurses' faces when they saw it. They were scared shitless. I doubt anyone has the balls to come in here now. She giggles. Maka. Krona frowns and rubs her shoulder gently. Her giggling stops and she takes a couple deep breaths. I got it. She bites her lip. Oh okay. Krona still rubs her shoulder. You know they may not come in here to check on me today, but they probably will go to check on you. She looks over at him. Maybe soon you should leave. And no. He shakes his head quickly, as he hugs her arm tightly, burying his head in her shoulder. I don't want to leave you. I can't. I just want to stay here with you, Maka. If I leave I won't see you for the rest of the day. What about lunch? She offers. They won't let you out. She can hear the frown in his voice. Whenever I killed nurses for weeks, they just handed me my lunch and I ate in that room alone. Oh. She leans her head on his and takes a breath. They might find out though if you stay here. Just for today. He mumbles into her shoulder. I'll leave tonight, but I want to spend today with you. I don't want to leave you. He clings to her. He needs her. Okay. She kisses the top of his head and the boy relaxes. And if nurses give us any trouble? She chuckles darkly. I'll take them out. I think they know better. He grips her arm tighter. They know better than to mess with the dangerous patients. Hell yeah, they know better not to mess with us. She nuzzles the top of his head, that smirk ripping out on her face. I'm back. Ragnarok reappears only to smirk when his eyes fall on Krona. Oh look who's up. Was the sex that good? You sleep for most of the fucking day. Ragnarok. He squeaks in disbelief. How did you? It's hard not to know when you had that goofy smile on your face. He grins. It was screaming. Oh yeah, I just got fucking laid. That's probably what you were thinking too. I was not. Krona huffs at the other boy, but his cheeks are so red. Ragnarok, don't talk about it. You're just going to embarrasses me. But Krona, you didn't answer his question. Maka smirks and leans closer to him. Was the sex good? Giga, don't tell me you're on his side. Krona looks between the other boy and Maka looks at the matching smirks. I'm on no one's side, Krona. She chuckles. I'm just asking a question, was the sex good? Why yes. He speaks nervously, looking between the two with a pout on his face as their smirks grow. Was it orgasmic? Ragnarok grunts, grinning. Stop it. He squeaks, tugging his hair, embarrass. Why? Are you going to bust a nut thinking about it? Ragnarok chuckles. I think he busted all the nut he could last night. Maka chuckles with him. Why you guys? Krona pouts, his body tense and his eyes wide. Okay, we'll stop. Maka chuckles as she leans in and gives him a soft kiss on the cheek, but Krona still pouts. So Ragnarok, I thought you said you were getting us something to do. I did. He smirks as he pulls something from behind his back. I stole it from the lounge. Well, what is it? Yahtzee, motherfucker. He grins at her. Oh, you're fucked. Maka smirks. I'm the best at Yahtzee. Bitch, please. He grunts as he sits on the floor, pouring out the dice in the cup. Why Yahtzee? Krona frowns as Maka grabs his hand and leads him over to the floor. It's a game. Maka smiles at him. It's easy, you just roll the dice and count your score. The one with the highest score wins. Oh. Krona raises an eyebrow at the other boy. Why, you're playing with us? Yeah, got a fucking problem. Ragnarok glares up at him. And no, I'm just kinda surprised. Krona mumbles as he and Maka sit down in front of him. Whatever. He grumbles as he puts the dice in the cup. Okay, I'm going first because I'm just that badass. Cheater. Maka grunts. We're supposed to roll to see who goes first, jackass. Fuck the rules. He shakes up the cup before he lets the dice roll out. He looks down and smirks at his number. Hell yeah. Got a 9. Maka just takes the dice and smiles at Krona as she hands him the cup. Here, Krona, you can go next. What do I do? He holds it nervously. You just shake the dice, then let it roll out. Oh, okay. He puts the dice in the cup with shaky hands. He shakes it up and lets it out. The dice add up to 3. You suck ass, Krona. Ragnarok chuckles, getting him a glare from the other boy. It's okay, you'll do better next time. She leans in and gives Krona a kiss, turning his pout to a smile. Ragnarok looks away and grumbles. Alright, my turn. Maka smirks, an idea coming to mind. She points at the cup and dice, lifting them up. Without touching them, she shakes the cup, making it float around the room. Wow, Maka. Krona watches her with awe. Fucking show off. Ragnarok grunts. Just because you can do some fancy trick don't mean it's going to help your score. You're just jealous. Maka smirks as she makes the cup shake in his face. Krona can't help but to chuckle at his girl. Bitch, I'm not jealous. His eye twitches as he hits the cup away, but it only goes back. You keep showing off, it's going to bite you in the ass. Yeah, right. Suddenly her hand burns, the feeling of an electric shock going through her body, causing her to cry in pain as the cup of dice explodes. Maka. Krona cries out in alarm as he moves over to her, catching her before she falls back. You fucking blew up Yahtzee. Ragnarok looks at where it used to be before he looks down at the girl. Shit. She hisses as she looks down at her hand. It's messed up, looking as if she had held it under a fire or something. It hurts. Maka, your hand. Krona looks at it with a deep frown as he holds her close, trying to comfort her. I knew that was going to happen. Ragnarok sighs, standing up. You've been using your power like there's no fucking tomorrow, and you Jace it turned. Of course you would give yourself a rebound. A rebound? She winces. Why, yes, it happens when a witch uses more power than they have. Krona frowns. I've seen it happen to Medusa only once. It wasn't pretty. Why, you have to be careful, Maka. Well, damn, I thought it was limitless. Maka sighs, moving her hurt hand slightly. And I guess I can't heal it now either. Nope, you have to deal with it. Ragnarok looks down at her hand, this odd look on his face before he glares. And you fucking destroyed our game, nice going, dumbass. Fuck you. She gives him her middle finger but winces when she used her hurt hand. Ragnarok smirks at her. Ragnarok, maybe you should dash. Krona can't finish before the boy disappears. He frowns as he looks over at Maka, holding her not hurt hand in his. Krona. She looks over at him. It was cool though what I did with the cup. Why, yeah. He gives her a small smile. Then it was worth it. She smirks. Did you see the way the cup exploded? I didn't even know I could do that. Maka looks down at her hands, her smirk growing. It's fun to destroy things. She giggles, her eyes starting to shake. Her fingers start to twitch. Maka, don't. Why, you'll hurt yourself. He hugs her, looking at her with pleading eyes. When she looks into his eyes her giggling stops and she sighs. Thanks, I don't need to fuck up my other hand. Ragnarok reappears in the room, not looking at her. He throws something towards her. Krona catches it before it hits her, sending him glare only for it to fall when he sees what it is. He holds some aloe and bandages in his hands. He looks back up at the other boy surprised, but Ragnarok doesn't look at him. Krona raises his eyebrow but turns to Maka, and gives her a reassuring smile. This should help you. Our Ragnarok brought it. He speaks that last part still out of disbelief. How sweet. She smirks over at the boy who won't look over at them. What the fuck ever? He grunts. I only went and got it because I knew Krona was about to send me out anyway. Krona gives him a look before he opens up the aloe and rubs it on her hurt hand gently. Oh, that feels good. She lets out a sigh of relief as the aloe cools her hand. Is it helping? Yeah, thanks. And no problem, Maka. He smiles at her as he then takes the bandage and wraps her hand up slowly. Ragnarok still doesn't turn to look at them. No more showing off, huh? She grumbles as she looks at her wrapped up hand. Well, I blew up Yahtzee, so what do you two want to do now? Krona looks down nervously thinking. Ragnarok doesn't say anything. Well, guys, don't jump at me with all these ideas. She grunts. I am sorry. It's not like you're coming up with anything. Fine, how about we? Maka puts a hand to her chin. How about we Maka's eyes light up. Let's tell scary stories. Krona, you still have to tell me one. But I'm not good at telling stories, especially scary ones. Krona mumbles, his gaze shifting. Oh, you want to tell scary stories? Ragnarok turns around, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he smirks. Oh, I got a couple. Alright then, let's hear them. Maka grunts. I don't think that's such a good idea. Krona tenses at how the other boy's smirk grows. Oh come on, they can't be that bad. Bitch, I'll have you crying. Ragnarok smirks as he walks over to them. Sit down and we'll get this started. Krona and Maka sit down, Krona clinging to Maka's arm looking nervous. So. Ragnarok sits down, his eyes lighting in dark glee. One night when. No. Maka cuts him off. What? He growls. You're doing it wrong. How the fuck am I doing it wrong? I didn't even get to start. This can't be a scary story without a blanket. Maka grunts. You're ruining it. When the hell did it become necessary to have a fucking blanket? Why yeah, Ragnarok, why you need a blanket? Krona nods, backing Maka up. Maka's stories are always really scary and she used a blanket. There's no rules to scary stories. His eye twitches a little. You're both being dumbasses, let me just tell the story the way I want to. Krona and Maka both cross their arms, both not looking too happy. Alright, fine. If you want a bitch, you'll get your blanket. He smirks suddenly as he gets up and throws the blanket over the three. It's dark under it, and with Ragnarok's dark clothes, all they can see is his piercing blue eyes. One night when Krona was sleeping all snug in his bed, having a dreamless sleep me. Krona's eyes get wide and he trembles, clinging to Maka. What's going to happen? Let me tell the fucking story. He snaps, but soon he calms down and that smirk comes back on his face. Krona isn't aware that something's watching him. It slowly starts to crawl over, its tongue sticking out as it moves painfully slow towards the unaware boy. And no. He grips Maka tighter, the girl is just giving the other boy a bored look. It's getting closer and closer and closer. Ragnarok's eyes narrow, showing the dark glee he's getting from Krona freaking out. Then it what? It got up to the boy and dash. Oh god, what? It fucking ripped your balls off. Ragnarok roars, jumping up, causing Krona to scream and duck into Maka's shoulders, trembling. Ragnarok cracks up, him holding his stomach from this reaction. And that's the story of how Krona lost his balls and became a bitch. Fuck you, Ragnarok. Krona still trembles in Maka's arms though. That story sucked ass. Maka grunts as she points to herself. I bet I could tell a story that would scare Krona more. Bitch, I could tell a story that would make him shit his pants. No, you couldn't. She shakes her head. Hell, I'm the better scary storyteller. My story will leave him helpless. Whoa. Krona squeaks, putting his hands up defensive. Let's not make this a contest. Both of you are really good at telling scary stories, why you don't need to compete who can scare me the most. The boy gulps. But who's the better one at telling scary stories, Krona? She looks at him. There has to be someone better than the other, so is it me or Ragnarok? Krona looks between the two before his eyes fall on Maka, a smile coming to his lips. Why, you are. I call bullshit. Ragnarok throws his arms in the air. That was fucking biases. Of course he would say you're better at it, you're fucking getting him laid. Are Ragnarok? Krona whines. You're just mad because I'm better. You want to make that a fucking bet? And no, let's not make this a bet. Hell yes. Maka and Ragnarok turn on Krona, dangerous glints in their eyes. You. The boy gulps. They both smirk. Krona's a gunner. Come on out of there, Krona. Maka sighs as she kneels, looking under her bed at the trembling boy who's hiding under there. And no way. His teeth chatter as he sinks deeper into the bed. I am staying here where it's safe from the bogeyman. Ragnarok is cracking up, holding his sides. I told you I tell the better stories. He keeps laughing. Fuck yeah. The bogeyman isn't real, Krona, I promise you. Maka grumbles, a little pissed she lost, but her eyes soften when they fall on the trembling boy. You're okay. And no, I'm not. He's going to come and kill me. Our Ragnarok said he likes little boys. This causes said boy to crack up more. I promise you're safe, Krona. She holds out her hand. Come on out, even if the bogeyman was real, me and Ragnarok would protect you. No, I wouldn't. He grunts, getting him a glare from Maka, which he smirks at. I can't go out there, too many scary things running through my head. He trembles as he hides his face in his hands. Ragnarok suddenly stops laughing, a large grin ripping out on his face at his idea. Holy shit, it's the bogeyman. Ragnarok roars. And no. Krona screams in fright. Krona, Ragnarok's being a dick, there's no. Maka, holy shit, it's coming right for you. What? Maka, get out of there. Come under the bed now. Krona, there's nothing dash. A hand suddenly covers her mouth, stopping her mid-speaking to Krona as she's yanked away from the bed. Maka. Krona speaks uncertainly, the fear in his voice. Maka struggles with the chuckling Ragnarok, who's pulling her, his hand still over her mouth. What the hell you doing? She hisses when she rips his hand off. Maka, is the bogeyman hurting you? No, Krona, there is no such thing as the bogeyman dash. Ragnarok covers her mouth again and laughs heavily. Oh my god, the bogeyman. Maka. Maka, are you there? She struggles, but she can't get his hand off her. Ragnarok smirks as he leans in close to her ear. I'm the bogeyman. He growls into her ear, and Maka can't help but to shiver at how low it sounds. She rips his hand off and sends him a glare. Fuck you, Ragnarok dash. He pushes her, causing her to fall on her butt, and she yelps. Leave Maka alone. Krona suddenly comes out from under the bed as he lets out a battle cry and charges for. He stops when his eyes fall on Ragnarok cracking up and Maka on the floor. Krona, you're such a dumbass. The other boy laughs. So there really isn't a bogeyman. Krona looks at Maka in relief to see she's okay. Nope, but there is a dick named Ragnarok. Maka grunts as she gets up. You're just mad because you lost. No, I'm not. Maka grumbles and looks away. Admit it. He grins. No. She huffs. Why, your story was scary too, Maka. Krona grabs her hand and gives it a squeeze. Thanks, Krona. She leans into the boy, resting her head on his shoulder. You did cry when I told you it, didn't you? Why, yeah. Krona mumbles, still not too happy about the whole scary story contest. I'm sorry. She looks up and cups his cheeks. But you're too cute when you're scared. She leans in and gives him a soft kiss. Ugh, if I had a stomach I would be puking my guts out. Ragnarok grunts and looks away. Then you must think I'm cute a lot. He blushes darkly. I am always scared. You're right, I do. She kisses his nose, causing his face to get darker. Krona giggles as he wraps his arms around her, pulling her close into his chest. They both wear the same smile, a goofy one. It's weird being this happy after everything that's happened. She should feel bad, but she doesn't. All she feels is joy. She doesn't feel regret. Ragnarok looks at them only to look away and grip his fist. Something flashes through those blue eyes, but no one sees it. The door suddenly opens. Ah, what the hell? Gerksho walks in, his face falling when he sees the two together. How the hell did you get back in here, Krona? We already told you. Maka grunts. He's a magician. Fuck you, kid. His eye twitches as he gives her the middle finger. Maka stares at this man a moment and can't help but to be surprised. He doesn't look scared at all. Just annoyed. I'm surprised you would come in here. Maka's eyes lock onto his. I'm sure you heard about what happened. How could I not? I had to fucking help clean it up. He shakes his head. But really, after working here for so fucking long, you get used to shit like this. You're not scared. Kid, you don't scare me. He grunts. I'm a grown-ass man, nothing scares me anymore. Especially when I got some alcohol, then I'm invisible. He smirks, shaking his water bottle that's almost empty. Maka's lips twitch up into a smile looking at this man. One part of her is happy he doesn't fear her, but another half wants to make him scream. Why, you're not here to take me out of here, are you? Krona speaks up, frowning deeply. I don't really give a fuck what you do for today. Stein took the fucking day off and left me to handle all the dangerous patients. Gerko grumbles. Fucking bastard. He really hates you. Maka grunts. I think he knows you tried to make him drink your piss. Oh well. It's definably fucking happening now. I'll get him back for all this shit. He grumbles before he takes a deep breath. So do you two need anything, do you? His eyes fall on Krona and his nose wrinkles up. What the fuck is that? What dash, both Maka and Krona follow Gerko's eyes. Krona's gown is stained red from where the blood on his thighs soaked through. Her blood. Gerko looks between the two before his nose wrinkles up. Ugh, god damn it, y'all went and had fucking sex. Did you get it on the fucking sheets? Yeah, have fun with that. Maka can't help but to chuckle. Damn horny teenagers. He grumbles before he looks at Krona, pissed off, causing the boy to tense. Alright, let's get you cleaned up. That's fucking gross. That blood could be crusty now. Oh. He looks down at the red on his gown, but he doesn't look grossed out, he actually blushes, probably thinking of how that got there. Come on now. Gerko grabs Krona by the arm and leads him out of the room. Why, you're going to take me back here, right? Yeah. The door shuts. Well, I guess that just leaves dash. Maka turns around. She's in the room alone. Ragnarok's gone. Maka raises an eyebrow at this but doesn't say anything. She looks down at her bandaged hand and sighs. She really wishes she could just heal it, but even a witch has limits. Maka takes a deep breath as she flushes the toilet. She walks out of the stall towards the sink. As she washes her hands, she's aware she isn't alone anymore. She just ignores her. Maka looks up at the mirror and can't help but to gasp. She looks different. Maka knew since she became a full witch, her as a person has changed, but she didn't expect it to affect her outside. It's nothing too noticeable, but her face is perfect now. No blemish, just smooth, pale skin. Her eyes are somehow brighter, sharper. They look almost like they would glow in the dark. Her hair is shiny and it seems to fall perfectly at her shoulders, framing around her face and just adding to the effect. They're subtle differences, but she sees them. There are a few things you must be aware of, Maka. That woman's voice echoes through the bathroom, but Maka doesn't look for her. Now that you are a witch, people will see you differently, especially men. Maka runs a hand through her hair, her eyes starting to get narrow. A witch is naturally attractive, but we have a aura to us that makes it easier for us to trick men or just humans in general with our charms. The voice sounds like it's smirking. Remember that, Maka, we survive through our tricks, through our lies. You must learn this and master it. Maka starts to smirk, her fingers starting to twitch. She winces when a pain shoots up her arm, reminding her of her already fucked up hand. Maka takes deep breaths trying to control herself. We don't love Maka. The voice coos. We only use. We take what we want. We are selfish, don't you know? Oh, I know. Maka speaks softly, gripping her fist. But I'm not using him, I'm with him because I want to be. Is that not selfish? The girl chuckles. If you were not to like him, then you would leave him. Isn't that what everyone does? If you don't like someone, you don't stay with them. She grunts. But what if your survival counted on it? The girl's voice smirks. Could you still say the same? No, you want to live, Maka, you will do all you can to live. It's our way. The woman's voice adds, smirking. Maka puts her hands over her ears and closes her eyes. I'm not doing this today. You're at your limit. The woman sighs. This could be a problem, you better be careful, Maka, don't die on me. I'm coming soon. At that the woman leaves. Maka's left staring at herself in the mirror, grinning madly. This food sucks ass. Maka grunts as she pokes what she thinks is supposed to be spaghetti. Why yeah. Krona looks down at his plate with the same face. They're silent. How is your hand? The boy looks over at it in concern. Still hurts and I can't heal it. Maka sighs. I am sure you will get your powers back soon, Maka. He gives her a reassuring smile. I hope so. She looks over at him. I miss them. I miss being able to move things, being able to destroy things. That smirk is forming on her face. Maka. Krona frowns at this. Don't you like to destroy, Krona? She leans closer, her breath ghosting his lips. It's fun, isn't it? To smash, to crush, it's lovely, isn't it? I don't dash. Krona's eyes are getting wide as he searches hers for something. Do you notice anything different? Maka leans back, biting her lip to control herself. I mean about my face. Krona studies her, his eyes roaming her features. And no. He tenses. What? Was I supposed to? No. Maka frowns slightly. Is she the only one who can see it? So where do you think Ragnarok went? I don't know. Krona tenses and his gaze shifts. He's been acting kind of funny. What do you mean? She raises an eyebrow. It's like I don't know, but today was the longest he stayed with me since I've been here. He usually only shows up to help me, but he's been coming around a lot lately. Krona mumbles as his eyes fall on her. But at the same time he seems more angry than usual. It's hard to tell because even though I've known him most of my life, I don't know him too well. He doesn't talk about himself. He would just get angry if I asked. Ragnarok being pissed off seems normal to me. Maka shrugs. Why yes, but it's just more often, and well he never wants to stay around for too long, but today he seemed almost willing to do it. His gaze shifts. I don't understand it. Well, maybe he likes being around us. Maka offers. He's just a stubborn asshole who doesn't like to admit stuff like that. He's never liked being around me though, at least not for that long. His eyes fall on her, a odd look in them. He likes the idea of us. You us. Yeah, all of us together. Maka smiles. Me, you, and Ragnarok. We're all stuck together, having each other's back. Our Ragnarok wants to be a part of us. Krona raises an eyebrow, almost seeming skeptical. I think so. Maka smiles and leans her head against Krona's. After all, he is a part of you by making that promise with you that I wouldn't leave you. I made that promise with him too. So now he isn't just a part of you, he's a part of me too. We're all a part of each other. You us. Krona speaks the word and it seems he doesn't know who to feel about it. And you don't mind that? That it will never be just me and you? That Ragnarok will always be there? No, it doesn't bother me. Maka smiles. To lose him would be losing a part of yourself, right? Sure, he acts like a jerk, but you two have to care about each other in some way. Being together for so long, he is a part of you, Krona, and I accept him. He is now a part of us, and without him we would be losing a part of ourselves. Krona stares at her with those wide beautiful eyes, his eyes shaking as he thinks about what she just said. Then he smiles a small sweet smile. I think I like us too. He nuzzles his head against hers. It's like our promise. She puts a hand over his heart. Made us a family. Family. Krona's breath catches. Family. She speaks the word softy before she kisses him. She lost her family. Both her mother and spirit are dead. Krona and Ragnarok are her new family, are her new life. This life where she's in the asylum and a witch. They are a family, a fucked up one, but a family. Krona wraps shaky arms around her, pulling her close as she hears him sniffle. Ive never had Maka w weary a family. His words are breathless, a wobbly smile coming to his lips as he speaks the words so gratefully. Do you really think Ragnarok wants to be a part of our family? He doesn't have a choice. Maka chuckles as she kisses his cheek. He's stuck to us. That's when Ragnarok decides to appear, his piercing eyes looking down at her only for him to look away. Our Ragnarok. Krona jumps up excitedly, his eyes so bright. Weary a family. What the fuck are you talking about? He growls. Me, you, and Maka are a family. Krona almost squeals. Isn't it great? We're no family. He grunts coldly, looking between the two. Then what are we? Maka stands up. Not a family. He grunts, his piercing eyes looking at her, his face blank. Call what you two have whatever the hell you want, but leave me out of it. But we can't. Maka looks back at him. I told you, Ragnarok, you're stuck to us, you're a part of us, anything I say to Krona applies to you. The boy gives her this long look, his piercing eyes flashing, but he looks away. Krona looks between the two, an odd look in his eyes. You think we're the same? He growls. No. Both Krona and Ragnarok look at Maka. She looks back at them both. You're a different person, Ragnarok, from Krona, but you're a part of him. Think of a orange, the skin is a part of the orange, but does that make it the same as the fruit inside? No, they're two different things, but they make up one orange. Are you calling me a fucking orange peel? I guess I am. The orange's skin, the part of the orange no one eats, that's only meant to fucking protect the fruit inside. His eyes flare dangerously, his chest puffing up. Everyone fucking peels the skin and throws it the fuck away like trash to get to the fruit. Maka studies how the boy is getting so pissed off about this, and she knows what he's saying goes deeper than just oranges. She closes her eyes. You know, when I was younger I didn't even eat the fruit of the orange. He doesn't answer her, but she continues. I would peel the skin off, but I'd throw away the fruit. It's silent now, she no longer hears his heavy breathing. It's true, you can't eat the skin and it's definably not as sweet as the fruit, but they can be used for so much more. Her mind leaves her thinking back. When I was young, me and my mother would take the skin from oranges and make things out of them, like if you soak orange peels in vinegar they infuse and you can use it to clean with, giving your home a orangey smell. She smiles thinking back at it, unaware of the single tear falling down her face. Mom was always creative like that. She always told me not to throw away the peel but to keep it, to make it into something better. The orange peel is reliable and won't fade back into the earth as fast as the fruit. It's strong and durable, adaptable. Maka chuckles sadly. My mother was something, wasn't she? She feels someone touch her cheek. When she opens her eyes, Krona is wiping the tear from her face, but it's Ragnarok who has control. She can tell by his eyes, by his rougher touch. His eyes stare into hers and she stares back. Those eyes are soft. Maka grabs his hand and holds it there, her eyes getting watery again. Do you miss her? His voice is husky as if the words were hard to get out. Maka can only nod, her tears falling now. God damn it, don't do that. He snaps, but it's too soft. I can't help it now. Her chest hurts. I don't want to fucking look at your face when you're crying like a bitch. Maka keeps crying. Ragnarok growls as he grabs her by the back of her head. She waits for him to punch her, to hurt her. But instead he shoves her head into his shoulder roughly. Maka doesn't question it, she just wraps her arms around him and cries silently into his shoulder. The boy is tense. He doesn't touch her, but he doesn't need to. This is enough. This is what she needs. Her shoulders shake in spasms. Maka has done all she can not to think about her mother, but when she started talking it was too late. She misses her so much. She doesn't care her mother hid that she was a witch. She doesn't care if her mother was evil. Maka misses her. She misses her mother's arms being around her, she misses the days at the park. And the nights she would comfort her when she was scared. Her mother is her only regret and it's killing her. Things could have been different. But she didn't believe her mother. Now she's gone and it's too late to say sorry. Her tears keep falling. Damn it, you're soaking him. Ragnarok snaps, but it's soft. When she doesn't respond, he sighs. Come on, stop it, alright? Crying doesn't change anything, it's useless. Maka just grips him tighter. She knows it's useless, but it's all she can do. Ragnarok sighs, sounding frustrated. It hurts, doesn't it? Being reminded of the past, of the things you can no longer have. The boy's voice is soft, as if he understands this pain she's going through. And deep down she hopes he does. Maka nods into his shoulder. She feels his hand go to the back of her head, holding her against him, his fingers going into her hair. He doesn't say any more. Maka doesn't know how long they stay like that, the boy holding her head while she sobs in his shoulder. But finally the tears stop and she's able to pull away to look at him. Thank you for that. She rubs her arm, averting her gaze. She waits for him to say don't fucking thank me, but he doesn't. He doesn't say anything. When she looks back at Ragnarok, he's looking at her with soft eyes of understanding. Somehow he knows. He knows her pain. Soon they go back to being hard to hiding whatever the boy feels. So I'm a fucking orange peel and Krona's the fruit. He mumbles as he looks away. Then what does that make you? The holder. She speaks the word without thinking about it. You're both mine. Ragnarok tries to hide his face from her, but she saw something flash through those eyes. He grips his fist. Don't say shit like that. Why not? He doesn't answer her, that glare on his face. Maka smiles at him, feeling a fondness of the boy. You're not as bad as you make yourself out to be. Bitch, I killed more people than you. He snaps. Step back with that shit. Maybe, but you help me out a lot even though you don't have to. He scowls, looking away. He looks like he's getting pissed off, but Maka leans over and kisses him on the cheek. The boy whips his head towards her, his scowl dropped in shock. That was my thank you. She smiles at him. Ragnarok grips his gown over Krona's heart, his eyes flashing with that shock, Krona's cheeks tinting the faintest pink. That shock is soon replaced by anger. Don't fucking kiss me. He pushes her away. Do you know how that makes me fucking feel? Dash. He stops. His face falls as he takes an intake of breath. Ragnarok's eyes are wide as he takes a step back from her. Ragnarok. She gets closer, raising an eyebrow at how he's acting. His eyes flash before Krona bows his head. Krona's body goes limp and she has to catch it as Ragnarok reappears next to them. I'm leaving. And like that, Ragnarok is gone. Maka looks down at Krona, whose eyes are still closed. She leans down and gives him a soft kiss on the lips. Maka has Krona all figured out. But the puzzle that is Ragnarok is far from completed. This is interesting. That voice chuckles. Use this to your advantage. Use what? Them. She chuckles. Maka kisses Krona's cheeks, rubbing through his pink locks. She doesn't want to believe she's using them for anything. But truly she doesn't know. Right now that doesn't matter, Krona is in her arms and he's hers. That's all that matters. Ragnarok hits the wall for the 5th time, his breathing uneven. If he was alive this would hurt him, but he isn't alive and it doesn't hurt. He can't feel anything. But that's not really true, is it? Because of her. Just what the fuck was that? When that girl kissed his cheek, no, when she kissed Krona's cheek, he felt something. He fucking felt something, and it wasn't hate, it wasn't anger. It was he doesn't even know what the fuck it was. But Krona's heart skipped a beat. It was just a fucking kiss on the cheek, it wasn't even his cheek she kissed. Ragnarok has kissed plenty of people when he was alive, hell he fucked a whole bunch of people as well, but he didn't care about them, they didn't make him feel, he felt pleasure but nothing for them. But when this girl kissed him on the fucking cheek he felt something. He felt something for her. That doesn't happen. It's not supposed to happen. It's fucking gay to get a feeling from a kiss on a cheek, especially one that was not even placed on you. But he did. Maybe he even felt relieved happy. No. Stop. It's not supposed to be like this. Ragnarok punches the wall again, his eyes burning holes into it. Why does she have to make things so damn complicated? It's like she's doing this on purpose. He bets if she knew what she was doing to him she would laugh. Hell, he would be fucking laughing if it wasn't him. She probably likes doing this to him. The way she sometimes smiles at him. How her eyes light up when she tells him thank you. That smirk she does when she thinks she's right. Her laugh when she's laughing at something he said. Ragnarok's breath hitches and his eyes flare. What the hell is this? Stop. Now. But he can't. He can't stop thinking. The girl had to call him a orange peel, then go into detail about how she used to keep the orange peel instead of the fruit. All those things she said about the orange peel was like she was saying all those things about him. And if that wasn't enough, she started fucking crying. Maybe he felt something then when he saw her tears. He doesn't want to think about it, but he can't stop. He had to wipe her tears. Why? Ragnarok grips his fist. He had to hold her against him, he had to comfort her. But why? Why does he give a shit? She's not his fucking problem. But then she goes and kisses him. And he feels something. It's not supposed to be like this. He wants to stop thinking. Well, hello Ragnarok. A voice coos behind him. What do you want? He snaps as he turns to glare at Medusa. Someone's in a bad mood. Medusa smirks at him. What's wrong, Ragnarok? Did something happen? Fuck off, bitch. He growls, his eyes lighting on fire. What the hell do you want? I have a mission for you. Medusa keeps smirking. Later tonight I need you to come with me, and I'll explain the details then. A mission? His eyes narrow. Don't worry, it's nothing like the last one. She waves him off. It's simple, it will only take a day. A day? What about the girl? It's out before Ragnarok can stop himself. What about her? She raises an eyebrow. The demon. He snaps, trying to hide how he flinched. Don't you want her alive? What if that asshole shows up? I got everything under control. She smirks. It's said you doubt me. Ragnarok doesn't say anything. I will see you later. Her eyes narrow. Don't tell Krona about this. With that she's gone. Ragnarok growls and punches the wall. One of her fucking missions. The last one he... No. He won't think about that. He doesn't think. He just acts, but... That girl is changing everything. He tries to not think about her, but it's useless. He can't get the feel of her lips on his cheek out of his head. Then it hits him. He felt her soft lips. Did he really feel it? Or did he imagine it? Either way, it's done its toll on him. Ragnarok's face tints and he fucking hates it. He leans his head against the wall, closing his eyes. But when he does, she's there smiling at him. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Chapter 32. Mako likes it here. It's nice. It's lovely. It's just perfect. Mako lays on her back, looking up at the starless sky. The grass is tickling her skin and the wind is lightly blowing her hair. Krona lays beside her, his hand in hers and his other arm hugging hers as he looks up at the sky with those beautiful eyes. Ragnarok lays on her other side, one arm behind his head but the other is in hers. He doesn't seem as happy as Krona, that irritated look frozen on his face, but he doesn't leave and he doesn't let go of her hand. All their fingers are intertwined. The soft wind leaving kisses on their skin. Mako likes it here, being here with them. Krona nuzzles his head against hers, giving her hand a slight squeeze. Ragnarok isn't close but he isn't far. He holds her hand tightly in his firmly. It almost hurts her, but that's okay. Both of these boys have their hold on her and they're both almost possessive. No one speaks. And they don't have to. Words would ruin this moment of just them. She doesn't want to leave this place. She feels safe. She feels affection. Krona's soft affection, his adoration of her, his possessiveness of her. Ragnarok's rough affection? Maybe not affection, but it feels nice. They fit perfectly. They balance out. Together they are invincible. They're so different, she can tell the difference in the two boys just by the way they hold her hand. Krona's fingers are tight with hers, making sure there is no space between his hand and hers. His thumb gently rubs against her hand. He holds it like something valuable, something that means a lot to him. Ragnarok's grip is almost crushing, as if to insert his dominance, but his body is away from hers, and the look on his face would make someone think he's holding her hand against his will. But she knows better. Krona starts to touch her face, feeling over her features with such care. Ragnarok grabs her neck with his other hand as if to choke her. The grip is tight, but she can breathe. In a rough way he is caressing her neck. Maka's eyes close as she takes in their different feels, their different ways for showing affection. Krona is always closer, his touch is giving her a tingling sensation. The feeling is too nice. The soft grass underneath her, the nice wind, these two boys caressing her. Maka falls asleep. Everything goes dark. When she opens her eyes again, everything is different. She's in the same spot as before, but the grass isn't soft, it's dead and dry, sticking into her. There is no wind, just a quietness that is unsettling. The sky is no longer starless. There in the sky is three vertical eyes made out of stars. Maka looks around her. She's alone. No Krona. No Ragnarok. Maka frowns and stands up, searching the area for the two. Her body moves without her thinking. She starts going deeper into the forest. She has to find them. They are all she has left. The trees curve in towards her as she walks, the only sound coming from the sticks and leaves that crack and crunch under her feet. Her heartbeat is picking up. This is dangerous. Something is in here with her. But she has to find them. Maka keeps walking deeper into this forest, ignoring the eyes that pop up to watch her. She stops when her eyes fall on the two boys. They stand in front of her, both staring at her. Krona's soft eyes and Ragnarok's hard ones. They don't say anything. But they both hold out their hands. They both look at her expectantly. Maka doesn't think, she just moves. She puts her hands in both of the boys. At that moment they turn on each other, both giving the other boy a deadly glare as their grip on her tightens. She's mine. Krona protests as he pulls her a little more his way. Fuck off, Krona. Ragnarok snaps as he grabs her other arm and yanks. And no. Why, you can't take her from me. Krona gives her another tug. Bitch, she came to me. I'm not taking shit. He gives her another yank. They're playing tug of war and she's the rope. They're going to rip her in half. Both their grips are tight. They're not letting up. Stop. Maka wheezes out after she heard one of her arms crack. They both let go, with Krona pouting and Ragnarok looking away, gripping his fist. Why are you fighting? Aren't you two a part of each other? Why are you acting like this? I want you. Krona grabs her hand. I want you. Ragnarok growls and grabs her other hand roughly. Don't you already have me? She winces. What more could you want? I want all of you. Krona pouts as he gives her a tug. I want more of you. Ragnarok snarls as he gives her a yank. Suddenly a large smirk rips out on her face. You're both mine. She giggles, her head getting thrown back. Both of us. Krona and Ragnarok let go of her. I own you. She turns to face them, that smirk ripping from ear to ear. Suddenly at her words, both boys fall to the ground, their bodies limp. Maka giggles as she lifts up her hand and Krona gets up, his arms hanging limply at his side. She lifts up her other arm and Ragnarok stands up, but his arms are limp like Krona's. Maka looks down at her hands and she realizes she's holding two wooden crosses. They have lines hooked to them. Maka follows them. The lines are stuck in Krona's and Ragnarok's arms. She moves the crosses and they look at her. Both their eyes are dull, their mouths silted down the chin. They're puppets. Her puppets. This snaps her out of her state and she screams as she throws down the crosses. Krona and Ragnarok fall with them. Maka grips her hair, her breathing uneven. They aren't her puppets. No. This isn't happening. There's dark chuckling sounding through the forest. What's wrong, Maka? The woman's voice smirks. You don't like seeing them for what they truly are to you. They aren't puppets. Maka screams back. But they're my puppets, your puppets are puppets. Her voice gets closer till Maka knows she's standing right behind her. No. Maka whips around, her eyes on fire to face that woman. She's smirking at her. Why are you in denial, Maka? You don't truly care for these boys. You're only using them to save yourself. The woman chuckles. From the very beginning you were using them, using Krona to deal with the pain of your mother, now you lean on him for protection. If Krona couldn't protect you, do you think you would have stuck around? No, you would have found someone to save you, to protect you. That's not true. I'm with Krona because I want to be. Because I care about him. I'm not using him. Maka snaps, her teeth bared. It's not in your nature to care. The woman grunts. If you truly cared for him you would have let him go, especially after almost killing him, but no, you kept him. You don't care about him, you only care for yourself. He didn't want me to leave him. Maka speaks weakly. But if you cared about him you would have. He would have been safe, but no. You know you are going to hurt him again, yet you keep him close to you. You do not care, Maka, you are just like me. And no. Maka takes a step back, her eyes starting to shake. It wasn't like that, I couldn't let him go. And that's what makes you like me, he's too valuable to just let him go, isn't he? That woman smirks. It's not about the value. Maka growls. It's the fact, it's Krona. If you care so much about the boy, why do you keep him? Maka grinds her teeth and looks away. You will hurt that boy again, you got a taste of his blood, there is no going back. The woman's smirk grows as she watches Maka's lips twitch into a smile. You want to hurt him again, you like doing it, don't you? Stop. Maka shakes her head as she takes another step back. I will never stop till you fully accept who you are. The woman's voice turns dark. I won't let you make the same mistake Kami did. Get my mother out of your mouth. Maka's eyes flare. How the hell do you know so much about her? Who the fuck are you? I'm your new mother, Maka. The smile on this woman's face is sickly as she opens her arms. Come to me. You're not my mother. You're nothing close, you bitch. Maka growls, her breathing os heavy. You could never be her. Just leave me the fuck alone. But Maka. That sick smile grows into something not human. I own you. Maka takes a step back in alarm when the woman pulls out two wooden crosses. She tries to run but she can't. Maka's eyes follow the lines. They're hooked to her. Maka tries to pull them out to rip them from her skin, but it only hurts her. They don't come out. Why don't you dance for me? The woman crackles as she moves the crosses, making Maka's body move. It doesn't matter. You're mine now. That sick smile comes back. Come to me, my child. She coos as she pulls the crosses. Maka's body walks towards her. She wants to run away. She struggles with the lines, but it's no use. This woman has her. When Maka is close enough, the woman pulls her into an embrace, holding her close as she runs some of her fingers through her hair. I won't lose you like I lost her. She pulls the cross and Maka's forced to hold her back. You're mine now. The woman crackles madly, but Maka can only stand there. She's trapped. She's doomed. Maka sits on the edge of her bed staring at the door in her room. Krona hasn't showed up today. Maka doesn't know the time or anything, but she knows he's usually here by now. Her legs are shaking impatiently, the grip on her sheets tightening. What if he's not able to see her today? What if the nurses are being extra careful with him because of her? What if she's going to be alone all day? Maka needs Krona now. He's like her drug, her addiction, her fascination. He keeps her calm, makes her smile, and causes all the bad in her life to melt away. It's gotten worse since their promise. She can feel herself being clingier to the boy, but most of all she can feel how clingy he is to her. He clutches onto her as if his life depended on it. Who knows? Maybe it does. Maka knows if she left him, his fragile heart couldn't take it. She feels her lips twitch up into that smirk at the thought, but she bites them, stopping herself. See? She can't be alone when she's alone, she thinks. Everything bad happens when she's alone. Maka forces her eyes off the doors to look at her bandaged hand. It still stings. And she can't heal it. Maka had tried to when she got up thinking her powers had to be back, but when she tried to it just stung really bad and it didn't heal her. She sighs. When is she going to get her powers back? They come in handy, but at least she knows she can't use them to hurt anyone. For now anyway. She will hurt again. She will hurt Krona. Maka's fingers start to twitch, but she takes a deep breath and they stop. She looks back at the door, a frown coming to her face. He's still not here. She wants to touch him. To feel his silky skin under her fingertips, to feel his uneven breathing on her face. Maka's eyes get a faraway look to them as she pulls her legs to her chest. She thinks of those beautiful blue eyes of his and that emotion they hold in them. I love you, Maka. Her breath catches and she tightens the grip on her legs. It can't be true. He can't love her, it's not real. I still love you. Maka's chest hurts thinking about the blood coming out of his mouth as he spoke these words, how his eyes still shined with adoration for her as she caused him pain. How? How can he just do that? It doesn't make sense, and she's being torn apart. Half of her is hurt by this, that even after it all he would still say such a thing when she doesn't love him back, can't love him back. Then there's another half that is smiling, enjoying the fact that she could do anything to him and he wouldn't leave. He would take all the pain and still smile at her. Maka can see him now smiling at her as she's killing him, the poor boy, using his last breath to say the fake words. I love you. Then he would die and Maka would be smirking. Because she's evil. She can't love but Krona. Maka puts a hand to her heart, gripping her gown as her breathing becomes uneven. But this feeling. She cares for him, doesn't she? It can't be a one-way thing. No, she cares for Krona. Right? She's not just using him for her own pleasure. No. She isn't. She cares for Krona, she has to. This feeling she feels, it's deep inside her, hidden in the darkness of her heart, but it's nothing sinister, it's genuine and strong. Maka lays back, looking at the ceiling. She wants to explore this feeling. Maka thinks about her body being on top of his, the warmth of it, the feel of his smooth skin. She thinks of his chest heaving and the cries of pleasure he gave her. Maka feels that odd feeling, but it comes with darker ones. She thinks about his cries of pain and that smirk finds its way on her face. See? She likes his pain. That's not something a person likes if you care about another person, right? She's evil, but she wishes she wasn't. Maka wishes she could think of Krona or his smile or his eyes and not get a sick, twisted thought in her head that ruins it. But this is who she is. She can never go back. The door still hasn't opened. Krona still isn't here. Maka's eyes get a faraway look as her mind starts to leave her. She doesn't want to be here any longer. So her mind takes her back to yesterday. When she was with Krona. Maka. Krona stirs during a mid-stroke to his hair, his eyes fluttering open to look at her. You're up. Maka smiles down at him as he yawns and sits up. What happened? He groans as he rubs an eye. Maka can't help but to chuckle a little. His hair is everywhere from her messing with it, it's sticking up in all different directions. Krona is so cute with bedhead. You fell asleep? She doesn't feel it's a good idea to tell him Ragnarok took control. She just has a feeling. Oh, I'm sorry, Maka. I didn't mean to. His eyes get wide with panic as he starts to tug at his hair, making it more a mess. It's fine, Krona. She leans in, kissing his nose, causing him to calm down. She grabs his hands and takes them off his hair as she gives him a kiss on the lips. His body is tense, but as always he melts into her, his lips timidly moving against her own. She pulls away to look at his hair. A giggle escapes her lips. What? Krona pouts when she puts a hand over her mouth and shakes her head. Your hair, it's everywhere. She giggles as she pulls him closer. She starts to run her fingers through his hair, trying to fix it. Oh. Krona blushes darkly when she pushes his face close to her chest so she can get to the top of his head. Why, yeah, it always gets bad in the mornings. I'll say. Maka chuckles as she pushes down another lock of hair. They should make you the model for bedhead, Krona. Giga, my head isn't a bed, Maka. If it was, people would lay on my face and they might be too heavy and crush me. Or they might stink. I couldn't deal with being stuck under a smelly person, Maka. Krona starts tugging his hair in distress. Well, what if your head was only my bed? She smirks when he stops tugging his hair, his face falling a moment as he looks at her. Why you want to sleep on my face? Maybe I do, your head is like a fluffy cloud. Giga. Stop calling my head things. My head being like a cloud? That's scary, Maka. It would fly away and then I wouldn't have a head. He grabs his face as if to hold his head there. Maka can't help but to smirk at the boy as his eyes shake with panic. Should she comfort him? Or should she add to it? Maka can't help but to blush watching the boy freak out about his head. He's too cute. It's a figure of speech, Krona. She chuckles when he groans. It means you have soft hair, and bed head really means you have messy hair. Oh, okay, that's not as bad as my head being a bed. Krona puts a hand to his heart and takes a deep breath. Now come back here and let me fix your hair. She chuckles when he blushes, but he listens. Maka starts to comb through it with her fingers. It's really choppy with long pieces of hair in random spots. Krona, who cuts your hair? Maka grunts as she pulls the hair, seeing how uneven it is. And no one. He squeaks and starts to tug his hair, but Maka gives him a slight slap on the hand and he stops. I am not letting the nurses get anywhere close to me with scissors. They could be having a bad day, or maybe they won't be paying attention and they will miss my hair and cut my head off. You have a overactive imagination, you know that. Maka chuckles softly as she keeps running her hands through his hair. Someone had to cut it, hair doesn't grow uneven like this. Krona tenses and grips his arm hard with the other. Krona. I cut it. He mumbles and Maka can see his cheeks getting red even though he's trying to hide it. When I was younger. Oh, don't feel bad. Maka smiles at him reassuringly. When I was a little girl I shaved my head bald. Spirit, when he was younger, had a buzz cut but started growing it out after I turned 5, so I got a hold of his clippers and went to work. I really fucked myself up. She chuckles remembering the pictures. It was horrible. Why did you cut your hair, Maka? She can hear the frown in his voice, his body is getting tense. I guess because I saw Spirit do it. She mumbles. Back then I was alright with him, I guess, and I wanted to be like him. Why you wanted to be a boy? Krona's grip is dangerously tight on his arm now. No, I just wanted to be like him. Silence. Why did you cut your hair, Krona? The question causes him to exhale breath as if he was holding it, waiting for this question. He's starting to tremble as he bows his head. Will you laugh at me? His voice is shaky. Of course not, Krona. She speaks firmly, putting a hand on his shoulder. Why did you cut it? When I was younger my hair was really long. His voice is husky, his grip tightening on his arm. Everyone thought I was a G-girl. He says the last word in a breathless voice. I couldn't handle it anymore, I didn't want. He bows his head, he's breathing so hard. You cut your hair because you didn't want people thinking you were a girl anymore. She speaks the words softly when he tenses. You wanted to feel like a boy, for once wanted to be you. Krona can only nod, his body shaking so bad. I didn't know what I was doing, I just took a knife and hacked at my hair. A odd laugh comes from his lips. I was angry then, I think, but I can't remember all too well. I just hated my hair, hated that dress, I hated most of all it was all fake. His lips go in a tight line, his eyes not able to be seen. So I hacked and hacked, but I wasn't thinking. I just wanted it to stop, wanted it to end, but cutting my hair didn't change anything. He does that weird laugh again. Medusa was so mad, but she didn't punish me, no. His body is shaking so bad. She left me for weeks, wouldn't he speak with me? His head slowly starts to lift up, his blue eyes are shaking so bad. Even after I cut my hair, people still thought I was a girl, though it didn't change anything. He goes up to touch his hair, a hiccup sound coming from his throat. Even when I came here and grew up, all the nurses thought I was a G-girl, only Stein knew what I was because he examined me. He starts to tug at his hair, roughly. I didn't have to examine you to know you were a boy. She speaks the words softly as she grabs his hands, making him stop. I knew Krona, and I understand why you cut your hair, why you would be so angry. She puts a hand on his heart, anger burning her own heart. That bitch made you dress like a girl, made you feel bad for being a boy, made you wish you were a girl, but you're beautiful, Krona. She had no right to do that. There is nothing wrong with being a boy. She looks up at the boy who is staring at her with wide eyes, they're filled with awe. I'm happy with who you are, Krona, you are a boy and you're my boy. Maka. He speaks her name as if it was a saving grace, his eyes getting watery as he clings to her, burying his head into her shoulder. Thank you, thank you. He just repeats those two words, his grip tight on her, his body shaking. Maka rubs his hair gently, whispering reassuring words into his head. Krona pulls away after a while, only to frown when he sees his hair close to his shoulder. It's gotten longer, hasn't it? He pouts, grabbing his hair. Yeah. Maka grabs his hair on both sides, making two side ponytails. She can't help to smile. Does it make me look like a girl? He mumbles, his eyes looking at her then to the ground. No, it makes you look cute. She kisses his forehead, causing him to blush. I like how long it is, I can play with it. Why you play with girls' hair, not boys? His eyes flash with something. I don't think it matters. Maka grabs his hair and looks him in the eyes. Does it bother you it's long? Krona bows his head and nods. Would you trust me with scissors? Maka tilts her head. Why you would cut my hair? He looks up at her with hopeful eyes. If you really wanted me to. Maka smiles. We just need to find some scissors, but that will be kinda hard. Why yeah, maybe when we get out of here. He tugs at his hair at the idea. He seems happy with the thought of her cutting his hair for some reason. His lips are tugging in a wobbly smile. Why you're going to cut my hair? He speaks the words breathlessly like it's the most amazing thing ever. Yup, but you know, Krona. She leans close, her breath on his lips. Even if you let your hair grow till it touches the floor, it wouldn't change anything. She smiles. You're still Krona, you would still be a boy. No matter the length of your hair, or what you're wearing, you will always be Krona, you will always be mine. Krona's face gets so dark, his breath catching as he looks at her with those eyes. Then he kisses her. And it's powerful. He wraps his arms around her and licks her bottom lip for entrance. Maka can't help but to feel proud at how bold he's gotten as she opens her mouth for him, allowing his small tongue to brush against hers. He holds her like she's a prize. Clings to her like if he didn't she would be gone. He needs her. And she needs him. Krona pulls away from her, the boy panting as he looks her in the eyes. All she sees is that adoration. I love you. Maka frowns. Krona smiles sadly as he pulls away. Kano. He looks down. Then they're silent. And Maka doesn't like it, but she doesn't know what to say. So. Krona takes a deep breath as he looks back at her. I had a weird dream when I was asleep. Really? Maka raises an eyebrow and gets closer, happy he's speaking. Why yeah, it was. He blushes and looks away. And never mind, I shouldn't have brought it up. No, tell me. Maka grabs his hand and gives it a squeeze. Promise you won't laugh. He blushes as he shifts under her gaze. I won't laugh. She raises an eyebrow at the skeptical look he gives her. Hey, did I laugh at this? She grabs his hair and that skeptical look falls. Alright. He takes a deep breath as he shifts. Well, I think I had a dream that I was a alien. A alien? She raises an eyebrow. Well, I just guess I was one because my skin was all green. L like that one vegetables on TV. Why you know the one that scary guy eats and then huge muscles pop out of nowhere. His eyes are getting wide as he speaks. You mean spinach? Maka suppressed that smile that wants to form on her lips. That's it. Krona points at her excitedly. What do I win? Huh. Nothing, keep going. Well, okay, so my skin looked like spinach. His nose wrinkles up. Why you know I tried it once because I wanted big muscles like that guy and when I ate it, it just tastes so bad. And when I went to lift up this tree it didn't work. He frowns deeply at this. Maka bites her lip. She's about to crack a smile, but she wants him to keep going. Okay, your skin looked like nasty spinach. Why yes. Okay, so I was flying in the sky looking down on Earth. How were you flying? On a spaceship. And no. I was flying on a duck. Maka blinks. What? Why yeah, it was a huge duck and it was scary. He trembles at the thought. I think it wanted to eat me. B because I looked like spinach. I thought it was just the color of your skin. T that doesn't matter. I knew it was after me. He looks so serious about this. Maka puts a hand over her mouth to hide the smile that cracked on her face. So I did the only thing I knew to do. He takes a deep breath, a dramatic pause. I jumped off the duck. Oh. Maka tries to hide the slight sneaker. But wasn't it high in the air? Why yes. I thought I was going to die. B but then. Krona's face gets really dark. Then what? Why you were at the ground and why you? He blushes. See catched me. Woot, I'm the hero. She grins. B but then something horrible happened. Krona tugs at his hair. T the duck turned on us. And we had to run for our lives. Aw come on Krona, I'm sure me and you could handle a duck. She chuckles. And no. He shakes his head. It was so big and scary Maka, why you don't even know. He looks at her so seriously. She can't help it. Maka cracks up. And it's loud because she's been holding it in all this time. Hey you said you wouldn't laugh. He pouts, his cheeks tinting. I am sorry I just. Maka keeps laughing. Why your face you were so serious. It was serious Maka. He protests. This only makes her laugh harder. Oh my god my gut. She holds her stomach, laughs still leaving her throat. Why you wouldn't be laughing if you saw the duck Maka. He crosses his arms and looks away with that pout frozen on his face. It was so big. Its quack sounded like thunder. I'm sure Krona. She covers her mouth but she can't stop her laughing. Why you're a jerk. His face gets darker. T that's the last time I tell you my dreams. No. And no. She takes deep breaths to calm down. I like hearing your dreams Krona. I don't want you to keep laughing at me. He huffs. Aw come on Krona. She leans in to kiss him but he moves his face away. Oh no, why you're not getting this. He flips his hair. Maka stares at him. He did not just. But he did. Maka couldn't help it, a picture of Krona sticking out his hip as he snaps his fingers like a diva flashed through her head. She cracks up. She cracks up so much she snorts. What the hell was that Krona? She wheezes out. What? He tenses, his blush darkening. I can be a tease too. And no. I'm talking about that little hair flip you did. Oh. He blushes darkly. I thought it added some spice. Maka can't help but to laugh out. I didn't know you were so sassy Krona. It's not sassy. You're right, totally not sassy. Maka does a flip of her hair. Gosh. What was I thinking? Quit it. He blushes darkly and when she laughs he gives her a slight shove. Aw come on I liked it. She smirks as she gets closer to him. Flip your hair for me again sass me Krona. Why you really like it? Hell yes, it's adorable. Krona bows his head. Please give me some sass. Ain't no one got time for that. He looks up and flips his hair, his face so serious honey. Maka stares at him. That was just so fucking cute. Stop being so damn cute. Maka roars as she tackles him, pinning the boy underneath her. A smirk comes to her face. Maka. His eyes get wide. She doesn't answer him as she starts to move her fingers over his sides. Krona jerks underneath her, the sudden tickling causing him to snort into laughter. Maka haha p please. He wheezes. Please more? Well okay. Her smirk grows as she moves her hands over his sides more. I'm going to ha 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 die. Krona laughs, tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly he gets up, flipping them over so he's on top of her. Maka's eyes widen a little at this as she looks up at the boy on top of her. Krona's eyes are light up in victory, but as his eyes take in what he did, he squeaks, and tries to get off her. Maka grabs him, stopping the boy. Where you think you're going, cutie? She smirks at how red his face is. I think I like you on top better. Aye. He looks down at her with those huge eyes, his face is a tomato. What do you think, Krona? She leans up with a prevent smile on her face. You like this, or do you like me dominating over you? She doesn't let him answer as she flips them back over so she's on top of him. I think you like me being in control. She whispers against his lips, causing him to shiver. Don't you? Krona gulps as she rubs his cheek. He can't speak right, his mouth opening and closing. Where's your sass now? She teases as she bites his lip. I can't sass you when I'm down here. He protests, his blush so dark. Well then change that. She smirks. And no. He blushes and looks away. Aw come on Krona, you got sass and you definably got some ass. Krona looks at her and glares, but it looks like a pout. Maka chuckles, she couldn't help it. Don't talk about it. But I like your ass. Still. His blush is so dark. Would you ever bend it over for me? What? He squeaks. Maybe you could give me a dance. Maka hums, enjoying the effect it's having on the boy. I can't dance, Maka. Come on, I'll teach you. Maka gets off of him and smiles, as she offers a hand to him. Krona looks at her a moment but takes her hand. Okay, follow me. Maka puts her hands on her hips. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing, but she just wants to see Krona do some of this stuff. Timidly he puts his hands on his hips. Alright, now move your hips. Maka starts to sway, trying to demonstrate. Krona blushes watching her, but he follows her movements almost easily. Okay, I seen this one in the movies. Maka gets on the floor and does a spin like you would for a break dance, but little does she know how retarded she looks. I can't do that, Maka. Krona looks at her with awe all the same. Well, keep moving your hips, I'll do this. Maka tries to do a headstand. She gets her legs up only for her to do a flip. It ends up twisting her neck as her head is left on the floor and her butt in the air. Maka groans, but a fire burns her eyes as she tries again, lifting her legs up. The girl's eyes fall on Ragnarok, who is standing in front of her upside down till she does another flip, hurting her neck again. What the fuck are you doing? The raven-haired boy looks at her, then at Krona, who was moving his hips till the other boy showed up. What kind of fucking drugs are you on? We were dancing. Maka grunts as she stands up. That wasn't fucking dancing. Ragnarok snaps. I've seen people with no legs dance better than that shit. You're just jealous of our skills. Why yeah, Ragnarok. Shut the hell up, Krona, you were doing some gay dance over there, the only skills I saw were of being a faggot. Fuck you. Both Krona and Maka give him the middle finger, which he returns. Seriously, it would be so much better if you two were on drugs, because then you would have a fucking excuse for that shit. We don't need drugs to dance that awesome. Bitch, you need something. Maka glares at him, and he glares back. But soon a smile cracks out on her lips and she chuckles. Ragnarok's face falls, but he looks away and glares. Come on Krona, it's time to go. Just a few more mint years. No, we're already fucking pushing it, I got to get you in the room before that asshole starts making his rounds. Ain't nobody got time for that. Maka and Krona flip their hair. What the fuck? Ragnarok looks between the two. Seriously, tell me you're on some kind of drug, or at least you're high or some shit. We're high, alright. Maka cracks a grin at the corny joke. High on life. Oh fucking hell. Ragnarok groans as Krona chuckles. I need fucking something after this shit. My joke wasn't that bad. She giggles. Like hell it wasn't. He snaps, but when he looks at her he gets this odd expression as he watches her laugh. So are we going? Krona raises an eyebrow at seeing the other boy stare at Maka. Yeah. He snaps out of whatever and that glare returns. Let's go. He turns and opens the door. Oh okay. Krona looks away from him to give Maka a smile. I'll see you tomorrow, Maka. All right. Maka stops chuckling as the boy gives her a peck. Ragnarok doesn't look at them. Bye Krona. Maka smiles at the boy. Bye Maka. He smiles back as he walks over towards Ragnarok. When Krona walks through the door, Ragnarok looks back at Maka. See ya Ragnarok. She gives him a smirk and waves. The boy gets a odd look to his eyes, but then his eyes become on fire, his face falling to a scowl. He walks out and slams the door behind him. Maka's left standing there with her eyebrow quirked. Maka blinks as her mind returns to her. She wipes the drool that is coming from her mouth. Maka looks at the door hoping Krona is here now, but the door is still closed and no one is here. She sighs as she gets up and winces when she feels the stain in her neck. It still hurts from her awesome dancing. Maka wonders if Krona knows how to massage. He probably doesn't. She will have to teach him. She cracks her neck. Those piercing blue eyes flash through her head. What the fuck did she do to get him so mad? She hasn't done anything, but lately he's been getting pissed for any little thing she says or does. Maybe he's still pissed about her kissing his cheek. But really she didn't think it was that big of a deal. It just came to her. To her she was still kissing Krona. It's Krona's body. He didn't like it though. Maybe Ragnarok doesn't like her because he wants Krona all to himself. Maka can't help but to chuckle at the thought. Ragnarok having a surcert love for Krona. Now that would be funny. She can see it now. Krona would pass out on the spot out of fear, and Ragnarok would probably be ready to beat the shit out of everyone for his surcert being exposed. Even though the idea made her laugh, she knows it's not the reason why Ragnarok's acting the way he is. Maka shrugs. Whatever. Maka sighs when her eyes fall to the door again. Is Krona really not coming? There's a bump from the corner. Her senses prick up. The demon is coming. Shit. This isn't good. Maka looks down at her fingers, trying to move them to see if her power is back, but it stings, so Maka has to stop. The room is getting dense. It's getting dark. Maka pulls her knees to her chest and hides her head in them. She thinks of Krona's smile, of his lips, of his touch. Maka can feel those 3 eyes on her. A grin rips out onto her face. He's coming. That voice sneers. Maka leans her head back and laughs. The door opens. Her laughter dies on her lips. Maka sits in that black chair, her head bowed. She isn't alone. They're all staring at her with those cold eyes. They're looking at her like she's an animal. And really maybe she is. Stein sits in front of her. She can feel his glare. His eyes are sharper, taking in everything. Calculating, evaluating her. She won't look at him. Not because she's afraid or ashamed, but if she looks at him it will be hard for her to stop herself from ripping open all those sticks. She hates him. Her fingers twitch, causing her to wince. She can't kill him. Not yet. But she will. Maka. Stein speaks slowly. She knows he has a needle ready if she were to try anything. You have to talk to me. What happened Saturday? Why did you butcher those nurses? Would it satisfy you if I said because I wanted to hear them scream? A smirk rips out on her face. The nurses start to shift, talking amongst themselves. You weren't this sick in the head? Stein's voice is hard. What happened to make you snap? They were glaring at me, talking about my mother. She starts to giggle. I believe one even called her a crazy bitch. Well, I showed them what a real crazy bitch is. She rocks back and forth, her smile is too big. Now they can say sorry to my mother. I sent them where she is. What you did was wrong, Maka. Don't you feel any remorse? Any regret? Nope, I only feel fucking joy. She throws her head back and laughs. Did you know intestines feel like undercooked pasta? A nurse with a weak stomach holds a hand over her mouth, holding back throw up. You have gotten so much worse in a matter of a day. Stein stares at the giggling girl. There had to be a trigger. We can't help you unless you talk to us, Maka. There is no help for me. She digs her nails into the chair. It can never go back. Maka. I want to kill you. She finally looks up to grin at the man, her eyes shaking. I want to kill all of you. All the nurses tense and some look to the door. No you don't. Stein doesn't even blink. This isn't you, Maka, you're just very sick. I can help you if you open up and tell me about what happened. You want to know what happened? Okay then I'll tell you. She leans back in her chair, that grin never leaving her face. I turned into a witch. That's what happened. I found myself. I'm evil. Then I killed them, I ripped them apart limb from limb. Maka, you know this isn't true. There is no such thing as witches. This is all in your head. His glasses glare. You're so fucking stupid. You said you could help me if I told you what happened. But you're not fucking helping me. She's screaming now into fits of giggles. No one can help me. And no one can save you. Her eyes narrow. I will kill you. You have to calm down, Maka. Stein doesn't blink. If you don't I will have to sedate you. That reminds me. She chuckles darkly. How did you like that needle in your arm? Maka catches the slight grip of his fist. He didn't like that. Maka's grin grows. Didn't feel too good, did it? Maka. He takes a deep breath. What has happened to you? Who told you? I fucking told you. Her voice gets softer till her giggling stops. She leans back and stares up at the ceiling blankly. Maka. She doesn't respond. You looked at my mother just as you're looking at me. Maka's voice is quiet, her eyes not blinking. You stare at me like you would an animal in a cage, but with more hate, more disgust. She lifts her head to lock eyes with Stein. Do you think I'm an animal? No. But I ripped those people apart, I tasted their blood. Her eyes don't blink. Doesn't that sound like an animal to you? It sounds like a very sick person to me, Maka. So you think I'm sick? She looks back up at the ceiling. You think what I have can be cured? Everything can be cured. Stein takes a deep breath. It's just the matter of finding the cure. Finding the cure. Maka looks at him and she blinks. You really believe I can be fixed? Of course, I have faith in all my patients. His eyes lock on hers. I know you think of me as a cruel man, but I'm only doing my job. What I do to help you. You just don't understand. Then make me understand. I can't. She shakes her head. Let's talk about something else. Stein flips his notebook. How has your relationship with Krona been? Really good. She sighs, the boy's name calming her down. What about with Ragnarok? What? She opens her eyes to give him an odd look. He seems to protect you, so I just figured you two have some sort of connection? Maybe even a friendship. Those piercing blue eyes flashed through her head when he glared at her. Maka frowns. I don't know what connection we have. Her eyes shift as she thinks. Really the only thing that connects us is Krona. I see. And how have Krona's and Ragnarok's relationship been? What do you mean? She raises an eyebrow. Krona seems to be concerned about him. Stein hums. I have been getting him to talk to me since you have been here. He seems to think. Maka looks up and her breath hitches. The demon stands behind the man, that large grin on his face. Maka can't hear Stein's words anymore, even though she sees his mouth moving. All she sees is the demon. Its scarves twitch as it slowly walks from around Stein towards her, its grin ripping its face. It's your time, Maka, there's no escaping now. That boy isn't here to protect you, you're mine. It keeps walking closer. No, I'm not yours. She screams, her eyes shaking as she wills for her power to somehow stop this thing. She yelps when she feels her hand sting. It's useless. The demon stops before her. Now it's time for you to see my face, the face of your master, of the King of Madness. He grabs the mask on his face and starts to pull it off. Maka screams as she gets off the bed and runs. Only to be grabbed by Stein. A whole bunch of nurses are holding her down. Let me go. Let me go. He's going to get me. Maka screams, trashing in their holds. The demon slowly turns towards her. That smirk ripping his face. Let go, let go, let go. She kicks a nurse in the face only to feel a needle pierce her skin. Maka cries out as her vision gets blurry. The demon reaches to touch her. But when his fingers are an inch from her face, something shocks his hand and he recoils back. So she's on your side. The demon grumbles. Everything goes black. Maka is sinking in darkness. She feels nothing. But she knows she's drowning. She's drowning in the darkness. She's too weak to call for help. Too weak to fight it. She's going to die here. Alone in the darkness. Maka. She hears his voice calling for her. She doesn't respond, she can't. Hey bitch, get the fuck up. She hears that other boy snap at her. But she doesn't listen. We're coming to get you. Maka can't speak. Soon she feels a soft hand grab hers. Then she feels someone else grab her other hand roughly. Why, Yuri going to be okay? He pulls her up. What the hell is wrong with you? Making me do this shit. The other boy growls, but he yanks her up all the same. They're both pulling her up towards the light. Together. One boy is speaking reassuring words, while the other barks commands. But they're both having the same effect. They're saving her. Together they are saving her from the darkness. You can't die on us. Both boys say this. Maka's eyes finally open as a light consumes all of them. The light consumes them together. Maka's eyes flutter open. Everything hurts. Her vision is blurry, but she hears yelling. He got out again. How? Where did he go? I don't know. Maka groans as she sits up holding her head. It hurts so fucking bad. What the hell happened? So you're finally up. Maka tenses at the voice, her eyes getting wide as she wipes her head in the direction it came from. Justin stands by her window looking out of it, not looking at her. He holds a cross close to his chest, his blue eyes soulless. Maka is too shocked to say anything. Things have been quite troublesome for you, haven't they? His voice is odd. It seems my prayers for you will not be answered. Maka can't find her voice. He seems different. He wants you. Justin tightens his grip on his cross. He wants you so much. What the fuck are you doing in here? It took her a while, but she finally found her voice. Surprisingly, Justin doesn't look at her, he doesn't scoff. He just stares out the window. I think deep down you're a good girl. He doesn't blink now. Just like I'm a good boy, but me and you have been played the wrong cards and now we're here. Maka just raises an eyebrow. I wasn't always like this. His voice is too soft, too fragile. Do you know what my dream was? Maka doesn't respond. I wanted to be a priest. His grip tightens on his cross. I wanted to serve the Lord, give him my life for what he has blessed me with. He slowly turns towards her, his eyes still soulless. But I sinned. His face scrunches up to a grimace. And because of that I'm like this, stuck here. I have been abandoned just like you have been abandoned. He takes a step closer. We both have been abandoned by God, for we have sinned. You are a creature of the night and I'm. He stops and shakes his head. I don't know what I am. I don't know what the fuck you are either. Maka frowns. How the hell did you get in here? God abandoned me? Justin's eyes suddenly flash as he grips the cross so tight it pierces his skin. His blood starts to drip from it. I was made to worship, and if he doesn't want me, I know someone who would. Okay. Maka eyes him wryly as he walks over to the wall. He fucking abandoned me? Justin hits his head against the wall. He keeps doing it till his head cracks. He pants. Then he goes quiet. But that's okay. He slowly turns to face her, a wild grin on his lips, his blood falling down his face. I'm a Juras now. Maka had gotten up when he started hitting his head against the wall and moved away. You have been causing my God trouble. He just wants to eat you, but you keep fighting him. Justin is laughing loudly now, those eyes of his shaking. Why do you fight madness? In the end it consumes us all. Don't fight it. Embrace the madness, witch. You fucking worship the demon. Her eyes shake as his smirk grows. All hail Azura. He throws his head back as he hits the cross against the wall, breaking it in half. It now has a pointed end. Now. He smirks. I'm going to offer you up to him. Justin runs towards her, that crazy grin on his face, his cross out and ready to stab her. Maka's eyes narrow as she lifts up her hands willing for her power to stop him. Fucking hell. Maka cries out in pain when that stinging comes back. You're dead, witch. He jabs the cross at her. Maka moves out of the way but it catches her cheek, causing it to bleed as she runs behind him and goes to punch him. He turns and grabs her hurt hand. You have no powers. He chuckles darkly as he tightens his grip on her hand, Maka having to hold back a cry of pain. I will send you to hell where you belong in the name of Azura. Get off me, you crazy motherfucker. Maka screams as she punches him in the face, getting him to let her go. She falls on her butt in front of him. He stabs down with the cross but Maka moves before it impales her. You will die, your blood will stain these floors. Justin laughs madly. It will please him. He will be so pleased with me. So much for being all high and mighty, huh? Maka growls as she jumps back from him. You're going to hell right with me. This causes his smile to fall. He grips his head and starts to scream, his eyes shaking so bad. Maka takes a deep breath as she gets some distance between the two. This isn't good. He's in here with a weapon and she doesn't have her powers. And he's fucking insane. Maka looks around the room, her eyes fall on the other half of the cross. Okay, this guy wants to fuck with her. She grinds her teeth as she grabs the cross off the floor, her eyes on fire. You want to fucking play with crosses, you sacrilegious bastard. She roars as she charges for Justin, who is still screaming. Let's fucking play with crosses. Maka stabs it into his shoulder. Justin stops screaming and grabs her, his eyes burning into hers. You will wish you didn't do that. His eyes narrow as the cross comes out of his shoulder by itself. Maka watches in horror as the wound heals by itself. He is on my side. Justin grins madly at her. It's over for you. Maka struggles with him but he's stronger than her. Without her powers she's helpless. He grabs her hair and yanks her head back, exposing her neck. I'll kill you. I'll kill you and make him pleased with me. Justin laughs madly as he presses the cross to her neck. Say goodbye, witch. Maka's eyes are wide, sweat dripping down her face. No. She can't die here. Especially not from the hands of this asshole. Fucking no. The door opens. Justin, what the hell? Gurko roars as he runs over and tackles the boy off her. Maka takes a breath when the cross was taken from her neck. She looks over at the male nurse as he gets punched in the face by Justin. Gurko's eye sticks and he looks like he's about to hit him back, but he stops himself and instead gets a needle out. You don't stop me. Justin roars as he kicks Gurko's legs, bring him down. Gurko. She cries in alarm as the blonde boy punches him in the nose. Then it goes quiet. Justin's laughing stops as he looks at the other man. His eyes get wide with shock as he drops the cross in his hand. Gurko. Justin falls to his knees beside him as he looks at the blood dripping down his face. I didn't mean to hurt you, honestly, I just lost myself. You're fucking lucky I'm at work, I would fucking break your balls for this. Gurko's eye is twitching and he smacks Justin's hand away when he tried to touch his nose. What the fuck you think you're doing? I was going to try to help. Justin frowns as he watches Gurko stand up. Kid, did he hurt you? He looks over at her. No, I'm fine. Maka sighs in relief. This fucking asshole almost cut me with a fucking cross though, what the hell? Really, Justin, what the hell? Gurko turns and snaps at him. You like her? Justin stands up and brushes his gown off. What the hell does that fucking matter? You don't try to kill people. He groans. You're a fucking piece of work, you know that. Forgive me. The blonde boy frowns deeply. No. He grunts as he grabs him by the arm. We're fucking leaving, stop running from your fucking room. It makes me look bad. Justin doesn't say anything but lets the other man lead him out. The boy turns to her and he smirks as he throws the cross by her feet. Have fun with that. He coos as Gurko pulls him out and shuts the door. Maka looks down at the cross. Of fucking course. Something is coming out of the cross. First its twisted hand, its black twisted hand. Then its head. Maka can't help but to scream as she sees this thing. Its head is nothing but 3 large vertical eyes and its large mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Its body is that of a dog but all black. Its head looks too big for its body, but it's a scary sight. Maka can't even move as she stares at this thing. Then it smiles at her, its teeth taking up its whole face. The thing charges for her. Maka's eyes are shaking. She wills for her power to save herself, but nothing happens. She's defenseless. This thing is going to eat her. Its mouth is opening. She sees pieces of flesh stuck inside of its teeth. She's going to die. No one is here to save her now. The thing is right on her. Maka does the only thing she can do. She screams. Right when the thing is about to eat her, a black blur knocks the monster away. The thing yelps as the cross is shattered under the boy's foot, causing it to fade away with a scream. Ragnarok. Maka can't help but to cheer at seeing the boy. He came to her rescue once again. Her smile falls as she takes him in. Ragnarok's back is to her, but she can see cuts into his being. There's red marks where his clothes are cut. He looks really faded. Something's wrong. Ragnarok. She questions softly. She waits for him to snap at her. To tell her to fucking chill or something, like he can handle himself, but he doesn't. No. Instead, the boy falls back, his body hitting the floor with an unforgiving thud. The boy doesn't move. Chapter 33. Maka is stunned. She doesn't know what to do. What to think. She stares at the boy in front of her, waiting for him to get back up, to cuss and grumble and glare like he always does, but he doesn't get up. He doesn't move. But his body is fading more. This snaps her out of her shocked state. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong. Maka's body moves without her thinking, and soon she's right by his side, kneeling next to him, her eyes roaming his features. His eyes are closed, his face a expression that could only be described as pain. Her eyes look down at his fading body and her breath catches. All over his body are what look to be bite marks. Not just bite marks. No. As Maka looks close, she realizes they're spider bite marks. Little holes cover the boy's body. Where each bite mark is where the red is, as if he was alive and it was a irritation in his skin. But Ragnarok's dead. How the hell did spiders bite him? And to make matters worse, he keeps fading. He isn't moving. Maka's chest is tightening, a panic raising in herself. What would happen if Ragnarok faded away? Would he be okay? Would he come back? Her eyes widen at the thought, and almost desperately she tries to touch him, to wake him to hear from this boy that he is alright. But she can't touch him. Her hands go right through. Ragnarok keeps fading. Maka's breathing is becoming uneven as she watches the red spread on the boy's body. It's speeding up the fading. She has to save him. She has to heal him. She's done it before. Maka reaches out a hand, willing for her powers, willing to heal this boy. It stings her, sending a shock up her arm, causing her to yelp and recoil back. Fuck. Maka grinds her teeth as she holds her hand. She didn't cuss because of the pain. She cussed because she doesn't have her powers. She can't heal him. She can't save him. And no. Maka's eyes get wide as she keeps trying to use her powers, keeps trying to touch him, but she can't. And he keeps getting more faded. She's going to lose him. She's going to lose a part of Krona. No. Maka grinds her teeth at the pain, but she keeps trying. The boy doesn't move. His body is almost gone. No. Maka shouts. Ragnarok, you can't leave. What about Krona? You can't leave him. You can't leave me. Remember us? Remember I told you it wouldn't be the same. You can't just fucking fade away, damn it. What the hell, Ragnarok? He doesn't respond. His face is frozen in that pain. The boy is a second from being gone. Ragnarok. She screams as she reaches out, willing with all her strength just to be able to touch him. Her hands don't go through this time. Maka cups the boy's cheeks, leaning close to him. Ragnarok. She tries one last time. He's pretty much gone. They will lose him. The boy's eyes shoot open this time at his name. His piercing blue eyes lock onto hers. They're the only thing that isn't faded. The boy opens his mouth but no words come out. His eyes have her hypnotized, they're piercing her being. She can see he is in pain. He can't speak. Can't move. But he can stare at her. And she can stare at him. Taking comfort in the fact he's still here. She hasn't lost him yet, there's hope. His blue eyes flash. Suddenly a sharp pain is felt in her head. It's too much. She hears static and it hurts her ears. Maka's eyes flutter. Everything is engulfed in white. Maka looks around with an eyebrow raised. How the hell did she get here? Maka stands in a dark alley. But she isn't alone. Give me your fucking money. That voice is too familiar. But it can't be. Could it? Maka turns around. It is. Ragnarok has this other boy pinned against a wall, a pocket knife at the boy's throat. His teeth are bared, the dark giving his eyes a haunting brightness, but his face is covered by a black mask. Two others stand by him with the same black masks, but they aren't getting close to the two. Look, I really don't have any money. The boy with the knife pressed to his neck trembles. Bullshit. Ragnarok's blue eyes narrow. You're one of the richest kids around here, don't even try to fucking lie. He leans closer, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I won't think twice about slitting your throat, you spoiled bastard, so I would hurry up and just give me your money. Oh okay. Oh okay. The boy shouts as he starts to dig into his pockets frantically. Maka watches as he pulls out a wallet. Ragnarok snatches it from him and throws it back to the other two. They raid the wallet, counting the money inside. There's about $200 in here. One of the other masked people speaks, his voice very deep. Got anything else? Ragnarok snarls as he presses the knife more into the boy's neck. Any watches? Jewelry? You're fucking rich, you have to have more. I have. He gulps as he takes off his watches, both are golden. Ragnarok throws them back to the other two. Anything else? That's all I have. The boy's eyes flicker. Please don't kill me. What about this? Ragnarok growls as he grabs something that was hanging from the boy's neck. It's a cross necklace. Please don't, that was a gift from my mother. This causes Ragnarok to tense. No one else seems to notice, but Maka saw it. Yeah. His voice is low, dark. Well, I have a fucking mom too. He rips the necklace from the boy's neck and throws it back. Now get the hell out of here. Ragnarok growls as he pushes the boy, causing him to fall. The boy doesn't waste time and takes off running. The cops will be here any minute. One masked person speaks frantically. We just robbed the son of one of richest guys here. Yeah, so fucking run. Don't stand there like a dumbass. Ragnarok snarls as he takes off running. The two others follow right after him. Maka decides to run after them. They all run for a while. Till they seem to be in another part of this town. Ragnarok takes off his mask, running a hand through his black hair. Yup, this is definably Ragnarok, but he's alive. He's solid. And his face isn't scarred. Are you sure it's safe to take our masks off now? That one boy pipes up. Shut the fuck up. Ragnarok growls as he looks down at the money and jewelry they're holding. How much did we get? Well, I think we can get 100 each for the watches and necklace. The boy speaks again, the other masked person not saying a word. Good. Ragnarok snatches the wallet and jewelry and starts walking away. Wait a minute. That boy shouts. You can't take it all. We have to split it. I'm not splitting shit, you dickheads didn't do anything but stand and watch. Ragnarok grunts, then his eyes narrow. Unless you want to fight me for this. And no, it's all yours. The boy backs up. Pussy. Ragnarok hisses before he walks away. Maka follows close behind him. The boy lets out a frustrated sigh after a while as he stops by a building. He leans against it as he digs into his pocket. Ragnarok pulls out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Maka watches as he puts a cigarette between his lips and then lights it. It's done in such a swift movement. He's done this plenty of times before. The boy leans his head back against the wall as he inhales the exhales, the smoke leaving his parted lips into the air. He has a hand in his pocket, his hair moving away from his face exposing his tan neck, his eyes half-lidded as he takes drags of his cigarette. The boy doesn't look calm but he doesn't look angry either. Just a in-between state. Maka frowns at this. She hates cigarettes just because Spirit smoked them. When she smells them she thinks of him. And she hates him. But watching this boy as he enjoys a cigarette, she can't help but to feel it fits him. It's almost attractive in a way. Most girls would probably think so. Maka doesn't know what to think about it. But does this really matter? He doesn't die from lung cancer. That she knows for sure. Ragnarok throws down the cigarette and puts it out with his foot before he starts walking again. They walk a while together. Maka watching as the boy glares at nothing, that irritated look coming back to his face. Things aren't any different. They stop at a pawn shop. One look at the sign and Ragnarok cusses. It's closed. Fuck. He growls as his fist balls into a fist. Shit. Ragnarok stares at the closed sign for a moment longer before he turns around, him marching with his chest puffing up, his eyes on fire. Maka just follows. The boy stops at a pharmacy. Her chest is getting tighter. Could he be? Maka follows the boy in. She can't help but to frown when Ragnarok walks up to the counter. The two speak hushly. Ragnarok hands him the money. And the man hands him a bag of a couple bottles. Ragnarok looks down at the bag like it's his saving grace. She sees relief flash through those blue eyes. Her heart sinks deeper. Maka follows the boy out of the pharmacy with a frown on her face. She doesn't want to watch this but she keeps walking with him. Ragnarok doesn't look as angry now, his face is blank but his eyes, they're shaking slightly. He grips the bag tightly in his hands. They walk for a long time. It's silent. The boy comes to a stop at a house. His eyes flash as they fall on it but he takes a deep breath and walks up to the front door. He takes keys out and unlocks it, walking in. The home is quiet. Plain. She didn't expect Ragnarok's place to look so clean. The boy marches through the house, his strides long but he comes to a complete stop in front of a door at the end of the hallway. His breathing is heavy but he takes a deep breath. Then he walks in, pushing the door so carefully. Hey mom, I'm back. Ragnarok speaks in a light voice, something she's never heard from him before. Maka's eyes fall on the bed in this small room. And she stops. A woman lays in the bed, her raven hair in her face as her eyes stare up blankly at the ceiling. Her eyes, they're blue like Ragnarok's but dull by the wall the pupils move, she can tell this woman is blind. Her mother and her used to volunteer to help the deaf and blind. She could never forgot a blind person's eyes, some are hard to tell but this woman it's obvious. This woman looks so pale, so sickly. Oh hi honey, you're back. The woman smiles at the opposite corner from where Ragnarok is standing, the smile is so weak. Is why your father home? No. Ragnarok keeps his voice light but Maka sees the fire in his eyes. He's off working. He's always working, isn't he? The woman sighs. Then she begins to cough. And it sounds horrible. Mom, you have to stay calm. Ragnarok moves over to his mother. Maka sees it, the concern in those blue eyes. He's always working. He has to, mom. Ragnarok grips his fist as he hands her the bag of bottles. The woman frowns and feels over it. He works hard for you to buy your medication. Maka's eyes get wide. He wasn't stealing money for himself, he was stealing it for his mother. Her heart tugs at this as she watches the bright smile coming to the woman's face. He does, doesn't he? I guess I just miss him, but what right do I have to complain? She chuckles sadly. He is keeping me alive. He works so hard for me. For us, I don't know what we would do without him. I don't know, mom. Ragnarok's eyes are on fire as he looks away from the woman gripping his fist so tight. I feel so bad that I make him have to work so much. The woman sniffles as she grips the bag. Don't. Ragnarok's voice isn't as light. This isn't your fault, mom. Here, let's get this into your system, it will take away the pain. Maka watches as the boy opens the bottle, handing her some pills. Ragnarok holds his mother's head up so she can take them. He holds her so gently. It hits a chord in Maka's heart. Suddenly everything fades away. That static hurting her ears. When the static clears, she's in what looks to be a apartment room. A boy sits on the couch, his spiky brown hair sticking up, his dark brown eyes staring at the TV blankly. He has a beer in one hand, and the remote in the other. Maka raises an eyebrow as she looks around. No signs of Ragnarok. Then the door opens. Ragnarok comes stumbling and his hair is messy, his blue eyes hazy. The boy on the couch jumps up at hearing the door, his brown eyes lighting up as he looks at Ragnarok. Damn, you look like fucking shit. The brown-haired boy grunts as studies the other boy. Where the hell have you been? You haven't been back here in fucking days. Shit man, it's been that long. Ragnarok puts a hand to his head and groans. I lost track of fucking time. No shit, Sherlock. The boy glares, but it falls at how messed up the raven-haired boy looks. Are you alright? You seriously look like shit. I'm fucking fine. Ragnarok throws a pair of panties towards the boy, hitting him in the face with it. Had too much pussy to count, got drunk off my ass, yeah, I'd say I'm fucking fine. You can do that shit here. The other boy growls as he throws the panties down. You get drunk off your ass here, and fuck people left and right. Our home doesn't have a place where you haven't fucked, so tell me, where the hell did you go? I went out. Ragnarok walks over to the small fridge and pulls out a beer. Don't you think you had enough? The other boy grumbles. I'm never satisfied. Ragnarok takes 2 large chugs and the beer is done for. I'll say, you're like a fucking black hole. The boy grunts. Hell yeah. Ragnarok cracks a drunken grin, causing the other boy to grin with him. She sees the teeth of the brown-haired boy. They're sharp. Because of you being gone, I've had to drink all these fucking beers alone. The boy grumbles. Do you know how boring it is to be drunk alone? Fuck, I can't even get you to do crazy shit like fucking. His grin grows as he chuckles. When I got you to sing fucking Barbie Girl. Shut the fuck up about that. Ragnarok snaps, his eyes flaring. I told you I'd beat the shit out of you if you ever brought it up again. Damn, chill out. It's not like you haven't got me to do some fucking embarrassing shit. The boy grumbles. Yeah, like that time I got you to lick that pole in fucking winter. Ragnarok starts chuckling. And we just got done watching the fucking Christmas Story, and you're going to do that shit. I was fucking wasted. You're still a dumbass when you're sober. Fuck you. He gives him the middle finger. Ragnarok returns it, smirking. I'm going to head to bed, haven't slept in days. The raven-haired boy starts to walk away. Hold up, man. The boy frowns slightly. You got something in the mail? Oh. Ragnarok turns to look at him. He raises an eyebrow as the boy hands him a letter. It's from your old man. Ragnarok's eyes flash with extreme hatred, but soon they dull. The boy pulls out his lighter. With a blank face he sets the letter on fire and watches it burn. Damn. The brown-haired boy frowns as he watches Ragnarok walk away, walking into a room and slamming the door. Maka followed Ragnarok into his room. The boy is sitting against the wall, his shaky hands pulling out a cigarette and putting it between his lips. He lights it and takes a drag. This fucking bastard. The boy's voice is so dark. He has the balls to send me a fucking letter after all the shit he's done. His eyes are on fire, that scowl on his face, his chest puffing up. You try to fucking talk to me now when she's fucking dead, when you're no longer fucking needed? That's real nice. Ragnarok punches the wall, the force leaves a dent in the wall as he pants. All of this is your fucking fault. The boy suddenly turns towards her, his glare so dark, so dangerous. Maka flinches. I hope you fucking burn in hell. Hell is too good for you, you fucking bastard. Ragnarok roars as he turns and punches the wall again. He punches it till his hand is bleeding. The boy pants and leans his head against the wall. She's fucking dead and it's all your fault. The boy's voice is shaky. Maka's chest tightens at the look in his eyes. She sees deep hate, but she also sees the pain. Ragnarok. Maka reaches out, wanting to offer some comfort. Right when she's about to touch him, everything fades away. Maka's eyes open slowly, her mind still humming. All she sees is blue, piercing blue. Ragnarok is staring at her with nothing but shock on his face. She still cups his cheeks in her hands, her forehead is resting against his. He looks her in the eyes, his eyes widen are bright with surprise. Maka smiles at him sadly. She wonders if he knows what she saw. Get the fuck off me. His eyes go back to normal but his face still looks shocked. When she doesn't move, he shoves her. Maka backs up just a little. Her eyes roam his body and she can't help but to be relieved. There are no bite marks. The boy is no longer fated. Ragnarok is studying her as much as she is him. Suddenly his eyes burn with fire, his chest puffing up. Here we go. What the fuck did you do? He snaps as he grabs her wrist and pulls her hand roughly towards him. What are you dash? She stops when her eyes fall on her hand, the one that wasn't hurt. It's completely fucked up now, it's burned and ugly looking. Ragnarok's face is a scowl as he looks at it, then his eyes fall on hers and they're burning. How fucking stupid can you get? You knew you didn't have your powers. You caused a fucking second rebound, you could have been killed, dumbass. He's shouting at her as he throws her hand back. I saved you, didn't I? Maka winces at him being rough with her hand. I'm already fucking dead. You're not. What the hell is wrong with you? But you almost faded away and you were hurt. Maka speaks firmly, looking him in those piercing eyes. I couldn't just sit there and let you go, I told you, you're stuck with me. Ragnarok's scowl falls for a moment as he looks at her. His eyes flash and he grips his fist as he gets up. He starts to fade away. Wait. Maka stands up. Sit your ass down. He's almost gone. Are you coming back? She frowns. Ragnarok stops and looks at her. He puts a hand to his heart and looks away. He looks in pain. Just sit your ass down. He disappears. Maka's hand is really stinging now. It hurts and she can't help but to whimper. Ragnarok reappears right in front of her with aloe and bandages in his hands. Can't believe this shit. The boy grumbles as he kneels in front of her, his eyes back on fire as he grabs her wrist and yanks her arm towards him. Of all the stupidest things to do, you're such a fucking dumbass. He takes some aloe out and rubs it on her hand. He's pressing too hard, causing her to have to bite her lip to hold back a cry of pain. I don't think it was stupid. She snaps. I saved your fucking ass. You should be thanking me, you dick. Save me? I'm already fucking dead. He growls as he rips open the bandages with his teeth and starts to wrap her hand up. You didn't save shit. Fine, I didn't save you. She takes a deep breath. But you were in pain at least and I helped you. I don't think that was stupid of me. Ragnarok stops mid-rap. He slowly looks up at her, this odd look on his face. Oh really? You don't think it was fucking stupid hurting yourself over healing me? Better yet, almost killing yourself to heal me? Someone who is already dead. You may be dead, but you're still Ragnarok. His eyes flash but she keeps her eyes firm. I don't think it was stupid at all. You have saved me so many times, I owe you, and even if I didn't I still would have done it. Why? Why would you fucking do that? The boy looks away from her, that glare on his face. Because you're a part of Krona, a part of me. She closes her eyes. Because I care about you like I do, Krona. Maka hears him take a intake of breath. She opens her eyes to see the boy staring at her. Ragnarok searches her eyes, his hand twitches slightly as it gets closer to her. But he ends up only gripping his fist and looking away. But Maka sees the slight tint of his cheeks, but soon it's gone. You fucking care about me? He scoffs, but it's soft as he looks back at her hand and starts to wrap it up. Yes, that's why I fucking did this shit, even though you're being a dick about it. Maka snaps. But that's not anything new. Bitch, fuck you. He growls as he tightens his grip on her hand. She yelps and he loosens his hold of her hand. He has this weird look in his eyes before he starts to wrap her hand again. Just shut the fuck up. He snarls. Are you okay? What? He stops and looks up at her. I said, are you okay? His face falls and he looks away. He doesn't answer her as he finishes the wrapping. There. He pushes her hand away. This boy is burning holes into the wall. Is he not even grateful for what she did? This ass. Maka feels a anger burn her, but she just sighs and lets it pass. She still needs answers. What happened to you, Ragnarok? Maka watches the boy. You had spider bites all over your body. I'll tell you what happened, that bitch fucked me over. Ragnarok's eyes are on fire, that scowl on his face. Who? Who do you think? That fucking witch. Ragnarok growls. She fucking needs to keep me out of her family problems. Medusa. She raises an eyebrow. She sent me out today to get you this. The boy holds out his hand, he closes it. When he reopens it, something is in it. A spider sits in the palm of his hand, its 8 small eyes looking at her. Its fangs are large. The spider is green and red. It's dangerous looking. Why the hell would I want that? She moves back in alarm. It's supposed to help you out with your fucking powers. Ragnarok grumbles, looking down at the spider. This is one of her sister's favorite spiders. You don't know the fucking shit I had to do to get it. Okay, so how the hell is that supposed to help me? How the fuck should I know? It just has to bite you and I guess your powers will be back. He snaps, but his eyes are odd. I'm not letting that fucking thing bite me. Maka shakes her head. No way in hell. Don't be such a fucking baby. You want your powers back, don't you? He growls. Yeah, but... Maka eyes the spider wryly. Those are some big ass fangs. I got bitten by hundreds of these fucking things to get this for you. He takes a step forward. You can handle fucking one. But Medusa sent you to get this. Maka frowns. What if this is a poisonous spider and she's trying to kill me? Trust me, if she wanted to kill you she wouldn't use fucking poison. He grumbles in a low voice. She likes to use her own hands. Why is she trying to help me then? She snaps. Hell, like I know, I'm just following orders. He glares at her. I don't trust her. Maka takes a step back. What choice do you have? If you don't get your fucking powers back you're going to die. Ragnarok snaps. I almost didn't make it in time to save you, now I won't always fucking be there. Maka frowns. With the demon getting stronger and now Justin doing some freaky shit. She needs her powers. But can she really trust this spider? Really trust Medusa? No, she can't. But what choice does she have? Maka looks at the spider, eyes its fangs. Then again, she really doesn't like spiders. Fucking take it. Ragnarok snarls as he pushes it towards her. You'll be fine. The boy is shoving the spider towards her, his hand is steady, but Maka sees the slight shaking of his eyes. At the same time it seems he wants her to take it, it also seems like he doesn't want her to take it. Maka takes a deep breath. Here we go. Maka holds out her hand. The spider crawls from Ragnarok's hand into hers. Maka gets goosebumps as the bug crawls up to her wrist. It stops right on a vein that is slightly popping out. Then it sinks its fangs in. Holy fucking shit. Maka screams as she grabs her wrist, knocking the spider off and stomping down on it with her feet. It fucking burns. It hurts. Ragnarok's eyes get wide when she falls to her knees, screaming out in pain. Fuck, what the hell? Ragnarok gets on his knees in front of her and starts shaking her. Stop fucking screaming, it can't be that bad. Maka's screams die on her lips as her eyes flutter back. The boy grabs her so she doesn't fall, she stays limp in his arms. Hey. Ragnarok shakes her roughly. Stop being fucking dramatic. You're fucking fine. Maka doesn't respond. Hey. Hey, get up, bitch. He slaps her in the face. Maka doesn't respond. Maka. The boy's voice is almost quiet. The girl doesn't move. He puts his hands on her neck, over her pulse. The boy takes an intake of breath. No. 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 Ragnarok growls as he shakes the girl viciously. Get the fuck up, you bitch. You can't fucking die. What the hell? Get up now. The boy punches her in the face, hits her in the gut, but there is no movement in her. You can't do all this shit to me and then just fucking His breathing is uneven, his hits stopping. You can't be dead, bitch. The girl doesn't move. Medusa. Ragnarok roars. What the fuck did you get me to do? You said it would fucking help her. There is no response. Fuck. He pulls Maka's body close to him, holding her limp body against himself. I killed her. Ragnarok touches her face, feeling the bruises from where he had hit her. Why the hell did I even have to meet you? Why the fuck did you save me? You would still be alive if you weren't such a dumb bitch. His voice is a dark growl. Do you know how this makes me feel? To hold you when you're lifeless? And I fucking caused it. He breathes heavy. The boy chuckles darkly. God damn it, it looks like I fucking cared about you too well. It doesn't fucking matter now, you're dead. So you do care about me? Maka's eyes suddenly open, her green orbs looking at him. Holy shit, you're alive. Ragnarok jumps, his eyes wide as he looks her over, seeing her chest move when it wasn't a second ago. But you were just fucking dead. Yeah, I was just pretending. She gives him a lopsided smile. I wasn't planning on dragging it out for so long, but you started saying some interesting things and I couldn't stop, so yeah. Ragnarok's mouth is open, his eyes wide. His mouth closes. Ragnarok blinks. You fucking bitch. Ragnarok's eyes catch on fire, his teeth are bared as he grabs her by the neck, choking her. I'll fucking kill you for this. I'll finish what that spider fucking started. I'm sorry. Maka wheezes. I couldn't help it. Oh yeah? And I can't fucking help this. He bangs her head against the floor, her face is changing colors. Ragnarok lets out a frustrated growl as he lets go of her. I can't believe you fucking did that. He screeches, his eyes still on fire. You fucking had me all worried and... The boy stops, his face tinting a little when Maka grins at him. So you do care about me? Get that fucking grin off your face before I break it off. Ragnarok snaps, but his face gets a little darker as he looks away and glares. Come on, admit it. Maka leans closer. You care about me. You were freaking the fuck out when you thought I was dead. Only because I knew Krona was going to bitch me to death about killing his bitch. Ragnarok growls, but he still isn't looking at her. Oh really? I recall you saying something like, it looks like I fucking did care about you too. Maka smirks when his blush darkens. You fucking said so yourself. I didn't know what I was saying. He snaps. I'm serious, keep fucking grinning, I'm going to knock the shit out of you. Why is it such a big deal? You care about me, so what? Maka sighs. Just admit it. I'm not admitting anything when there isn't anything to admit. You know what? Fine. You don't have to, I already know. She smirks at him. You don't know shit. He snaps and pushes her. Maka grabs his arm, stopping her fall. Someone is violent. She tilts her head. Seriously, what's the big deal? I can say I care about you and you don't see me trying to beat the shit out of you. I don't care about anyone. He growls. Well, you know that isn't true. Fuck you. He snarls. Maka just shrugs and looks away, a glare on her face. They're silent for a moment. Maka starts to take off her hand wrappings. Her hands are completely healed, and her face is no longer bruised. So I'm guessing the spider fucking worked. Ragnarok grumbles, looking at her from the corner of his eye. Yup. She smirks, but then it falls. It did fucking hurt though. You're just a fucking baby. Ragnarok grunts. At least I don't run from my feelings. The boy turns on her, his chest puffing up as he tackles her, pinning her to the floor. Watch it. His voice is dark, his teeth bared. I don't run from anything. Then admit it. She looks him in the eyes when the boy tenses. I don't think you're a complete bitch. They're happy. He sighs as he gets off her. I guess that will do for now. She hums. For now. His eye twitches. Bitch, be happy with that. I'm never satisfied. She states his own words. His face falls, something flashing through his eyes. You saw that. He looks away from her, his voice odd. Yeah. She frowns slightly. A awkward silence falls over them. Ragnarok's bangs are coving his eyes, his fist is gripped. You did the right thing. Maka breaks the silence. With your mother. I don't care if it was fucking right or wrong. Ragnarok's voice is low. I know. Maka watches him closely. I wouldn't either if it was my mother. More silence. What happened to her? Maka questions quietly. I don't want to fucking talk about it. He growls, gripping his fist. I don't know how you were fucking able to see that, but you weren't meant to. It's none of your fucking business. Don't ask about it. Don't talk about it. That shit is in the past, it doesn't matter anymore. His voice is dark but it's almost shaky. Okay. She speaks softly. I won't. I'm sorry. He doesn't respond. Silence falls over them. I guess I should get Krona. Ragnarok runs a hand through his dark hair and sighs. I have to warn you, he's going to be pretty fucked up. What do you mean? Maka raises an eyebrow. Medusa put him out. Ragnarok grunts. He's been sleeping all damn day, and when I wake him up, he'll think it's morning. Why did she do that? She does it when I'm sent off. It's hard to explain, but when Krona is out like that, I'm able to travel fairer away from him. Ragnarok looks her in the eyes. This whole spider thing stays between us, got it? Why can't he know? Just trust me, alright? Ragnarok snaps. Whatever. Maka crosses her arms. Krona's going to be acting different, and it's just the spell wearing off, okay? Ragnarok cracks a grin. It's fucking hilarious. Before Maka can ask, the boy is gone. She looks down at her fingers and can't help but to smirk. She has her powers back. Justin will be sorry. They all will be sorry. That voice crackles. Maka scratches where the spider bit her, that smirk growing. When the spider bit her, she felt such power shoot through her veins. It was so dark, so overwhelming. It really did hurt. The main reason Maka pretended to pass out was so she wouldn't have to look at Ragnarok. She wanted to hurt him. And she knew she could. With this new power she can hurt the dead. Maka doesn't want to hurt him or Krona. But she knows it will be harder now. She got her power back, but it came with a price. She knows she will pay for it somehow. The door opens. Maka looks over towards it and can't help but to raise an eyebrow. Krona stumbles in, his hair sticking up and all over the place, his blue eyes hazy with this goofy smile on his face. Oh my god, Maka! He squeals so loud Maka winces as he runs to her, falling on her with his arms wide open. Good morning, why you beautiful angel, why you? Good morning, Krona. Maka smiles a little when he looks at her with those half-lidded eyes. Ragnarok reappears next to her, a grin already on his face. I didn't want to get up. But then Ragnarok reminded me about you and I was like, oh my god, Maka, so then I came here and I was like, oh my god, Maka. And then I hugged you. He gives her a lopsided smile. And that's how we are here right now. Thanks for explaining this to me, Krona, even if it pretty much just happened. Maka chuckles. Oh okay, so guys, I have to tell you about this crazy dream I had. Krona pulls away to look at the two people in front of him. Why you both were in it. And it was crazy, and yeah, why you need to hear it. Okay, so tell us. Maka and Ragnarok can't help their smirks. Okay. So are you guys ready for this? Yup. Are you sure you're ready for this? Yes. Are you sure you're ready for this? Krona, get the fuck on with it. Ragnarok snaps. Oh okay. Krona does a twirl on his heel before giving them that goofy smile. Maka can't help but to giggle. So I had a dream that we all worked at McDonald's. McDonald's? Maka blinks. Why yeah. Maka was a cook, I was a cashier, and our Ragnarok cleaned the bathrooms. What a fitting job for you, Ragnarok. Maka sneakers. Shut the hell up, bitch, you probably poisoned those people with your cooking. He snaps. And no, Maka was a great cook. And Ragnarok, you loved your job too, why you were singing while cleaning the toilets. Ah. Maka chuckles. I must have been fucking high in your dream. The boy grunts as he gives Maka his middle finger. I don't think so, but anyway. Krona's eyes get wide suddenly. A really big scary man came in and he ordered the whole menu. I was scared of him, so I threw a Big Mac at him and he swallowed it whole. His eyes keep getting wider and wider. Me and Maka threw so many Big Macs, but this G guy wasn't going down. He wouldn't leave either. We threw Big Macs at a customer. Maka cracks a smile. Aren't we employees of the month? Maka, the guy was scary. He came over and sat on your face. Krona does a twirl with his arms up like a ballerina. Maka blinks. What the fuck? Maka can't help but laugh. See what I tell you, dot. Ragnarok chuckles. It's like he's fucking drunk. I am not drunk, guys. I am just telling you about my dream, gosh. He flips his hair. Maka and Ragnarok crack up more. So what happened next? Some fat ass was sitting on my face. Did you save me, Krona? I tried to, but he was so fat. His eyes get wide. I had to bait him off with a donut. Oh. Then the man went to the bathroom. He was in there a long time. Our Ragnarok went in after him to do his job. Krona bows his head. And he never came back out. The smell killed him. He died with a smile frozen on the face, hanging over his favorite toilet to clean. Oh my god. Maka can't help but to crack up, holding her stomach. I fucking died because a dude took a shit. Ragnarok grunts. Damn, what the hell, did he shit out a bomb? Oh, it was something. Me and Maka shoved French fries in our ears and we were saved. Krona looks back up, that goofy smile returning. Don't worry, Ragnarok, we gave you a proper burial. We flushed you down your favorite toilet. What? Maka has tears at the corner of her eyes at this point. You flushed me down the fucking toilet. Ragnarok growls. I'm not a fucking fish. Anyway. He does a twirl. After we flushed Ragnarok, that man came back. I was so scared, but then suddenly a super huge duck busted through McDonald's and ate the man. Krona stops spinning and bows. The end. Wow, that was a awesome dream, Krona. Maka takes a breath. I think my favorite part was when Ragnarok got flushed down the toilet. Mine too. Krona cheers. Fuck you both. Ragnarok's eyes twitches. I'll flush you both down a damn toilet. Guys. Krona suddenly shouts, causing both Maka and Ragnarok to wince. Damn, chill the fuck out. Ragnarok snaps. Oh, sorry. Krona smiles sheepishly. Guys. He whispers. What? Maka can't help her smirk. I think my dream was trying to tell me that we all need to get a job at McDonald's. His eyes light up in excitement. We totally should do it. Yeah, I'm sure Ragnarok can't wait to clean those toilets. Bitch, I'll clean those toilets with your face. I am sad. Krona suddenly flops down on the floor with a frown on his face. Why, Krona? Maka gets closer to the boy. I am just kidding. He jumps up, tackling her. I am super happy because you're here, Maka. He nuzzles his head against hers. Why, you make me so happy, I feel like I could spout wings and fly like a butterfly. Oh. Maka chuckles. Gay. Ragnarok grumbles. She makes me feel like I fucking died all over again. Maka gives him the middle finger, which he returns. You're so cute, Maka. Krona gets closer, whispering close to her face. It's your face, god, I just love your face. It's like looking at the sun without it hurting my eyes. You're what's cute, Krona. Maka pecks his forehead, causing that goofy smile to grow. Shucks, Maka. He blushes and starts to shift. Shucks. Maka chuckles. Group hug. Krona suddenly roars as he latches onto Maka and looks at Ragnarok. Come on, Ragnarok, group hug. Hell no. He grunts. Come on, Ragnarok. Please. Fuck off, Krona. Ragnarok, don't be like that. Maka smirks. Why, yeah, don't be like that. Krona pouts. I'm not hugging you two dumbasses. Please. Krona and Maka whine. Fucking no. We'll sing it. They both get this creepy smile on their faces. Ragnarok crosses his arms and looks away with that glare. Should I start the honors? Krona smrks at Maka. Yes, I believe you should. Hey Barbie. Suddenly there's strong arms around the both of them. You want me to fucking hug you? Okay then. Ragnarok grins heavily as he tightens his grip around them. They struggle with him, both being crushed. I am done with this noise. Krona suddenly ducks under Ragnarok's grip, leaving him only squeezing Maka. The boy tenses as the two get closer. Well, hello there Ragnarok. Maka smirks as she wraps her arms around him. Come here often. Shut the hell up. His eye twitches but he doesn't let her go. Hey. Krona suddenly shouts, causing them to look over at him. He's pouting with his arms crossed. What? Ragnarok snaps. Gee, get your hands off my woman. Krona's eyes narrow. P-punk. What are you going to do about it? Ragnarok raises an eyebrow as he pulls Maka closer. Oh, nothing. Krona looks at his fingernails lazily. I don't really have to. It's not like you're a threat. What the fuck are you trying to say? Ragnarok, you're as good as getting girls as a rock. Alright, you little shit. Ragnarok lets go of her to tackle the boy, putting him in a headlock. I've had more pussy than you will ever have. I'm not no good with the ladies? Bitch, you are a lady. See? You're not good with ladies. Why you don't put a girl in a headlock, but I'll look at you now. Shut the fuck up. Ragnarok growls as he digs his knuckles on the top of his head. Oh ow. Ragnarok, I was just playing. Krona whines, struggling with the other boy. JGs can't take a joke, can you? Fuck you. The other boy throws him down. In your dreams. Krona flips his hair. You little dash. Ragnarok's eyes flare as he reaches out to grab him. Aw, come on Ragnarok. Maka grabs him by the shoulder and he stops as he glares at her. You got to admit that was a good one. Maka chuckles. Whatever. He grumbles. But Maka. Krona suddenly gets upright in her face. That dream can be a reality for you. He gives her a wink. Oh. Maka chuckles. Why yes, this package is all yours. He wiggles his eyebrows. Maka can't help but to crack up. She actually has to lean on Ragnarok. That was too much. You're fucking goofy. Ragnarok grunts but his lips are twitching up into a smirk. And no, I'm sexy. Krona takes off his gown and starts to swirl it above his head with him being all exposed. Put your fucking clothes on. Ragnarok seeches as he looks away, his eyes on fire. Maka falls to her knees, holding her gut. Why, you're just jealous of my junk. Krona gives him a lopsided smile as he puts his hands on his hips. Feast your eyes. I'm not jealous of shit. And like hell if I'm looking at that, save that for her, not me. Ragnarok growls. Bitch, I'm twice the size of you. Maka, I feel like dancing for you. He starts to walk around her on his tiptoes. Maka is about to die, she is laughing so hard. He stops in front of her, and looks down at her seriously. Dance with me, Maka. He grabs her and pulls her up. How? Maka wipes the tears from her eyes. Dance with me, Maka. He throws his arms in the air, moving them side to side as he steps sideways on his tippy toes. Dance the dance of life. Krona bumps into the wall with this awkward dance and falls to the floor. He just knocked himself out. Maka is wheezing, she's laughing so hard as she falls to her knees. What the fuck? Maka is crying as she holds Krona close to her. I don't know. Ragnarok is chuckling now. That was fucking insane. Maka keeps laughing and soon Ragnarok joins her, fully cracking up. That was just too funny. The best part about this. Ragnarok takes a breath. He won't remember a fucking thing. I think that's for the best. Maka coughs a little as she puts Krona's gown back on. He would die of embarrassment. He almost dies in embarrassment over the dumbest shit. He chuckles. So what should we do about him? Maka pokes Krona's cheek. He's completely out. I won't be able to get him back, his body is too messed up for the walk back to his room. Ragnarok looks at her. Lay him in bed with you, the bitch will be happy waking up to you. Ah yay, I get to sleep with him again. Maka smirks as she points to Krona, his body lifting up. She gently places him on the bed with the blanket falling over him with her command. This feels so fucking good. Maka giggles as she scratches the spider bite. I missed my powers so much. Don't get carried away. Ragnarok grunts, eyeing her wryly. Remember, you try anything, I'm taking your ass out. I got it, I got it. Maka bites her lip and she stops giggling. She walks over to the bed and gets in the blankets with Krona, giving the boy a soft kiss on the lips. Ragnarok just stays where he is, his arms are crossed. Maka catches how his eyes flash with longing. But he just looks away. You know. Maka smiles over at him. Krona feels pretty loose to me. Yeah. He doesn't look at her. You could join us and enjoy the feeling. She tilts her head. Ragnarok doesn't respond. She sighs and lays back down. Soon she feels Krona's body jerk and she knows he's inside of him. Now I know this feeling. The boy smirks as he opens Krona's hazy eyes. It brings back memories. Ragnarok puts his hands behind his head and looks at the ceiling. Maka turns on her back and just stares up with him. They're silent. Thank you. Her eyes widen slightly as she looks over at Ragnarok. He's burning holes into the ceiling. For what? For earlier. He grunts, not looking at her. Even though, it was fucking stupid. No problem. She smiles at him, ignoring his last comment. They're silent again. Were you really worried about me? Ragnarok's voice is odd. Even though I'm already dead? Of course I was worried. Maka sighs. I was freaking the fuck out, you should have saw me. It doesn't matter if you're dead or not, I've already told you. You're Ragnarok, and I can't stand around while you're in pain. You're so fucking stupid. He growls, but it's soft. Maka catches the slight tint of his cheeks before the lights turn out. It's completely black. Maka screams, gripping her hair. She feels arms around her and soon she's being pressed against Krona's chest. Calm the fuck down, you're fine. Ragnarok growls in her ear, but she continues to scream. It's too dark, I need light. Tears start to fall down her face. I can't get the fucking night light, it's broke. What do you mean it broke? How? It just did okay. He snaps. But I need. Maka whimpers into his chest. Her tears are soaking him. Hey. He lifts her head up roughly. Stop fucking crying. She doesn't. I want my mom. She hiccups. Ragnarok tenses. His fingers gently wipe away her tears, handling her with care. She isn't here. Ragnarok's voice is soft almost as he leans closer. But I am. The boy's lips press against her own. Maka tenses, her tears slowly stopping as she clings on his gown. Ragnarok's hands fall to her waist as he pulls her closer. His kiss is rough, but it's comforting. Maka can't think right now as her lips move naturally against his, her cheeks tinting. She's kissing Krona. But Ragnarok has control, so she's kissing Ragnarok? It doesn't feel wrong. It just feels different. Her thoughts soon melt away along with her consciousness. She feels the boy pull away, his lips leaving hers. That got you to shut the fuck up, huh? His voice is husky, his breath against her lips. Maka falls asleep against his chest. She forgot about the darkness. She only felt him. Now she feels nothing. It all fades away. Chapter 34. Maka is getting poured down on by rain. But she doesn't feel it. She doesn't feel anything. In front of her stands Ragnarok with his back turned to her. Maka frowns at how soaked he is, his black clothing is clinging to his body, his head is bowed. She slowly walks around so she can see what he's looking at. Her breath hitches as it hits her. She looks around at the empty chairs and the abandoned stand. Ragnarok is wearing all black like he usually is, but it's more dresser. Instead of a t-shirt it's a button-down shirt with dress pants. Maka already knows what he's looking at. And it hurts her. She takes a deep breath as her eyes fall on a tombstone in front of the boy. It's nicely polished flesh new. It's too dark from the rain to read the name on the stone, but she doesn't have to know who it is. Ragnarok's bangs are covering his eyes, his fist is gripped. His raven hair is slicked to his face. Maka doesn't know how long he's been out here in the rain, but it's obvious the funeral ended a long time ago. She frowns as she looks at the boy. She knows his pain. Maka takes a step closer, reaching out a hand to offer comfort. But her hand just goes through him. There's nothing she can do. Ragnarok stood alone in the rain in front of his mother's grave. And she can't help him. Oh my! Someone gasps, breaking the silence. Maka watches as a woman dressed in a long black dress comes running over to the boy with an umbrella. She can't help but to notice her round stomach and how it sticks out a little oddly. What are you doing still here? I thought you went home. We went there to look for you. The woman pants as she puts the umbrella under the both of them, frowning at how soaked Ragnarok is. You're soaking wet. You're going to catch your death out here. Ragnarok doesn't respond. He doesn't move. Your mother was a wonderful woman. She smiles sadly down at the tombstone. Always gave to the poor and went to church on Sundays, such a good Catholic woman, but do not be sad about your mother's death. She's in heaven now, smiling down at us from the glory of God's kingdom. Ragnarok doesn't respond. Come on, let's go home now. She smiles at him. It's been a long day, I know, but I'm sure you'll like it at my place, and the school is a lot nicer than the one you go to now, not as many godless people you know. Ragnarok doesn't move. Come. She puts a hand on his shoulder. Give me a minute, all right? The boy snaps. Both Maka and the woman flinch at how dark his voice is, how low it is. Okay. The woman looks slightly hurt up. She starts to walk away. I'll be waiting in the car for you, nephew. Maka watches Ragnarok closely as she walks away. The boy's head slowly starts to lift up. Maka's chest hurts from pain and slight fear. His eyes. They're nothing but hatred. No sorrow. Just hatred. His piercing blue eyes look so dark. They look black right now. His dark hair sticks to his cheeks as he grips his fist so tight. He killed you. The boy growls, sounding like a demon. If I ever find him, Mom, I swear on your grave I will fucking kill him for what he's done to you. Maka moves out of his way when the boy turns around and begins to march out of the graveyard. Looking truly like a grim reaper. His eyes, she will never forget them. She's seen him angry. But she's never seen something that intense. Maka's left standing there, gripping her heart as she looks back down at the tombstone. Looking at his mother's grave. She died. Ragnarok. She speaks softly, something tugging inside her. He does know her pain. He understands. Underneath all of that asshole routine. He cares somewhat. Everything fades away, that annoying static hurting her ears. When her sight comes back. She's standing in what looks to be a school cafeteria. Maka raises an eyebrow as she looks around the room at all the kids looking for Ragnarok. He's not hard to find. The boy is sitting off by himself in a corner. Maka winces a little. That hatred is still there. Not as intense, but she sees it. And it's scary. With the boy's dark hair and those eyes and that deep, deep scowl on his face. He looks evil. Dangerous. But Maka knows better. He's just hurt. Everyone else doesn't see that though. Look at that freak. He's just glaring at everyone like he wants to kill us. She hears a girl squeak. He does. Don't you know he does talk to anyone here? Like since he's come to our school he has been nothing but trouble. I think he's kinda cute past the "I'm going to kill you" part. That's what makes you the dumb blonde of our group. Maka sighs as she walks closer to Ragnarok so she doesn't have to hear that anymore. The boy is just glaring at everyone and everyone is trying their hardest not to look at him. Maka has to admit he looks like a total badass. He's dangerous. He has been since he was alive. Whenever someone would get close to his table, his eyes would flash and his chest would puff up. So yeah, people are staying far away from him. Maka can't help to not see he isn't the only one sitting alone. A couple tables down, that brown-haired boy is sitting by himself. And he looks almost as pissed off as Ragnarok. When people get close to him, he bares his sharp teeth and they take off running. The two boys' eyes meet. They both glare holes into each other before looking away. There was no recognition in those eyes, no fondness or anything. Just hatred. Everything fades away with the static. When she can see again, she's outside of a school. Ragnarok is walking out of it with that glare frozen on his face. That brown-haired boy is walking close by, but she can tell they're not walking together. They both still look pissed off. Hey, Shark Teeth and Raven. Some boy shouts behind them, and he isn't alone. The two boys keep walking. A crowd of boys their age suddenly surround them, causing them to stop. There has to be about 15 teenage boys in this crowd. The two boys don't look scared at all. Just pissed. We're tired of you two scaring the fucking students here and acting like you own the place. A boy growls. You're just a couple of freaks who have overstayed their welcome. Ragnarok doesn't say anything, but she can see his chest start to puff up. All of you fuck off. The brown-haired boy growls, showing his teeth. I don't care how many of you there are, I will beat the shit out of all of you if you don't get out my fucking way. We don't have to beat you, your father does that for us. One boy smiles smugly. Maka sees something snap in the brown-haired boy as he roars and cringes for the boy that said that. Unfortunately, with all the other boys, they easily throw him back. One punches the brown-haired boy right in the face, causing him to fall back next to Ragnarok. Ragnarok looks down at the other boy as he wipes the blood from his busted lip and stands up. You're not going to bully anyone anymore. One boy pipes up, sending the two boys a glare. This is where it stops. I don't fucking bully anyone. The brown-haired boy snaps. You're the dickheads who start shit. Enough, let's fucking give these two what they deserve. With that, all the boys charge. That's when Ragnarok's eyes flash and he grips his fist. 2 against 15. This isn't fair at all. Ragnarok and the brown-haired boy exchange a look before they both roar and charge for their common enemies. Maka can't even explain how epic this is. Ragnarok growls like an animal as he takes down boy after boy, that hatred turning his eyes almost black as punches the shit out of anyone he gets his hands on. Suddenly a couple boys grab his arms, holding so he can't use them. Maka's eyes get wide as they force Ragnarok down. The boy is roaring, trashing in their grip. It's taking 6 other boys to hold him down. You piece of shit. A boy chuckles in front of him before he starts to punch Ragnarok in the face, not holding anything back. I'll break that fucking scowl into your face. Ragnarok can't block, can't fight back. He's getting his face busted up. Maka feels a deep anger burn her. This isn't fair. This. Suddenly the boys holding Ragnarok's arms are knocked off of him. Maka's eyes widen as she watches as the brown-haired boy roars as he beats the shit out of the boys holding on to Ragnarok. The raven-haired boy doesn't waste time when he's free and tackles the boy that was punching him in the face. His eyes, they're black. He hits the boy again. And again. And again. Blood spats on the sidewalk as he grabs his face and hits it against the concrete. Ragnarok is soon tackled off the unconcise boy he was pummeling, but he just flips the boy off him. There's a cry of pain that causes Ragnarok to look behind him. The brown-haired boy isn't doing so well. He's on the floor with 5 guys kicking him. His nose is bleeding. Ragnarok grinds his teeth as he charges for them. He kicks one guy in the back, causing him to hit his face on the concrete. He punches another in the gut, causing him to fall to his knees. Ragnarok takes them all out, his eyes still black with hate. Let's get the fuck out of here. The reminder boys take off running at seeing what Ragnarok did to those other boys. The brown-haired boy pants as he watches them leave, then he looks up at Ragnarok. Ragnarok looks down at him. They both are hurt, but not as bad as what they did to those boys. The brown-haired boy gives him a sharp grin as he gets up, wiping blood from his chin. Ragnarok just stares at him a moment before he turns and walks away. Alright, fine, don't say anything. The other boy grumbles, his eye twitching. Everything fades away. Maka's back in the cafeteria. Ragnarok is glaring and sitting alone like before, but the brown-haired boy suddenly walks up to him. They stare at each other for a moment before the brown-haired boy sits down at the table with Ragnarok. Ragnarok doesn't really look mad, but he doesn't look happy either. Hey. The other boy grunts. Hey. Holy shit, you fucking talk. The brown-haired boy looks at him with shock. I'm pretty sure most human beings have the ability to fucking talk. Ragnarok snaps, sending him a glare with those eyes. I just choose not to talk. I'm not wasting my breath on dumbasses. Don't have to get all pissy with me. The brown-haired boy snaps back, his eye twitching. Why are you fucking sitting here? Ragnarok grips his fist. This question causes the other boy's face to fall. He stares at him a moment before he scratches his cheek. I just wanted to say thanks for helping me out yesterday. The boy grumbles. I didn't get to say it before you marched off, so there. Don't fucking thank me, I didn't have a choice. Ragnarok grunts. They were attacking me, I was fighting for myself, not you. Still, you saved my ass. The brown-haired boy's eye twitches. Just take the damn thank you. You know I don't do this shit all the time. Ragnarok just glares at him. Holy shit, do you see that? Someone shouts, causing both boys to look at the girl that's pointing at them. Those two guys are sitting together. The whole cafeteria starts to mumble amongst themselves. Are they friends now? I heard they teamed up and beat the shit out of 15 dudes for no reason. They're dangerous enough alone, but together. No one's safe. I'm so scared. Terrifying. Monsters. Demons. Ragnarok and the other boy flip off the whole cafeteria. They slowly look at each other's middle finger, then they lock gazes. The brown-haired boy gives him a sharp grin. Ragnarok stares at him a moment before he gives him a smug smirk back. That's when everything fades away. Maka sighs, already knowing where she is before she opens her eyes. She's in the fireplace room, sitting in that chair. But as she opens her eyes, she notices it's a little different. The room is covered in spider webs. It's unsettling. This place has become a dump. That other girl chuckles in her cage. If you let me out, I could clean up for you. Fuck off. Maka growls. It's just some spider webs, no big deal. But when there's a spider web, there's a spider. The girl's smile is sinister. You have added fuel to the fire, you stupid girl. What? Maka stops when her eyes fall on the huge spider that has appeared in the cage with the other girl. The girl laughs madly as the spider latches onto her, sinking its fangs in her neck. The spider turns into black liquid and enters the bite on the other girl. She falls back and it all goes quiet. Maka stares at the other girl, her chest tightening up. Ah! The girl screams as she grabs the bars of the cage and struggles with it. What the fuck have you done to me? It hurts. You bitch. Maka's eyes get wide as the other girl turns green and her eyes turn black. Let me the fuck out of here. She roars as she rams the bars to the cage, still howling in pain. Hell no. Maka looks away from her. You will fucking pay for this. What hurts me hurts you, you stupid bitch. She roars. Maka just ignores her. Fine, don't talk to me. A sick smile rips out on the in-pain girl. You have someone else who wants to talk to you though. Maka then hears a door open behind her. A feeling of dread grips her heart as she looks behind her chair. No. Kid stands in the room, his golden eyes are on fire as they lock on her. There you are. He growls as he takes a step closer. I've been looking everywhere for you, Maka, it's been a while, hasn't it? He takes out an axe and cross. Maka's chest tightens in a panic. She wills for her powers to stop him, but nothing happens. I'm not helping you. The girl crackles as Kid walks slowly towards her. Kid. She almost whimpers as she gets up and moves away from the boy. Don't speak my name, you disgusting creature. He snarls as he tackles her, pinning her against the wall, his lips are close to hers. How dare you take my heart? How dare you break it? I will make you feel pain, Maka, I will make you scream, witch. He pulls up the axe and Maka can't do anything. She's frozen in fear. You want madness, Maka? I'll give you madness. He slams the axe down on her wrist, but it only cuts halfway, causing Maka to scream in agony. I'll give you all the madness you desire. All she can do is watch as he grabs her hand and starts to pull it slowly. She screams as her flesh slowly rips the hand finally coming off. I'm coming for you, Maka. The boy growls in her ear. I'm coming soon and I will end you. You will die by my hand, witch. Die, Maka, die. The other girl crackles madly even though she's missing a hand just as she is. I'm going to have a bit of fun with you. A evil smile rips out on Kid's face as he swings the axe towards her face. It goes through her nose, piercing through her eyes, into her brain. Everything goes dark. Maka wakes up with a start, a strangled cry emitting in her throat as she grips tighter what she's holding. Her eyes shoot open and begin to frantically look at her hands. She has them both. Maka feels her face. There's no cut. She's alive. She's okay. Maka takes deep breaths as she buries her head back into Krona's chest. She's so happy he slept with her last night. She hates dreams like that when she sees herself die. Maka saw the veins of her wrist pop when he slammed the axe down. She heard the sickening break of her skull as the axe pierced it. Her body starts to tremble, her teeth chatter. She isn't shaking out of fear but more like how cold it is. It's freezing. Maka pushes her body as close as it can go against the boy, trying to steal all of his warmth. It's so cold but Krona seems to be fine. He isn't shaking, only she is. Maka feels something wet fall down on her cheek, causing her to look up at Krona. The boy's eyes are closed, some drool falling down the corner of his mouth onto her cheek. Maka blinks. This doesn't gross her out, but the fact that it's wet and she's cold doesn't mix. She still finds it cute that the boy drools and snores. Maka wipes her face off and just watches the at-peace expression on his face. She smiles sadly. At least someone is having good dreams. Watching him with that small smile on his face. It makes her feel better. Maka is still shrieking though. She nuzzles her head against his as her body trembles against him. Why the hell is it so cold? Does this place not know what a heater is? Maka hears Krona groan quietly as his body shifts. His hands lightly move against her waist where they were when she woke up before he tenses. She hears him take a intake of breath. Maka. He squeaks in surprise, his breath can be felt on top of her head. How did I get in here? And why does my head feel so funny and dash? He stops as he takes in how she's shaking against him. Maka, what's wrong? She can hear the frown in his voice as a hand goes and touches her cheek. He gasps suddenly and lifts her head so she's looking at him. Krona is looking at her with wide, worried eyes. Maka, you're so hot. Why thank you, Krona, you're not bad yourself. Maka teases, giving him a playful wink. And no. I mean you feel hot. Why, you're burning up. Krona still blushes but his eyes hold that concern as he looks over her features. Why, your face is red too. Really? Maka raises an eyebrow as she touches her own face. Indeed she is burning up. But she feels like someone locked her in a freezer. Ah shit. Maka groans when a sharp pain in her head pierced her thoughts, making her lean her head back down on Krona's chest. Maka, what's wrong? Why you shrieking so bad? Krona frowns deeply as he pulls her closer. Are you cold? Why yes. She whimpers when that sharp pain hits her again. Krona immediately pulls her as close as he can as he grabs the blanket, wrapping her in it. This helps but she's still freezing. And her head hurts. And her throat is dry. And now she's sweating. I feel like shit. Maka trembles in Krona's arms. I think I'm sick, Krona. SS sick. Krona tenses up, his eyes starting to shake. Are you going to be okay, Maka? Please tell me you are. I'll be fine, I just have to deal with it. Maka coughs a little. How do we get rid of it? Krona rubs her back to offer some comfort. I don't know but I'll be fine, Krona. She gives him a small smile at how he's looking at her with so much concern. It's not that bad. Are you in pain? Do you need anything? My throat is kinda dry. Raingeark. He shouts, causing her to wince a little. What the fuck do you want? Ragnarok appears beside her bed, his eyes on fire, that irritated look on his face. That's when their gazes meet. As Maka looks into those piercing eyes, she remembers last night. She remembers how he held her and his lips that roughly went over hers. Maka feels her cheeks tint slightly. Then she frowns. Ragnarok is just looking at her. There's no realization in those eyes. There's nothing in them. After a while he just looks away from her, that glare on his face. Or maybe last night didn't happen. Now she's not so sure. She would have expected to see something in those eyes after he had kissed her, but there was nothing. His eyes look the same as all the other times he's looked at her. Like nothing's changed. But that kiss would have changed something, wouldn't it? Maybe it didn't mean anything. Maybe it didn't happen. Maka hopes she didn't have a dream about kissing Ragnarok with Krona's body. She means, what kind of sick fantasy is that? But when she thinks of last night, whatever it wasn't sick. She liked it. But now this is going to bother her. She needs to know if she's just crazy or if this boy really did kiss her. Maka is tempted to ask. But how awkward would that be if he didn't kiss her and that was all in her head? Yeah, and with Krona holding her like he is. How awkward would it be? How could she even ask him? So yeah, last night did we make out with you in Krona's body, or was that just me? Oh, it was just me? Okay. No, she can't do that. Maka bites her lip as she looks over at the boy, who looks almost more pissed off than usual. This is going to bother the hell out of her. Our Ragnarok. Krona frowns, looking at the boy with his eyebrow raised. What? The other boy snaps, sending him a glare, but he isn't looking at her. Am Maka sick and so? What the fuck do you want me to do about that? He growls. She's not my fucking problem. Why you don't have to be a dick, our Ragnarok. Krona glares at the other boy as he holds Maka closer. I just wanted to ask you to get her a glass of water, her throat hurts. She'll be fucking fine. He stops when he hears her cough. His eyes flash as he lets out a growl, but he disappears. Don't let him bother you, Maka. Krona rubs her hair gently. I don't know what his problem is, but if you need anything else, let me know and I'll make him get it. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. Thanks, Krona. She smiles at him. His eyes fall to her lips. I want to kiss you. Krona frowns. Well, you can, but I don't think you want to catch this. She coughs into his chest. It's worth it. He lifts her head up and kisses her so gently. Maka's pain in her head stops as she wraps her arms around his neck. His lips are like medicine. She's still freezing. And her throat hurts. But he's making her feel good. Maka opens her eyes as she feels another presence, but her lips never leave Krona's. Ragnarok stares at the two with a glass of water in his hand. He has an odd look in those piercing blue eyes. Longing mixed with something else. His gaze meets her. And immediately his eyes burn with anger. Here's your fucking water. He marches over, shoving it into her hand, at the same time pushing her a little away from Krona, breaking their kiss. Krona gives him a look. Maka can't help but to smirk at how pissed off he looks as he turns to leave. Maka has an idea. Thanks for the water, Ragnarok, but I feel so hot. She frowns and coughs, causing the marching boy to pause. Could you get me a rag with cold water on it? I'm not a fucking slave. I don't have to get you shit. He snaps, but he stays where he is. Please. She asks softly. Krona watches the other boy carefully. Fuck off. Ragnarok snaps, but it's lost its fire. Our Ragnarok get it for her. Krona's eyes narrow. She isn't feeling well? No, it's okay, Krona. Maka sighs as she leans against him weakly. I'll be fine. She coughs and trembles against him as Krona feels her forehead. But you're burning up, Maka. Krona frowns deeply. And your face is red. It's okay, I'll just deal with it. Maka nuzzles her head into his chest. But you're fucking here. Ragnarok suddenly appears right in front of them and throws a wet rag on her face. Now shut the fuck up. He turns to leave and Maka can't hide her smirk. Oh Ragnarok, she coos. Could you ? I'm not doing shit. He growls, but he doesn't look at her. You're fucking fine, you got your water and your fucking rag. But I'm hungry. She frowns. To fucking bad, you don't need any more food anyway. Ragnarok. Krona gasps. Oh, that's funny. Maka hums. But I'm hungry, so I do need more food unless you're trying to say something else. I'm saying you're already a fat ass, you don't need any more fucking food. So you're saying I have a fat ass? She smirks. Well, thank you, Ragnarok, I'm flattered. Bitch, the fat went everywhere but your ass. He snaps. Apparently you must like fat. Maka snaps back. This causes him to tense and grip his fist. I don't like anything or anyone. His voice is low as he begins to fade away. Hey Ragnarok, before you go. She speaks sweetly. Why don't you come over here and kiss my fucking ass? You're pushing your luck with me, bitch. His voice is dark, dangerous as he fades away, giving her the middle finger. Maka winces as she feels that pain in her head again, causing Krona to hold her against his chest, rubbing her hair gently. Maka, don't let him get you worked up. All those things he said weren't true. Why you aren't fat, why you're perfect. He kisses her cheek gently. Our Ragnarok is just an asshole. Maka grunts as she closes her eyes at how he's touching her hair so gently with such care. Why yeah. Krona nods. And he calls everyone a fat ass, even me. Well, you do have a fat ass. Maka hums. Maka. I can't help. She smirks as she reaches over and cups his ass, causing him to squeak. It's just so big, it's like out there, you know. Please don't tell me why you're going to start singing that song. Krona tugs at his hair. I'll spare you, but I'll tell you this. She leans close to him, her lips against his. I like big butts and I cannot lie. She gives him a wink. Krona's face gets really dark and he looks away. So Krona. She studies him. You wanna get a job at McDonald's? What? He gives her a confused look. Where did that come from? Oh, you know, I was just thinking that we would be awesome at McDonald's. She smirks. McDonald's is scary, Maka. So many people go there and it's dirty and the bathrooms always smell. Don't worry, the bathrooms are Ragnarok job. She chuckles. What? Krona frowns as he puts a hand to her forehead. Are you sure you're okay, Maka? Don't you want to dance the dance of life with me? Huh? What's that? Yes, what is that? Maka chuckles, remembering him dancing. I think you need to rest, Maka. He frowns when she starts to crack up. A sharp pain causes her to stop and she wheezes. Krona's eyes get wide as he moves closer in concern. Maka, are you okay? Are you in pain? She nods, her face frozen as a grimace as the pain won't go away. Where is it? She touches her head and immediately Krona starts to rub her temples in circles. His shaky hands move in rhyme. Maka can't help but to gasp at how good it feels. The pain goes away and her body relaxes against his fingers as they work their magic. I am so glad I woke up with you, Maka. He smiles as she closes her eyes. It feels like it's been forever since I've seen you. You saw me yesterday. Maka tries to hide her smirk. I don't remember it for some reason. Krona frowns. Oh, so I'm that boring you can't even remember when you see me? Maka sounds offended. And no. I don't know what happened, but you're not boring. Something must be wrong with my head, nothing's wrong with you. When Maka looks away from him he tugs his hair. Something's wrong with me. You got that right. Maka smirks looking back at him. Hey. Krona pouts when she chuckles. I'm just playing. Maka grabs his cheek and gives it a light shake. Nothing's wrong with you. A lot is wrong with me, Maka. His gaze shifts. Well, I don't see any problem. She leans closer. Why, you must not be looking. Krona mumbles. Oh, I'm looking. She grabs his chin and turns his face towards her. And I see a beautiful boy named Krona. Who are you looking at? He blushes. It can't be me dash. Are you saying I'm wrong? She gets a dangerous glint in her eyes. I'll make you say you're beautiful again if I have to. And no. He blushes darkly, probably thinking about how she got him to say it. I am not saying you're wrong, I just wish I could see the same thing you do in me, but when I look in the mirror I feel. He looks away and tightens his grip on his arm. You feel what? She pulls his face back to look at her. Be bad. He looks to the floor ashamed. Don't, Krona, you're beautiful. She kisses him on the lips, she sucks on his bottom lip, trying to take away all his bad thoughts. His arms wrap around her and pull her closer. His tongue timidly licks her bottom lip and she opens up for him. He holds her so close. Maka can't help to compare the two boys' kisses. Though she kissed Krona with Ragnarok, his kiss was a lot rougher, harder, forceful. Krona is sweet, loving, soft. She likes them both. She needs them both. She knows now that Ragnarok really did kiss her. Just by the way he tensed with certain things she said, and the way he tried his hardest not to look at her. He's just being more of a dick than usual. He seems like he wants to run away from what he did. But she won't let him. She's going to have a talk with him. Krona pulls away and smiles at her. Maka groans back and he frowns. So do you think I'll be able to leave today? Maka looks at him. Why yeah, but I don't know if you would want to. He frowns more when she coughs. Why, you're sick, you should stay here and rest. I hate laying around though. Maka groans. I want to do something, if I just lay here then I'll never get better. And never get better. His eyes get wide as he sits up, forcing her to sit up with him. Then don't lay down anymore. I want you to get better, Maka. What activity do you want to do today? Maka takes a deep breath, trying to just deal with the way her stomach is turning. Krona puts a hand to his chin, thinking. It has to be a activity that Justin won't do. Maka shivers thinking about that incident with the crazy boy. I really don't want to see him. The only one I've never see him in is G-Gym. Krona trembles at the thought. But you're sick, and that place is scary. Aw, come on, the gym can't be that bad and I'll be fine. She gives him a reassuring smile. I haven't worked out in forever, so it will be good for me, it would help me. It would help you. He stops trembling as he looks at her with those eyes. When she nods, a resolve fills them. Oh okay Maka, we will do the gym today, I want you to feel better. Thanks Krona. She gives him a peck. It's time to go, Krona. Ragnarok reappears, still not looking at her. That asshole is coming. Krona pouts, but he gives her a kiss on the forehead. I'll see you at gym, but are you sure, Maka? I'm sure. She smiles. Come the fuck on. Ragnarok snaps as he walks over to the door and opens it. Krona gives her one last wave, looking her over with concern before he leaves. Ragnarok doesn't look at her as he shuts the door behind him. As soon as Krona is gone, Maka starts to scratches her wrist. She tears at the skin around the spider's bite mark. It's been itching like crazy, but she didn't want to alarm Krona. Now she's going at it. She feels wet on her nails as she keeps digging. She should stop. Maka is hurting herself, but the itching is torture and to scratch it is a relief. When Maka finally pulls away and looks at her wrist, it's a mess. Blood drips from her wrist onto the bed. Some skin is peeled back from her digging so much, but what really looks bad is the bite mark itself. It's green. Her wrist looks bad, it looks infected. Maka puts her other hand over it and closes her eyes, willing for her powers. She feels some leave her. When she opens her eyes, she isn't bleeding anymore, but that nasty bite mark is still there. And it itches. Maka's eyes shake as she bites her lip, trying to stop herself from ripping herself open again. It itches so much it hurts. She feels like screaming. Feels like destroying this whole fucking room. Whole fucking place. But then the door opens. And her face goes blank. Okay. So she might have made the biggest mistake ever when she said let's go to the gym. She regrets it. And she's paying for it. Hard. The gym is a small room with some equipment, and a door leading out to an indoor track. Maka buries her head in Krona's shoulders, trying to drown out all the machines. Her head is killing her. And she feels like shit. To make matters worse, she's stuck in here with a bunch of assholes. Okay, so apparently for the gym only 5 patients at a time can do the activity. So there's Maka and Krona who are currently huddled in a corner, Krona trying to comfort the in-pain girl as his own teeth are chattering from his fear. Then there's the twitchy guy who screams every time he lifts a weight. Maka slowly lifts off Krona's shoulder as she looks over at the bench on the other side of the room. Her eye twitches. There sitting on the bench is the 4th member of this little activity. Fucking Justin. The asshole, she came here just so she wouldn't see. He smirks at her from across the room, those soulless eyes narrowing in dark glee. Maka is pissed off. And the 5th member. Yahoo! What are you doing lifting only 20-pound weights, man? Watch how a real star gets it done. A boy with blue spiky hair yells as he pushes the twitchy guy out of his way, causing him to scream. He grins cocky as he grabs 2 80-pound weights and starts to run around with them, doing exercises, slinging them like they're nothing. Maka groans and rubs her temples. Now this guy is really starting to piss her off. Her headache has become almost unbearable because of him. They just got here, but she can tell he is a conceited dick. Maka. Krona rubs her back gently, a frown on his face as he looks at her in concern. We can go back to our rooms if this is too much for you. It's loud in here and there's. He eyes Justin and glares. You unwanted people here. I don't know, Krona, I don't really. Hey, what are you two lame-os doing just sitting around? That blue-headed brat stops right in front of Maka, practically yelling in her face with that idiotic smile. This is a gym, you work out, not sit around like some lazy fat asses. Maka bows her head, taking deep breaths to calm herself down. You both look like you could use some toning up, I mean just look at me. He flexes his biceps. I have a godly body, don't I? Do you know how I got it? From working out and not sitting on the bench. Maka's fingers start to twitch, her head is hurting so much. See, could you keep your voice down? Krona speaks up, but his teeth still chatter when the blue-headed monkey gives him a challenging look. Maka has a headache. No one tells me what to do. The boy gets in Krona's face, causing him to sink back a little. But a goofy smile stretches across the boy's face as he touches Krona's cheek. You're pretty cute, I like that you're scared of me, everyone should be. I will surpass God after all. Krona is trembling at this point, his face gets so pale as the other boy leans closer. Get the hell off him, creep. Maka snaps as she stands up and pushes the blue-haired boy away from Krona, who lets out a sigh of relief. You dare push the almighty Black Star? The boy roars, only to stop as he looks at Krona, then back at her. Wait, did you just say him? Fuck you. She gives him her middle finger, her eyes narrowing. I've been stuck in this small room for only fucking 10 minutes, but with you it's felt like eternity. You don't know how to speak without yelling, and all I've heard you talk about is yourself. Get the fuck over it. Are you challenging me? Black Star's whole character changes, his green eyes narrowing, giving her a dangerous glint. No one talks to the almighty Black Star like that. I'm going to be a fucking god. I would call you insane, but the fact that you're here would defeat the purpose. Maka grunts. Sit your ass down. I'll sit your ass down. He grinds his teeth as he takes a step closer. Just because you're a girl doesn't mean anything to me. If you want to talk big like a man, I'll knock you down hard like one. Then do it. I'm standing right here. She spreads her arms open, a smirk ripping out on her face. That spider bite is itching like hell. Her head still hurts. Please don't. Krona gets in front of Maka and shakes his head. She isn't feeling well and you're being loud. She doesn't need to get into a fight right now. Black Star pauses and stares at Krona for a moment. That idiotic smile spreads across his face. That bitch is pissing me off, but you're a cool chick. He smirks. How would you like to spend some time with an awesome guy like me? I'll even let you touch my godly muscles if you're good. Krona blinks. But I'm not a dash. I won't take no for a answer. He laughs annoyingly. You know you want this. I am not so sure you understand, I'm a dash. Oh, I understand. He gives Krona that conceited smile. You're just shy and scared of me, I mean, I can't blame you, and you're probably thinking right now, wow, I can't believe this sexy god wants to talk to someone like me, but don't be too intimidated cause you're cute and dead asses to die for. Krona looks horrified. But I'm a, dash, he squeaks when Black Star puts his arm around him. You're where this star has landed. The boy leads closer, causing Krona's teeth to chatter. That's when Maka punches him in the face, knocking him off the boy. Hey asshole, Krona's mine. Maka turns and pulls Krona into a kiss as to prove her point. Krona tenses but happily kisses her back, his body relaxing in relief. Black Star blinks, the punch not seeming to affect his fat head. Sweet lesbians. He wipes a little blood from his nose at seeing them kiss. That's almost as hot as me. But I'm not a dash. Krona pulls away to growl at the other boy, his face getting hot with anger. I already know. Black Star puts a hand up and Krona's glare falls. I already know what you are. Why you do? But you were. You're a lesbian, but you're secretly crushing hard on me and you don't know how to deal with such a big star and man like me, so you're scared. I get it. He gives Krona a wink and he pales. Come talk to me when you're ready for the loving of a god, and not whatever the hell that is. He points at Maka before he walks away to get on a machine. This fucking asshole. Maka's face is getting hot with anger, not just because he's putting the moves on her man and scaring the shit out of him, but his attitude. She hates it. Someone needs to drop him down a peg. But she feels like shit. And if she were to fight him, she would kill him. Not that she cares about his life, but what if she kills him and can't stop? She doesn't care about Justin or the twitchy guy, but Maka looks over at the boy, who still looks a little shaken up. She can't risk hurting Krona. So she has to think of something else. Maka looks around at all the machines. The boy is obviously stronger than her and Krona muscle-wise, but maybe. Her eyes fall on the indoor track. A smirk comes to her face. Bingo. Black Star. Maka suddenly shouts, causing everyone in the small room to look at her. Black Star stops doing a bench press to look at her with that dangerous glint in his eye. I challenge you to a race. Bitch, you're on. He roars as he throws the weight off of him and gets up with that conceited smirk on his face. Let's see what you can do. Maka, are you sure this is a good idea? Krona frowns deeply, looking at her pale face. Why, you're sick. I'll be fine. She gives him a reassuring smile. I'm sorry to interrupt your fun. A nurse speaks up that's standing by the door that leads to the track. I can only let you in if you're going to play track with teams of 2. Maka eyes the batons in the guy's hands. She remembers doing this. It's simple. Well, I have my team member. Maka puts a arm around Krona, causing him to blush. I don't need a partner. Black Star scoffs. I can beat these 2 by myself. You need to have a partner or I can't let you pass. The nurse sighs. I'll be your partner, Black Star. Justin walks up to the 3, his soulless eyes looking over at Maka, and he smirks. Let us take her out, shall we? Alright, got a fucking partner. Let's do this shit. Black Star hits a fist in the air as the nurse opens the door for them. They all walk out onto the field. Maka glaring at Justin. And Black Star winking at Krona, who looks sick. Do you want to run first, Krona? She looks at the trembling boy. I don't know about this, Maka. What if I mess up? I don't want to be the cause of us losing. His gaze shifts all over the place. I have faith in you, Krona. She smiles at him. And even if we do lose, I won't be mad, we're just having fun. We are? He raises an eyebrow. Yes. She turns her back on him to hide her smirk. I'll run first. Do you not know that in a race all the runners run, but only one gets the prize? Run in such a way to get the prize. Corinthians 9:24. Justin speaks with his eyes closed, gripping a cross in his hand. Black Star is doing some stretches with the baton in his hand, so she guesses he's running first as well. Let's start this shit. Maka snaps as she gets on the white light. Eager to lose. Black Star smirks as he stands right beside her. No, are you? She growls, her eyes narrowing as she gets in a stance ready to run. Her eyes fall on someone that causes her face to fall a moment as she studies him. Ragnarok stands against the wall, his arms crossed as he stares at her. She doesn't know how long he's been there, but he doesn't look mad like he was this morning. He's just watching her almost protectively. Ragnarok's piercing blue eyes meet hers. She sees something flash in them before he looks away, that glare returning to his face. Set. Justin's voice cuts through her thoughts and her eyes widen. Right, she's about to race. Get it together. Go. Maka and Black Star take off running, Maka pumping her legs as fast as she can get them. The boy is a lot faster than her though. He's like a fucking blue tornado and her stomach hurts. It's starting to turn. Black Star hands the baton to Justin before Maka gets to Krona. Maka, you don't look so good. Krona frowns as she stops by him panting. Take it. She hands him the baton, causing him to squeak. He looks like he's about to panic, but he turns and starts to run. Krona isn't fast at all. You both suck ass. Black Star chuckles as Justin hands him the baton. Great, now she's stuck with this bastard. Well, hello there, witch. Justin looks at her from the corner of his eye, with that smirk on his face. I'm surprised you're still alive and with your powers at that. Did you like the little gift I left you? Fuck you. Maka spats, her stomach doing a jerk from him talking to her. What the hell was that anyway? They have many names, but I like to call them fallen angels. Justin gives her a odd smile. They like nothing more than the flesh of a witch, if only that boy would stop getting in our way. He gives Ragnarok a look. The boy is now staring over, watching carefully. Suddenly a large smirk rips out on his face. But I think today may be my lucky day. He gives her a smirk. He who commits adultery lacks sense, he who does it destroys himself. Hebrews 13:5. You which are playing with the hearts of two boys, and it will destroy you in the end, especially one that is so dangerous. I love how you're telling me what I'm doing wrong, but let's talk about you. She snaps. The Bible also says thou shalt not worship any other gods, and obviously you're breaking that rule, you dick. Justin's eyes flash as he turns on her. She can see the fire. He hated what she said. And that makes her smirk. At least I had a choice of my sin. Justin's voice is dark. But God hated you and your mother from the start. You can never redeem yourself, witch. Ahura will drag you down to hell just like he did with your mother. Maka's stomach does one final jerk at his words. She pukes all over Justin, not even bothering to try to aim anywhere else. No, he deserves this shit. She will kill him. Ugh. Justin's nose wrinkles up in disgust as he back away. You vile creature. How dare you puke on me? Maka feels like shit, but she still smirks at him, trying to ignore the throw-up smell and how she can feel it in her nose. Maka. Krona's eyes get wide as he stops right by her. Aru dash. She grabs the baton from his hand and starts to run. Maka. He calls after her in concern, but she still runs. Justin, get your ass out there. She hears Black Star growl. Maka smirks. He will be too occupied with her puke to come after her. They're going to win. Maka's stomach is starting to get shaked up, her head is getting lightheaded. But she keeps running. She gets a dizzy spill and ends up falling, scratching her knee against the pavement. Maka hisses in pain as she forces herself back up. Her vision is blurry. Maka falls back down. Maka takes deep breaths, trying to get herself together. Her eyes focus and she can see Krona yelling for her, but he's being held back by Black Star. She doesn't see Justin. Maka tries to get back up again, only to fall. Ragnarok is staring at her intently now. His arms are down, but his fist is gripped. He has a conflicted look on his face. That's when Justin passes her. And no. Maka growls, trying to get up, but only to fall down. What's wrong, witch? The boy stops to smirk at her. Not feeling so well? What did you expect? That spider bite isn't pleasant, is it? Shut the fuck up. She wheezes out her head, killing her as she finally stands up. He won't help you, you know. Justin eyes Ragnarok. And Krona won't be able to get to you in time. What the fuck are you talking about? She spats as she grips her fist, her fingers are twitching. Have fun with this, I'm going to win the race. Justin throws down that cross he was holding before, and he takes off running. Shit. Fuck. Her eyes shake as that black thing starts to come out of the cross. She feels sick. She feels weak. And this fucking thing is in her way. Maka. Krona cries at seeing the thing as he elbows Black Star in the face and starts to run over, his eyes shaking in panic. She can't speak. Can't do anything as this thing smiles at her. Its teeth ripping out its face. Maka braces herself. It charges for her. Its mouth wide open ready to swallow her. Her fingers twitch weakly. Her vision is blurry. She's seconds from pasting out. Maka falls down on her knees in defeat. She can't do it. Ragnarok. Krona screams. Do something. Stop it. Maka looks over at the boy from the corner of her eye. Ragnarok is staring at the thing and her with wide eyes they flash and his gaze meets hers as he grips his chest. He freezes. He isn't going to help her. Maka looks at the thing as its teeth are about to close around her face. Ragnarok, stop it. Krona is screaming so desperately. Ragnarok doesn't move. Maka closes her eyes. She feels like shit. She's hurt. We're not dying yet. That voice hisses. Maka opens her eyes as power leaves her body. The monster goes to bite her only to bite into raw power that is acting like a force field. It knocks the monster back but it also throws her back. The thing screams as a fire engulfs it. Maka hits the wall hard, a cry of pain emitting from her throat as her head cracks against the concrete. She falls down to the floor limply. Everything is blurry, the sounds muffled. Soon she feels arms around her, cradling her like a baby against his chest. She hears Krona's voice frantically speaking to her. He sounds worried. Maka's wrist itches. Her stomach hurts. Her throat burns. Everything goes dark. Maka. Maka. Krona shakes the girl frantically as he watches her eyes roll back, her body going limp against his. He can feel the lump in his throat at watching her blood start to drip from her head. She got hurt. She got hurt and it's all his fault. He wasn't fast enough to save her. He failed her yet again, so now he's holding her limp body in his hands, having to see her beautiful face scrunched up in that grimace. Krona touches her cheek so softly he can feel the tears coming on. Someone get the nurses. Maka's hurt. Krona yells and surprisingly Black Star takes off running. Justin stands there with that smirk on his face. He would deal with him later, right now he has to help Maka. Krona senses someone stop by his side, and his blood boils. Why the hell didn't you help her? Krona turns to Ragnarok, his face red, his teeth bared. I told you to save her. But you just stood there. You could have stopped this from happening. Krona waits for the other boy to snap right back. He's even prepared for him to attack him, but Ragnarok doesn't do anything. He doesn't say anything. The boy just stares down at the girl in his arms, such a odd look in those piercing blue eyes. Ragnarok opens his mouth only to close it. This pisses Krona off more. He doesn't care. He doesn't care Maka got hurt because of him. I can't believe you. Krona trembles as he holds Maka closer to his chest, putting a hand over her busted head to stop the bleeding. Maka has been nice to you even though all you do is insult her and hurt her, and you're just going to sit there and watch her get hurt? That T-thing could have killed her, Ragnarok. If her powers didn't come out when they did. Krona shivers at the thought. Ragnarok bows his head, his bangs covering his face as he grips his fist. He doesn't say anything, doesn't do anything. Krona glares at him, but when he hears the girl in his arms whimper, he looks away to look at her. His hand is getting soaked in her blood. Don't you even care? His voice is shaky as he holds the limp girl closer. Ragnarok doesn't respond. She called us a family and she made you a part of us. How can you be so cruel, Ragnarok? How could you just stand there and let that thing almost kill her? Krona rubs Maka's cheek gently. How could you stand there and let that thing almost take her away from me? From us? Ragnarok's eyes still can't be seen. He hasn't moved. Hasn't done anything. A family. Justin scoffs as he walks over, that smirk on his face as his eyes fall on the pale girl. That girl doesn't think of you as anything but toys, you foolish boys. You would think the both of you would learn with your experience with witches that they don't love, don't care. They only use. You are her tools. Why, you're wrong. Krona sends him a glare, his eyes lighting up with a fire that is starting to grow. Maka is nothing like Medusa. She's different from the other witches. She cares about me. She cares about. He eyes the boy who still has his head bowed. She cares about us. She thinks of us like her family, and that's what we are. She has you like a puppet in the palm of her hand. Justin sighs. I find it ironic that you dare say you are a family with this girl after all that you two have done to her. A shock of guilt is sent through Krona's being, and he trembles, that fire dying as his face turns pale. And why hold on to a girl that is going to die? Azura will take her just like he took her mother. Justin starts to laugh. But you would know all about that, wouldn't you, Krona? Stop. Krona bows his head, his trembling body shaking Maka with him slightly. Such a miserable wrench. Both this girl and her mother were the same. They got betrayed by everyone. Her mother got betrayed by her own daughter, and this girl was betrayed by her mother. There is no loyalty, and you both know that, don't you? We didn't know. Krona feels the lump in his throat. You took her mother from her, you saw her cry, saw her mourn for the loss of her mother, you left her with a father she hated, and yet you can still look at her and call her your family. Justin's smirk is painful now. It's great, really. She truly has no one left but you two, and you're the cause of it all. And no. Krona can't even form more words, they're getting caught in the lump that's there. His words are ripping him. Because it is his fault. Don't worry, soon this girl will no longer be here and your work will be finished. Justin keeps smirking. Azura will make her scream. He will rip her apart like he did with her mother, it's beautiful, really. Azura is going to reunite the two, reunite them in hell, dash. Shut the fuck up. Ragnarok's head slowly lifts up, his dark bangs moving so his eyes can be seen. Krona can't help his breath to hitch. Ragnarok's eyes are black. Black with hatred. Krona has only seen his eyes get like this once. And that was the night they were bonded together for all eternity. Now he's seeing them again. But they're locked on Justin. The blonde boy's smirk has faltered as he takes in Ragnarok. He looks like the angel of death. A demon straight from hell. He glares at Justin with those black eyes, his raven hair framing his face, his teeth are bared and his chest is puffing up. Why are you looking at me like this, Ragnarok? It's not like I'm the one who just sat there and watched the girl fall. Justin's smirk returns. That was a mistake. If possible, his eyes get darker. Krona. His voice is nothing but a growl. Dark and deep. He doesn't look at Krona but keeps those dangerous eyes on Justin. He doesn't say anything else, and he doesn't have to. Krona knows what he wants. And he wants it just as much. Krona places Maka down on the floor, gently making sure her head is comfortable before he stands up. Ragnarok. He speaks his name, and at that moment he feels the other boy. Ragnarok means business. Krona is shoved in a corner of his body as the other boy flows into him, causing his body to jerk and twist. He will never be able to explain how this feels. To have someone else in your body. It's like sharing a room, but you're really tight together. And you're pressed against them. And anything they do or say, you feel and hear it. Sometimes Ragnarok is too overwhelming and it causes Krona to pass out. But he wants to watch Ragnarok beat the shit out of Justin. The cause for his angel being hurt. Ragnarok lets out a roar with his body before he charges towards Justin. The blonde boy tried to run, but they snatched him up real quick. Krona feels Ragnarok's hatred flow through him. This used to scare him when he was younger. To feel such a strong emotion fill up his being. But now it's almost comforting. Because it reminds him he isn't alone. But as the hatred flows through him, Krona feels something else as well. He feels his chest tighten. His head is spinning. Ragnarok throws Justin down and starts to rain punches on the boy, showing no mercy. Blood is getting everywhere. The cracking of Justin's wrist sounds. His cries of pain as he tries to fight the other boy. But Ragnarok would make him feel pain. Krona should be enjoying this, but he can't. Not after he just felt that. He now understands why Ragnarok didn't help Maka, why he's been acting so odd lately. It all makes sense. Nurses soon rush in and fight with Ragnarok, trying to get him off of the unconscious boy he is still attacking, making him bleed, making him pay. Krona doesn't know how to feel about this. Ragnarok roars as he struggles with all the nurses. They're sticking him with needles, sticking Krona with needles. But still Krona doesn't care. His mind is spinning. This was the last thing he expected. How is he supposed to feel about this? How can he deal with something like this? Maka's eyes slowly open. Her head feels like shit, but she can tell by the extra weight it's wrapped up. She's laying back in her room. Her spider bite itches, but she dare not scratch it. Maka feels horrible, her stomach is turning and she just feels weak. She feels like she's dying. And to make matters worse, she can't help but to feel hurt. Ragnarok didn't help her. He was going to stand there and watch her die. Anger burns her. She was wrong about him. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about anything or anyone, just like he said. But Maka can feel her heart sink at that. Then was how he held her so softly all a act? Was him kissing her just something he did? She doesn't understand. But he can't care about her. He stood there and watched. That asshole. Maka closes her eyes. She wants to hold Krona. He cares about her. More than she can understand. And Ragnarok. She just doesn't understand him in general. That's when she feels him. Maka doesn't open her eyes. She feels his eyes on her before he takes a deep breath. Why the fuck are you still bandaged up? Heal yourself, dumbass. He snaps. Maka doesn't respond to him. There's a reason she hasn't healed herself. She's too weak. This sickness is taking its toll on her now. And she knows what's causing it. It's the spider bite. And it's itching so fucking bad. Maka gives in and starts to dig her nails into her wrist, scratching viciously, tearing her own skin. Fucking stop it. Maka feels him grab her hand, pulling it away from her wrist. You're fucking your skin up. Why the hell do you care? She snaps as she opens her eyes. You didn't seem to fucking care when I almost got eaten by that thing. Ragnarok tenses at this and she's able to rip her hand from his grasps. Did you think I was lying? Ragnarok's voice is dark as he glares down at her. I told you I didn't care about you. I know that now. She turns her back to him, a glare on her face. Excuse me for thinking you're more than just a dick, but I was wrong. Don't turn your back to me. He growls. When she doesn't do anything, he grabs her by the shoulder and yanks her so she's facing him. His piercing eyes burn into hers and she's burning right back. Don't touch me. She spats as she struggles against the boy, but she's weak. Why don't you leave? I don't feel like dealing with you. I'm not going anywhere. He snarls as he pins her arms down. Stop fucking struggling, you're going to open up your wound, dumbass. Right, the wound I got because of you. She snaps and she sees something flash through those eyes. Just get the fuck out. Just get the fuck. Ragnarok punches her across the face. Maka's head stays to the side, her face red from his hit. He doesn't say thing, but his breathing is heavy. It's quiet for a moment. That's real nice, Ragnarok. Maka's voice is soft as she turns her head to look back up at him. I love to just wake up from a head injury for you to punch me in the fucking face. Thanks a lot, jackass. You just piss me off so much. He tightens his grip on her wrists. You just don't fucking get it, do you? Oh, I get it, Ragnarok. Her voice doesn't change. You don't care about me and I piss you off. I get it. What I don't get is why you're still here. Her voice starts to get louder. Why you would even show up and dare fucking get pissed off at me after what you did. Ragnarok's eyes flash, but she just looks away. Tell me. Her voice goes back soft, her face falling. Why the hell did you kiss me last night if you don't care? That kiss didn't mean anything. His voice is odd, he sounds almost defensive. I know that now. Maka closes her eyes. Get out, Ragnarok. Now. You can't tell me to fucking dash. Get the fuck out. She screams as a power leaves her body, sending the boy flying off her and into the wall. Maka whimpers a little at the pain she feels in her head at doing it, but it was worth it. Ragnarok is right back on her, pinning her down, his grip hurting her wrist. I had my fucking reasons, okay? He's roaring in her face, those eyes burning with that fire. Don't fucking tell me to get out, you bitch. Reason for what? Letting that thing attack me. Maka spats. What fucking reason could you have that would justify that? I was fucking afraid. His voice is so dark and loud she feels like the room shook with it. What? Maka questions softly, her eyes wide at what he said. That was the last thing she expected him to say. I was fucking afraid. He pants, his eyes flickering. You fucking heard me? You were afraid of the monster. She raises an eyebrow. Of course fucking not. I wasn't scared for myself, I was scared for. He looks at her only to look away. Me. Maka frowns. Then why did you dash? When that thing was about to get to you I felt fucking fear. His eyes are shaking slightly. I don't fear, and I sure as hell don't have fear for others, but I felt it and I didn't know what the fuck to do. I fucking froze. He tightens his grip on her wrist and leans closer. You're fucking making me feel all this shit I wanted to forget about. I never wanted to feel fucking fear again, but I did because of you. His breathing is hard. Truth be told, I wanted that thing to fucking kill you. His eyes meet hers. So I wouldn't have anything to fear anymore. He bows his head. If you die, then what's to fear? What's to worry about anymore? It could go back to the way it was, when I didn't fucking feel anything, but as soon as your head hit against that wall and I heard that fucking crack, I fucking felt something else. I felt hate for that monster, hate for Justin, but most of all fucking hate for myself. I felt fucking regret, and I don't regret. Don't you fucking understand? He grabs her by the neck and lifts her up, his eyes catching back on fire. I fucking hate you. I hate you so fucking much for doing this to me. This is all your fucking fault. He screeches, throwing her back down. I'm not supposed to feel fucking fear. I'm not supposed to fucking feel. But you dash. Maka suddenly leans up, wrapping her arms around him, causing the boy to stop, his words getting caught up in his throat. It's okay. She speaks against his see-through form. I forgive you. Forgive me. He swallows hard. I didn't want fucking forgiveness, dash. Well, you got it. She holds up to him. I understand now, you do care, you're just an asshole about it. He opens his mouth. And don't even say you don't care. You just admitted to having feeling fear about me, you were scared about what was going to happen to me, you were worried because you care. Get the hell off me. He snaps, but it's weak as he tries to push her off, but she tightens her grip. Hug me back, dammit. Hell no. He snaps. Please hug me back, dammit. I don't do hugs, alright. For me. She looks up, her lips ghosting his cheek. He gives her a dark glare. She just looks up at him expectantly. The boy sighs as his arms wrap around her waist and he looks away. There, fucking happy. I guess. She hums, hearing him grumble. The boy glares off away from her, looking unhappy with this, but at the same time, he doesn't pull away. I have to know. She looks up at him. Did that kiss really not mean anything? She hears him take a intake of breath. Did you want it to? Ragnarok leans in towards her, a hand touching her face now. Maybe. Her cheeks tint a little as he begins to lean in, his grip tightening on her waist. Don't fucking play with me. He growls close to her lips, digging his nails into her hip, causing her to yelp. I'm not. She looks him firmly in those eyes. I think I would know better by now than to play with you, Ragnarok. She chuckles lightly. I want you to kiss me, I like it. Something passes over his piercing blue eyes. His shoulders relax like a weight had been lifted. He grabs the back of her head roughly and yanks her head back. His hand grabs her neck as he leans in. Ragnarok's lips are inches from hers. Her heartbeat is picking up speed. His eyes are soft. He cares. Oh my, I'm sorry, am I interrupting something? A voice coos behind the two. Ragnarok's grip instantly tightens around her neck, choking her as his eyes harden, that scowl coming to his face as he throws Maka across the room. She hits the wall with a yelp. Bitch was getting on my nerves. Ragnarok grunts, looking over at Medusa with those cold eyes. Ragnarok, be gentle with the girl. Medusa sighs. If you continue to hurt her, I will punish you. Whatever. He grunts and crosses his arms. Maka, are you alright? Medusa walks over with that smirk on her face. You seem pale. Maka only groans in response, holding her head. That fucking hurt. Forgive Ragnarok, he doesn't know how to act, but if you want. Her hands light up as she turns on the boy, that sick smirk ripping her face. I could punish him. Don't. She wheezes. I'm fine. Why does it even matter to you what happens to me? What the hell do you want with me? Ah, they're the questions I've been waiting to hear. Her hands dull as she turns back at Maka. Me and you are going to have a little talk. The woman turns around on the boy, whose eyes haven't softened as they glare down at her. Ragnarok, you may leave. The boy doesn't move, his eyes flicker. Ragnarok. The woman's eyes narrow. You may leave. The boy gives her a look. Ragnarok grinds his teeth and grips his fist, but he fades away, leaving her alone with this bitch. And she's weak. I'm terribly sorry, Maka. The woman turns back to look at the girl, who is still groaning, holding her head. My spider did a toll on you, didn't it? But it was the only way you experience a rebound to fast into becoming a witch, and it caused a clot. I had to act quickly, or all your power would have built up inside you and you would have been blown to bits by the pressure, and I can't lose you, Maka. As she is taking, she walks closer to her, causing Maka's hairs on her arms to stick up in defiance. Medusa snaps her finger and a glass containing something blue appears in her hand. Here, Maka, drink this and you'll feel better. She smiles at her, that fake sweet smile, as she leans down, reaching the glass towards her. I don't trust you. Maka snaps, looking at the cup with a glare. You would trust my spider but not my potion. Medusa hums, amused. That doesn't make much sense, does it? You made that with your nasty hands. She spats. I don't know what the fuck you want with me, but I don't trust you, no matter what the hell you say. You're just like her. Medusa's voice gets soft and in her eyes there's almost a fondness of her. But you must trust me, Maka, I'm here to help you. I'm your ally. Your friend. Why the fuck would you help me? Why would you be a friend of mine unless you want something? I do want something, I want your safety, Maka. She pushes the cup closer to her. Why? She glares at the cup and moves away from her. It's the least I can do for Kami. Her voice gets soft, causing Maka's glare to fall. I lost my dear friend, but I won't let her daughter go through the same fate. Why didn't you help my mother then? Maka grips her fist and looks away. I wanted to, but your mother wanted nothing to do with me. Her voice is a little sharper. She didn't want anything to do with being a witch. Maka can't glare at her anymore. She sees pain in those eyes. She hates those eyes, but this woman is having pain because of her mother. And she adores her mother. This woman was her mother's friend at one point, but Maka snatches the cup from her. Just because you were friends with my mother doesn't change anything. I still hate you. I despise you for what you have done to Krona, for what you done to Ragnarok. You have to be the biggest bitch, and it makes me sick just looking at you. I understand. She tilts her head. You have grown a deep fondness of my boy and his little bodyguard. You may hate me all you want, but you must trust in me. I will deliver you out of this place. I will deliver you from the demon. Maka glares at her only to look down at the cup of blue stuff. She feels weak. Maka takes a deep breath before she drinks it. Medusa smirks as she finishes it. Maka gasps. Her eyes get wide. She's all better. There's no pain in her head. Her stomach is settled. She isn't sweating or cold. The bite mark doesn't itch anymore. She feels great. Better. Medusa coos sweetly as she takes the empty glass from her. Yeah. Maka sighs in relief and leans her head back. This should stabilize you so my sister's power can be added onto yours without the nasty side effects. Medusa's smirk is sick. Do you feel it, Maka? The power. She does. That's all she feels now. This dark power flowing through her veins, traveling all through her body so no part of her is spared. And it feels so fucking good. Maka lets out a giggle as she nods her head. It's so dark. So dark. So fucking dark. She rocks back and forth, her eyes shaking. It's crawling inside me. Maka throws her head back to laugh. That's it, Maka. Medusa coos looking at her proudly. Let the darkness overflow your heart. Feel nothing but darkness. Be nothing but darkness. I want to destroy the light. I want to destroy everything. Maka's hands are twitching and the lights are flickering. Soon, my dear. She holds the laughing girl against her. Soon we will have everything, together the world will be thrown in darkness. We will make the world pay, won't we, Maka? Yes. Yes. Destroy them all. Make them fucking die. She's screaming now into fits of giggles at the thought. She wants to destroy every smile. She wants to destroy every family. The world has taken hers. So she will take everyone else's. Krona's smile flashes through her head. And Ragnarok's smirk. Her laughter dies on her lips. No. She has a family. To destroy everything would be to destroy them. And she doesn't want that. She won't. Ah, so you still maintain control? Medusa smirks as Maka pushes her off. You never cease to amaze me, Maka. She looks away from the woman. The more she looks at her, the stronger the dark power inside her feels. She needs to control this. She needs to fight these desires. At least till she knows she won't hurt her family. She could care less about anyone else. Now that is over. Medusa stands up, this woman towering over her. We have run into a problem. I'm sure you're aware by now that Justin is Azura's lackey. He is making the demon stronger and aiding him in trying to kill you, my dear. This is very dangerous indeed. I can only do so much with you here, and even with the power I am giving you, you don't know how to use it properly without hurting yourself, and I cannot teach you, not yet anyway. So what the hell am I supposed to do? Maka starts to smirk again. I'm supposed to kill him, right? Kill that blonde boy. No. Medusa looks at her firmly. You are to avoid Justin at all cost. My power has been keeping the demon away from you, but I can't stop him if he uses Justin to get to you. So you see, it's very important you stay away from the boy. That's easier said than done. Maka's smirk falls. He's everywhere I fucking am. It's like he fucking knows where I'm going to go. And he does. Medusa sighs. Azura tells him where you go, he's always watching you, Maka, even when he's not around you. Justin knows a lot only because Azura tells him these things. He is a troublesome boy and one day we will kill him, but that day isn't anytime soon. We have much to do. What the hell do we have to do? Why can't I fucking kill him? Maka screams, her eyes shaking as she loses control of herself for a moment. Medusa waits for her to regain herself. Maka takes deep breaths, sweat falling down her face. This dark feeling is almost unbearable. Be patient, my dear. Medusa coos when she's calm enough. You will be able to kill whoever you want soon, once I'm able to train you to make you ripe. She turns her back on Maka. You will be leaving this place very soon. Once out of here you will be mine and I will teach you all I know. Together we'll find who cursed you and we will kill them. I will save you, Maka, for Kami. Wait. Maka gets up when the woman starts to fade away. Just remember, Maka. Medusa fades away. I'm your friend. Hate me. But trust in me. I will save you. Then she's gone. Maka can't trust her. But what other choice does she have? She giggles as that dark feeling comes back. And she starts twirling on her heel, smiling up at the ceiling. The woman she hates the most is her saving grace. She has to rely on that crooked smile of hers. Maka wants to bust her teeth in. Make her scream for what she's done to Krona. Punch her in the face for every time she has called him ugly. Rip off a finger for every time she made him cry. She hates, fucking hates this woman. But she is keeping her alive. So she can't kill her. Not yet. But like Medusa said herself. One day she will be able to kill whoever she wants. And this bitch is the first on the list. The door opens. Krona walks in, his eyes slightly hazy. He looks worried. He's always worried about her, isn't he? Maka, are you dash? He can't finish his words before she points at him and drags him so he's standing right in front of her. She smirks at him, her eyes shaking. You worry about me, but you should worry about yourself. She throws him against the wall, causing the boy to yelp as she pins him against it. Your mother is toying with us, she's toying with me, and I won't have that, Krona. Maka. His eyes shake as she digs her nails into his cheek, causing some blood to drip. Things are just going to get worse. She leans in and growls. Don't you know? Why, yes. He looks her in the eyes. But that's okay, we can deal with it together. You'll be dealing with a lot. She speaks against his neck before she sinks her teeth into his skin, piercing his flesh and tasting his sweet blood. I'll deal with it all, F for you. Krona grinds his teeth at the pain, but he doesn't push her off. You will let me do anything to you. She purrs as she licks her bite on his neck, causing him to groan. I'm yours. He speaks softly against her ear. Completely. She pins his arms above his head as she kisses him roughly, shoving her tongue all the way down his throat, causing him to gag slightly as she scratches down his chest, leaving red lines in his flesh. There's no escape. I don't want to escape. He groans when she bit his collarbone. I just want to be with you. I'll never leave you. She sneers as she points at him, and he's thrown across the room and into her bed. She doesn't let him get up, pinning him to it, a dangerous glint in her eye. You're all mine tonight. She growls as that smirk rips out onto her face. I am yours every night. He looks up at her with those eyes. And she sees that emotion in them. That's when Maka loses it. The dark feeling takes over. Maka pants, sweat dripping down her face and running down her bare body. Krona's eyes flicker, he's barely conscious. His expression a mixture of pain and pleasure. The boy's silky pale skin is exposed to her, covered in cuts and bite marks. His face is colored with bruises, his whole body is covered with them. They are her love marks. The bruises, the cuts. Did it hurt? Maka's voice is nothing but a whisper as that dark feeling fades away, leaving her with nothing but emptiness. A little. Krona's busted lips move slowly. But it's okay, Maka. I'm sorry. She bows her head, her body starting to tremble. Don't TB. He whispers as he gently grabs her chin, lifting her face so she's looking at him. He smiles at her so sweetly with that dried blood on the corner of his mouth. This is nothing, I promise. He leans in and gives her a weak kiss. He's weak because of her. She kisses him softly as her hands roam his body. Maka feels her power leave her as she touches all the bruises and cuts she had caused. Her hands come up and touch his face. Krona's kiss gets stronger as he wraps his arms around her, pulling her closer against his uncut body. This is what's going to have to happen. She's going to hurt him. Then she's going to heal him. This will happen again. It will happen a lot. But Krona is holding her so gently. He doesn't care. I love you, Maka. He whispers against her lips. When she doesn't answer, he just leans his head against hers. I love you no matter what. He whispers again as his body goes limp against hers. She hears him snore lightly after a while. Maka rubs his hair gently, holding the boy so close to her. No matter what happens, she stays by him. Those piercing blue eyes flash through her head. She stays by them both. Chapter 35. Maka lets out a sigh of contentment. She closes her eyes, feeling both their warm bodies pressed against her. Krona lays by her right side, his head laying on her shoulder as he draws small circles on her bare stomach. Ragnarok lays on her left side, a arm around her waist, gripping her close to him as he holds a cigarette in the other hand. They're all sweaty. All fulfilled. Krona's shallow breathing can be felt on her neck. The boy is barely conscious. His pale blue eyes half lidded, his pink locks all over the place. She likes him like this. Ragnarok is fine, his chest heaves a bit more as he closes his eyes and takes a drag of his cigarette. Maka watches a bead of sweat run down his tan stomach, moving in the cease of his abs. Going all the way down to the V-shape of his hips. Keep your eyes up. He growls as he lifts her face up so she's looking in those piercing eyes. There's a smug smirk on his face. Even though I know it's hard. The boy blows his smoke out on her face, his lips close to hers. Ragnarok, don't do that. Krona lifts his head up to glare at the other boy as he pulls Maka's body closer to him. Why not? He smirks as he takes a drag of his cigarette. She seems to like it. This time he blows it in Krona's face, who coughs. Ragnarok. Krona whines weakly, his body still limp and tired against hers. Stop fucking whining. The other boy's eye twitches as his grip on her waist tightens, pulling her against his chest. And stop fucking doing that. I know you're trying to pull her from me, Krona. She's mine. Krona grabs her arm and pulls her back on his chest. Not anymore. Ragnarok's voice gets low as he pulls her again. They glare at each other, both holding her so tightly. Maka rips herself from both their grasps, causing them to look at her. Maka. Krona looks in a panic. Don't leave me? Where the fuck do you think you're going? Ragnarok growls, but his eyes flash with something as he drops his cigarette. I'm not going to be torn apart by you two. She gets up off the bed, not at all ashamed of her bare form. Either I have you both, or I don't have you at all. Ragnarok and Krona look at each other, a understanding seeming to pass by them as they stand up. Why you have me? Krona grabs one of her hands. I guess you fucking have me. Ragnarok grips her other hand. Good. She smirks as she leans in and kisses Krona on the lips, but at the same time she puts Ragnarok's arms around her waist. The raven-haired boy bites up her back as he presses his body against the back of hers. Maka kisses Krona deeply. The boy's hands are timidly rubbing her bare stomach as Ragnarok gets to her neck and bites at her sensitive skin. She smiles. She likes this. I don't know how much I can fucking share. Ragnarok growls in her ear. I might just want you all to myself. Krona speaks against her lips. But I want you both. She speaks surely as she pulls away to grab both of their hands. If I were to just choose one, it would tear our family apart. We stay together, all of us. And no matter what. Krona's eyes get watery as he gets closer, giving her hand a squeeze. No matter what. She gives him a peck on the cheek. Fucking all of us. Ragnarok growls. Fucking all of us. Maka leans in and gives him a kiss on his cheek. The tan boy's face gets a slight shade of pink. He grumbles, but she sees his lips twitch up into that crooked smile. Krona is smiling at her sweetly. She smiles back at them both. This is her family. She needs them both. And they need her. Krona holds her now so softly. Ragnarok grabs her from behind, his arms wrapping around her stomach as he leans his head against hers. They are both hers. And she wouldn't have it any other way. She melts into their warmth, her eyes fluttering shut. Why, you're stuck with us? Krona whispers against her lips. For fucking eternity. Ragnarok growls in her ear. Maka smiles as she loses her consciousness. She wouldn't have it any other way. There's a shaking like a earthquake. Mac's eyes shoot open. She's laying back in bed, but it's empty on both sides. Maka frowns deeply as she forces herself back up. She isn't naked anymore. Someone put a white dress on her. Krona? Ragnarok. She calls for them as she slowly walks out of their room. Maka is in a long hallway now with red carpet. She looks down the long stairs of the mansion, still looking for the two. But she doesn't see them. A feeling of dread is gripping her heart as she starts to walk down this hallway. It's quiet. All she hears is her footsteps. The air is thick. She has to take deep breaths to get enough oxygen. The white dress lightly sways, brushing the side of her knee as she walks down this hallway of nothing but red carpet. That's when she comes to a dead end. Maka stares at that door, the door with the crescent moon on it, and her hands begin to twitch. She has to open this door. Something is behind it. Krona. Ragnarok. She questions softly as she reaches out a hand to grab the doorknob. I'm afraid not. A voice growls behind her. Her heart almost stops as she whips around. It's only me. Kid smirks at her, standing a few feet away, but that's still too close for Maka's comfort. Maka turns around to open this door to run away. But the door is gone now. There's only a wall. There's no escape. Kid moves closer. She can hear his footsteps causing shrives to be sent down her spine. And those boys aren't here, you can't hide behind them any longer. I wasn't hiding behind them. She turns around to send the boy a glare, but she still takes a step back. They won't help you, they are too busy with other matters. Kid smirks as he nods his head to the side. Maka looks over only to see a odd sight. There's a window in the hallway that wasn't there a second ago, and through it she sees Krona and Ragnarok. The boys are fighting each other. She can't hear what they're saying, but she can tell by how Krona seems to be yelling and Ragnarok's eyes are getting dark. Krona! Ragnarok! She screams at them and bangs on the window to get them to stop, to get them to save her. They don't even look her way. Instead Krona tackles the other boy. And now it's a all-out war. They're too busy fighting themselves over you to protect you from me. Kid's voice is right in her ear as his arms wrap around her. I will take you from them, you were always meant to be mine, Maka, never theirs. Get the fuck off. Maka growls as she pushes the boy off her and takes a step back. You accept madness so well, so why can you not accept me? Kid growls, his eyes starting to burn. Have you lost yourself that much, Maka, that you can't accept order? I can't fucking accept something that's going to kill me. Her eyes narrow. You just don't understand. Kid sighs as he takes a step closer. I fucking understand dash. Maka spats only for the boy to tackle her, pushing her against the wall with those yellow eyes burning into her. You don't understand order, you don't understand me. Kid's voice is sharp, and as he is speaking she feels herself start to sink into something, the floor no longer being solid, but something thick and wet. Kid grabs her chin and lifts it up so she's looking at him. You have killed people, which you have shed blood, and you will continue to shed blood. Kid lets go of her, letting herself fall neck deep into the thick liquid. Maka looks around herself. She's swimming in blood. But Kid is standing above it. The boy is walking on top of blood. You have ruined your beautiful white dress of purity with the sin of all of this blood. Kid's voice is low. Now you're down there and I'm up here, don't you see what you have done? Maka can't respond. The blood is raising higher, and if she were to open her mouth, she would get a mouthful. You have become something that I despise, and I must maintain order. Kid's eyes flash as the blood gets up to her nose. I'm coming for you, Maka. You can't hide from me any longer. Those boys won't be there for you, and you'll be mine. The blood covers her eyes. It's so thick she can't swim in it. She's going to drown. Drown in the blood she shed. And this is only the beginning. It will never stop. She should be screaming. But she's not. She's smiling. Grinning as the blood seeps through her teeth and goes down her throat. It's refreshing. Maka opens her mouth as she laughs, the blood filling her body. And it feels so fucking good. This is bliss. She's swimming in blood. Bathing in it. It's beautiful. Red everywhere. Maka is shaken, but she continues to laugh. Then she's shoved. The blood disappears as she's engulfed in light. Hey bitch, get the hell up. She hears that boy growl as he pushes her again. Maka just pulls up her blanket and turns her back on him. Oh hell no. He grabs her by the shoulder and turns her back around. I said get the fuck up. Ragnarok. Maka whines, not opening her eyes as she pulls up her blanket in a desperate attempt to block him out. I was having a good dream, leave me alone. I don't care if you were having a fucking good dream or not, you're getting your ass up. He rips the blanket off of her, causing her to groan. Damn it, Ragnarok, stop being a butt. She opens her eyes, but they're still halfway closed as she looks at the boy. He's in Krona's body. Ragnarok blinks. Did you just call me a fucking butt? Yes I did, because you are. She glares. You're just being a huge butt face right now, waking me up all early. It's fucking 1 o'clock in the afternoon. His eye twitches when she closes her eyes again. Get the fuck up. Ragnarok grabs her and starts shaking the girl, whipping her head back and forth. Okay. Okay. Maka groans when he finally drops her, making her hit her head against the wall. Well damn, I'm fucking up now. She growls as she rubs her head. That's what you get. He smirks at her as she sits up and sends him a glare. I've been trying to fucking wake you up for like a whole fucking 2 minutes. Oh wow, that's a long time. She spits sarcasm as she crosses her arms and looks away. Can't believe you ruined that dream. Speaking of that, what the fuck were you dreaming about? None of your business. She grunts. I think it is. He grabs her by the face and turns it towards him roughly. He has a huge smirk on his face. You were saying my name a lot in your sleep, now tell me what the fuck you were dreaming about, dot. I was dreaming about shoving my foot up your ass. Maka smirks when he gives her the middle finger. I'm sure you were dreaming about something being shoved up you. His smirk grows when he catches the faint tint of her cheeks. In your dreams. More like in your fucking dreams, bitch. Why the hell did you wake me up? Maka huffs, her face getting darker. I need to talk to you before Krona gets up. Ragnarok's face falls back to that scowl as he grabs her so she's facing him. What the hell did that bitch want yesterday? What did she say? Maka blinks. I don't remember. What the fuck you mean you don't remember? Well, you see, Ragnarok, when someone interrupts my much needed sleep I intend to forget things dash. Bitch, it's not my fault you're a dumbass. Shut the hell up, it will come to me after I get some more rest. She smirks as she lays back down. Good night, Raggy. I told you not to fucking call me that. He growls as he grabs her by the neck and lifts her up. You're not going the fuck to sleep either. I swear you are reeking like a butt face right now. Maka groans as he tightens his grip on her neck. Can I please go to sleep? Fuck no. Get your ass up. He shakes her. Ragnarok K. Maka whines. Stop fucking whining. I get enough of that from this bitch. Ragnarok K. She just whines louder. Stop whining my fucking name. He growls as he lifts her so her face is right in front of his. Raggy. She can't keep a straight face as she whines this. Alright, bitch. He starts to shake her roughly and it's hurting her neck, but she's still laughing. I don't see the problem here. You said to stop whining your name, so I did. Maka smirks. That nickname is fucking worse. Aw, come on, let me call you it. Fuck no. But it's cute. I fucking told you I'm not cute. He snaps. I think you're cute. She gives him a wink. He stops shaking her for a moment as those piercing eyes lock onto hers. Maka just grins up at him. Stop fucking smiling like that. He grunts. It makes you look like a jackass. Maka's grin just grows. You don't like to fucking listen, do you? Ragnarok leans close to her face, his eyes flashing not with anger but with something else. He is growling against her lips, his hand still around her neck tightly. Nope, I don't. I like to do what I want. She smirks. But you like that, don't you? She whispers against his lips. Because you like putting me in my place. Ragnarok takes a breath. You don't want to play this game with me? His voice is huskier as he tightens his grip on her neck. But I do. She puts a hand behind his head, pushing him closer. Why don't you put me in my place? Her voice is seductive, her words tickle his lips. Ragnarok pulls her hair, leaning her head back roughly. She sees his eyes. And they're burning with a emotion that is causing her heart to speed. Lust. He leans in, his lips about to clash hungrily against hers. When Ragnarok pulls away suddenly, Maka watches his eyes flicker before he bows his head. I would like to have my own body in the morning, thank you very much, Ragnarok. Krona's voice is almost dark as the other boy reappears beside the bed. Ragnarok doesn't look happy. And neither does Krona. The air seems to be thick with attention now. Good morning, Krona. Maka smiles at the boy, ignoring the feeling. Oh, good morning, Maka. Krona looks over at her and smiles sweetly, that dark tone leaving his voice. How are you feeling? She pulls the boy closer and starts to go through his hair, trying to fix the pink stands that are going everywhere. Gee, good. Krona blushes as she runs her fingers through his hair. You can brush that shit all you want, it's not going to help. Ragnarok smirks. It's still going to look like a fusing bird's nest. She feels Krona tense. Don't listen to him, your hair's fine, I think it's cute this way. Maka nuzzles the top of Krona's head. Why you do? Krona looks up at her with those pale blue eyes, his cheeks tinted. I think everything about you is cute. She pecks his nose. Maka might be imagining things, but she thinks she just saw Krona look over at Ragnarok with a almost victorious smile. This pisses the other boy off. Cute doesn't keep a girl satisfied. Ragnarok's eyes lock onto Krona's. But we both know that, don't we? Now Krona looks pissed off. So. Maka looks between the two when they look over at her. Krona's glare falls as he looks at her expectantly. And Ragnarok's glare stays. Wonderful weather we're having, huh? What? Krona frowns confused. What the fuck are you talking about? Ragnarok snaps. The weather. She stands up and walks over to the window. Both of the boys are watching her. She pulls the curtain and it's dark and raining outside. Oh yeah, some fucking nice weather. Ragnarok coughs. I like the rain. Maka shrugs as she turns back to look at the two. I do too. Krona smiles at this. It's nice to listen to the rain as it hits the ground, and I used to like to go out in it as long as it wasn't thundering though. He shivers. Thunder is so scary and loud. And if you go out when there's thunder, there might be lightning. And you could be hit by it and die. I actually like thunder. Maka smiles with him. Maybe because when I was younger, me and my mother made a game out of it called, Who is Louder Than Thunder? You pretty much take turns screaming, trying to be louder than the thunder that booms. Maka chuckles. I know it sounds retarded, but it was still fun. Surprisingly, Ragnarok doesn't have a smart-ass comment about this. Why you guys did the opposite of me? Krona frowns. When I heard thunder I would hide under my bed. I wouldn't dare scream at it. What if it screams back and blows the roof off? He tugs at his hair. Krona. Ragnarok looks over at him. You're a dumbass. Fuck off, Ragnarok, thunder can be scary. She gives him a glare and smiles at Krona. But really, you shouldn't be afraid of it. Thunder can't do anything but be loud. Lighting's a different story. She looks back out the window. But I like lighting too. She watches as the water runs off the window, listens to the roar of the wind. It's dangerous but so beautiful. That's not the only thing that's fucking dangerous. Ragnarok grunts. And beautiful. Krona blushes and shifts. The two boys give each other a look. So what do you two want to do? Maka turns around and smirks. I don't know if they're going to let me do an activity after yesterday's incident. Why yeah, probably not, but we can still eat lunch. Krona nods as he walks up to her and timidly puts his hand in hers. If I get something for us to fucking do, will you blow it up like Yahtzee? Ragnarok grunts. I'm still pissed off about that. You're just pissed off because I was schooling you with my skills. She smirks. Oh yeah, that's why it fucking backfired in your hand. He grins at her. Krona looks between the two, a frown slowly forming on his lips. Why don't you go and get the game, Ragnarok? Krona grips his arm that's holding her hand. What do you fucking want me to get? He snaps, a irritated look coming to his face. Can't get a fucking game when I don't know what I'm getting, can I, Krona? How about? Maka puts a hand to her chin, cutting off whatever Krona was about to say. We play Twister. I'm not playing fucking Twister. Ragnarok scoffs. What the fuck do I look like? Well, you don't have to play, Ragnarok. Krona gives him a look. But me and Maka can play without you. Ragnarok's eyes narrow. No, I'll play fucking Twister. He gives Krona the look right back before he fades away. As soon as the other boy is gone, Krona's attitude changes. He turns to her and gives her a sweet smile. His hand letting go of his other arm to touch her face so gently. I'm glad you're alright. Maka kisses his cheek. I didn't want to hurt you that bad, but you know. And no, it's fine. He blushes darkly. I still liked it. Oh. Maka smirks and leans closer, causing him to squeak when she grabs his waist. So you do like pain? And no. His blush darkens through. You're a terrible liar. She leans in to kiss him. Twister bitches. Ragnarok appears and throws the box at Maka, stopping her from kissing Krona. The pink-haired boy doesn't look happy again. Didn't have to throw it at me, asshole. Maka grunts as she places the box down and starts to set up the game. Wasn't trying to throw at you, but your fat ass got in the way. Fuck you. Ragnarok smirks as he sits beside Maka as she gets out the spinner and mat. Krona pouts, but he sits on her other side. Alright, so someone is going to have to spin while two people are on the mat. Maka picks the spinner up. Who wants to spin and who wants to twist? What do you want to do, Maka? Krona looks at her. Honestly, I want to twist. Then I want to dash. Twist. Ragnarok grunts and gives him a smirk. Called it. And no, I was going to say that. Krona turns to glare at the other boy. I am playing with Maka. You can play with her after my turn is over. Ragnarok's smirk grows. What's wrong, Krona? It's only a fucking game. If it's just a game, let me play with her first. Krona huffs. It's not like you even wanted to play in the first place. Well, I fucking changed my mind. Oh, I wonder why. Krona's voice gets that dark tone to it. Get the fuck over it. I'm doing this fucking twist thing first. And no, you're not. You're both doing the twist thing first. Maka finally shouts in between the two, getting them both to stop and look at her. What the fuck you talking about? Oh, only two can be on the mat, Maka. You're right, only two. One. She points at Krona. Two. She points at Ragnarok. Oh hell no. Maka, I don't want to twist with him. But you both were fighting over twisting first, so I solved the problem. She grabs the spinner. Now get your asses on the mat. Bitch, fuck you. Ragnarok's eye twitches. If why you have a problem with it, Ragnarok. Krona stands up and walks on the mat. Why, you could always leave. No, I don't have a fucking problem. The raven-haired boy's chest puffs as he marches onto the mat. I'll kick your ass at this. If there is anything I can do. Krona bends his back all the way down, giving Ragnarok a almost bored look. Is twisting. Flexibly isn't any good if you don't know how to fucking use it. Ragnarok's eyes flash. Alright, are we ready to start this? Yes? No? Okay. Maka spins the spinner, it lands on red. Left foot, red. Do you know the difference between left and right, Krona? Ragnarok sneers as he moves his foot. I am not as stupid as you think I am, Ragnarok. Krona's eyes narrow at this, a meaning in that as he moves his foot. I know a lot of things. Okay. Maka spins the spinner. Right hand, blue. They both crouch down to touch their hands to the mat. And what exactly do you fucking know, Krona? Ragnarok's narrow right back at the other boy. Right foot, purple. I know you need to be back off. Krona looks down at the other boy's foot that's gotten in his way, but it has a undertone meaning. Left hand, green. Back off. Ragnarok coughs as he places his hand down. The two boys are starting to get a little twisted on the mat. No, I'm not going anywhere. Right foot, green. Why, you need to go somewhere? Krona moves his hand only for Ragnarok to grab a hold of him, pulling him so they're face to face. I think you forgot who you're fucking talking to. The raven-haired boy's eyes flash. How could I forget? Krona challenges. You both lost. Krona and Ragnarok stop glaring at each other to look at her. You both lost. Maka sighs as she places the spinner to the side. You both suck ass. I am sorry, Maka. Krona glares back at the other boy. It was Ragnarok's fault. You're the one that's starting shit. Ragnarok snaps, his eyes flaring again. What the hell is wrong with you two? Maka gets up and moves between the two, shoving Ragnarok off Krona. It's just a game. They both look at her, then look at each other, then look away. Maka sighs. She turns around and starts putting the game away. Maka, don't you want to play? Krona sees what she's doing and frowns. Not anymore. She looks back at the two. It's not any fun if you two are just going to fight. I am sorry, Maka. Krona frowns more and his gaze shifts. I didn't mean to ruin your fun, it's just. His gaze falls on Ragnarok. I didn't ruin shit. Ragnarok grunts, giving Krona a glare. Besides, can't fucking ruin something that isn't there. It would have been fun if someone would have left. Krona glares right back. Okay, you little shit dash. We couldn't have played. Maka cuts in, causing Ragnarok to stop and look at her. She looks at the two boys that are looking at her expectantly. If Ragnarok left, we couldn't have played. We needed 3 players, 1 to spin and 2 to twist. The game needed all of us to be played. Krona and Ragnarok stare at her. Krona's gaze shifts, thinking about what she said, a odd look coming to his eyes. Ragnarok's face is stone, she can't read him. Could you two stop fighting? You're giving me a headache. Maka rubs her head. I am sorry. Krona walks over, griping his arm with the other, looking at her with concern. Where does it hurt? Maka points to her temples and the boy starts to rub them gently, going in circles with his shaky hands. A smile comes to his face when she sighs in relief. Must be nice to have someone like Krona to kiss your ass, huh? Ragnarok grunts as he sits beside her, leaning back on his palms, looking at her with those piercing eyes. You're just jealous because Krona doesn't kiss your ass. Maka smirks. Krona is literally good at that. She gives Krona a wink which causes him to fluster. Never. He blushes darkly as he keeps rubbing her temples. What if I wanted you to literally kiss my ass, would you do it? Of course he would. Ragnarok grunts. Krona's life has been nothing but him kissing ass. I'd do anything for you, Maka. He leans in and gives her a peck on the top of her head. Wow, he would really kiss your ass. Ragnarok grins. What the fuck, Krona? At least I can get ass. He does a hair flip. Now that was a bold, sassy comment. Oh. Ragnarok gets a dangerous glint in his eye as he leans closer to Maka. Are you sure about that, Krona? Mine. Krona grabs her and pulls her against his chest, holding her so closely. And what am I, Krona? Ragnarok smirks as he wraps his arms from behind Maka, both boys holding her. Don't why you have something to do, Ragnarok. Krona spats as he pulls her closer. Like fucking what? He snarls. I'm stuck to you, remember, dipshit. Headache. Maka shouts, causing both boys to flinch. Damn. Ragnarok growls. I'm sorry. Krona squeaks as he lets go of her to start rubbing her head again. Stop fighting. Maka grabs one of Krona's hands, then she grabs Ragnarok's. Maka forces all their hands together so they're laying on top of each other. We are a family. We stick together. I told Ragnarok this and now I'm going to tell you this, Krona. We're like the 3 musketeers. We stand together, but how can we if you two keep fighting? Krona frowns as he looks down at all their hands. Ragnarok doesn't say anything. It won't be the same without any of us, we need each other. I don't need any fucking body. Ragnarok snaps. I need you, Maka. Krona looks at her with those eyes. And I need you, Krona. She kisses the boy's hand, causing him to blush. Ragnarok tries to take his hand from the pile, but she grabs it and stops him. And I need you, Ragnarok. She looks him in his piercing blue eyes. The raven-haired boy's glare falls as he stares at her a moment. He opens his mouth. Only to close it. Maka smiles. I need you both. Whatever. Ragnarok snaps, but she catches the faint tint of his cheeks and she can't help but to chuckle. What the fuck are you laughing at? He glares, but she feels him grip her hand back. Your ass face. Bitch, keep talking and you won't have a face. And I'd still look better than you. Krona watches the two watches as Maka chuckles and Ragnarok's eye twitches, but he sees the other boy's mouth twitch, a crooked smile coming to those lips. Krona frowns deeply as he bows his head. He takes his hand out the pile. Krona. Maka frowns as she looks over at the boy sitting next to her at the lunch table. Krona is just poking his pizza with a fork, a faraway look in his eyes, his shoulders slumped. He's been like this since this morning. Soon after she made that speech about the 3 musketeers and shit, Krona just seemed distant. He would stare off into space and would only talk if she spoke to him. Krona left, giving her a weak wave, and then he was gone. She thought he would be better by now, but no. He almost looks worse. He just looks close to broken. Huh. Krona blinks and tenses a little as he looks up at her. When he realizes it's her, he looks back down at his plate. Sorry, Maka. Are you alright? She puts a hand over his. You don't look so good. You've been poking that pizza for a good 15 minutes now. It's not that good. Krona mumbles as he starts to poke it again. Really? I think the pizza is better than most places. Maka looks down at her empty plate. She is a fast eater. Do you want mine? Krona pushes his plate over without looking at her. No. But I'll tell you what I do want. Maka grabs him by the chin and forces him to look at her. I want you to tell me what's wrong. And nothing's wrong, Maka. His lips twitch up into that nervous smile. I am just tired is all. You're a terrible liar, Krona. He tenses at this as she leans closer. I know you, Krona. I know when you're upset, so please tell me. I thought we promised not to lie. Maka. Krona looks at her with his blue eyes shaking before he bows his head. Oh, okay, something's wrong. And that is. She rubs his shoulders gently. Krona takes deep breaths, his body trembling slightly. Krona dash. What do you think of our Ragnarok? This question is no more than a whisper. I think he's an asshole. Maka grunts. But he's a part of our family. And no. Krona lifts his head up, his blue eyes shaking. That's not what I mean. Then what do you mean, Krona? She raises an eyebrow at how much his eyes are shifting. I mean, do you? Krona bites his lip as he grips his arm tighter. He almost seems frustrated with himself. Do I what? She tilts her head as she draws circles into his shoulders. Do you like Ragnarok? His pale blue eyes lock onto hers. She freezes mid-swirl. Of course I like him, he's a part dash. Do you like him like you like me? Krona is looking at her so seriously now, his blue eyes searching hers. Her eyes must give her away. Krona moves back from her. Hurt in his eyes. Why you do? Don't you? Krona's eyes shake, he looks so weak, so frail. He bows his head, his body shaking. It's true. Krona. She reaches out to touch him. To offer some comfort. But this isn't like when she cut him up. She can heal that with her power. This is different. Still hurt, but it's hurt of the heart. And no power can heal that. He sinks away from her hand. Maka feels her chest tighten up. She drops her hand by her side lamely. Krona keeps his head bowed, not speaking with her, not wanting her to touch him. You're crushing him. That voice chuckles. Maka smirks, but she doesn't feel happy. You would think she would have learned. After what her father did to her mother. But she's evil. She said she would hurt him, she warned him. Maka opens her mouth, wanting to say something that would make this all better. But nothing comes out. Not even a sound. Maka ends up looking away from him. Her eyes fall on Justin. That asshole is smirking at her like he knows what's fucking going on. And he probably does. He's laughing it up over there. Maka feels sick. She looks back over at the boy, she still can't see his eyes. He has given her everything. And all she has done is take away. He must see now that she's not worth his time. Maybe he will leave her. And that would be okay. But it wouldn't, would it? She needs him. Because she's selfish. She needs them both. Maka reaches out to try to touch him again, her voice is failing her. She's just about to touch his shoulder. Yahoo! Why the hell do you two look so gloomy? I know it's hard to deal with life without the light from a star like me, but don't fret, Black Star is here. That blue-headed monkey slams his food down on the table, some sauce flying, and hits her on the cheek as he squeezes his fat ass between her and Krona. Feel the light, babe. Black Star puts a arm around Krona, giving him that goofy smile. Krona doesn't respond. He doesn't push him off. He just sits there with his head bowed. He's broken. Black Star. Maka finds her voice and growls at this boy. Get the fuck out of our table. Now. I know you must feel scared I'm going to take your girl from you. Black Star smirks at her as he brings Krona closer to him. And you should be. This chick is hot for my junk. I'm going to fry your junk fucking off if you don't leave. She snaps. I'm not in the mood to deal with you. Well damn, someone's on their period. He laughs annoyingly. Right babe. He nudges Krona, who just sways limply. Laugh at my joke. A god's joke is always funny. Krona doesn't move at all. Is she fucking dead? Black Star pokes his cheek. Damn, I know I'm so fucking awesome, but I didn't think I would kill her. The only thing about you that could kill someone is your smell. Maka snaps, sending him a dark glare. Do you even wash yourself? I don't have to wash shit. He gives her a challenging look. To shower would take away from my raw godliness. Oh, it's fucking raw, alright. She wrinkles her nose. Seriously, get the fuck off, Krona, and leave. She doesn't want me to leave. He grunts, his nostrils showing, making him look like a pig. Getting jealous there? You should be. I am awesome after all. You should be bowing to me. You can fucking bow to my ass. Maka growls. Krona isn't feeling well right now. Me and him have to talk. It's degrading to call such a pretty girl a him even if you two are lesbians. It's degrading for you to keep calling him a fucking girl when he isn't. I think I could tell the difference between a fucking boy and a girl. Black Star grunts. She just doesn't have much in the chest area, but that's alright, she packs enough in the back to semi-satisfy me. You're just a fucking idiot, that's why you can't see Krona is obviously a boy. She snaps. And he isn't pretty, he's fucking gorgeous. Get your fucking hands off him. She wants a god. Not you. He presses Krona against his chest. And the poor boy doesn't move. You dash. Room for one more? Fuck no. Maka almost screams as Justin takes a seat right in front of her, that smirk on his face. But there's plenty of room right here. His soulless eyes are on her. See what I tell you? Everyone is flocking to your lame table because of me. Black Star grins conceitedly. Ah, what's wrong with Krona? Justin looks over at the limp boy and his smirk grows. He doesn't look so good, does he, Maka? Maka is breathing so hard right now. She's so fucking pissed. For the lips of an adulteress drip honey, and her speech is smoother than oil, but in the end she is bitter as gall, sharp as a double-edged sword. Her feet go down to death, her steps lead straight to the grave. She gives no thought to the way of life, her paths are crooked, but she knows it not. Proverbs 5:3-9. Justin is smirking so much he might just rip that crooked face of his. You're going down, Maka, and you'll be all alone. Someone is coming and he might just take my job from me. Dude, did you just fucking reverse the whole Bible? Black Star is looking at him like he's crazy. Justin, fuck off, I'm this close to fucking losing it. She grips the end of the table, her teeth being bared. Why are you so angry with me when this is your own fault? You're the cheater. You're the one who hurt poor Krona. Justin's voice is smirking with him and it's pissing her off. The fires of hell are too good for you, you miserable wretch. Alright, enough talk about her, let's talk about me. Black Star shouts, only to be ignored. Maybe they are. She glares at him. But to be honest, I don't give a fuck. Black Star, Justin, get the fuck out of here. She feels her fingers twitch when Justin smirks at her again. She wants to kill him. Oh, she wants to kill him so fucking bad. That dark feeling is starting to surface. Maka smirks back at him. If you want to fight. Justin lifts his hand up. Maka watches as 3 vertical eyes appear on the back of his hand. She feels the demon's presence, and she feels it from Justin. Come at me, witch, and I will put you in your place. Oh? You're actually going to fucking fight me instead of being a little bitch and sending those fucking black things on me. Maka snaps, that smirk growing. I was still fighting you in a way, those things are me. He gets this weird look in his eyes, his voice getting lower. They are my demons, but I will take you with my own hand. Maka and Justin are smirking crazily at each other. Her hands lighting up and those eyes on his hand are lighting up as well. This can't end well. That's when a tray of food is thrown at Justin, hitting him right in the face. The three eyes disappear as he freaks out over the pizza that is all in his hair and on his gown now. Justin, get the hell out of here. Krona growls, this fire in his eyes that takes Maka aback. Her hands stop twitching. And she can only look at him with wide eyes. How dare you? He screeches as he wipes some cheese off his cheek. You dash. Get out. Krona's eyes don't dull as he looks at Black Star. Same with you. Leave Maka alone. Why do you still stick up for her, Krona? Justin raises an eyebrow. This girl has been unfaithful to you and with your bodyguard of all people. He's not even alive yet, this whore has made her mark on him. How can you trust her with anyone? Dash out. Krona screams, his face getting hot with anger. You don't know shit about her. Don't talk about her like that. This is boring. Black Star grunts as he gets up. Catch you later. He gives Krona a smack on the ass, but he doesn't seem affected. He's glaring down Justin. So defensive over the girl that dash. Krona picks up Black Star's tray and throws it, hitting Justin in the face again. I said get out. Krona screams, that fire making his blue eyes brighter. Get out. Get out. Get out. You just keep digging your hole deeper and deeper. Justin stands up covered in pizza sauce. Me killing you would be a mercy, remember Krona, what your mother said? He turns and walks away. Krona is panting. He holds his head in his hands as his leg bounces. She doesn't know what to say. Even after everything she has done to him, he still sticks up for her. He still stays by her. Maka. He speaks her name softly against his hands. Let's go back to your room. She nods even though he can't see her. Maka looks around for a nurse she can trust. And her eyes fall on Gerksho. His brown eyes fall on her and she quickly waves him over. It looks like the man is grumbling to himself, but he walks over. Can you take us back to my room? Maka asks quietly, not because she's afraid someone will hear. Because that's all that could come out. Why the hell dash? Gerksho stops when his eyes fall on Krona. He looks between the two for a moment. His eyes light a little in realization. Shit, yeah, I'll take you to your room. He moves so he can grab both Krona and Maka. Come on, get your asses up. Maka and Krona get up. She can't take her eyes off the pink-haired boy whose head is bowed again. He's hiding his eyes from her. They walk past Justin. The boy sending her a dark glare as Giriko pulls her along. She gives him her middle finger. Fuck you, Justin. Fuck you to fucking hell. The door shuts behind them. Maka takes a deep breath. Her chest is tightening, but at the same time, a part of her is grinning, enjoying this. Enjoying his pain. Krona takes a couple of steps ahead of her before he stops. His body is trembling. The air between them is tense. And she doesn't like it. Not at all. But she doesn't know what to say, what to do. It's okay, Maka. His voice is no more than a whisper. She heard the slight crack in it though. If you like our Ragnarok, who am I to say no? If it makes you happy, if you want him, it's okay, you can have him, it's okay. His voice is painful. It hurts you. She speaks firmly, watching as he tenses. Why, yes. He swallows the lump in his throat. It does hurt me, but I care more about what you want, and it's not like it's just you. Ragnarok likes you too. Krona turns around, his eyes slightly watery. So you like him, but how much? He looks away from her and he sniffles. Do like him more than me? No. She answers immediately as she starts to walk towards him. Why, yeah, right. His voice is bitter. Our Ragnarok is strong, reliable, he can protect you, and all I can do is be the body he uses. Krona, who was the person I needed first? Who was the one I leaned on first? Who is the one I cried on first? She grabs him by the shoulders and holds him. Me. He trembles against her. Who is the one I cared about first? Me. His trembling dies a little. You are the first, Krona, you are what made me like Ragnarok, because he is a part of you. I could never like him more than you. Before I needed him, I needed you. She leans her forehead against his, her words genuine. I'm sorry, all I do is hurt you, that I can't be normal and just have you and not hurt you, but I'm a witch, Krona. I need you and him. And I know that hurts you. I'm sorry. It hurts but. He takes a deep shaky breath. As long as you don't leave me, as long as you stay with me, then you can hurt me all you want, I just need you, Maka. If you realize you need Ragnarok too, maybe it wouldn't hurt so bad. She nuzzles her head against his. He has been with you from the very beginning, protecting you, and yes, I know he's a dick and he shows his affection in the strangest of ways, but he needs you too, Krona, you both need each other. For 13 years he has helped you out, been with you, been a part of you. Is it so wrong he cares about me just as you do? That he wants to share in what we have? I've never had anything to share. Krona wraps his arms around her, his voice still shaky. And now that I have someone as wonderful as you, I don't want to share at all with Ragnarok, with anyone. But what if Ragnarok felt the same way? He tenses against her. And what if it was the other way around? And I had cared for him first? How would you feel if I just abandoned you, if we just abandoned you so you had to watch for the sidelines? That would be hell. Krona tightens his grip around her again. But even with thinking this, I can't just give you to him. You're not giving me to anyone. She holds him firmly. We are a family, we all stick together. I am yours, and you are his, and he is mine. I will never leave you, and you will always be the first. Do you like me more than him? He looks at her with those eyes. Yes. She will not lie. She sees his eyes light up at this despite the hurt. Then it's okay. He takes a deep breath. It's still going to hurt, but. He looks her in the eyes. I love you, Maka, and Ragnarok is my friend, my only friend I've ever had. So if you want us all together, then that's what you will get. I only want you to be happy. He smiles at her so sweetly. Even though she still sees that hurt in his eyes. She will kill this boy and he will still look at her the same. She can do anything to him and he would stay with her. He would still care. She has him wrapped around her finger. She both hates and loves that. I'm sorry I'm like this. She leans her head against his forehead. All I do is hurt you. Why do you stay with me? Why do you keep smiling at me? That's easy. He rubs his nose against hers. Because I love you, Maka, I love you so much. Times like this, I wish love was real. She mumbles sadly. Because if it was, I would love you. Maka, let's dream that it is real. He holds her so softly. Let's dream together and maybe someday you could love me. She can hear the hope in his voice. Maybe someday. Maka is doubtful. She can't love. Someday. His breath tickles her lips. He said the word in a sigh. A lot of things could happen someday. But who's to say anything will happen? That anything would change? Maka feels someone else in the room with them now. She looks over to see Ragnarok leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He watches them with those piercing blue eyes. With that longing he tries to hide with that scowl on his face. Maka smiles gently and reaches out her other hand for him. Ragnarok's eyes flicker as he looks at it, only to look away with that glare on his face. Ragnarok. Krona looks at the other boy as he grabs Maka's hand, the one that isn't being held out to the other boy. The raven-haired boy looked back at Krona, giving him a challenging look, getting ready for Krona to say something smart. It's okay. Krona nods his head towards Maka's hand. Ragnarok's glare completely falls as he looks at Krona, obviously shocked with this. I understand now. Krona smiles softly at him, but that hint of pain is still there. It's okay. Ragnarok's eyes soften a little as he looks at the other boy, and as his eyes fall on her hand, he takes a step forward. Only to stop. He looks frustrated. Maka waits patiently with her hand out. She knows things like this are hard for him. He's like her. He's not used to being accepted. She understands him. Ragnarok glares all the way, but he walks up to her. Hesitantly he puts his hand in hers. And she holds it. He takes an intake of breath as her fingers get intertwined with his. His piercing blue eyes look into hers. And they're not as hard. She's holding both these boys' hands, the two boys she needs. Now you two hold hands. She looks down at their two empty ones. And no way, Maka. Krona shakes his head. Fuck no, I'm not holding his fucking hand. He might like that, but I don't puke rainbows like he does. Ragnarok grunts. Giga. See, can you stop saying that? I do not puke rainbows. That just sounds painful. Krona tugs at his hair. Then stop fucking puking rainbows. But I don't. Oh god, I don't. Krona opens his mouth and looks down as if he expected some rainbow to come out. When it doesn't, he sighs in relief. SC? And no rainbows, Ragnarok. So you can stop saying that. Krona, you're such a dumbass. What up with that goofy ass smile? Ragnarok turns his attention to Maka, who is grinning at the two. Maka can only shake her head, but her smile doesn't fall. It's back to normal. This relationship will be hard, but she thinks they can pull it off. Maka, did we do something good? Krona blushes at her smile and his gaze shifts. Don't tell me you think I puke rainbows too. But you do, don't you? She hums and Ragnarok smirks at her. And no. Oh god, no. How would I even have a rainbow inside me? It would be too much and I would explode. That's why you fucking puke them out. Ragnarok grunts. So you don't blow up, so you better get to fucking puking. What? Krona's eyes get wide in panic. They're really inside me? That's what we have been trying to tell you. Maka sighs. You better hurry up, Krona. How do I puke rainbows? I don't know how. Krona opens his mouth as if he's trying to will for the rainbows to come out. The rainbows will come out if you dance. Maka speaks, trying to hold back her smirk. While singing that fucking glamorous song. Ragnarok adds and Maka gives his hand a squeeze of approval. Giga. Are you really sure this will work, guys? Positivity. Just do it already before your guts get on the walls. Oh okay. Oh okay. Krona squeaks in fright as he lets go of Maka's hand and walks out away to give him some space. How am I supposed to dance? Move your hips a lot and flip your hair. Maka moves her hips. Give it all the sass you can muster, Krona. You need to get these rainbows out. Oh okay, Maka. His face gets serious. I will use all my sass. That a boy. Maka is using all her willpower to hold back her laughter. Krona bows his head. Maka and Ragnarok look at each other before looking back at the boy. Krona takes a deep breath. Then he begins. G. He pokes out his hip. L. He runs a hand through this hair. A. He flips his hair. M. Krona shakes his hips. O. He ruffles his hair up. R. He leans his head back like for dramatic effect. Us. W. Weary flying first class up in the sky. He moves his arms around Maka, guessing to symbolize a airplane. Popping champion. He makes a chugging motion as he pokes his hip out. Living the life in the fast lane. He starts to run around in a circle. And I won't change by the glamorous, oh the flossy. He is really getting into this, so much hair flipping and hip popping and whatever hell else he's doing. Maka can't hold it in any longer. She cracks up. Ragnarok's close behind her, laughing his ass off. This was just too good. Krona stops singing to look at the two who are laughing so hard. Hey. Krona pouts. There never was any rainbows inside me, was there? Maka and Ragnarok nod. They actually do a fist bump. That was just too great. Why, you guys are jerks. Krona blushes darkly as he looks away from the two. I really thought I was going to explode. I didn't want people putting in the paper that my death was death by rainbows. That would have been embarrassing. I don't think it gets any more fucking embarrassing than that. Ragnarok takes a deep breath. Nice dance moves there, Krona. Fuck you, Ragnarok. Krona's eye twitches, but he's still blushing so darkly. I don't see you doing any better. I don't dance, and if I did I wouldn't be poking out my hip like that. You would put fucking Shakira to shame. Krona, I thought it was cute. She smiles at the boy. Really? Krona perks up a little. Yeah, it was so fucking cute, we want to see it again. Ragnarok smirks. We didn't get enough of it the first time. Ragnarok, stop being a butt. Krona flips his hair. The raven-haired boy blinks. Did you just call me a fucking butt? He is a butt, isn't he? Maka hums, turning on Ragnarok. Totally a butt. Krona walks up to them and takes her other hand in his. Stop calling me a fucking butt, it's getting weird. Fine, you're not a butt Ragnarok, but your face is one. Why yes, he's definably a butt face. I'm going to fucking kill you both. Ah, you see that, Krona? Typical behavior of a butt face. Fuck you, bitch. Ragnarok growls, tightening his grip on her hand to a crushing level as he gives her his middle finger. If I could, I would return that, so take this, asshole. She sticks her tongue out at him and tries to compete with him, squeezing her hand. She's losing. He's stronger than her. Not so tough now, are you, bitch? He grins as she winces. This is nothing but face. Bitch, stop fucking calling me that. Then what do you want me to call you? A smirk comes to her face. Raggy. Our Raggy. Krona chuckles, getting him a dark glare from the other boy. Ah, it's cute, Ragnarok. It is, isn't it? Maka hums, leaning her head against Krona's. They're both grinning at Ragnarok. I swear to God, I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to take a pillowcase, fill it up with bars of soap and beat the shit out of you. Maka's grin grows at quoting Step Brothers. She fucking loves that movie. What the fuck? Bitch, I'll rip off your own arms and beat the shit out of you with them. Don't get so mad. Krona's grin actually grows. Raggy. Krona, I'm going to dash. Raggy. Maka rips her hand from his and takes off running. Bitch, I'm dash. He runs after her with those eyes on fire. Raggy. Krona chuckles when Ragnarok turns on his heel. Krona's eyes get wide and he takes off running. Where the fuck you think you're going, Krona? Ragnarok growls, catching up. Ah. Maka, help. Ragnarok's being a butt face again. Motherfucker dash. Oh, Raggy. Maka speaks in a sweet voice and gives him a wave. Ragnarok stops chasing Krona and glares at her with those eyes. Maka smirks and turns to run. Only to bump into the raven-haired boy's chest. There's some perks to being fucking dead. He chuckles darkly as he grabs a hold of her, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Now you're going to fucking pay, dash. Hey. Ragnarok's glare falls for a moment as he looks down at the girl with his eyebrow raised. Hey. What the fuck do you want? Hey. Krona walks so he's standing next to him with a frown on his face. Hey. Maka looks up at him plainly. What the fuck do you? Hey. Krona cuts him off, causing his eyes to twitch, and he opens his mouth. Hey. What the fuck do you want? He shakes Maka before he throws her so she hits Krona. Her and the pink-haired boy hit the wall with a thud and fall down. Krona is holding her in his arms so she didn't get hurt at all. They're quiet for a moment. Krona is glaring at Ragnarok now and he is glaring at him. Maka breaks the silence with her chuckle. It starts off barely audible but then it grows. Ragnarok and Krona's glare falls as they look at her. Maka cracks up. Krona's lips twitch into a smile and he starts to chuckle with her. Ragnarok grins, not being able to help it. Soon they're all laughing. Together. You two are fucking goofy. Ragnarok smirks. At least we're not goofy looking. Krona flips his hair. Bitch, you don't want to talk about appearance, you look like someone shit out cotton candy on your head. His hair does look like cotton candy, doesn't it? Maka hums as she runs her fingers through Krona's hair. Yeah, it looks like someone shit cotton candy on his fucking head. And no, it doesn't. Krona blushes as Maka keeps touching his hair. If someone did that, my hair would be really gross and smell. He gets a insecure look. Maka, does my hair look bad? No, it looks delicious. Maka grabs a lock of his hair and puts it in her mouth lightly, giving him a wink which causes him to fluster. You two are sick. Ragnarok grumbles and looks away with that glare on his face. Ragnarok, come over here. She smiles at him. Fuck no, I'll say over here. Then we're coming to you. Maka gets up, grabbing Krona's hand. She walks over towards the other boy. Ragnarok doesn't move closer, but he doesn't move away. He doesn't look at them either. Maka grabs his hand. And she sees something flash in those blue eyes. When he glares at her, she chuckles. Those stone eyes want to hide everything. Ragnarok grumbles but his lips twitch up into that crooked smile. Krona is smiling his sweet smile as his thumb lightly rubs against her hand. This is how it's meant to be. All of them together. But it won't be easy. Nothing about her can be easy. Krona pulls her a little more his way. Which the other boy notices. He pulls her just a little so she's back in the middle. Ragnarok and Krona exchange a look as Maka keeps chuckling to herself, not really paying attention. Something passes through their eyes. They both tighten their grip on her hands. Maka taps her fingers on the ledge of her window as she stares at the rain hitting the glass, watching the dark gray skies and the flash of lighting. She bites her lip. Maka has a bad feeling. She doesn't know what it is, but something is going to happen today. Because she can't go a single day without something fucked up happening. And even though she said she likes the rain, it's adding to this feeling of dread. The black sky, the sorrow feeling of the rain. Something is going to happen. Maka sighs as she looks down at the spider bite. After she had drank that blue shit from Medusa, she's felt great, but the mark of the spider is still on her wrist. It doesn't itch, but she don't like still seeing it. It reminds her of the dark feeling. The dark feeling that's getting harder to fight. Maka leans her head against the bars that protect the window. The cold metal sticking to her forehead as the rain keeps falling. What is going to become of her? She doesn't know. A pair of pale blue eyes flash through her head. With a pair of piercing blue ones. What is going to become of them? They're stuck with her, stuck in this whole mess with her. And really, it's going to be harder now. Krona knows about Ragnarok's feelings for her and her feelings for him. He isn't happy about it. And even though he says it's okay, it's not really. Ragnarok is almost as possessive as Krona. They're both possessive of her. This could rip them apart, they could rip her apart. This could be dangerous. But she wants them both, needs them both. She needs Krona's gentle smile and touch, needs his soft chuckle and those beautiful eyes. And she needs Ragnarok's crooked smirk, needs his hits and his grumbles and glares. She needs them both. And they both need her. Krona and Ragnarok will fight. She knows this. Even after the two knew about each other, about the situation. She caught those looks, those glares. It's dangerous to be in the middle of two jealous boys. But Maka never was one to do anything safely. Not with relationships, not with anything. She does what she wants. And she wants them. She wants them to be together. To be a family. If Krona and Ragnarok could just see that they need each other, that they care for each other, that they are a part of each other, maybe this wouldn't be so hard. But Krona doesn't want to share. And Ragnarok doesn't want to either. But they have to. They're both hers. Her family. Maka hears the door open behind her. And she hears a lot of footsteps. Maka doesn't turn around. She knows it's probably Stein coming in with a whole bunch of those asshole nurses too. Maka. Her chest tightens. Her breathing becomes uneven. Her eyes shaking in panic. Oh God, she knows that voice. It can't be him, she can't handle him. Maka turns around and her eyes fall on the boy. Her teeth start to chatter. Kid stands in front of her, those eyes on her, studying her. They're not on fire, but they still scare the shit out of her. Oh God, she's a full witch now. Can he feel it? Has he come to kill her? You must be angry with me. Kid frowns deeply, his eyes shaking slightly. I couldn't make it Saturday, I tried to see you but Stein wouldn't let me. Maka doesn't respond to him. He's going to fucking kill her. He's going to chop off her hands and kill her. Kill him before he kills you. That voice hisses. Maka feels her fingers twitch. Yes, yes. She just has to kill him. If she doesn't, he will kill her. Maka still feels terrified, her body is almost trembling as the boy's eyes lock onto hers. I brought you something. He reaches behind his back. Maka's throat is dry. Holy shit. She's starting to sweat and she feels like screaming. He's going to bring out the axe and cross and I got you that Big Mac and fry you wanted. He smiles at her nervously as he pulls out a white bag. I know you wanted it Saturday and I'm sorry. I hope you still want it now. Maka blinks. What did he just say? You brought me McDonald's. Maka's voice is a whisper as she looks at the bag. Yes. He smiles a little. It has a fry. And a apple pie. Of course. All the fear leaves her as she beams at the bag that smells so good. He brought her fucking McDonald's. Hell yeah. You're an idiot. The voice sighs. I thought you would be happy. Kid's smile grows a little at the look on her face. But then he takes a step closer. And Maka can't help but to flinch. She wants that Big Mac but she doesn't really want him getting closer. But he keeps walking towards her slowly. Everything is telling her to run, to scream, to kill him. But she is smelling those fries. And she decides she's going to have to be alright. I got you a large, I hope that isn't too much dash. Too much. Maka grabs the bag from him and plops down on her bed grinning hungry at it. Nothing is too much for me, you should know that by now. I suppose. He chuckles lightly as he takes a seat next to her. Maka's hairs stick up. She doesn't know how to feel about this boy. She's terrified of him. But he brought her McDonald's. He has been her friend from the very beginning. But he is a witch hunter. And she is a witch. He is dangerous, but then again so is she. I'm glad nothing has changed. Kid watches as she bites into the Big Mac with no shame, that smile tugging at his lips. It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah. She grunts as she takes another bite. You know it isn't going anywhere, Maka. He winces a little at how much she's eating all at once. Eating that fast will upset your stomach. You're just a square kid. Maka smirks as she finishes the huge sandwich in record time. Anything will upset your fucking stomach. That's not true. He stares at her cheek with this almost constipated look before he takes out a cloth from his jacket. When he reaches out to touch her with it, Maka tenses and sinks away. Could you wipe your cheek? Kid's eyes flash a little, but he holds out the cloth to her. The asymmetry will bother me. Whatever. Maka grabs it from him and wipes it off before handing it back to him. Things really haven't changed, have they? At least with you. Maka. Kid frowns as she starts to shove her mouth with fries. He reaches out his hand only to stop himself. I'm so sorry, I still am. I can't believe things have turned out this way. Maka doesn't respond. She just eats. You know I'm still trying to clear your name. Kid speaks softly when she tenses. I know you didn't kill him, Maka, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to clear your name and get you out of here. You don't belong here. Clearing my name will be impossible, Kid. Maka sighs as she finally finishes the fries. Don't waste your energy, I'm stuck here. Nothing is impossible. Father and I are working on the case. He gives her a determined look. We will find who did this. If you do, and you're able to clear my name. Maka takes her first bite out of the apple pie. Then you must be a fucking god, for you would have done the impossible. Nothing is, Maka. Did you eat all of that? Kid's mouth opens as he watches her crumble up the bag and throw it aside. Yeah. But we haven't been sitting down for more than 5 minutes. And your point is? Maka gives him a changeling look. I was fucking hungry. Kid blinks. Then he smirks. Then he chuckles. And it's so odd and light sounding. Almost like he hasn't done it in a while. Maka grins with him, forgetting about her fear. Kid wouldn't kill her. Don't laugh at me. She grunts as she gives him a light push. I just can't believe. He takes a breath and puts a hand over his mouth to hide the smile that still is there. Forgive me, Maka. No. She smirks at him. Glad to know you're still an asshole. Likewise. He smirks right back. This is the kid she remembers. He isn't going to kill her. The door opens. We need help. A nurse pants. It's Justin. All of the nurses in the room groan, but they run out with the other nurse. Then the door shuts. Justin. Kid raises an eyebrow as he looks at the door. Some jackass who gets out of his room all the fucking time. Maka grumbles. Don't ask me how, he has tricks up all his fucking sleeves. Do you know his last name? Kid gets this odd look to his eyes as he looks back at her. PSSH, no, it's bad enough I know his first name. Maka grunts. He is the biggest dick there is. Oh, he has been causing you trouble. Kid frowns. You could say that. I'd rather not talk about him. Maka sighs. I can feel my skin start to fucking crawl. Okay. Kid takes a deep breath. So how have things been here? Are they still good? Do they treat you well? Just as well as they would treat any insane person. Maka grunts as she looks over at him. And it's fine here. The doctors are dicks and the nurses are assholes, but I'm used to people like them, so I can deal with it. It's a blast here, really. Oh? What do you do? Kid leans back, staring at her with his full attention. Well, they have some activities here like art and gym. Maka shrugs as she points to the painting of the crescent moon she painted. I did that in the art class thing. Ah, you painted? Kid smiles as he gets up to go get a better look, Maka following with him. I thought you would draw, but this painting is good. Well, the class was on painting or something like that. Maka looks at the crescent moon. The same moon that is around her neck. And on that door. This is important. That voice hisses. He knows it as well. At looking at this crescent moon. She feels that dark feeling. And she really doesn't want to. But she feels it resurfacing. Her fingers start to twitch. Kid gets this odd look on his face. He starts to look around until his eyes fall on her. Maka's throat is dry. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. He can feel her. Maka tries to stop this dark feeling to hide it, but she can't. Something is flickering through those yellow eyes as he studies her. Maka feels some of her power leave her. Kid's eyes widen. Before she can move, he has her pinned against the wall. Oh, Maka. His voice is husky, a weird look in his eyes as he holds her hands by her sides. It's not a rough grip. She could knock him off. But she's frozen. Frozen in fear. I wish it didn't have to be this way for you, and I shouldn't be doing this. He leans closer, his grip tightening, causing her eyes to get wide. I cannot hold back, not anymore, this ends now. He's get her closer. And Maka can't do anything. He's going to kill her. He knows she's a witch. She's going to die. And all she can do is stare at him like a deer caught in headlights. Krona paces back and forth in his room. His long bangs getting in his face, so he has to move them every once in a while. His breathing is becoming uneven in anxiety. He has a bad feeling in his stomach. Ragnarok reappears, leaning against his wall looking at Krona boredly. Well. Krona stops pacing to look at the other boy with panic eyes. That boy with that weird hair is in there with her. Ragnarok grunts. I knew he would come. Krona whines and grips his hair. I knew he would. The pink-haired boy starts to pace around his room again. This eye isn't good, Ragnarok. And not at all. You really have your fucking patties in a bunch about this. Ragnarok watches the other boy with an irritated look. It's not a fucking big deal. Why, you don't understand, Ragnarok. I know he likes Maka. Krona groans thinking about it. I can see right through that boyish smile. So? You know you're not the only fucking one who is going to like her, Krona. Ragnarok growls, causing the other boy to tense. That's not what I mean, Ragnarok. That's not why I'm upset. Krona frowns slightly as he looks him in his piercing blue eyes. That boy is a threat to me, a threat to us. What the fuck are you talking about? His eyes flash at us. Don't you get it, Ragnarok? Krona huffs. He is everything we aren't. He is rich. He always dresses so nice. He has natural colored hair. He has known Maka since she was young, and he knows things about her that we don't even know. He can talk without stuttering, and he speaks so politely. Krona bows his head. He looks like a boy. I have natural colored hair and I don't fucking stutter, and I look like a fucking boy. Ragnarok grunts. Why, yeah, but that's about it. Krona turns on him with his eyes wide. Think about it. He isn't insane, he's like a prince, Ragnarok. How can we compete with that? Girls don't really want Prince Charming. Ragnarok cross his arms. What they really want is a fucking badass who will take without asking. And that's why you suck with the ladies. Oh really? I'm pretty good with Maka. He smirks slyly. Anyway. Krona huffs, his eye twitching a little as he crosses his arms and turns his back on the other boy. We're not talking about that right now, Ragnarok. We're talking about how Kid is going to steal Maka from us. He ain't stealing shit. Ragnarok grumbles. I know you fucking don't like this guy and you're jealous like a bitch, but really, you just need to calm the fuck down. It's not about me not liking him. Even though I really don't. Krona mumbles that last part. It's the fact he is planning on taking her away from us, Ragnarok. I know he is. He wants her for himself. I could tell by the way he looked at me. Why, you saw it too, Ragnarok? Oh yeah, I saw it alright. Ragnarok coughs. I also fucking saw the look you were giving him. Before he even gave his name you were glaring. That's beside the point. Krona huffs again. How can you not be worried, Ragnarok? This guy is bad news. Look, even if he likes her and wants to fucking take her, he can't do anything with the nurses there. Chill your tits. He doesn't have to do anything. He could just use his Prince Charming powers and Maka will melt. His eyes get wide in panic. Did he bring her anything? Like a rose or something? I saw a bag of McDonald's dash. McDonald's. Krona cries out in dismay and tugs at his hair. We're doomed, Ragnarok. He brought her a fucking $5 meal, big whoop. Ragnarok glares, looking away. It's more than we got. Krona protests. We couldn't even get her McDonald's. We can't get her anything, but he can give her everything. Don't you see now, Ragnarok? I think you're just paranoid. Ragnarok sighs. Seriously, he just got her fucking McDonald's, chill out. But you know. Krona bites his lip. Why, you know how much she likes food. Ragnarok's eyes widen a little. She is a fucking fat ass. He grumbles. Why, you see? He's trying to use food to get to her heart. Krona tugs his hair. You're overthinking it. Ragnarok grunts. Look, he might like her, but she sure as hell don't like him. But he could persuade her. Krona protests. Did you see his smile? He has perfect teeth. I don't care what the fuck he's got. Ragnarok glares, this irritated look coming to his face. He's just a spoiled rich kid is all, he isn't a fucking threat. I just have a really bad feeling. Krona frowns deeply as he looks at the other boy. I don't want to lose her. You're fucking not. Ragnarok sighs. If it will get you to shut the fuck up, I'll go check on them so you can chill out. Please do. Krona looks at him with his eyes lighting up. Ragnarok glares and looks away but disappears. Krona starts to pace again. Yes, Ragnarok likes Maka and Maka likes him. But Kid is a whole other story. Kid isn't a part of him, Kid isn't stuck to him. He could take Maka away. And Krona cannot stand by and let that happen. He has been blessed an angel and he isn't going to be robbed of that. The only thing he's ever had. She has been his first in every pleasure. She makes him feel alive, makes him feel right. He can deal with Ragnarok but not Kid. Not at all. Krona was hoping Kid would stop coming to see Maka. But of course he wouldn't. He wants her. Krona huffs and crosses his arms. Ragnarok reappears with an odd look on his face. Well. Krona turns with those wide eyes. Don't flip out, but the nurses aren't in there anymore, I think Justin dash. We got to get over there. Krona's chest feels tight. This is his chance to take her away. He's not taking her away from us. Ragnarok growls, but Krona catches his eyes flicker. He's just a fucking friend, she isn't into assholes like that. How do you know? Krona gives him a challenging look only for it to fall weakly. Ragnarok, can we please go over there? I'll just feel better to be around them, why you know. Ragnarok stares at Krona, who shifts under his gaze. You're a piece of work, you know that. The raven-haired boy sighs, but he walks over to the door and opens it. Fucking come on, we're going. Thank you, Ragnarok. Krona's eyes light up as they look at the other boy and he gives him a smile. Don't get all gay on me. Ragnarok grumbles, looking away and glaring. Just come the fuck on before I change my mind. Sorry. Krona squeaks as he runs out of the room. Ragnarok shuts the door and starts to walk down the hallway with the other twitching boy. Chill the fuck out, Krona. Ragnarok growls. You're getting on my fucking nerves. I can't help it. Krona frowns, his eyes slightly shaking as he picks up the pace. Ever since I had that nightmare where Kid took Maka from me and seeing him hold her in his arms, this has been a fear of mine. You have too many fucking fears to count. Ragnarok grunts. So you're not scared Kid will take her? I'm not scared of anything. That's not really true. Krona mumbles. Ragnarok just sends him a glare. I know you have to care about this just like I do. If Maka falls for Kid he would take her away from us. We would lose her. Krona's voice is quiet. That's not going to happen. Ragnarok's glare deepens, but not at Krona, as the two come to a stop in front of her door. Just breathe, Krona, he doesn't have anything going on, he's the kind of guy who won't make a fucking move to keep being polite. Nice guys finish last. Krona doesn't respond. Ragnarok takes a breath and opens the door. Krona rushes in. Kid leans in just as the two boys come into the room, his lips being pressed against Maka's. Maka looks shocked and horrified at the same time. The two boys are just as shocked, them taking a moment to process what they're seeing. Kid pinning Maka against the wall, kissing her. And Maka looking terrified. Krona and Ragnarok's eyes narrow. Krona gritting his teeth and Ragnarok's chest puffing up, a fire in his eyes. Maka's scared, confused eyes meet the two boys' fierce gaze. That's when all hell breaks loose. Chapter 36. Maka doesn't know what the fuck is going on. She's so confused. 1 minute she's thinking, holy shit, Kid is going to chop her to fucking pieces. Then the next minute, she doesn't know what to think. He leaned in so close she was waiting to see the cross or the axe. But it never happened. Instead he said something that made everything not make sense. I love you, Maka. Then he kissed her. What the fuck is going on? He's supposed to be killing her. Maka can't move, can't even push him off. She's terrified of him, terrified at how fucking confusing this is. Then Krona and Ragnarok come in. It all happened so fast her brain is still swirling and Kid's lips are still on hers. As her eyes fall on them, silently pleading for them to stop this, to make her head stop hurting and her heart stop beating in fear. They look pissed off. Maka's eyes meet Krona's. His eyes flash, his teeth are grit. It's like everything is in slow motion now. Krona lets out a cry of anger as he charges towards Kid. Kid tenses and pulls away to look at Krona just as he's getting on him. Krona goes to punch Kid in the face only for the boy to dodge it, moving to the side, causing Krona to run into the wall. Maka slides down till her butt is on the floor, her eyes are still wide and shaking as she watches the two boys. Kid's face is blank but his eyes are glaring. Krona lets out another cry as he charges for him, his fist ready. Kid grabs it, stopping him like it's nothing. Come on now, let's not fight about dash. Krona's body jerks and with his other hand he punches Kid right in the face, causing him to stumble back a little. You don't fucking touch her, you spoiled rich asshole. Ragnarok growls in Krona's body as he goes to punch Kid in the gut. Kid blocks it and elbows his gut instead, causing Ragnarok to grunt as he hits Kid on the side of his head. Maka cannot believe what she's seeing. She can't believe any of this really. Ragnarok and Kid are full out fighting, both dodging then getting hits. But they're almost equal. Kid is strong as Ragnarok. His fighting is more uniformed, more precise as his eyes calculate everything Ragnarok is going to do. Ragnarok fights with his fury, but at the same time he isn't stupid with it. Two different ways to fight. But they're equals. Kid gets a punch on Ragnarok's face, breaking his nose. Breaking Krona's nose. You fucking bitch. Ragnarok roars, his anger getting the best of him as he charges for Kid. He is strong but anger isn't going to work here. Not with Kid being calm, him predicting his moves with his eyes. Ragnarok has had a life of fighting. But maybe so has Kid. She doesn't know, but now they're both in heated combat. Kid gets hit. Then Ragnarok gets hit. Which means Krona is getting hurt. What are you? Kid pants out as he dodges another punch to the head. They're both circling around each other now, the boy's yellow eyes are on fire. You're definably not a witch, but I sense something coming off of you and you're not Krona. His eyes narrow. But I've felt you before, I know what you are, you don't belong here, demon. You don't know shit about me. I'm about to show you what the fuck I am. Ragnarok roars as he lashes out, but Kid is watching him. He blocks each hit. Kid's teeth grit. You get some sick fucking kick out of this? She's fucking ours. Ragnarok hits Kid in the gut, which he counters with punching Ragnarok in the head. Ours. Kid gets this weird look in his eyes as he starts blocking the raging boy again. Yes, fucking ours, not yours. Ragnarok's eyes flash as he takes in Kid's suit. You have fucking enough. You rich kids are all the fucking same, never satisfied, wanting to take away from the people who don't have shit. Ragnarok's eyes get dangerous now. You're all the fucking same. He snarls as he punches Kid on his lip. Kid is bleeding now, but this boy is still keeping calm, keep being precise. I hope you know. Kid kicks Ragnarok in the stomach, sending him a couple steps back. The boy's voice is lower. I'm not just some rich kid, you don't know what you're talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Krona might be a bitch, but he was fucking right. His eyes are on fire, Krona's face scrunching up in that scowl. It pisses you off that she doesn't want you, doesn't it? Everything has been fucking handed to you, but now you're being denied. Doesn't that fucking piss you off, you asshole? Kid's eyes flash at that, and this time the boy charges for Ragnarok, his eyes with the same flame Ragnarok has in his. Kid is fast. He moves so skillfully Maka can see his experience as he moves from Ragnarok's hit and knees him in the side. Maka's teeth chatter. That fire in Kid's eyes. She's seen it too many times. And now she's terrified of it. Kid is a predator. His hits are all calculated, his moves all thought out. He is a predator and she is what he's hunting. It's not like that. Kid's voice is loud as Ragnarok headbutts him. Kid holds him there so the two boys are glaring dangerously at each other. I love Maka, I loved her before she even knew Krona, dash. Well, you fucking lost the race. Ragnarok snaps as he shoves him off. There's no more room for a rich bastard like you. She's ours. She doesn't fucking want you. She looked like she was about to shit herself with you fucking holding her against the wall like a goddamn animal. Ragnarok is fuming. I'll admit that was wrong of me. Kid's face gets a little flustered as he looks over at Maka. She's still staring at him with wide eyes. Kid's eyes flash with guilt, his shoulders slump a little. Maka, forgive me, I don't know what came over me, I dash. Ragnarok tackles the boy, Kid being taken off guard, he falls to the ground with Ragnarok on top. He is at his mercy. You can't just say fucking sorry for that shit. Ragnarok hits Kid again in the face. I'll fucking break your face for this. Do you know how pissed off Krona is? Do you know how fucking pissed off I am? You don't fuck with me. Kid only takes a couple more punches before he reaches into his jacket. He pulls out a cross. Ragnarok stops mid-punch as his eyes fall on it. He freezes. Kid pushes him off, the blood falling from a gash on his head making him look deadly as he grips the cross in his hand, holding it towards Ragnarok. The boy backs up from him, that odd look on his face, his eyes slightly shake. You don't want to mess with me either, I hunt witches not demons, but the same things will work on such disgusting creatures. Kid's eyes narrow. I suggest you stop this now. Ragnarok looks so pissed, but his eyes are on the cross. Maka watches a bead of sweat fall down Krona's face. Begone. Kid roars as he throws the cross at the other boy. As soon as the cross touches Ragnarok, the boy lets out a growl of pain and Krona's body jerks. Ragnarok is thrown out of Krona's body. The boy is a bit faded as Krona groans a bit, getting back. Krona doesn't waste time. His eyes light on fire as they fall on Kid. He lets out a cry as he charges by himself. He doesn't have Ragnarok, just him. Crosses don't affect him. I knew you were trouble. Krona growls as he goes to hit Kid. But he catches his fist, him glaring with his eyes. I suggest you stop this now, Krona. I don't want to hurt you. Something snaps in Krona's pale blue eyes, and with strength Maka didn't know he punches Kid right in the nose. It's a good hit too. Unfortunately, Kid was expecting that. He counters by hitting Krona in the gut, the pink-haired boy letting out a cry of pain as he falls to his knees. Maka's eyes stop shaking. Something starting to shift inside of her at see Krona in pain. Get the fuck off him. Ragnarok roars as he goes through Kid, causing the boy to stumble back, letting Krona hit him in the face. Krona and Ragnarok are working together. It's not just Ragnarok using his body. Now Krona is fighting and so is Ragnarok right by his side. Kid brings out another cross and Ragnarok backs away, but he's not fast enough. Kid closes his eyes and throws the cross at the black-haired boy. She can see it sizzle on him. It's burning him. Ragnarok growls in pain as he rips it off and throws it to the side. He's panting so hard. Kid hits Krona in the stomach again when he tried to tackle him and he cries out. Something in Maka snaps. Stop. Fucking stop. Maka screams, gripping her hair. Her power goes out as she screams. Kid, Ragnarok, and Krona are sent flying. Kid hits the wall hard on one side and Ragnarok and Krona hit the wall hard on the other. This was a mistake. It was a horrible mistake. Kid's eyes burn that fire, the same fire she's seen in all her dreams, as he quickly rebounds, getting on his feet. He brings out that dreaded wooden cross she knows too much, his eyes looking around the room. There's hate in them and disgust. But once his eyes fall on her, the source of what he's feeling, he drops the cross. His face falls to complete disbelief, falls in horror. Maka, you're a dash. I'm a witch. Maka screams into fits of giggles as she gets up, stumbling a little as she grins at this boy. I'm a witch. I'm a fucking witch. Her fingers are twitching and that dark feeling is resurfacing. It doesn't matter now. There's no hiding it. He knows. And no. That's impossible. Kid's eyes are shaking so bad as he swallows hard. Why, you can't be a witch. I grew up with you, Maka. I never felt anything dark from you. You're not evil, you can't be one of them, Maka. But I am. Her voice is dark, that grin growing at how this is messing up the boy. I'm a fucking witch and I am evil. I've killed people, Kid. I've fucking ripped out their guts and smeared them on these walls. That's why you couldn't come see me Saturday, because I'm fucking evil. And no. And no. He shakes his head, he's almost trembling. This can't be, you can't be, Maka. I've been your best friend for years now and I've known you longer. There's no way you can be a dash. But I am and you fucking feel it. Maka giggles as he tenses. Don't you feel this darkness? It's fucking everywhere, isn't it? It's crawling through my veins. Crawling through my veins like fucking spiders. They're everywhere. Everywhere. Maka starts to scratch her wrist, her eyes wide and shaking as her fingers can't stop twitching. This isn't you, Maka. Kid sounds like he's pleading. I know it isn't. This isn't my dear friend Dash. You're right, I'm not your dear friend. She stops laughing, her bangs covering her eyes. Not anymore, that's in the past. I'm a fucking witch and you're a witch hunter. Maka's voice gets hard as she looks up and glares at him. So what are you fucking going to do, Kid? Are you going to chop my hands off like all my other kind? Set me on fucking fire? Huh. Are you? Maka's hair is starting to move, her gown ruffling as her anger builds along with her power. Everything is flying around the room now, chairs, anything that's not attached to the floors. The lights are flickering. Kid's eyes stop shaking and he grips his chest. She sees that hate flash through his eyes at feeling her power, but when his eyes fall on her, his face falls in dismay. This is a tragedy. Kid's voice is weak as he stares at the girl who is grinning so largely. I'm sorry, Maka, I'm so sorry. He picks up the wooden cross. Maka's grin falls. The chairs fall, and the lights stop flickering. She's afraid. She's freezing up. Maka walks back in fear as the boy's eyes turn hard. He's getting closer to her. He is no longer her friend, but her enemy. Stay away from her. Krona runs, so he's standing in front of Maka protectively, his glare so deep. Or I'll fucking kill you. Ragnarok growls, reappearing beside Krona, his chest puffing up. Maka looks at both these boys. They're both protecting her. Her family. Kid stops and looks at the cross he's holding. Then he looks at Maka, looks at her shaking green eyes. His face falls in dismay again and he bows his head. Oh Maka, it wasn't supposed to be like this. It always was like this. Maka screams and starts to giggle. Both Krona and Ragnarok give her a look. No, it wasn't. Kid's voice is painful. There was a time when me and you could sit together and laugh about nothing or argue like good friends, but now. He takes a deep breath as his eyes fall on her. That's over. It can never go back. Never go back. Maka is laughing so hard it's hurting her ribs. It can never go back. Kid repeats softly. He takes a step forward. Ragnarok bares his teeth and Krona glares, both of them getting ready for him. That's when the door opens. Hello, I'm sorry but it's time for visitors to leave. Medusa walks into the room but she's wearing a nurse's outfit. Maka is just steady laughing. It's just so fucking funny, you know. Kid doesn't say anything, he just walks over to the door with Medusa but he stops. I'm sorry, Maka. His voice is painful again as he looks over at her with deep sadness in his eyes. I must maintain order. With that he leaves with Medusa. But Maka is still laughing. This isn't the last time she will see Kid. The next time she sees him she will be fighting for her life. They aren't friends anymore, he is her enemy. She has lost her childhood friend. But gained a predator. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Maka chants as she laughs so hard. It can never go back. It can never go fucking back. Maka. Krona frowns, his blood stained his chin as he kneels next to her, looking at her with so much concern. He won't kill you, we won't let him touch you, Maka. He comes back around here, I'll fucking kill him. Ragnarok punches the wall and breathes hard. You have nothing to worry about, bitch. He hates me because I'm a fucking witch. And I hate him because I hate everyone. Maka's body starts to jerk like she's have a seizure. But he said he loved me. What's with this bullshit? Maka, please calm down, you'll hurt yourself. Krona grabs one of her arms trying to stop her, pleading with her. Stop flipping the fuck out. Damn, what the hell is wrong with you? He's gone. Ragnarok grabs her other arm, roughly holding it down with that glare on his face. But she can see in his eyes that he's concerned. Bye-bye. Maka suddenly stops shaking, a grin ripping out on her face as she snaps her fingers. Krona and Ragnarok are sent flying, hitting the wall again. Maka hears the crack of Krona's skull as it hits the hard concrete. The boy falls down limply, his blood on the wall. And Maka is laughing so hard. You fucking bitch. Ragnarok reappears right in front of her, his eyes on fire, his chest puffed up so much. All she can do is laugh. Then he punches her in the face. Then again. And again. And again. Maka just takes his hits, her laughter soon dies. The pain has knocked her back to her senses, but she won't stop him. She deserves this. She deserves it all. She's evil. So evil she lost her a friend, so evil she hurts Krona. I fucking warned you. I fucking told you if you hurt him I'll take you out. Ragnarok's voice is dark as he keeps hitting her. Maka feels the blood fall down her lip. He's beating the shit out of her. But she deserves it. Why the hell do you fucking do this? Ragnarok's punches get slower as he pants. Do you want me to fucking kill you? Why the hell can't you keep yourself in check, god damn it? You know this is exactly what she wants. I don't want to see you as her fucking puppet, I don't want you to end up like me. He hits her one more time. Maka keeps her head to the side for a moment before she looks back at the black-haired boy who is breathing so hard. You think it's fucking okay to push us around? Krona might be a bitch and take it, but I'm not. I will fuck you up, I won't be your fucking toy. He pins her against the wall, his voice so dark, his eyes on fire. You won't fucking hurt me, you won't fucking hurt him. Get yourself fucking together or I'm going to do it for you. He leans closer, his eyes burning into hers. Maka just looks back at him blankly, her blood coming out of her lip. Ragnarok won't look at her busted lip. You won't be fucking another one of her. Do you care about us or not? Are you just fucking around, you bitch dash? Maka leans in and puts her lips against his. It's like kissing air, but at the same time she feels Ragnarok there. His body tenses as she moves her lips against his softly. But soon he pushes her against the wall, kissing her back with more force, his grip tightening on her. This is not kiss, it's really like kissing air, but she wonders if it's the same for Ragnarok. His kiss is getting more powerful by the minute and he's pressing her farther against the wall. He suddenly pulls away and his breathing is jagged. Don't fucking do that out of the blue. He looks away with that glare on his face but he can't hide the slight pink in his cheeks. I was just beating the shit out of you and you're going to fucking kiss me? You're insane. I'm not even in a fucking body, you just kissed fucking nothing. No, I kissed you. Ragnarok's glare falls as he looks back at her, his hard eyes aren't so hard anymore. Whatever. He grumbles but she knows it's not just whatever. Maka reaches over and touches the burn mark on him caused by Kid's cross. He hisses at her but when he looks down at his healed arm he stops. Don't fucking worry about me. He grumbles as he glares and looks away. I don't need your fucking help. I want to help. Maka forces herself up and she walks past him towards Krona, who is laying on the floor bleeding out of his head. Krona is slightly twitching, his eyes closed. Maka feels empty. She keeps hurting him. Maka gets down on her knees as she holds the boy's head on her lap. She runs her fingers through his hair over the wound, healing it. Maka leans down and kisses the unconscious boy. This is her apology. She feels Ragnarok by her side now but she knows he isn't looking at them. Maka pulls away to rub his cheek, waiting for him to get back up. You healed us, now fucking heal yourself. Ragnarok snaps. Maka just shakes her head. Her face throbs but she deserves this. She deserves nothing but pain. Hey. His voice gets a bit softer as he grabs her chin a little roughly and turns her face so she's looking at him. The boy's eyes are looking over her features with an odd look. I fucked you up pretty good, fucking heal yourself, don't be a dumbass. He wipes the blood from the corner of her lip. I hurt him, Ragnarok. She tries to turn her head but he has a firm grip. And I fucking hurt you. We're even. He grunts, glaring at her. Fucking heal yourself before I beat the shit out of you. Maka blinks. You're going to beat the shit out of me if I don't heal myself. Maka tilts her head. Now that just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have to, just fucking heal yourself. You care about me that much. It's not about you. I don't want to look at your fucking ugly face like that. He snaps and glares, looking away but she caught him tense. Say you care about me. Maka feels a smirk come on. And I'll heal myself. Fuck you, you can keep your face busted up, I don't give a shit. He growls. Okay. Maka winces as she wipes more blood off her lip. She feels the boy's gaze on her and she can see how irritated he looks from the corner of her eyes. A second passes. He looks more pissed off. Another second passes. Fucking heal yourself. He snaps as he hits the floor with his fist. Well, you know what you have to do, Ragnarok. I'm not fucking saying that. Then I can deal with this pain of my busted up face by your hand. Maka speaks slowly and winces. They're silent. Ragnarok is fuming. Maka keeps rubbing Krona's hair, trying to smile at him but it hurts too much. She lets out a whimper. Fine. I fucking care about you. There, are you happy, you stupid bitch? Ragnarok roars as he hits her in the face. That's all I wanted, Ragnarok. Maka sighs in contentment, more blood pouring out of her lip but she puts her hands on her face. And all the pain melts away. Maka grins at the boy, her face completely healed. Stop fucking smiling like that before I break your face again. Sure thing, Raggy. Bitch dash. Krona groans in her arms, causing Ragnarok to stop and look at the boy. Maka watches as his eyes flutter open, his pale blue eyes looking to the ceiling, then they fall on her. Maka. A small smile twitches on his lips as he reaches out a hand and touches her cheek. I'm sorry I hurt you again. Maka grabs his hand that's on her cheek, trying to suppress the smirk that wants to come on her face. Krona just shakes his head, his beautiful eyes looking at her with that emotion. He will always look at her the same. Maka leans in and kisses him softly, trying to make up for what she is, for what she does to him. She could never make that up. Krona blushes but he holds on to her so needingly. He will take everything she gives him and he won't even put up his fists. Ragnarok's a different story. He will beat the shit out of her. Maka pulls away from him, causing Krona to sit up. She grabs Ragnarok's hand and then she grabs Krona's. Thank you for protecting me. Maka smiles at the two. You two were total badasses. Working together like a family should. I saw you fighting too, Krona. She gives him a wink and he flusters. And no problem, we will always protect you. Krona's gaze shifts, his blush dark. Krona fucking grew some balls. Ragnarok gives him a smirk when he glares at him. That was the first fucking time he threw a punch without me. The black-haired boy pulls Krona into a headlock and starts giving him a nudgie. This bitch is fucking becoming a man. Well, he still has a mangina, but hell, he isn't as much of a pussy now. They grow up so fast. Maka hums and can't help to chuckle at the two. Oh wow, Ragnarok. Krona whines, but his lips are twitching up into a small smile. Because it's playful. Because this is how they are. They're a family. Wait, no, he's still a bitch. Ragnarok sighs as he lets go of the boy and chuckles at the pout he gets from him. Yes, but he's my bitch. Maka grunts as she pulls Krona closer to her. He still blushes and warms up to her touch. Krona, are you just going to take that? Ragnarok looks at the other boy, who tenses. I am whatever she wants me to be. Krona's eyes shift. You really are her fucking bitch. You're my bitch too, Ragnarok. Oh hell no. I'm no one's bitch, you're my fucking bitch. Bitch. Ragnarok's eye twitches. Ragnarok and Maka is no one's bitch either. Krona flips his hair. Hell yeah, I'm a fucking pimp. Maka flips her hair with him. You fucking wish dash. Don't make me take out my pimp hand. Maka raises the back of her hand. I'll bitch slap the hell out of you, ho. That's it. Ragnarok roars as he tackles her, but Maka is laughing. Our Ragnarok, don't kill her. Krona cries and jumps into the pile, trying to keep Ragnarok off her. She's fucking dead. He grabs her by the neck and shakes her, but Maka is still laughing. And no. Krona jumps on him and puts the other boy in a headlock, or tries to. It just kind of looks like he's trying to give Ragnarok an awkward hug. Ragnarok stops choking her to look at Krona with a blank face. Krona, what the fuck are you doing? Stopping you. Krona snaps back, his face so serious as he tries to choke him. You're trying to fucking choke a dead person. Ragnarok flicks him on the forehead and Krona falls off. You dumbass. Oh ow, he flicked me. Krona rubs his forehead with a deep frown on his face. Ah, Krona baby, what happened? Maka gets close to him. Our Ragnarok flicked me. Krona gives her those big puppy dog eyes. Ah, here. Maka leans in and kisses his forehead, causing a wobbly smile to come to his lips. This shoulda make it better. I feel better already. And fuck you, Ragnarok. She gives him the middle finger as she holds Krona closer. Thanks for being a jackass. It was a fucking flick, big fucking deal. He growls as he gets closer. I'll flick you on the head, it doesn't fucking hurt. He flicks her on the forehead. Ow. Maka frowns and rubs her head. Gosh, Ragnarok, you don't have to beat the shit out of me. Our Ragnarok, you flicked Maka. Krona glares. You be bastard. It's a fucking flick. Ragnarok's eye twitches. It doesn't fucking hurt. You're both being dumbasses is all. Maka, are you okay? Krona gets closer to her, looking at her forehead in concern. That looked like a really hard flick. Is anyone else hearing this bullshit? Oh, it was Krona. Maka winces and takes a deep breath. I don't know if I can go on. Ragnarok was such a butt face, he hurt me so bad, Krona. Maka, no. He catches her when she falls back into his arms. I'm sorry, Krona, I always liked you. She coughs, her eyes closing. Ragnarok has killed me, ugh, I see the light. Don't go in the light, Maka. He shakes her. Run away from it. You two just like to fucking piss me off, don't you? Ragnarok growls. You can save me, Krona. She clings to him. You have to kiss me. I will save you, Maka. He blushes, but he has a determined look in his eyes as he leans closer. His lips are about to touch hers. When Ragnarok pushes him out of the way and presses his lips against hers instead. Maka's eyes are still wide when he pulls away. Looks like you're fucking fine now. He smirks as he licks his lip. Our Ragnarok. Krona gasps as he points a finger to the other boy. Why, you stole my kiss. I didn't steal shit dash. Krona lets out a battle cry as he goes to tackle the boy. Only to go through him. That's not fair. I was going to bring her back to life. Krona glares at the other boy who is smirking. Maka die again. Krona's face pales at what he just said. And no, I didn't mean that. Don't die. He shakes his hands and head frantically. Your words, Krona, they killed me. Her eyes roll back as she falls back to the ground limply. You're not really going to fucking fall for that, Krona dash. Maka. I'll save you. Krona does a leap, falling not so gracefully next to her. He pushes his lips against her. Maka surpasses him by shoving her tongue down his throat. Krona squeaks in surprise and pulls away, but she holds him there. There's my knight in shining armor. She purrs against his lips and his face gets so red. Krona's no fucking knight. Ragnarok grunts as he kneels next to her. Oh look, it's Krona's noble steed. Ragnarok blinks. Did you just call me a fucking horse? No, I picture you more as a jackass. Maka makes a donkey sound. Bitch, your face is fucking donkey ass. Ragnarok growls as he grabs a hold of her. Ragnarok, no. Don't kill her, I just brought her back. Krona grabs her and pulls her against his chest. Don't you mean I just fucking brought her back? Ragnarok grabs her and pulls her closer to him. Soon they're glaring at each other. Maka pulls them both closer to her and their glares fall as they look at her. You both brought me back together. Maka smiles up at them. Krona and Ragnarok look at each other. Whatever. The black-haired boy grumbles. It's not like you actually fucking died, all of that was bullshit. But you flicking my head really did hurt. Maka mumbles, rubbing her forehead. Get the fuck over it. Ragnarok, you have to be more considerate with who you be flicking. You two are so fucking annoying. Ragnarok growls when Maka and Krona start to chuckle. But his lips twitch up into that crooked smile. And soon they're all laughing. Enjoying this time with all of them. This is her family. Ragnarok holds her as Krona holds her. They're all together. Oh my, what's so funny? A voice coos behind them. Krona and Ragnarok immediately stop laughing. There wasn't even a breath, they just stopped. Krona looks like he's about to pass out, his eyes are shaking and his lower lip is quirking. Ragnarok looks pissed, his fist is gripped and his eyes are on fire. Medusa smirks at them, her snake eyes lighting up as she walks closer. It looks like you three are having a good time. She purrs. Ragnarok doesn't let go of her, but he tightens his grip on her till it's hurting her. But Maka deals with it. Krona is shaking so bad. I had a feeling you would fucking come back. Ragnarok growls. Maka feels his chest heave against her. Of course I would. Her eyes fall on Maka and she smiles. I had to come see Maka. Krona tenses and she feels him pull her closer almost protectively. Medusa gives him a look but she doesn't say anything. Krona sinks away. Now neither of the boys are holding her. And Medusa is getting closer. I'm afraid I bring bad news. Medusa sighs as she kneels in front of her, getting to her level. That boy now knows you are a witch, and that means soon his father will know you're a witch. That man is dangerous. Medusa's eyes flash. They will come back soon for you, my dear, he is not your friend. I know. Maka locks eyes with her. He is the enemy. Good, good. Medusa smiles slightly. But be warned, even though they are humans, they are highly skilled, and if you're not careful you could fall victim of them, and if I'm right his father will be the one to come after you, considering the relationship you and his son had. He is a very dangerous man. I know. Maka shrives at the thought. Now with those two knowing about you and with Justin making Azura stronger, you are no longer safe here, Maka. Medusa doesn't take her eyes off her. It's time to leave this place. Maka's eyes get wide as the woman stands up. We're leaving. Krona blinks as if he'd never thought he would hear those words. Ragnarok doesn't say anything, he just looks pissed off. Medusa looks at him with those cold eyes and he sinks away. Sorry, I mean are we leaving, Lady Medusa? He corrects himself quickly. Maka gives her a glare for making him look so scared, for making him say her name like that. Medusa ignores it. Yes, you all are leaving this place, though I'd like to take you from here now. Maka, I must do something first, but no, your time here is very short. Medusa holds out her hand for her to take it to help her get up. Maka gets up by herself. Medusa smiles at this. You never cease to amaze me, Maka. She touches her cheek with those long nails of hers. Krona winces and Ragnarok's chest puffs up a little. You're so much like her, then so much not, you're so much more. Medusa takes her hand off her. I will make you so much more. Maka doesn't say anything. Be careful, as long as you're here you're in great danger. Her cold eyes fall on Ragnarok and Krona. You two are to be with her at all times, you must let nothing happen to her. Krona nods, but Ragnarok doesn't do anything. When we get out of here. Maka looks at this woman. What's going to happen from there? I'm still going to have this fucking demon on me. I will protect you, my dear, we will find who put this curse on you and destroy them. Krona and Ragnarok give each other a look. I will teach you all I know and I will save you for Kami. Maka's eyes flash at her mother's name. All odds are against you, you have lost your mother, you have lost your father, you have lost your home, you have lost your old life. Medusa looks at her with this odd look in her eyes. But I will not let you fall, I won't let you fall with her, believe me when I say I will care for you, I will care for you like my own, you have been through so much, you have lost so much, but you have gained us and I will not let you down. Krona bows his head, his arm gripping the other tightly. Maka doesn't know what to say, doesn't know how to feel about this. She hates her. But she's her way out. I will give you everything, you will have everything. Medusa turns and starts to walk away. Krona and Ragnarok are watching her carefully. Medusa gives them a sick smirk before she disappears. They're silent for a moment. So we're leaving soon. Maka breaks the quiet, her eyes shifting as she thinks. Why yeah. Krona looks sick. Yup. Ragnarok looks pissed. I'm pretty excited. Maka's fingers start to twitch a little. Breaking out of here is going to be so fucking awesome. Krona has this faraway look in his eyes as he rubs his arm nervously. Fuck yeah. Ragnarok smirks at her. We should do something to that asshole with the stitched face before we go. Oh my god. Maka jumps, her eyes wide. I know what we should do to him. Yeah. Ragnarok raises an eyebrow at how hyped she looks about this. Maka grins at him and it's large. Yes, oh yes. She rubs her hands and chuckles darkly. Tell me and stop being fucking creepy. I'll tell you, Tamara, we need Gurko for this. Her eyes get a dangerous glint. This is going to be fucking awesome. Maka smirks at Ragnarok only to see him not looking at her. He's looking at Krona. And Krona doesn't look too good. Krona. Maka frowns as she takes a step closer. Are you okay? Oh. He tenses and he gives her a very nervous smile. I am fine, just really tired is all. Ragnarok watches as he chuckles nervously and sighs. If you're fucking tired, why don't you two lay down? He moves over and pushes Krona into Maka. That will make you feel fucking better. You want to lay down? She holds him against her body. Krona nods and grips her so clingingly. Maka leads the boy over to the bed and they get in the covers together. Krona lays his head on her shoulder and she kisses his forehead. The boy lets out a content sigh as he nuzzles into her, curling his legs closer to her. He relaxes whatever that was bothering him, seeming to fade away. Ragnarok just stands against the wall, not looking at them. When Krona opens his eyes and sees this, he frowns. He bites his lip as his eyes shift, a conflicting look on his face. Krona sighs. Ragnarok. What? He snaps. Do you why you can. Krona shifts a little as he points to the space beside Maka. Ragnarok's glare falls at this as his piercing blue eyes fall on where he would fit. That's just fucking pointless. He looks away, his glare returning. I just wanted to give you the option. The boy sighs in relief as he nuzzles Maka. That's when the lights go out. Of course she lets out a whimper. As soon as the sound leaves her lips, she feels Krona wrap his arms around her, but not only him. Ragnarok too. He's beside her now, holding her. Don't fucking start crying, alright? He snaps. Are you okay, Maka? Krona's voice is frowning. Maka closes her eyes, feeling both their arms around her. And for the first time, she doesn't cry. She doesn't scream. She's scared, but they're both here. Her family is here. Nothing bad is going to happen. Don't let me go, both of you. She whimpers out and she feels their grips tighten. Just shut the fuck up and go to sleep. I'll never let you go, Maka. Krona rubs his head against hers. She wishes she could feel more from Ragnarok, his touch just like his kiss feels like air, it's not firm like his punches. Maka's hands find their way into theirs. All their fingers intertwine. Maka's not sure what's going to become of her. She's leaving this place soon, leaving it for what though? She doesn't know. And she doesn't know how living with Medusa will be. She doesn't know how they're going to break out of the asylum. Or how that's even going to turn out. But there is one thing she knows. Maka nuzzles into the two boys, her eyes closing as Krona rubs his thumb against her hand and Ragnarok tightens his grip on her other hand. She needs them both. As long as she has these two boys, everything will be alright. With these two boys, her fears seem like nothing. The darkness is welcoming. It claims her along with Krona. Ragnarok is left awake, staring at the two warm bodies. He looks up at the ceiling and glares. Because that's all he can do. His eyes fall on where he's holding her hand. The boy doesn't hide his crooked smile. He doesn't have to. No one's awake to see it. Someone tell him what the fuck he's going to do with this girl. What the fuck is he going to do with himself? He's fucking smiling. And he's holding her hand. He's never held anyone's hand, it was never like this. And yet he's laying here wishing he was alive again so he could feel her hand in his, so he could feel her warmth. But he doesn't feel anything. His smile falls into that glare. She had to fucking kiss him. And he couldn't feel it, not really. He didn't feel it physically, but it shook him up. She kissed him. She didn't kiss Krona with him taking over. She just kissed him. And it made him. Ugh, this is so fucking gay, but it made him happy. And he wanted nothing more to truly feel her, to feel those lips against his own, to hold her with his soiled arms. He should stop thinking. But he really can't now. She fucking kissed him, just him, even if he's dead. It struck something in him. And he's not sure he likes it. She's making him feel so much, but at the same time not enough. And here he is fucking sharing her with Krona. Ragnarok doesn't share. When something is his, it's only his. And yet because she wants them all together, he's dealing with it. He's sharing with Krona. He doesn't want to, and he knows Krona doesn't want to either, but oh fucking well. It's not like he has his own body anyway. He couldn't take her if he wanted to. He can't do anything. Ragnarok really wants to stop fucking thinking, but he can't. And it's all her fucking fault. With her fucking dumb smile. With that goofy laugh. With those eyes. With those small, pink lips. Ragnarok's expression softens and he sighs. He doesn't like what she's done to him. He doesn't want to feel, yet he wants to feel her so much. To touch her with his own fingers, to be there with her in his own body. But that's impossible. He's dead. But he fucking feels. And it's hell. But his life was hell too. Nothing's changed, but somehow. Ragnarok looks over at Maka. The girl's head has moved, so it's now laying on his shoulder. This hell isn't so bad. Because of her. It's all because of her. Chapter 37. Maka's in a odd room. But she isn't alone. Her eyes fall on the black-haired boy who is sitting on a bed, his arms crossed and that glare on his face. She's in a bedroom, but it looks empty. There's just a bed with a dresser and a whole bunch of crosses. She means they're everywhere. Crosses hanging from the ceiling on the walls. There's a lot of pictures of angels as well. It's kinda creepy. And Ragnarok looks pissed off. The door to this room opens. That woman with her stomach poking out walks in with a warm smile on her face, her blue eyes falling on Ragnarok. She frowns as she looks him up and down. Ragnarok is wearing black ripped jeans and a black shirt. You know the funeral ended, dear. She chuckles lightly as she walks towards him. She's holding a Bible in her hands. Ragnarok doesn't respond to her, doesn't look at her. Still not speaking. She frowns as she takes a seat next to the boy that looks so pissed off. You can't let your mother's death affect you so much, dear. If we live to the Lord, and if we die to the Lord. So, whether we live or die, we belong to the Lord. Romans 14:8 Take comfort in this, child. Your mother is dead, but she is with the Lord, so rejoice and be happy. Ragnarok still doesn't respond to her. Maka can see he's gripping his fist. Are we going to have to go through this again? The woman sighs as she gets up. If you don't want to talk, why don't you be useful and chop some wood for the fire? We are going to have a bonfire today in celebration of the Lord. Ragnarok doesn't respond, but he gets up and walks out of the room. Maka follows the boy and can't help but to frown. This place is huge, but it's so plain. Except for the crosses and pictures of either Jesus, Mary, or angels. It's a bit unsettling. It's too plain and odd. Ragnarok walks down the stairs, almost seeming eager to do this. Or to just get out of the house. And she can't blame him. The raven-haired boy grabs the axe from a closet at the end of the stairs. Maka looks around at the living room. And a chill is sent down her spine. This is a big place, but it looks so empty. There's no TVs. Nothing but a couch, a table, and a whole bunch of crosses. That woman watches Ragnarok with those eyes, and they seem so familiar. She's judging him. Maka can tell by how her nose slightly wrinkles. She wouldn't do this when he's looking, but the look she's giving him. It's disgust. And Maka hates that. Make sure to chop enough. You know how much he adores our fire dash. Ragnarok walks out and slams the door. The woman doesn't look too happy. Maka follows the boy out of the house. It's surrounded by forest. Maka looks up at the sky, and though she can't feel anything, she knows it's hot outside. The sun is bearing down. Ragnarok walks over to a white shed and starts digging inside it till he brings out a handful of large uncut parts of a tree. He places them down, and grabs one, setting it up before he picks up the axe and slams it down. It splits right in the middle. Maka can tell by how fast he's working he's done this plenty of times before. He looks so pissed off, his piercing blue eyes have that flame in them. The sun is unforgiving, and soon the boy is sweating. Fuck. Ragnarok growls as he wipes his forehead. This fucking bitch, making me do this shit. The boy puts down the axe and grabs the end of his dark shirt. He pulls it over his head. Maka can't help but to take him in. Ragnarok has a nice body. His muscles are defined, she sees them shift and move with every movement he makes. His waist is small, but his shoulders are large. His jeans are low on him, showing off the nice defined V-shape of his hips. Maka notices he's not as tan as she knows him as he is now, but it's getting there. Ragnarok picks up the axe and starts splitting the wood again. As he goes, sweat beads up and falls down his body. The boy is using a lot more force than needed to break the wood. His breath is jagged. Maka feels eyes on her. She turns around to see that woman. She's peeking out the window, watching the boy with that disgust in her eyes. She isn't looking at Maka, but the boy that is working hard getting her the wood she wants. This woman is fucking creepy. Her lips are in a tight line. Maka doesn't like her at all. There's a red flag being sent up and she doesn't like it. Dear. The woman comes out, putting on that fake look as she stares at the boy. What are you doing? Cutting the wood. He grunts, but Maka can tell by the way his eyes flash he wants to say more than just that. I know that, but what are you doing like that? She points at his bare chest. Ragnarok stops chopping to turn and look at her. He has ABS and they're nice. His pants have sagged lower so his boxers can be seen. The woman wrinkles her nose. I don't know if you felt it out here, but it's hot. Ragnarok speaks slowly. He's biting his tongue. It is rather hot, but that's inappropriate. She scolds. You're a good boy, don't show so much skin. Put your shirt back on and pull up your pants. You would be fine if you would stop wearing that black and wear the clothes I picked out for you. You might even make some friends if you didn't look like the devil's child. Ragnarok takes an intake of breath. Maka's ready for him to explode. She can see it in his eyes he's about to, but he doesn't. The raven-haired boy turns his back on her and grabs the shirt, putting it back on his body, and he pulls up his pants. The woman, who apparently is satisfied, nods and leaves. Fucking crazy bitch. Ragnarok growls as he grabs the axe and starts to take his anger out on the wood. He's panting, the sun is unforgiving. Soon he falls to his knees, dropping the axe. He's gotten plenty of wood now. He looks close to passing out, but he forces himself up, grabbing all the wood he can. He heads back to the house. Maka follows him with a frown on her face. She doesn't want to go back in this home. It's creepy. It's weird. And that woman. She really doesn't like her. Ragnarok knocks on the door and that woman answers. That's all. She frowns, looking at the wood in his hand. Ragnarok pushes past her and places the wood on the couch next to a man. Getting lazy there? The man looks up from the Bible he is reading to sneer at Ragnarok. These people are pissing her off. She can't even imagine how Ragnarok is feeling. But he doesn't explode. He just turns and walks back up the stairs. Maka follows and she can hear those two starting to mumble. They're talking about him, no doubt. Once they're in that odd room, he punches the wall. A large dent is left there. He grabs a picture of an angel and puts it over it to hide it before he sits on the bed. She sees that hate. He looks scary as he grips the bed. All he does is glare at all the eyes of angels that are looking back at him. And that's all he can do. What can you do in a place like this? Everything fades away, that static hurting her ears. When she can see again, she's in the living room of this creepy place. Ragnarok is sitting on the couch looking bored. But he isn't alone. A lot of people are here now. And they're all surrounding that woman. There's blue bags of gifts everywhere. I'm so happy for you. A random woman smiles at that creepy one who looks extra happy. Have you two decided what you're going to name him? Well, he wanted to name our boy Paul, and I wanted to name him Peter, but... She smiles as she rubs her stomach. We decided to go with Justin. We named him after my father. Oh, Justin. Such a lovely name. She cheers. He will be great with the Lord, I can feel it. Maka catches Ragnarok roll his eyes. All these people are dressed like they're going to church with dresses that cover everything and suits. They're weird. The doorbell rings. Get that. The woman doesn't even look at Ragnarok as she talks with all the other creeper people. Ragnarok gets up and walks over to the door and opens it. What's up? That brown-haired boy smirks at Ragnarok, sticking his tongue out as he says his greeting. Ragnarok blinks. What the fuck are you doing here? The raven-haired boy whispers harshly to the other boy. What the hell do you think? I don't want to be home in hell. I thought I might just check out this place. I mean, you live in one of the biggest houses here. Don't be greedy, man. Dude, you don't want to come in here, fucking leave dash. Who is it? That woman calls. The brown-haired boy pushes past Ragnarok and walks into the house. Oh. The woman's face falls as she takes in the brown-haired boy. She's staring at his teeth. What the fuck? The boy looks around at all the crosses. What did he just say? A woman whispers in the group. He didn't say anything. Ragnarok grabs the other boy by the arm. This is a friend. We're going to go up and pray in my room. Oh, how lovely. A woman chimes. Ragnarok just drags the other boy up the stairs and into his room, Maka following behind them. What the hell is this shit? The brown-haired boy looks around the room with an odd look on his face. This is where you fucking sleep. Yup. Ragnarok shuts the door. This is creepy as fuck, man. What the hell is this? The boy points to a picture of a not-so-pretty angel. Man, how the hell can you sleep with all this shit? And where the hell is the TV? They don't believe in fucking TV or anything, other than that damn Bible. Ragnarok growls, his voice is dark. I told you in school and I warned you down there. You don't want to fucking come here. It's a living hell. They're all fucking crazy. I thought you were just overreacting, but... He looks at all the crosses and he shrives. Damn, man, what the fuck? Don't fucking look at me, I don't know. All they do is read the Bible all day. It's so fucking creepy. Ragnarok runs a hand through his hair and sighs. Seriously, you can leave now. I would. There's nothing to do here and they won't let me leave because of that stupid baby shower. That kid is going to be a nutcase just like his mother. Nah, I'm going to stay with you. Even though it's creepy as fuck, it's a lot better than my house right now. The boy's gaze goes to the ground. Ragnarok gives him a knowing look. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. The door opens with that creepy woman walking in. Holy dash, the brown-haired boy jumps about to cuss, but Ragnarok puts a hand over his mouth, stopping him before it's too late. Dinner is done. Is your friend staying for it? The woman is forcing her smile. Ragnarok looks at the boy and he nods. The woman frowns. Okay, well, come on, we're about to say the praise. She wrinkles her nose and walks out. Bitch. Both boys say at the same time. Damn, what crawled up her ass and died? The boy grumbles as they walk out of the room. Ragnarok doesn't say anything as they make their way down the stairs, past the living room, and walk into a room Maka hasn't seen. It's a dining room. The lights are dimmed down low. There's candles on the table, giving all the people sitting there a creepy glow. They're all staring at the two boys. Ragnarok and the boy take their seats as far away from them as possible. They don't stop staring at the two. It's obvious they stick out. They both look rugged while all these people look so clean-cut. And they're judging these boys for it. That creepy woman is staring at the brown-haired boy, staring at his teeth. Maka can tell the boy is starting to get pissed off and he opens his mouth. Ragnarok kicks him from under the table, shutting him up but getting him a glare from the boy. Let us say grace. A man stands up. Since I am the man of the house, I think I should lead the prayers. Ragnarok and the boy just look at him boredly. Our Father. As he begins, everyone bows their head and they all start to chant the prayer. The brown-haired boy looks a bit uncomfortable. Just pretend. Ragnarok growls before he bows his head. Bring the food. The man rings a bell after the prayer is over. A bunch of women in maids' outfits come out with plates and plates of food. The brown-haired boy perks up visibly as a plate of food is placed in front of him. Once all the food is placed on the table, the maids leave. The boy is the first one to dig in and he doesn't have any manners. Food is getting everywhere as he bites into the steak with his sharp teeth. Everyone is staring at him with that judging look. Ragnarok is giving him a look but he doesn't catch it. So you're a friend of our boy? This is nice to know he is making friends. What is your name, son? The woman looks at the brown-haired boy. It's underscore, the boy speaks, but when he spoke his name it didn't come out. But it seems like everyone but her heard it because they nod. May I ask, why is your teeth like that? The woman wrinkles her nose as he takes another bite of the steak. What do you mean? The boy swallows hard and gives her a dangerous look. It's just his teeth. Ragnarok speaks up. He was born with them. Oh, such odd teeth. She looks at him cautiously. I would really like for you to make some better friends than this. What did she say? The boy stands up from his seat but Ragnarok grabs him and sits him back down. He gives him a glare and the boy stays down but he doesn't look happy at all. Why are you covered in bruises? The woman is analyzing him now. And are you poor? Your clothes are in bad shape. If you wish, we would be happy to help you out if you let us baptize you. You look in need of the Lord, you look filthy. Maka opens her mouth. She just meet this boy and she's alright, fuck you, bitch. The boy shouts as he gets up. Everyone at the table gasps. A woman's eyes roll back and she faints. Demon. The creepy woman's eyes flare. Get out of my house, you demon. You are the spawn of Satan. Get out. Get out. Ragnarok grabs a hold of the boy and drags him out forcefully before he charges for her. What the fuck, man? The boy growls once they're out the house. Ragnarok doesn't say anything. The brown-haired boy's glare falls and something shifts through his eyes. Shit, man, I didn't mean to fuck that up so bad, but dash. You didn't do anything wrong. She's a crazy bitch. Ragnarok looks at him with those piercing eyes. I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to come around here again, and you're so fucking lucky. How do you live here without going insane? Ragnarok doesn't answer. I would offer for you to come to my house, but you know. The boy scratches the back of his neck. I want to go. The boy blinks. But dude, my dad dash. I want to go. Ragnarok looks at him so seriously. I can't go back in there today, I'll flip the fuck out, I want to crash at your place, just for tonight. The boy doesn't look like he wants to agree to this. But with Ragnarok glaring him down, he just sighs and nods. Everything fades away. Now she's standing in front of a tattoo shop. Ragnarok and that boy come out grinning and laughing at some joke. I can't believe we just fucking did that. The boy laughs. I can. Ragnarok smirks as he sticks out his tongue, revealing a black bar going through his tongue. No pussy is safe. It wasn't before. The boy sticks out his tongue, showing off his green ring. No one's going to let you eat them out with fucking teeth like that. Ragnarok grins like a jackass. Fuck you. The boy's eye twitches as he gives him his middle finger. Bitch, I'll fucking eat you with these teeth. Oh, but we haven't known each other for that long, I mean I like you but not like that. Ragnarok smirks. Let's stay best friends, Kai. I'm going to kick your ass. Then do it. They glare darkly at each other. Only for them both to grin. They fist bump. Everything fades away. Maka sighs as she finds herself in that chair again in the fireplace room with the spider webs. She doesn't like it here. Things are getting complicated. That girl sighs in the cage, gripping the bars. We have too many enemies and not enough friends. I only need Krona and Ragnarok. Maka grunts, not looking at her. Are you sure they're even our friends? That girl's voice is dark. They know more than you think, girl, don't be so stupid. Maka ignores her. And now that boy is after you, the witch hunter. The girl smirks. You broke his heart, didn't you? Did you see how shattered he was? It was quite delicious. Maka doesn't respond. You don't care at all, do you? I know I don't, so that means you don't. He's the enemy. He wasn't always though. The girl smirks. He used to be your best friend. Did you forget all he did for you before you even came to the asylum? Are you so cruel as to throw all that aside like it didn't happen? He is going to kill me. Maka growls. Why the hell are you bringing this up anyway? What do you want me to do? Pity him for wanting to kill me. Who said he wanted to? The girl shrugs. It doesn't matter though, his fate is set just as yours is. The girl starts to laugh. His father knows. Maka is engulfed in white. Maka groans as her eyes flutter open. All she sees is white. She looks up at Krona, whose eyes are closed, his arms are wrapped around her. He just looks so peaceful when he sleeps, but she knows this isn't Krona. Maka suppresses the smirk on her face as she wraps her arms around him, acting like she doesn't know it's the other boy. He tenses slightly, but he acts asleep. Maka knows he's planning on scaring her. This asshole. Maka can't help her smirk. She grabs his ass. What the fuck? His eyes shoot open as he immediately grabs her neck. Oh, I'm sorry, Ragnarok, I thought you were Krona. She hums, smirking at him. You grab his fucking ass. How can I not? He gives her a deadpan look as Maka just grins at him. I'm getting fucking tired of that grin of yours. It's so fucking goofy. You know you like it. She wiggles her eyebrows as she gets closer. Get the fuck away from me with that shit. He pushes her away, but she can see his lips twitch up into a amused smirk. And what do I earn the honors of you being in Krona's body this morning? She hums as she stretches. Bitch is still asleep and I'm bored. Ragnarok looks away from her and glares at the ceiling. Then cuddle with me. Maka lays her head on his shoulder and he groans. I don't fucking cuddle. Come on, Raggy. He's on top of her in a second, glaring down at her with those eyes. Stop fucking calling me that. I'll beat the shit out of you if you dash. Maka grabs his face and pulls him down till his lips are touching hers. He tenses, but he quickly starts to kiss her back. It's rough like everything else about him. He seems almost eager. Maka pulls away and smirks. Nope, no more until you let me call you dash. He grabs her by the hair and lifts her head up till their lips clash again. She can't help but to groan a little into the kiss. Ragnarok can kiss. She can feel his experience as his tongue forces its way into her mouth. Their tongues fight and he's stronger. Maka's being pressed into the mattress. He's kissing her so hard. His grip is tight on her hair. MMM. Maka can't help but to moan into the kiss as his tongue works so skillfully, his touch is so firm and hard. Don't fucking do that. He breaks the kiss, his breathing is jagged. I'm warning you, keep quiet. I can't help it. Maka knows her face is flustered as he smirks at her. Stop smiling like that, it makes you look like a jackass. Fuck you bitch. He grabs her hip and digs Krona's nails into her. Maka yelps, and when she opens her mouth, Ragnarok leans in and shoves his tongue down her throat. MMM. Again she can't help to moan as her hands get tangled up in his hair. He grabs her hands and throws them down to her side, holding them tightly. I told you to fucking stop doing that. He growls against her lips. Maka moans just to spite him. Ragnarok's eyes flash, they get darker as he gets on top of her, his lips clashing hungrily against her own. He's leaving her out of breath. Maka can't help but to whimper when he pulls away. You don't want to play this game with me? His voice is husky, his grip tightening on her arms. Who said it was a game? Her voice is breathless. He takes an intake of breath. He lets go of one of her hands to touch her lips. When his eyes fall on Krona's hand, his face falls to a deep scowl and he pulls off of her. He looks so pissed off now as he looks away and glares. His breathing is uneven. Ragnarok. Maka frowns a bit disappointed. He doesn't look at her. He's about to fucking wake up. He bows his head and Krona's body goes limp, falling beside her. Ragnarok reappears, leaning against the wall next to the bed, that deep glare on his face. His eyes are on fire. What's up with him? Before she can ask, Krona groans next to her. Maka. Krona sits up, rubbing one of his eyes tiredly. Is it morning already? Yup, good morning sleeping beauty. She smirks at how he flusters, she leans in and gives him a kiss. You sleep well? Why yeah. His gaze shifts a little as he frowns. I don't know why I have a headache though. Krona gives Ragnarok a look but he just glares back. Now the pink-haired boy doesn't look too happy. What activity do you want to do today, Krona? Maka grabs his hand to get his glare to fall. You His gaze shifts. Maybe we should do gym. Ragnarok cuts Krona off as he walks closer to the two. Ragnarok. Krona whines. And no, gym sucks. You just don't like gym because you're too weak to do shit. Ragnarok grunts and crosses his arms. I want to have a fucking rematch with that blue-haired kid. You two were embarrassing to fucking watch, so this time Krona let me have a go at it. Okay, we'll do gym then. Maka smirks at the raven-haired boy. I want to kick his ass too. That would be fucking awesome. But I want to do a activity with you, to Maka. Krona pouts with those puppy dog eyes, causing Ragnarok's eye to twitch. Well, we do two activities, right? Well, what do you want to do, Krona? How about art? Krona offers, his gaze shifting. Sounds good, so gym first and then art. Maka smiles at the two. They give each other a look. How about we do art first then gym? Krona grabs her hand. No, we're doing fucking gym first. Ragnarok snaps as he marches over. Does it really matter what activity we do first? Maka raises an eyebrow. Why yeah, Ragnarok, it doesn't even matter, so we're doing art first. Bitch, you're the one trying to change what she said. She fucking said gym first. Maka. Krona looks at her with those puppy dog eyes. To be honest, Krona, it would be more logical to do gym first because it's before we eat. If we did it after, we could get a cramp or puke. Maka remembers her puking at gym. She can't help but to smirk as she remembers who she puked on. In you fucking face, Krona. Ragnarok smirks at the other boy, getting his eye to twitch. But Maka. You Krona's eyes shift as he tries to think of something before his eyes light up. When have we ever followed logic? We're in a insane asylum after all, so why follow logic now? Maka blinks. I didn't think about it like that. Maka puts a hand to her chin. We are in a asylum, so maybe we should do what isn't logical. Fuck no, I don't care if it's logical or not, we're doing gym first. Why you just don't know when to quit, do you, Ragnarok? Bitch, I can say the same about you. Come on, guys. Maka groans, holding her head in her hands. Do you really have to fight about this? And so early in the morning, dot. It's fucking 1 in the afternoon. I am sorry, Maka. Krona frowns as he moves over towards her and starts to massage her temples. I didn't mean to give you a headache. It's okay. Maka sighs and leans her head on his shoulder. Alright, look. We're going to do gym first, then art, only because I don't feel like puking my guts out again. Why you puked your guts out? Giga. Maka, are you alright? Krona grabs a hold of her and starts shaking her, looking at her with those pale blue eyes. No, I'm not alright, Krona. Maka deadpans. I have no guts. And no guts. Ag. Krona grabs his hair and tugs in dismay. Is he fucking serious? Ragnarok grumbles when he sees the amused smile forming on her lips as she looks at the other boy. Krona, you're such a dumbass. It's okay. Maka takes his hands off his hair after he looks close to passing out. I have my guts. Puking my guts out is just another figure of speech. I hate those things so much. Krona sighs, but it's half out of relief and half out of frustration. I know. Maka giggles as she pinches his cheek, causing him to blush. Way to treat him like a fucking baby. Ragnarok grunts as he looks away and glares. What's wrong, Raggy? You want your cheeks pinched too? Hell no, I don't want you touching my face with those ratchet ass hands. You didn't have a problem with that yesterday. Maka can't stop this statement from coming from her lips. Ragnarok tenses and sends her such a dark glare, but his cheeks are slightly tinted. Krona doesn't look happy at all. What happened yesterday? Krona looks between the two, his eyes shaking, and when he catches the pink on Ragnarok's face, his grip tightens on his arm, sending him a dark glare that surprises Maka. Maka can't really speak. She knows she shouldn't have said that, but it just came out. Have you ever had that moment when you say something and you don't know why the fuck you did? Well, Maka's having that moment. She really wishes she had some Twix right now. Well. Krona snaps, but he isn't looking at her. His attention is completely on Ragnarok. Don't fucking snap at me like that, Krona. The raven-haired boy snarls, him returning the dark glare. Then answer the question. What happened yesterday? Krona's voice is raising, and his grip on his arm tightening. Maka's seen Krona angry before at Justin and Kid, but something is different about this glare, about the way he's speaking. Alright, you want to know what fucking happened? Maka fucking key dash. The door opens. And Maka has never been so grateful for this door opening like she now. Krona's and Ragnarok's glare fall off each other as they look towards the door. Gurko walks in with an irritated look on his face. What the hell? His eye twitches as his brown eyes fall on Maka and Krona, the two teenagers still in bed. Fucking again? How the hell do you keep getting in here? We told you Krona is a magic dash. He's not a fucking magician. Gurko takes a deep breath and rubs his temples. You know what? I don't care. Did you fucking mess up the sheets again? If you did, I'm going to be pissed. You're always pissed, Gurko. Maka grunts. More fucking pissed off than usual. I'm not having the best day right now. Justin is fucking driving me crazy. Trying to get out of his room. Maka raises an eyebrow, ignoring how her stomach turns at his name. You could say that. I don't know what his fucking deal is. Gurko grumbles. Stein put me with that crazy kid to fucking make my job hell. Oh. Maka jumps up suddenly, causing Krona and Gurko to tense as she grins so largely. What the fuck is up with you? Maka. Her grin only grows, causing them to sink away a little at how dangerous the glint in her eyes are. The time has come, Gurko. She speaks so seriously, her eyes locking on his. The message is passed. You fucking mean? Gurko's eyes widen a little. Oh, I mean. Maka closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Time to make Stein drink your piss. Muhahaha. Maka leans her head back, laughing evilly. Maka, you're scaring me? Krona eyes shake slightly. Are you dash? Fuck yeah. Gurko roars with her, causing Krona to scream in alarm. Time to get this fucking asshole back for this shit. He's finally going to drink my fucking piss. Fuck yeah. Maka and Gurko laugh evilly, rubbing their hands together. Krona swerves as he looks at the both of them. What's happening right now? I am so confused. Krona tugs at his hair in distress. Suddenly the two stop laughing, causing Krona to tense up. Gurko, take us to his coffee, we're going to help you in your mission to make Stein drink your piss because well we fucking hate that asshole. Maka crosses her arms and smirks at the man. Hell, I think I have a fucking plan that will work this time. He grins largely. I'll just need you to take a fucking picture of his face, man, this is going to be fucking sick. As long as I get to witness it with my own eyes, I don't give a fuck what we do. Maka grabs Krona's hand and pulls the trembling boy closer to Gurko. Let's go. Hold the fuck up. Gurko suddenly grumbles as he looks over towards her bed. Did you fucking mess up the sheets? I know how much you like to molest your boy toy. We didn't mess up the dash. Yeah we did. Maka grunts, causing Gurko's glare to get deeper and Krona to squeak. Well, I should say Krona messed up the sheets, but not in the way you're thinking. What the fuck are you dash? Krona had a accident. Maka suppresses the smirk on her face when Krona's mouth drops, his face getting so red. So yeah, have fun with that. Your day is going to be filled with piss, isn't it? You're going to have a piss-tastic day, Gurko. You got to be fucking kidding me. Maka. Krona whines, his face so red. I don't do that anymore. Maka blinks. Anymore. Krona's eyes get wide. I can explain. He cries, shaking his hands frantically, defensively. Someone better get fucking explaining. I don't want to clean up fucking piss. But Gurko, you're having a piss-tastic day dash. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're about to have a fucking piss-tastic day. Stein's first, but watch it, you'll be next. Your piss can't be as bad as your shit face. Gurko's face gets hot and his eye twitches so bad as he opens his mouth. Hey. He stops to give her a odd look. Hey. What the fuck do you want? I'm just playing. Krona didn't piss the bed. And I was just playing too. I've never peed in my bed. Krona chuckles nervously as he scratches the back of his head. Maka and Gurko give him a deadpan look, causing the boy to tense. Sure kid. I mean it. Krona cries, shaking his hands, his face so red. I think it's cute you used to pee the bed, Krona. I didn't pee the bed. Krona flusters, looking away and huffing. I've never done that before. I have. Maka speaks bluntly, Krona whipping his head towards her to look at her in shock. I used to a lot actually when I was younger, you know how I'm scared of the dark, yeah the lights would go off and well so would my bladder. Why you peed the bed because you were scared? When she nods, Krona's eyes flash as he cups her cheeks, pulling her face close to his. I know how that is, the truth is I really did used to pee the bed. And for the same reason as you. So don't real bad, I know the pains of a bedwetter. I'm glad you understand me. Maka can't help her smirk as she balls up her fist. Bedwetters unite. Giga, are you going to hit me? Krona flinches away from her. No, touch your fist with mine, it's like a handshake. Maka smiles as she holds out her fist towards him. Come on, Krona. Bedwetters unite. Krona blinks. He looks down at his hand as he balls it into a shaky fist. Krona brings it slowly towards her, biting his lip as if this was the most serious thing ever. His shaky fist finally barely touches hers. Boom. Maka shouts as she opens her hand and makes a sizzle sound. Giga bee boom. What exploded? Was it your hand? Oh god, did I do that? Krona wheezes in panic as he tugs at his hair before he grabs her, looking at her with so much concern. Boom. Giga. Another one. What's happening? He shakes her. Tell me what's happening. Boom. Krona yelps and falls back on his butt this time. Maka can't help but to crack up now, holding her stomach. Krona pouts as he sees her hand. That's okay, but soon he's smiling and then he's laughing with her. You two are fucking weird. Gurko grunts. Says the guy who's obsessed with making another man drink his piss. Fuck you, bitch. He gives her the middle finger. Maka chuckles, returning it. She can't help but to feel someone is missing out on the fun. Maka turns around to look at Ragnarok, a little surprised he hasn't had anything to say. The raven-haired boy is staring at Gurko. She can't read his expression, but Ragnarok almost seems puzzled. When his piercing blue eyes meet her gaze, he glares and looks away. That odd expression gone in a blink. Operation Make Stein drink Gurko's piss engage. Maka cheers as she punches a fist in the air, tugging at the leash around her body restlessly. Gurko left her and Krona out in the hallway tied to the wall so he could go and do his business in the cup. But she's too hyped to give a damn. That's fucking original. Ragnarok grunts as he reappears beside the two. He stops as he takes in the leash that is holding both Krona and Maka. He smirks. Our Ragnarok, don't even start. Krona sighs as he tugs at his leash. Start what? I was just going to say it's very fitting for you too. He chuckles. Someone had to put you to bitches on a leash. Fuck you. Krona gives him a shaky middle finger. Ragnarok and Krona glare at each other only to stop to look at Maka, who hasn't made a comment. Maka is steady, bouncing from foot to foot, her eyes lighting up. She is ready for this shit. She is so fucking ready. What the hell is up with you? Ragnarok raises an eyebrow when she turns and looks at him with that large grin. We're fucking about to make him drink Gurko's piss. This is going to be so fucking epic. Aren't you too excited? Why yeah. Krona smiles nervously. I like the idea of getting back at this asshole just like the next guy, but you don't see me hoping all over the fucking place like I'm on crack. Fuck you, Ragnarok. She gives him her middle finger, but she can't stop grinning. Krona, do you have the camera ready? Eep. Krona tenses when she grabs a hold of his shoulders and shakes him excitedly. I do, but why you're going to make me drop it, Maka? Fuck yeah, we got the camera ready. Maka roars, punching the air, releasing Krona, who sighs in relief. Calm the fuck down. Ragnarok snaps, but his lips twitch up into that amused smirk as he watches the girl bounce around. Why, you're really happy about this? Krona smiles at the girl, watching at how her lips stay into that smile and how her eyes are bright. Hell yeah. Aren't you? Maka turns around to look at him. Why yeah, he deserves all of Gurko's piss. Krona nods as he holds the camera out so seriously. He deserves more than this, Krona, but this will have to fucking do. She tugs at her leash. He deserves to be locked in the sewage where he can feel at home with all the other pieces of shit. He deserves to be crushed by a fat man, who hasn't showered. Krona adds that last part proudly. He fucking deserves to have all those stitches ripped out of his face, have salt shoved inside the wounds, stitch that shit back up, then to get fucking hit by a bus for mentally challenged people. Ragnarok growls, joining in. Krona and Maka look at him with wide eyes, with their mouths open for a moment. Hell yeah. Krona and Maka cheer, both nodding their heads at the raven-haired boy. That's what I'm fucking talking about, Ragnarok. Why, you're so creative. Krona pouts. Fuck yeah, I am. Ragnarok grins at them. You don't fuck with me, and this asshole has been since we have been stuck here. He has no damn respect, and if I had my fucking body I'd be setting his ass on fire. To be honest, that sadistic dick would probably like that. Maka grumbles. I see him as one of those people to fucking like pain. Krona blushes and looks away at that. No, he fucking just likes putting others through pain. All his patients are to him is. Ragnarok starts. Fucking experiments. Maka and Ragnarok grunt at the same time. The two smirk at each other, causing Krona to shift. Now he's our fucking experiment. Maka cheers. Let's see how this asshole likes it. For every medication he's prescribed on me. Krona takes a deep breath. This time we're prescribing him a heavy dosage of Gurko's piss. Fuck yeah, Krona. Maka grabs his hand and chuckles. Good one. Krona blushes and smiles, looking down at their hands together. Ragnarok glares and looks away. Alright, got the fucking coffee and its special ingredient. Gurko walks out of a room with a coffee cup in his hands and a sharp grin on his face. It's time to fucking make him drink this. The asshole will be coming around here any moment, so you two are going to hide behind the nurse's cart, right? Yeah, got it. They kneel behind it to demonstrate. And I got a perfect plan on how to make him drink it. Bitch, I got my own plan. Gurko grunts and smirks. I got this. You have failed all the other times. Maka grunts. I got it this time. Gurko smirks. Watch and learn. This is how you get a asshole to drink piss. Maka and Krona give each other a look as Ragnarok kneels next to Maka. Krona gives him a look which Ragnarok returns, but Maka isn't paying attention. Her eyes are on Gurko. Operation Get Stein to drink Gurko's piss, original Gurko style. Stein walks down the hallway of the asylum, his back is straight and his gaze sharp. He's having a good day. The patients seem to be behaving and he has gone through the day without anything crazy happening. Now for his daily coffee. Coffee is what keeps him up in those late night hours of research and work. And it's extremely helpful here to keep his nerves intact and his mind. It keeps him focused, and if he's focused he doesn't have to worry about the madness. It's always there trying to work its way back inside him and take over. But he gave away that lifestyle and became a mental doctor just to see if there was a way to cure it. To cure madness. So far he's come short. But he won't give up. He won't go back to who he used to be. He lost everyone, destroyed everyone, ripped them apart only to put them back together. But when he put them back together they never were the same. No, he has left his mark on the world, but no one would ever know who he really is. The world is his experiment, with everything being his test subject. These patients, those kids, his own wife. Stein stops and grips his chest. His glasses glare, hiding how much his eyes are shaking. His own wife, or should he say ex-wife? A large grin rips out into his face, threatening to rip open the stitches on his face. She was his greatest experiment, oh yes. And she was a willing test subject, thinking she loved him, letting him rip her apart. Love. He will never understand the concept. Never understand why she let him cut her open at night so he could feel her blood soak his hands. Or why she would stay around him when she witnessed with her own eyes the first day they met him dissect a cat, ripping its heart out to examine the small organ. Everyone was afraid of him. Why couldn't she have been? But she wasn't. She wanted to be around him. She loved him. Stein's grin falls and he holds his face in his hands. She is the reason he feels regret. Why he is even here. She had faith in him. And he destroyed her. Then he ran away from what he had done, leaving everything behind. He had caused a disease that he had no cure for. He needs to stop thinking about this. Or he will go mad. He needs his coffee. Stein gets himself together before he starts to walk again, his mind still not in the right place. Hey Stein. The man looks up to see Gurko smiling at him, holding a coffee in his hands. Hello. He goes to walk past him, but he steps in his way. You going to get some coffee? I just got the last one, the damn machine broke. Gurko growls at this. You must be kidding. Stein can feel a panic raise, but he suppresses it. I'm not, but. Gurko looks at him a moment and Stein wonders if he can see the panic in his expression. You can have mine if you want, I know how much you need your coffee. He smiles friendly and holds out his cup. Stein stares at it. He needs coffee, but he doesn't trust Gurko. Stein knows how mad he is. He set him up with the dangerous patients. Thank you Gurko, but I'll be fine. Stein passes him. I'll check the machine and see if I can fix it. This coffee is fucking awesome, man. It has cream. The man protests. I'll have my own cream. Stein closes the door to the staff lunchroom. Fuck. Gurko cusses when he knows Stein can no longer hear him. Good job, Gurko. Maka grunts as she peeks out from where she's hiding. That plan was genius. Look, he's going to take it. Gurko's eye twitches. I broke the fucking machine, and the man is obsessed with coffee. It's going to work. You better hope it does. Maka growls. We want to see this, and we're kneeling on this hard floor and our fucking knees hurt. Why yeah. Krona chimes in, looking at the other man with a pout. Deal with it. Gurko snaps back. You two are just wimps. Ragnarok grunts beside Maka. Fuck you, Ragnarok. Who the hell are you talking to? Gurko gives her a odd look. A dash. He's coming back. Krona squeaks. Maka and Krona duck back down. When you said it was broken, you weren't kidding. Stein comes out of the room and gives him a hard look. Looks like someone took a hammer to it and smashed it. I know, right? Fucking assholes, I swear. Gurko growls and shakes his head. There's no way you can fix it, it's totaled. Yeah. Stein gets this weird look in his eyes. But you can have mine. Gurko smiles at him again and holds it out. I know you're serious about coffee, so take it. I don't like it that much anyway. Then why did you get it? Stein's eyes narrow. Because I can. It's free. He shrugs. I'll find coffee elsewhere, thank you. Stein walks past him. That isn't the only coffee machine in the asylum, Gurko. He leaves. Good fucking job, Gurko. Maka grunts. Bitch, fuck you. How was I supposed to know there are more coffee machines? Now that you failed. Maka smirks as she points a finger to herself. It's time for me to dash. I have a idea. Krona suddenly jumps up, his eyes lighting. Why you do? Maka looks up at the boy in surplice. Why yeah you I don't know if it's good but. Krona shifts under her gaze, not so confident seeming now. Well, tell me, Krona. Maka stands up with the other boy. We can do your idea next. Really? Krona blushes darkly. Don't do his idea. Krona's a fucking dumbass, he'll ruin everything. Ragnarok grunts as he stands up with them. I believe in Krona. Maka turns and looks at Ragnarok, catching how his eye is twitching. When she looked back at the pink-haired boy, he's smiling at her with his cheeks tinted. Thank you, Maka. He gets closer to her. Are you two going to fucking make out, or are we going to get Stein to drink my piss? Gurko grunts. Krona squeaks and Maka gives him her middle finger. Ragnarok just glares at Krona and Maka's hands. Operation Get Stein to drink Gurko's piss, Krona Gorgon style. Stein sighs in the elevator, his fingers are starting to twitch. He needs coffee now. He doesn't believe for one second that Gurko didn't have anything to do with the machine being busted up. That male nurse has been pushing him to his limit. Stein will have his job. The elevator doors open and he walks out into the lobby. If Alice was still here, he would have just paged her to make him a coffee, but she was fired. Stein takes deep breaths as he gets to the door behind the front desk. He hears the elevator doors open behind him, but he doesn't turn around. He needs coffee. Suddenly there's a scream from behind him. It's loud and it makes his ears pop. What now? Stein growls as he turns around and runs out of the room. He's greeted by an odd sight. Krona sits on the floor of the lobby screaming, his body jerking. Stein's senses pick up and he forgets all about the coffee. He has to help his patient. Has to find out what is going on to analyze this. Krona, what's wrong? How did you get out of your room? Stein stops in front of the screaming boy. I am dying. Krona wheezes out as if he's speaking with his dying breath. I highly doubt you're dying, Krona. You are just going through a seizure dash. No, I'm dying. The boy protests as he jerks. There's only one thing you can do to save me. Oh. Stein raises an eyebrow at how the boy reaches behind his back. Drink this coffee and I won't die. Krona holds out a cup of coffee, his body still twisting painfully, looking. Coffee. Stein blinks as he recognizes the same cup from before. This is Gurko's coffee. Oh hey Stein. Gurko runs up to the two and chuckles nervously as he grabs a hold of Krona, causing the boy to stop screaming. Sorry about him. He was so upset thinking you're not going to get your coffee, he came running after you and he was too fast that I lost him for a moment. I got him now. Gurko drags the boy away that's still holding the coffee in his hands. Stein blinks. Gurko is pushing it. How stupid does Gurko think he is? But to use a patient he should get dissected for this. Stein's lips rip out into a smirk and he has to cover them with his hands. He needs coffee. And he needs it now. Stein runs into the back room. Good job, dumbass. You just made me seem like a total jackass. Gurko growls as he throws Krona behind the lobby couch where Maka is hiding. Don't call him a dumbass, he still did better than you. Maka snaps as she hugs Krona from behind. I thought your idea was funny, Krona, and it pissed Gurko off, so that's a plus. Why, you still liked it even though it didn't work? He looks at her with those eyes. Of course, it was still awesome. She pecks his nose and he blushes. Krona sucked fucking ass. Ragnarok snaps next to her, getting her to give him a look. I don't see you coming up with any ideas. Why, yeah, Ragnarok. Krona snaps back. Funny you should say that. A devilish smirk rips out on his face, causing Krona to cling to her. I have a fucking idea of my own to try out. Oh? Well, let's hear it. Maka smirks with him. Who the hell are you two talking to? Gurko raises his eyebrow at the two. I'm not saying shit. Everyone watch and learn. This is how you fucking get someone back. Ragnarok points a finger to himself, giving her that smirk. We'll see. Maka smirks back. Krona pulls her closer, looking at the two with a pout. Operation Get Stein to drink Gurko's piss, unexpected, badass motherfucker Ragnarok style. Stein walks out of the back room and into the lobby with his fresh cup of coffee. He sighs. Finally. He's going to enjoy his own cup of coffee filled with cream and so hot it's almost burning his hand. He can't wait. Stein lifts up the cup closer to his lips. Just for the coffee to splash out into his face. And it burns. If not for him wearing glasses, he could have gone blind. Stein growls in pain as he holds his face and starts to run around. His skin feels like it's melting. He runs back into the room, cussing up a storm. Holy shit. Gurko speaks up first after witnessing that. What the fuck just happened? Ragnarok reappears next to Maka with a large smirk on his face. How the hell was that supposed to get him to drink Gurko's piss? Maka looks over at him. It wasn't. He grunts. I just wanted to throw fucking hot coffee in his face. Bitch was in pain, that's better than getting him to just drink piss. But the operation is to get him to drink piss. Krona protests. Why, you failed, Ragnarok. Bitch, so did you. My idea was a lot better than yours. You threw coffee in Stein's face. A smirk rips out into her face. And soon she's laughing. Ragnarok's glare falls and he grins at her, seemingly pleased at this. Fuck yeah, I did. He chuckles with her. Bitch didn't see it coming either. I didn't even see that coming. God, that was awesome. Yeah, because I'm fucking awesome, unlike Krona here. Krona gives him his middle finger, which the other boy returns. I shouldn't have gave you that compliment. I don't want your head to get any fatter. Bitch, fuck you, you're the one who should be worried about getting fatter. Seriously, who the fuck are you two talking to? Gurko looks between Maka and Krona. They just give each other a look. Whatever, I don't care. Gurko sighs as he stands up. Well, we tried everything, and after what the hell just happened, I doubt he's going to want any coffee for the rest of today. Why, yeah, we all tried. Krona frowns and stands up. Getting him to drink piss isn't that big of a deal. Ragnarok stands up with Krona and Gurko. Ahem. Maka clears her throat when they all started to walk away. What? They all look back at her. Aren't you forgetting about someone? They all look at her blankly. Me, you assholes. Maka's eye twitches. Giga. Sorry Maka, I wasn't thinking. Krona looks in a panic. I didn't fucking forget. Ragnarok grunts. I just knew you would suck ass like Krona, so what's the point? I really doubt you could do it. Gurko crosses his arms. It's about time for your fist activity for today anyway. I fucking got this. Maka takes a deep breath before a large smirk rips out on her face. I'm going to show you how to get the job done. Oh yeah? How are you going to get Stein to drink my piss in less than 10 minutes? Gurko scoffs skeptical. Easy. Makia rubs her hands together. All I need is Krona and his magic powers. Yeah. Krona tilts his head confused. Maka's smirk grows so large, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Everyone sinks away from her. Operation Get Stein to drink Giriko's piss, last resort, Maka Albarn style. Stein sits down on the couch in the lobby, still wiping his face with a cold rag. He is done with coffee. That little incident was enough to get him focused. Stein leans his head back a moment trying to calm down. The coffee spilling on him like that was weird. There was no way it could have just happened. Maybe that was just his madness and he threw the coffee on himself. He doesn't know. Stein sighs as he picks up his glass of water and closes his eyes. Water will do just fine. His throat is dry and he just really needs something refreshing. Stein takes a greedy gulp of it. Only to spit whatever he didn't swallow out, dropping the cup. He coughs, the taste still in his mouth. That water tasted like coffee and piss. Stein hears something like cheering and saw the flash of a camera. But when he looks around, he's alone in here. The doctor holds his head in his hands. Maybe he really is going insane again. Well, this isn't good, not at all. He's going to slip and anyone in his way will be ripped apart. Just like her. Stein chuckles to himself as the elevator door opens and closes. He doesn't even look to see who just got on. He's in his own little world now. Holy fucking shit, you did it. Giriko shakes Krona in the elevator looking at him with wide eyes. You are a fucking magician. Why yup, I told you. Krona sighs, trying to hide how much this man scares him. Why, you should never doubt a great magician like myself. Make is suppressing her smirk but Ragnarok is straight cracking up beside her. Hell, like I won't. He grins at him as the elevator door opens and they walk out. I can't believe he fucking finally drunk it. Fuck yeah. I told you I got this. Maka smirks at the two boys. What the fuck ever. Ragnarok grunts but he's still smirking. Gee, great plan, Maka. Krona smiles at her, his eyes lighting up. Why, you were amazing. Of course I was. Maka sighs in contentment and victory. She had killed two birds with one stone. She got Krona to point and act like it was him doing what she herself was doing with her powers. As soon as Stein was about to take a drink of that water, Maka took the water out of the cup and replaced it with the piss coffee. Giriko was amazed with Krona. So now he thinks he's a magician. He doesn't know she's a witch. And Stein got a mouthful of piss. Everyone wins. You just think you're the shit since you got your powers. Ragnarok grunts. I am the shit. Make grins. You look like shit. Please, Ragnarok. Krona flips his hair. Maka looks like an angel. Ah, thank you. She pecks Krona on the cheek. See, Ragnarok? I look like an angel. Yeah, an angelic shit. Ragnarok looks away from the two and glares. You two did good too. Make smiles at them. Krona, your plan was fun and Ragnarok's yours was awesome. Stein didn't know what hit him. We fucking hit him. Ragnarok speaks when she grabbed his hand. Together. Maka smirks as she holds both Krona and Ragnarok hands. Krona smiles at her but it falls when his eyes fall on Ragnarok. They give each other a look. I can't believe we're here again. Krona winces as he looks around at all the machines in the gym, and winkles his nose at the smells. And Ragnarok's not even here. He will be, he said he had to do something. Maka's eyes fall on the bench across from them and her eye twitches. What I can't believe is this asshole is here again. Justin sits on the bench smirking at her. Of course he's fucking here. He's like her stalker or something. Why yeah, and Krona eyes the blue-haired boy and the twitchy one. The same people are in here from last time. Krona's face gets a bit pale when he looks at Black Star, who is bench pressing 3 times his weight. The blue-headed monkey hasn't spotted them out yet, but of course Justin has. And that blonde boy's smirk, she hates it so fucking much. In a way, Maka is happy he's here. Today is a rematch after all. A rematch against him and Black Star. And this time they are going to win. I'm back. Ragnarok reappears beside them and stretches. Where the hell you been? Maka raises an eyebrow. Warming up. He smirks. I just ran around the asylum fucking 4 times in 2 minutes. Well damn. This match is as good as ours. Maka smirks. Be big deal. Krona grumbles as he grips his other arm with the other. I don't see you running anywhere close to that in 2 minutes. Ragnarok snaps. I bet I could. Krona huffs. That's why a fucking turtle would past you. Now give me your body. Ragnarok gets closer to Krona. The pink-haired boy looks at Maka. He looks reluctant about it and he opens his mouth. But Ragnarok disappears inside him. Krona's body jerks and he bows his head. Look who's here. Black Star laughs annoyingly as he walks over to the two with that conceited grin. His eyes light up when they fall on Krona. Hey babe, I knew you missed me. Can't keep away from your god, can you? Black Star rubs Krona's cheek. Get your fucking hands off me. Krona grabs his hand before he punches the boy in the face. The force sends the blue-haired boy back and he falls on his butt, looking up at Krona with surprise. Krona, or should she say Ragnarok, is glaring down at the boy waiting for him to get back up. Maka thinks a fight is about to break out but instead, blood drips from Black Star's nose. But Ragnarok didn't hit there. Hot damn. Black Star gets this goofy grin on his face as he stands back up wiping the blood from his nose. You can fucking throw a punch. Good, a god doesn't need a weak girl, a big god like me needs a big strong woman who can hold her own and damn that punch. I approval. He gives the boy a wink. What the hell are you fucking talking about? Ragnarok growls, his eye twitching. Krona isn't a fucking girl, he dash. Krona isn't a girl. Black Star walks closer, getting in the other boy's face. Krona is a grown-ass woman that I would like to dash. Ragnarok punches him in the face again. Get the fuck away from him, you fucking creep. I think. Black Star's eyes get wide as he touches his cheek. I totally got a fucking boner. The look on Ragnarok's face. Maka can't even describe it. She cracks up not being able to help it. She laughs so hard she snorts. Bitch, this isn't fucking funny. Ragnarok snaps before he glares at the boy who is staring at him with that goofy smile. What the hell is wrong with you? Baby, nothing is wrong with me, everything is right with this god. Black Star smirks as he rubs his ABS through his gown. I got the full package in a heavenly staff if you know what I mean dash. I'm going to fucking kill you. Ragnarok roars only for Maka to grab a hold of him before he charges. If you fight him we won't get to rematch. Maka wheezes out between laughter. Fine. Ragnarok shoves her off and takes a deep breath. Look, we're having a fucking rematch in track and I'm going to kick your ass. Oh, and competitive. Black Star's eyes narrow now to a dangerous glint. I like you a lot, Krona, but I'm not going easy on you. Now's the time to turn away. You don't scare me, bitch. You should be, I am a god after all. I will destroy you dash. You can't destroy shit. Ragnarok coughs, crossing his arms. You can't even beat me at track. We'll find out, won't we? Black Star roars as he runs over to the door that's guarded with a nurse. Let's do this. Maka smirks as she reaches over and grabs his hand. Ragnarok tries to take his hand from hers but she keeps a firm grip. He grumbles and looks away but doesn't try to take his hand from hers anymore as they walk towards the blue-haired boy. Justin is already making his way to the group. Because he already knows. This is a rematch. Ragnarok gives Justin a dark glare and he tightens the grip on her hand, pulling her closer almost protectively. Justin doesn't look at him, he just looks at her. And he smirks. This boy has some balls. And he's about to lose them. Yahoo! Let's do this. Black Star screams out after the doors are open and he runs out to the field with his baton. Who's going to run first? Black Star is probably going to be the first one on their team. Maka looks over at Ragnarok. His glare is still on Justin, who is still smirking at Maka. You run first with Dick 1 and I'll stay with Dick 2. He growls and his grip on her hand tightens. I don't want you being stuck with this asshole. Aragi, you care so much. Maka gives him a wink. Bitch, don't start that shit. His eye twitches as they stop behind the white line. We have a race to fucking win and I'm not losing. Ready to lose, Twiddledee and Twiddledum. Black Star snorts, his nose flaring making him look like a pig. Maka and Ragnarok look at each other. Did he just fucking call us? I think he just did. Fuck you. Ragnarok and Maka give him their middle finger. And that's double the fuck yous. You just got doubled fucked, bitch. Maka punches the air. Don't fucking do that. Ragnarok snaps. You're ruining it. They all stop what they're doing when they hear screaming. Maka turns around to see that twitchy guy running to the side of the track. What the fuck? Ragnarok watches him as he stops. I am tired of standing on the sidelines. The boy finally speaks and Maka's eyes widen a little. I'm about to do what I was born to do. Sit your ass down. Black Star grunts. Go and dash. No. The twitchy guy screams, causing them to wince. No one likes you, Black Star, you and Justin, so this is my way of saying well fuck you. The boy strikes a pose, sticking his hip out as he nods over to a nurse who looks amused. The nurse turns on the radio. This is for you, Krona. And for your girl. The twitchy guy turns his back to them and bows his head. Beat their asses. The song, Holla Back Girl, starts to play loudly, it sounding through all the speakers. And this boy is dancing to it. This my shit, all the girls stomp your feet like this. The boy is stomping his feet, popping his hip, jumping up and down but twitching at the same time. Maka watches him in awe. The dance is cute, really. He has his own way of twitchy dancing and Maka can't help but to smile. Look at that Ragnarok. Maka chuckles. We have our own cheerleader. Yeah, apparently. He gives the boy a odd look as he pops his ass. I really don't want to fucking run to this shit though, what the hell? I like this song. Maka starts to try to copy the twitchy boy's moves only for Ragnarok to put a hand on her shoulder. No. Just no. He shakes his head. Leave the dancing to fucking MC Jagger over there. HMTP. Maka crosses her arms and pouts, but when she watches the boy dance she smiles again. Who get it? I knew he was a fag. Black Star grunts. You're fucking one to talk. Both Maka and Ragnarok snap. I'm 100% straight, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Black Star laughs annoyingly. I bet you wish I was gay, bitch, so I won't take your woman, but it's going to happen. Just you watch. A boy should not dance like a woman. Justin watches the boy and wrinkles his nose. It's repulsive. Justin, your fucking face is repulsive. Maka snaps, sending this boy a glare. You two are just jealous because we have a fucking cheerleader and all you two have is body odor and crooked teeth. How dare you? Justin puts a hand over his mouth, his eyes lighting up in offense. I do not have cooked teeth. And my body odor is heavenly. Let's just fucking start this. Ragnarok growls. Long. Justin TSKS and Ragnarok's eye twitches. Ready to lose, bitch. Black Star smirks at Maka as they both get ready on the white line. Nope, I'm about to leave you in the dust. I'm not sick no more. Make starts to stretch, she bends down to touch her toes. She gets kicked in the back of her leg, causing her to fall on one knee. Don't fucking do that shit. Ragnarok snaps from behind her. What's wrong, can't handle my ass? Yeah, because it's about to fucking crush me. I agree with the demon, lay off the food, glutton. Justin smirks at her. It is not good to eat much honey, Proverbs 25:27, being fat makes you lazy, which in turn leads to death. You should be a bit more careful, girl. Hey asshole. Ragnarok snaps, grabbing a hold of Justin's robe, pulling the boy close to him with a dangerous look on his face. I can call her a fat bitch because she's my fat bitch, but you can't say shit. Don't even fucking look at her, and I swear you fucking touch her I will kill you. You don't want to fucking play games right now. Did you forget how I broke your fucking bones the last time? My so defensive of her, just like Krona. Justin sighs. You have fallen for her just like him, now you're trapped in her web and she will lead you to ruin. I can't get any more fucking ruin than this. He growls, his eyes narrowing. Stay the fuck out of our business. Now girl, are you enjoying what you're doing? Justin looks behind him to stare at Maka with those soulless eyes. You're playing with their hearts for your own selfish desires. You cannot have them both. They will rip you apart. Jealousy is a dangerous thing, for where jealousy and selfish ambition exist, there will be disorder and every vile practice. James 3:16, these boys will be the death of you. How does Krona feel about you and this boy's relationship? He seemed close to breaking yesterday. Are you so selfish, girl, that you would hurt him for this demon dash? What did I fucking tell you? Ragnarok roars as he throws the boy down on the concrete, his breathing is jagged and his eyes on fire. You don't know shit about me, you don't shit about her, or fucking Krona. Get our names out of your fucking mouth and keep your goddamn nose out of our shit. You think you're so perfect? Because you know the fucking Bible? Bitch, you're the last thing to perfect. I know the Bible too, asshole, and it says you don't fucking judge. How can you judge when everyone fucking sins? You're no angel sent from heaven. You're just a dick with his head up his ass. Go back to hell where you belong, demon. Justin looks at him boredly, a grin ripping out on his face. I'll see you fucking there when I do. Ragnarok flumes. Make grabs his hand and gives him a squeeze of assurance. Don't let him fucking bother you, we have a race to win, remember. She looks him in those eyes. Ragnarok doesn't respond. Ready. Justin gets up, starting the countdown. Are you okay? Maka frowns, seeing something she doesn't like in his eyes. It's that emotion close to fear. He grits his teeth. Set. Ragnarok. Maka reaches out to touch his face. Go. Don't fucking worry about me. Get your ass out there. Ragnarok growls and pushes her out on the track. Don't let me the fuck down, bitch. Maka just takes off running as fast as she can. Blackstar is already in the lead. This asshole is fast. A few times I've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like that. Because I ain't no hollaback girl. I ain't no hollaback girl. Move your ass, Maka. She hears Ragnarok roar from behind her and she gives him her middle finger. She's moving her ass as fast as it can go and she thinks she's doing pretty good. But that bubble is popped when she sees how far ahead Blackstar is. Oh, Ragnarok is going to be pissed. Oh well. Blackstar passes the baton to Justin. Maka gets to the restless Ragnarok and as soon as she hands him the baton he takes off. Ragnarok is so fast. Maka watches as the boy pushes Krona's body, making him spread his legs as far as they will go, his arms moving like he's on a mission. Ragnarok passes Justin. Fuck yeah. Get it, Ragnarok. Maka cheers, jumping up and down. She's not sure, but she thinks she caught that crooked smile of his. But she could be seeing things. I heard that you were talking shit and you didn't think that I would hear it. People hear you talking like that, getting everybody fired up. That twitchy boy is still getting it, cheering them on. Maka doesn't care what Ragnarok says, she starts to dance with him as she sings the song, cheering for the other boy. Bitch, you can't dance. Blackstar grunts. Maka stomps on his foot and he yelps. Oops, sorry, I can't dance. She grunts with a smirk. Go, bitch. I got us in the lead. Ragnarok hands her the baton and she takes off running. One lap down, 2 more to go. They're winning so far. Maka pumps her legs as fast as they can go, her breathing becoming uneven. Go. She hears Ragnarok roar, but in a way she thinks of it as his cheer. He's cheering her on. She hears Blackstar's footsteps behind her. Maka picks up the pace. So I'm ready to attack, gonna lead the pack. Gonna get a touchdown, gonna take you out. That's right, put your pom-poms down, getting everybody fired up. Oh fuck no. She hears Blackstar roar behind her as she hands the baton to Ragnarok. The boy smirks at her before he takes off running. Well, hello. Justin looks over at her with those pale blue eyes. Tell me, Maka, how do you feel about yourself? You have hurt your best friend, you crushed that boy, don't you know? He's weak now, he may try to hide it, but it's all an act. You are hurting Krona, the boy you say you care about, and you're playing with the heart of a demon. Nothing good can come out of you living. Why don't you just give in to Azura? Do the right thing, prove me wrong about you. Give in to Azura? Yeah, like I'm fucking going to do that. That bastard took my mother from me. Maka can feel her face get hot, and her voice to raising. More of a reason to give in, you will be reunited with her. He smirks just as Blackstar gives him the baton and he takes off running before Maka can say anything. Maka feels her fingers twitch. Hey, what the fuck was he saying to you? Ragnarok runs to her, looking at her with those eyes. Maka just takes the baton from him and starts running after Justin. This fucking asshole. She's going to fucking kill him. Maka pumps her legs to their limit, her eyes on fire as she stares at the back of this asshole. Justin turns around to smirk at her, his eyes lighting up. You hate me, don't you? You hate me so much, good, then we're on the same page. He chuckles darkly. Maka can see those 3 vertical eyes start to light up on the back of his hand. I know everything, girl. What would you like to know? Would you like to know how your mother screamed in pain? Would you like to know how she was alone at her hour of death? Here at the asylum where no one gave a shit? Do you know that she said your name with her last breath? Shut the fuck up. Hot tears of anger fall down her face as she screams, her body moving fast from her anger. Everything freezes around them. She no longer hears Ragnarok's cheering, or the music. It's quiet. Maka looks over to see everyone frozen in place, even Ragnarok. His eyes stare at her. Ah. So it's a fight you want. Justin stops and turns around to face her, that large grin ripping out on his face. Well. Those eyes light up and the pupils start to move on their own. Come at me. Maka lets out a cry of anger as she charges for him, those hot tears still falling down her face. She would make him pay. Oh, she's going to make him fucking pay. Justin throws a cross in her path. When that creature comes out, she's ready. She points at the cross and it sets on fire, causing the creature to screech in pain as she passed it, her eyes still burning into Justin. So you're stronger now. Justin puts his hands over his eyes so all she can see is the vertical eyes on his hands and that grin on his face. But so am I. Azura has given me so much just so I can lead you to ruin. You're fucking dead. Maka roars as her power comes out of her in the form of blue energy looking like electric. Justin just stops it with his hand and moves it to the side. Is this all you can do? Justin scoffs as he gets down on the ground and places his palms down. I wonder if you'll make the same scream your mother did, or if you'll have the same pathetic face of fear. Shut the fuck up. Make lunges towards him, ready to kill him. Only for a bunch of scarves to bust out of the ground, grabbing her and wrapping around her. The grip is so tight it's crushing her. She struggles with these things, but it's no use. It's wrapping around her body, around her neck. She can't breathe. So sad, you never stood a chance. Justin laughs madly, throwing his head back. You're nothing. Medusa can only do so much, and really this is a blessing for you. If you only knew what she wants out of you, just know you're blessed. Maka can't scream, can't do anything but choke. She's dying. What the fuck are you doing? That voice roars and all of a sudden she's engulfed in blue light. The scarves freeze and turn to ice. Maka does one final struggle and they shatter, setting her free. She hits the ground with a cry of pain, falling right on her stomach. At that moment everything unfreezes. She hears the music again. Good job. Justin smirks as he turns and runs. Maka doesn't get up. She's hiding her tears. Bitch, what are you doing? She hears Ragnarok but she doesn't respond. Maka. She can hear the concern in his voice, then the anger. What the hell did he do to you? Maka, answer me. Get the fuck up and answer me. Make wipes her tears and struggles to get up. There's a sharp pain in her stomach that causes her to cry out and to fall back down. Maka. Ragnarok calls for her. Shit, I'm coming out there. Don't. She cries out as she forces herself up only to fall back down. If you come out here we will lose the race. We're going to fucking lose it anyway. Ragnarok watches as Black Star passes her. Let me fucking come out there, you don't. I'm fine. Maka forces herself up and starts to run. But she's limping. Maka calls for her power and the pain melts away. What the fuck did you do to her? She hears Ragnarok snap at Justin, and he's about to beat the shit out of him when Justin gets the baton again and takes off running. I'm sorry, Ragnarok. Maka pants as she gets to him and hands him the baton. I let you down. No. I can still fucking beat this asshole. He wants to play fucking dirty. Alright, let's play fucking dirty. Ragnarok roars as he takes off after Justin. Ragnarok is fast but Justin is already halfway there. You fucking get hurt a lot, you know that. Black Star grunts, looking over at her. Maka doesn't respond, her eyes are on Ragnarok. More than anything she wants them to win. You can do it, Ragnarok. She screams. Go go. You can do it. Ragnarok picks up speed. Maka watches in awe as he passes Justin, giving the boy a shove as he goes. Maka is jumping up and down at this point. He just has to cross the line and they win. Kick his ass. Maka roars, still cheering for him. You're almost there. Ragnarok passes the white line. They won. You won. The twitchy guy does a backflip, only to fall wrong and scream. You did it. Maka runs up to the boy and jumps into his arms, laughing out in relief. It's just a race, but after what happened with that asshole, she could not stand to lose. No, she will kill him. I told you I fucking would. Ragnarok smirks as his arms wrap around her, holding her off the ground a little. Fuck yeah. Maka cheers as he lets her down, but she doesn't let go of him. She keeps laughing close to tears. She hates Justin so fucking much. Ragnarok grabs her by the chin and lifts her head up roughly. You fucking alright? He looks at her with those eyes, he has a odd look in them. What the fuck happened? You were running 1 minute, then you were on the fucking floor. Maka just shakes her head, that smile staying on her face. It doesn't matter, it's fucking over, Ragnarok, and we won. Maka giggles as a piece of hair gets in her face. All because of you. I thought we were goners, but then you went all badass and I was like, damn. You didn't suck ass as much as I thought you would. Ragnarok smirks at her, but it's more a smile as he looks at the smile on her face and the way she's holding on to him. I almost cost us the race. Maka looks down and sighs. I thought you would have been pissed. Oh, I fucking am. But his voice says otherwise. But you won the race, so it's all good. She chuckles slightly, but that dies on her lips when he grabs her chin and pulls it up so she's looking at him. No, we fucking won the race. He speaks firmly as he grips her chin a little too tight. Stop looking all fucking sad, we just won the goddamn race. Maka blinks. Then she smiles a real smile. That's better. Ragnarok moves the piece of hair from out her face, his voice almost sounding soft as he leans in. He stops when he feels eyes on him. Justin and Black Star are staring at them with their eyebrow raised. Oh my, the demon has a soft spot. Justin chuckles. Shut the fuck up. Ragnarok snaps, but Krona's face is getting pink. Kiss. The twitchy boy screams out, causing everyone to look at him. Victory kiss. See, come on. You heard our cheerleader. Maka grins up at him when he looks back at her. I bet you do want a fucking kiss from me. He grunts before he glares away from her. Of course you kiss good, Ragnarok. She smirks as she leans up to speak against his lips. Running the track isn't the only thing that gets me out of breath. I'm sure that's fucking a lot of things. He snaps, but he looks back at her and his eyes have changed. Don't be an asshole and just kiss me. Maka leans back down only for Ragnarok to grab her face and bring it back towards him. He glares into her eyes for a moment. She sees that lust there, but there's something else she doesn't understand. When she giggles at him, he takes an intake of breath. That odd emotion filling his eyes more than the lust as he leans in, his lips about to be pressed against hers. That's when Krona's body jerks. It's violent and Maka almost falls back only to be caught by him. Maka is greeted by Krona's eyes. And they're on fire. Krona looks away from her to glare at the other boy that has reappeared beside them. Ragnarok is glaring right back, a dark look in his eyes. The air is so tense. Krona is almost scaring her, he looks so serious, so pissed off. And so does Ragnarok. Something going through their eyes like a silent message. Ragnarok punches the wall before he disappears. Maka's afraid that Krona is going to turn on her, that he's angry with her, or that he's going to drop her. But instead he pulls her closer, holding her against his chest. The boy's breathing is uneven as he holds her head into his gown. He doesn't say anything, but he doesn't have to. Krona holds her so firmly, so tightly. As if he's afraid if he didn't he would lose her. Maybe that's what he thinks, that he's going to lose her. Krona doesn't let her go until the nurses take him off her. When she gets a look at his eyes again, There's no anger but there's sadness, hurt and fear. She doesn't like it but she knows she's causing it. And it's causing her to smirk. Causing her fingers to twitch. She's evil, don't you know? But Krona holds her hand all the same. He still looks at her with that strong emotion, she still can see it through the hurt. He is hers. No matter what. She will be the death of him. Have you ever dreamed of being a turtle? Maka randomly asks as she looks down at her empty plate of food. A turtle? Krona tilts his head looking over at her. Why a turtle? You know they have that shell and there's a book about one winning that race against the asshole rabbit and... Maka blinks. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know about a turtle. Krona chuckles slightly at the girl. But I used to dream I was a squirrel. A squirrel? Maka raises an eyebrow. Why yeah, they're pretty cool how they can climb up trees and hide, and they're fast. Krona shifts a little. And they like nuts just as much as I do. Maka blinks. Then she cracks a smile before she cracks up. I'm sure you do like nuts, Krona. I do. Krona gives her a confused look. I used to love them so much I would sit down with too many nuts to count. Sometimes I put them in my mouth too fast and it was hard to fit dash. Maka is still laughing so hard. What's so funny? Krona pouts. I am not the only one who loves nuts. Krona. Please think about what you're saying. Maka giggles. What that I like nuts. Krona tilts his head. When Maka wiggles her eyebrows, his eyes light in realization and his face catches on fire. I wasn't talking about those nuts. Krona flushes, giving her a slight shove. That's pervy, Maka. Those are gross. But you like nuts, Krona, so much you stuffed too many in your mouth to count. Maka laughs out, getting her another playful shove. I didn't mean it to sound like that. His blush is so dark as he shakes his head. It's okay, Krona, I understand you like nuts. Maka chuckles. And no. Well, yes, I like nuts, but not those kinds, Maka. It's okay, Krona. Maka winks at him and pokes his stomach. I like nuts to your nuts. Maka. He squeaks, his face getting even redder. What I do? Her hand brushes his thigh under the table and he gulps, his body tensing up. Maka, we're at lunch and people might see and... Krona trails off when her hand reaches up his gown and she grabs his balls, moving them around in her hand. NGH. Krona groans quietly, his face getting so red. Maka, this won't end well and... Maka looks around the lunchroom. Justin isn't here. No one is looking at her at the moment. A devilish smirk comes to her face. There has always been something she wanted to try since she saw it on American Pie. Maka goes under the table. Maka, what are you dash? Whatever he was about to say dies on his lips as she rips his gown up and gets to work. Krona covers his mouth quickly to hide the moan that's going to surface. At that moment Black Star decides to sit down next to Krona. Hey babe. He smirks, putting an arm around the other boy. Are you that shocked to see me? I might be a god and I hate losing, but fuck, you're just too damn hot. Please leave right now, this isn't NGH. Krona tries to speak without moaning, but his voice is breathless and one comes out at the end. I knew you were horny for my nuts, Krona. Black Star leans in, his breath being on his lips. Just say the words and I will take you on a godly trip around my stick. Giga, oh god no. I don't want your NGH nuts. Maka sneakers slightly under the table as she keeps bobbing her head up and down, making her lips tighter. That's not what your body's saying. Black Star touches the boy's hot, sweaty cheek. It's saying it wants me. I don't want you. Krona almost screams the last part when Maka took him all the way in, the boy punching the table and biting his lips to stop all the sounds that are about to come out. Stop trying to fight me, Krona. Black Star smirks at the panting boy. Just let it all out. Oh, I'm about to. Krona groans out before he hits his head on the table. Maka digs her nails into his thighs, causing him to jump back up and yelp. Come on, Krona. Black Star stares at his boobless chest as it heaves. Just fucking admit it. You're hot for my junk. Black Star, I am not. Why you're annoying and why you don't shower and why you're so scary it's not even funny. I don't like why I like Maka. Krona moans out her name as he releases in her mouth. The pink-haired boy hits his head on the table, his body trembling from the aftershock. You don't have to say her name like you're having a fucking orgasm. Black Star grunts as he gets up. I'll make you mine one day, Krona. I don't take no for an answer. When he walks away, Maka comes out from the table smirking. I can't believe you just did that. Krona pants, his face so red. I know you liked it. Maka rubs the boy's back. How was your talk with Black Star? Krona turns and gives her a pout, causing Maka to chuckle. Always wanted to do that. I have to admit it's more of a rush doing things like that in public. Why yeah, it's a rush alright. Krona's eyes flutter a little and she sees that calmness in his eyes. That's what she wanted. He's been so tense since the whole thing with Ragnarok. She just needed him to release that. And he did. Maka leans in and pecks his lips, Krona giving her a wobbly smile. All better. All fixed. But the world doesn't work like that. Krona's calmness in his eyes disappears as they fall on the person who just reappeared beside her. He sits up and glares at Ragnarok. The raven-haired boy glares right back. The tension is back. What are you doing here, Ragnarok? Krona huffs as he grabs Maka's arm. Anything I fucking want to do. Ragnarok snaps as he grabs her other arm. They glare at each other, holding onto her possessively. I don't see a problem with Ragnarok being here. Maka looks over at Krona. He's just trying to spend time with his family. And no, he's just trying to rip this family apart. Krona glares at Ragnarok all the same. Why are you clinging to her like that? I can ask you the same question, Krona. He tightens his grip on her. Why don't you both let me go? I still have some milk I want to drink. Maka grunts. They both let go of her. But their glares don't fall. You know, Krona, because of me we fucking won that race. Ragnarok grunts and smirks at how Krona tenses. Me and Maka kicked ass. I know, I saw. Krona grits his teeth. I saw a lot of things, Ragnarok. Did you see the look on Justin's face? Or the twitchy guy's dance? Maka offers quickly, trying to stop the fight she knows is bound to happen. Oh yeah. Krona smiles at her slightly. That guy has been nice to me since I've been here. He likes to dance. I could tell. Maka chuckles. He could outdance me. Anyone could fucking outdance you. Ragnarok grunts. You're just jealous of my moves. Maka grunts as she takes a sip of her milk. I don't see you dancing, Ragnarok. Krona crosses his arms. Because I don't like making an ass out of myself like the both of you do. You don't like it, yet that's all you do. Maka chuckles. You're always an ass. Ragnarok doesn't respond to her because he's glaring at Krona. And Krona is glaring right back at him. The air is too thick with tension. Maka chuckles, trying to destroy it. But the world doesn't work like that. What the fuck are you staring at, Krona? Ragnarok finally snaps. Take a fucking picture, it lasts longer. I am trying to figure out what I'm staring at too. Krona's eyes narrow. Because I thought you were something else, but I was wrong. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Ragnarok's eyes are narrowing now. I know what happened. Krona's voice is hard and it causes her to look over at him. He doesn't look happy at all. Oh? What, you going to fucking cry about it? The raven-haired boy growls. Krona takes a deep breath. Ragnarok, leave, me and Maka are having lunch, don't you have something to do? Krona turns his body so he doesn't have to look at the other boy, looking straight. Like fucking what, Krona? Ragnarok snaps, that fire starting to light up his piercing eyes. Did you fucking forget that I'm stuck to your ass? That never stopped you before? Krona grips his other arm tightly. Why years you always found something to do, but now that I have something you want, why you're around all the time? Why you're selfish? I'm fucking selfish. Ragnarok's eyes are getting so narrow the tension is too thick. You're the one who is fucking selfish, Krona. Always bitching about every fucking thing, you're the fucking one that's ungrateful. Guys, please. Maka looks between the two fuming boys and frowns. Krona, Ragnarok is being around us because he's a part of our family. I thought we went over this. He wants to be a part of us dash. And no. Krona cuts her off, as he sends Ragnarok the darkest glare she's ever seen. He doesn't want to be a part of us. He just wants to be a part of YU. The boy's voice is raising, and Ragnarok's eyes are burning. Why you don't want to be a family? Why you just want to take away from me? Why you want to take her from me? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Krona. Ragnarok spats. You're fucking crazy. Your jealousy is getting fucking out of hand. Am I jealously? Krona spats back, his eyes starting to get that flame in them. I am not crazy, Ragnarok. I felt it. Why you can't hide that kind of stuff from me? Ragnarok's eyes are getting so dark. This could get dangerous. And she's sitting right in the middle of it. What is going on? Mako looks between the two. They won't look at her. They're glaring at each other, their chests heaving like two bulls about ready to charge. Why you're ruining our lunch, Ragnarok? Krona huffs and glares away from the other boy. Why you don't have to be up our ass? Maka's eyes widen. Okay, Krona is stepping in the danger zone. You're the fucking one ruining it. You were fucking glaring at me as soon as I took a seat. What's the big deal? Are you that scared of me, Krona? The pink-haired boy tenses as he glares down at his untouched food. And no, I'm not, Ragnarok. I just don't see the point in you being here right now. It's not like you can eat. Maka chokes on the milk she was drinking. Ragnarok's chest puffs up, his eyes completely on fire, his face falling to a complete scowl. Danger zone. Danger zone. Krona has stepped over the line with Ragnarok. Ragnarok stands up, the boy towering over the both of them, his scowl so deep making him look like a demon straight from hell. He is pissed. And to make matters worse, instead of Krona not looking at the raging boy, he's glaring at him, with that fire in his pale blue eyes. It's like taunting a already raging bull with red. It won't end well. Make is so afraid. She doesn't want them to fight, and if they did, no offense to Krona, but Ragnarok would kick his ass. The boy beats the shit out of her, and she's a witch, and well, Krona's. Krona. The raven-haired boy stands there glaring at Krona for the longest moment. The air is too thick to breathe in. You want to fucking go there, Krona? Ragnarok breaks the silence with his growl, his chest is puffing up so much. You want to fucking say that again, you little shit? Don't think I'll let you get away with shit like that. You want to bring up that I'm fucking dead? Bitch, I'm fucking dead, but I will kick your ass. I could fucking kill you. Did you fucking forget who you're talking to? Krona bows his head. Our Ragnarok, I'm sure Krona didn't really mean to dash. Maka stands up, trying to calm down the fuming boy. That's when Krona speaks. How could I forget? A strange giggle comes from the boy as he looks up at them, staring at Ragnarok with haunted eyes. You think just because you're stronger than me that you can walk all over me, that you can take Maka from me, but did you forget who I am, Ragnarok? I'm your body. Without me you wouldn't be anything but a ghost without a purpose dash. That was the last straw. The tension explodes. Fuck you. Ragnarok roars as he charges for the boy, pushing Maka out the way. He tackles Krona, his face hot from anger, his chest heaving so much as he punches the boy in the face. Again. And again. And again. Krona can't even touch him. He isn't like her, he can't touch the dead. He's going to get the shit beat out of him. Ragnarok, stop. Maka screams as she sees Krona's blood start to fall from his lip. She runs over and grabs his arm, trying to pull the raging boy off of him. Please, Ragnarok. Stop this now. Krona's blood is staining the marble floor. Ragnarok pauses mid-punch to look at her, his eyes are so dark. But he calms down just a little at looking at her. Maybe she can stop this. Does it hurt to know the truth? Krona turns his head back towards the other boy, a large grin on his face, his haunted eyes shaking. Does it hurt you to know I will always be the first? I will always have the body while you are nothing but a spirit. It must hurt, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Krona laughs madly, throwing his head back. Ragnarok snaps again. He elbows her in the face to get her off as he roars, going back to beating the shit out of the other boy. Maka falls back, feeling the blood fall from her nose. It could be broken. But she doesn't care about that right now. Her eyes shake as she watches this fight. Krona is steady laughing, Ragnarok's hits not seeming to be hurting him. And Ragnarok is so fucking pissed off. The nurses start to come. But Ragnarok isn't letting go of the other boy. Maka's eyes fall on a snake that's beside her. Its yellow eyes look at her with dark glee before it silvers away. Krona, you fucking asshole. Ragnarok growls as he throws the other boy into a table. You're only so mad because you know it's true. Krona giggles as he gets back up. You try to hide everything, but I see through you, Ragnarok. You can't hide your feelings from me, I'm your body after all. You won't have a fucking body after this. The raven-haired boy growls as he tackles him again. Maka hears the crack of Krona's skull on the hard floor. Stop it. Fucking stop it, the both of you. Maka screams as she gets back up and tackles Ragnarok off of Krona. He just punches her in the face, but she holds on to him, trying to stop him from really killing Krona. What is wrong with you two? Why are you fighting like this? She looks over at Krona, who is still giggling. Krona, what is wrong with you? Nothing's wrong with me. Nothing at all. Nothing. Krona's body twists, his grin too large for his face. Why don't you ask that boy you're holding? Or better yet, I should be asking you that question, Maka. What's wrong with you? Holding him like that? What's with this bullshit? Krona lashes out and tackles Ragnarok. He can touch the other boy. Maka is shoved aside as Krona starts to punch the other boy. Ragnarok is quick to kick him off, and if possible he looks more pissed off. The raven-haired boy knees Krona in the face, breaking the other boy's nose. Krona just laughs and hits him back. The pink-haired boy is fighting, but he's getting hurt. Ragnarok is dead. He can't really get hurt. What is going on? Can someone tell her what's happening? Krona is laughing as his head cracks against the wall again. Maka winces at the blood. Where are the nurses? Maka looks around only to feel her chest tighten. They're all frozen, but this isn't her doing. Justin smirks at her from across the room, his hands lighting up with those three eyes. It's fucking him. When the fuck did he get here? Maka feels a deep anger in her. He must be what's wrong with Krona. He's somehow doing this to him. Maka is about to run over to this boy to fucking kill him. But she hears another sickening crack. She turns around to see Krona still laughing, but he's bleeding heavily out of his head. Ragnarok is panting, his eyes still on fire. He will really kill him. She sees that hate in his eyes. But can he really hate Krona? She doesn't want to think about that. She can't even believe this is happening. This is her family. Krona charges for Ragnarok and Ragnarok charges for Krona. Maka is tired of this. Stop. Maka runs towards them, her body lighting up. She ends up right between them. Ragnarok punches her in the kidney and Krona punches her in the face. Everything gets quiet. Krona's giggling dies on his lips. Something flashes through those pale blue eyes, realization. His lips quiver and his eyes are no longer haunted. She feels Ragnarok pull his fist away, and so does Krona. Both their hits were strong. Maka feels blood come from the corner of her mouth. You're both my family. She wheezes out, breaking the silence. You're all I have left. Don't do this. Don't fight, don't hurt each other, not now, I can't handle this now. Maka stumbles back. Both Krona and Ragnarok catch her. At that moment everything unfreezes. Maka? Maka, are you okay? I am so sorry. Maka. Krona is holding her, he looks close to tears, his eyes completely back to normal. Bitch, we didn't hit you that fucking hard. Ragnarok snarls, but she can see something flash through those piercing eyes as he wipes the blood from her lip. You're my family. She grabs both their hands before her eyes roll back. The last thing she sees is Krona's panic expression, Ragnarok's face falling. And those three vertical eyes that are hanging above the two boys, they're staring at her with dark glee, the pupils moving all over the place. The nurses are on all of them. Everything fades away. All she sees is those three vertical eyes. Maka stands staring out of her window. It's raining and it's raining hard. Her heart feels gripped. Her breathing is uneven. Her necklace is hot. Everything seems to be spinning around her. And she isn't alone. Why you keep fighting? What is going to happen in the end anyway? She hears Krona's voice behind her, but she knows it isn't him. Just fucking give up, it will be easier for you. Ragnarok snaps, but it isn't him. Maka turns around to look at these things. Two figures stand in her room. They have the outlines of the two boys, but they're all black. Except for the large three vertical eyes that have replaced their regular ones. They shine a bright red. You're driving me to madness. Dark Krona grips his hair. You're driving me to fucking madness. Ragnarok snaps. Maka feels the darkness touch her feet. There's eyes all around her room now staring at her. Her breath can be seen. This is Asura. This is his power. He's getting stronger. So that means so is Justin. It's either us. Or it's fucking him. Ragnarok nods his head over to another figure that appeared. It's completely black, but she knows it's Kid. You have given in to madness to get in here. Why do you fight it now? The boy's hard voice snaps. I'm not giving in, the Asura. Maka's eyes are shaking. The darkness is up to her thighs now. But you already have. They all speak, getting closer. No. No, I haven't. Maka feels her lips rip out into that smirk. You're driving us all to madness, Maka. They all chant. You're tearing us apart. We won't make it out of this sane, and it's all your fault. I haven't done shit. Maka screams at them, her chest tightening as the darkness makes it up to her waist. Love is another form of madness, Maka. Krona speaks. With it comes fucking jealousy, comes fucking hate. Ragnarok snaps. And in the end, Kid takes a step closer. Love can end in death. Love isn't real. Maka growls. It's only in your head. If it's only in your head, doesn't that make it madness? Kid is getting too close. Nothing can be okay. Krona's voice is monotone. We don't want to fucking share you. None of us do, Maka. They're all surrounding her now. Krona grabs one arm. Ragnarok grabs the other. And Kid grabs her head. We don't share. Krona pulls, Ragnarok pulls, and Kid pulls. Maka can only scream as her arms are ripped from their sockets. And her head is tore from her body, her blood gushing out like a fountain. Maka finds herself screaming on the floor. She has her arms in her head. There's no darkness. Just herself. Maka is panting so hard. She's bleeding slightly on her arm. And by her feet she wrote something. He's close. Time is out. Maka giggles. The door opens. Krona and Ragnarok walk in. Krona's face is still busted up, but his head is wrapped up, and Ragnarok doesn't look happy. The raven-haired boy leans against the wall as Krona gets closer. He's shifting so much. Maka just grins at him. Krona takes a deep breath. We got the order. We leave tomorrow. Chapter 38. Krona fucking do it now. Ragnarok growls as he struggles with the thrashing girl beneath him, trying to hold her down, but even the raven-haired boy is having trouble. Maka is lost. She can't stop laughing. Her eyes are dilated and shaking. All she can see is three vertical eyes. All she can feel is that darkness. Her grin is painful. Her laughter is hurting her ribs. She doesn't know how long it's been like this, but the last thing she remembers is the two boys walking in. Then she lost it. The madness is too thick, she's getting lost in it. But Ragnarok, what if this doesn't help her? What if Medusa is planning on hurting her? Krona protests, his eyes are shaking in panic as he holds a cup of something. His body is trembling so bad as he stares at Maka. The girl is steady laughing. Blood is falling from her arm from her ripping at her own skin. The room is thick with this dark feeling. We don't have a fucking choice. Look at her, Krona. Fucking do it already. We listened to her this far, don't fucking stop now when we don't know what the hell we're doing. It fucking worked on you, so do it already. Ragnarok's grip is tight on Maka as she keeps struggling against him. He gets punched in the face for the 5th time. His face is getting hot from anger, but he's holding back. Ragnarok, there has to be another way dash. No other way. Maka screams suddenly, her power busting out, throwing the raven-haired boy off her. She's grinning so largely, her body jerking, her fingers twitching. Maka, no. Krona jumps on her, grabbing her hands, trying to get her fingers to stop. He's looking at her pleadingly, looking at her in panic. Why you can't do that? That man will come. Please Maka, get a hold of yourself, I don't want to dash. Maka punches him in the face only to get tackled again by Ragnarok. The raven-haired boy's eyes are on fire as he pins her to the floor, his teeth grit as he struggles with her. Krona, fucking do it now. If you don't, she's fucking going to get hurt. You know what's going to happen if this goes on. Ragnarok snaps, glaring over at the other boy. Krona tenses, his eyes shaking so bad as he looks down at the cup in his hand, then at the girl who is laughing so loudly. He looks at her twitching fingers. A sadness fills his eyes, but there's a resolve. I won't let them hurt you, Maka. Krona grinds his teeth as he runs over to the two, kneeling down in front of her with the cup being held out. About fucking time. Ragnarok growls, but his eyes hold some emotion in them as he looks at the cup. The cup full of black liquid. Krona and Ragnarok give each other one final look. Before the raven-haired boy grabs Maka's jaw, he forces her mouth open. Maka thrashes under his body trying to get away, but with all his strength he holds her mouth open. This will help you, Maka. Krona speaks slowly, almost like he's trying to reassure himself as he takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. He pours the cup's contents down her throat. The thick liquid travels down. And Maka can't stop it. She chokes on it as she laughs, but soon her laughter dies on her lips. Her green eyes steady. Her grin falls. Maka goes limp in Ragnarok's grip, her head bowed. The dark feeling leaves the room. The air is breathable now. Maka. Krona speaks nervously, his fingers gently brushing her cheek. Hey bitch. Ragnarok snaps, but it's not too hard. Maka lifts her head up slowly. Both boys leaning in, both eager to hear her speak, to hear that she's okay. What the hell was that? Maka looks at the two, but her eyes are normal. They both let out a sigh of relief. That tasted like fucking shit. Maka rubs her tongue, trying to rid herself of whatever the hell that was. Even though it tasted bad, Maka feels good. Like it released her from something. I know, I'm sorry. Krona frowns and grabs her hand reassuringly. I had to drink that stuff too. It does taste really bad. What the hell was it? Maka looks at him. We don't fucking know. Ragnarok sits down beside Krona, in front of Maka, his eyes turning hard again. Medusa just fucking showed up and gave it to us along with the fucking orders that we're leaving tomorrow. We're really leaving? So what, is she going to bust us out or? Maka frowns slightly as she looks at both Krona and Ragnarok's faces. Or not. No, she's not doing fucking shit. Ragnarok growls, gripping his fist. She just fucking gave us the plan that we're supposed to follow and fucking left. She told us some other things too. Krona mumbles, looking at the empty cup. Things are getting a lot worse, that's why we have to leave tomorrow. We can't stay here any longer. What's getting worse? Maka looks between them. Azura? Justin? Both of those assholes. Ragnarok sighs. Okay, so apparently Azura has gotten a lot stronger than Medusa thought he would in just this short time you have been here. Of course it's that fucking dick Justin's fault. He's making Azura stronger by the minute and his madness is affecting everyone. Ragnarok looks over at Krona. The pink-haired boy is looking to the ground, shifting shamefully. That shit you just drunk is to counter the madness or something like that. It worked with Krona and it worked with you. But can you fucking feel it? Even though Azura isn't here, can't you feel him? And Maka can. How strong has he gotten since the last time she encountered him? She really doesn't want to know. And since Azura is getting stronger, so is Justin. Krona grips her hand a little tighter. We have to get out of here. The more we stay here, the stronger they become, and we are just sitting ducks. Any fucking day now we know he's planning on trying to kill you. Ragnarok has a scowl on his face. And with you and Krona going fucking crazy, he probably will be able to if we don't get the fuck out. But how in the hell are we going to get out? Mako looks down at her hand that's holding Krona's. Is Medusa going to help us or what? What the hell are we doing? Alright, since this bitch just up and left, I'm going to have to explain this shit we're going to have to do. Ragnarok gets closer, his eyes burning, his face serious. Tomorrow is no time for fucking mistakes, we need to get the fuck out of here. Krona and Maka nod as the raven-haired boy leans back. There's a way out of the asylum most don't know about. Ragnarok crosses his arms and leans back. On the second floor there's a door down a hallway that would seem to be a dead end. You go through that door and go down a flight of stairs and it will take you straight to a side exit of the asylum. Ragnarok's eyes get a faraway look as he thinks about it. During the day the door on the second floor isn't even locked. Only some doctors know about it, so it's not that big of a deal, but you know Medusa gets all the fucking information she wants. So we're supposed to get to this door, but how? Even though it sounds like a straight shot out, what about all the nurses? This place is full of nurses, especially in the lower levels like the second floor. Maka thinks of all the times she's been in the asylum. She always thought it would be impossible for any patient to break out. Even though she had dreams that her mother did, that she ran back home and they were a family again. But that never happened. That's right, but when do all the fucking nurses gather in one place? Ragnarok looks at her. Lunch. Maka's eyes widen with realization only to dull. So, we fucking cause a distraction so you two can get the hell out of there while they're dealing with that. Ragnarok grunts. Oh, I get it. Maka smirks as she lifts up her hands, her fingers starting to twitch. I could use my powers and dash. And no. Krona grabs her hands and puts them back down, looking at her with panic eyes. Why you can't use your powers? What? Why? Maka raises an eyebrow at him. K-Kid's father. Krona breathes out, his eyes shaking. That fucking asshole's dad is going to be keeping his senses up since he knows you're a witch. If he feels you use your powers too much, he will know something's up and come here. That's the last thing we fucking need, is him trying to kill you while we deal with this shit. If I can't use my powers, how the hell are we going to do a distraction big enough? Maka frowns deeply. She doesn't like the thought of not using her powers, but the thought of Kid's dad scares the shit out of her. That is the last thing they need. I'll have to fucking do it. Ragnarok grunts. I'm going to be working my ass off to get you two assholes out of here. All you have to do is run. What are you going to do? Maka raises an eyebrow. That doesn't fucking matter. Our Ragnarok is going to handle majority of the nurses while me and you are run to the second floor and to the door. Since it's not locked, we will just run down there and out of the asylum. We will run in the woods and meet up with Medusa. Krona grips her hand, his eyes having a faraway look. It seems simple, but are you sure this is going to go all smoothly? Mako looks between the two. And where are we supposed to meet her? And where is she taking us? I don't know. Krona's voice is quiet. She didn't fucking tell us anything else. She only told us the plan, about Azura, then about this black shit we got you to drink. Ragnarok punches the ground, fluming. This bitch isn't fucking helping us. She's going to make us do all the damn work and not fucking tell us where the hell we're even going. All we know is that we're leaving tomorrow. Krona bows his head. I don't care how we do it, as long as you're safe. Maka, I don't want you to be around Justin anymore. I don't want to worry about Azura and his madness. Even when we fucking get out of here, we still will have to deal with Azura. Ragnarok gives him a knowing look. Running from the asylum isn't fixing anything really. I don't know what the fuck it's doing. It's buying time. Krona looks up at the other boy. Is it really worth it? Ragnarok looks back at him, his eyes hard. Krona takes an intake of breath. Why yes. Krona looks down at his hand in Maka's. There's still hope for us. Ragnarok doesn't say anything. But he looks pissed off. Not at Krona, but with something else. He punches the floor, his bangs covering his eyes. I know you're both irritated. Medusa is being a bitch and not really helping us, but Mako looks at the two. I'll be honest, I'm ready to get out of this place, to get out of this room. She puts a hand over her heart. I thought I could handle it, but it hurts being in here, you know? To sleep in the same bed as her, to know what she went through and that I wasn't there. Maka's voice cracks just a little, but she won't cry. Krona pulls her closer and Ragnarok grabs her other hand. We're getting the fuck out of here. Ragnarok can't look at her. No more of this place. You can fucking leave it behind, all of it. It will work with or without Medusa. Krona rubs her arm comfortably. And no matter what, I am getting you out of here. We can get out of this together. Maka speaks quietly, gripping both of their hands. I need you both. Ragnarok and Krona look at each other, but when they look at the girl their expression softens. We're going to get out of this. Krona squeezes her hand. I will never leave you, Maka, remember our promise? We're going to make it out of his together. He looks at Ragnarok and takes a deep breath. All of us. Yeah, the nurses and doctors here are dumbasses anyway. Ragnarok grunts, giving her a small smirk. We can outsmart them. Getting Stein to drink that man's piss is harder than this shit. Maka nods slightly. She really hopes so. But she has a bad feeling in her gut. This isn't going to be easy. And she can tell by the look in both the boys' eyes they know this. But they can make it through this. Together. They have to. Ragnarok looks over at Krona, watches as the boy stares at Maka with those eyes, how his body slightly trembles. The raven-haired boy glares and stand up. I'll see you two bitches tomorrow. I have to have a fucking word with Medusa. Apparently she has a lot of fucking expectations for me tomorrow, like she always fucking does. He turns his back on them and starts to fade away. Bye, Ragnarok. Maka gives him a slight wave when he looks back at her with those piercing eyes. Heh. Bye, bitch. Take care of Krona, why don't you? With that the boy disappears, his voice light. Maka looks over at the other boy to see his pink locks covering his eyes. She reaches out and moves his bangs out of his face, tucking them behind his ear. Krona tenses and whips his head up to look at her, being snapped out of his thought. When he sees the warm smile on her face, his eyes stop shaking. He looks away from her. I remember when we first met. Maka moves his bangs out of his face again, that smile staying. When I first did this you seemed so shocked, your eyes were so bright and beautiful. She grabs his chin and turns his face towards her. Krona is blushing, he can't look at her. And even after all this time and after all I have done to you, when I touch you you still have the same reaction. Maka rubs his cheek gently, the boy's eyes fluttering at such a soft touch. I like it, I like that nothing's changed, you're still the same boy that hooked me with his eyes, that was first my fascination and now my need. You're still the same. And so are you. His eyes finally meet hers, his voice soft. Why, you might be a full witch now, but you're still Maka. Why, you're still the girl I bumped into on that day, still the girl I can't believe I have. Even now I think you're just a dream, Maka. And one day I'm going to wake up and you're not going to be there, but when you touch me I am reminded that this is real, that you're real. Why, your touch shocks me back to reality. His shaky hand touches her hand that's on his cheek. It's amazing. Why, you're amazing. I'm glad you think I'm the same. Maka chuckles sadly. But I don't think so, I'm nothing like that first girl you bumped into so long ago. Why, you're the same to me. Her breath hitches slightly when he cupped her cheeks. His words are spoke close to her lips. And nothing has changed since you became a witch. I still love you just like I loved her, because she is you. Why, you're still Maka, and no matter what I will love you. Maka stares at him with wide eyes. Her heart is beating faster. He cares too much. Sad, isn't it? That voice chuckles darkly. He loves you, but you don't love him. Not at all. You will be the death of him, but you don't care, do you? You'll hold him close even if you're death itself. Maka looks away from him. That girl didn't hurt you, Krona. Her voice is harsh. She would have never hurt you, but I hurt you all the time. We are nothing alike, she's nothing but a memory now. Maka Albarn died a long time ago. Maka looks over at the bed her mother slept in. Maka Albarn died when she did. Then who are you? Krona pulls her face so she's looking at him again. If you're not Maka, then who are you? I'm what's left. Maka looks him in the eyes. And it's not much at all. If you really died, Maka, what would be left behind is a spirit of an angel. Krona leans his head against hers. Why you say you're what's left of Maka, but why you are Maka? Nothing has changed. Maka cared about me and you care about me. Maka made me laugh, you make me laugh. Maka made me feel alive, you make me feel alive. You are Maka to me no matter what you say, you're still the same girl. Why you were always a witch, now it's just out. That doesn't make you any different and not to me anyway. Krona, you don't dash. When you found out your mother was a witch, did that change who she was to you? Krona looks at her with those eyes and she freezes. No. She was still your mother, right? Did her being a witch change your feelings about her? Maka shakes her head. Did you think she was a different person? No. Then why would you be? Krona tilts his head. Maka can't say anything. He got her to shut up. Why, you're still Maka. He gives her such a soft smile. My Maka. Maka throws herself at him, wrapping her arms around the boy as she buries her head into his chest. She doesn't deserve him. But she has him. Her shoulders shake a little as she breathes heavily. Krona just holds her close to him, his head nuzzling the top of hers. They stay like this for a while, neither of them saying anything, enjoying the warmth of each other and the feeling. He makes her heart hurt. I am sorry. Krona's voice breaks the silence. For what? Maka looks up at him. I had a weakness at lunch today and I let the madness get the best of me, I'll let Azura get the best of me. Krona swallows the lump in his throat, his eyes starting to water. And I hurt you, Maka, I hit you. Krona breathes heavily, his heart beating so fast like he's about to have a heart attack. I am so sorry, so sorry. He rubs her cheek where he had hit her, tears are starting to fall down his face. I hurt you, I really hurt you. Krona. She wipes his tears away before she grabs his face and holds it firmly. How many times have I gone fucking crazy and hurt you? All you did was punch me, I made you bleed, Krona, I hurt you so bad. That punch was nothing, I still hurt you. Krona cries, clinging onto her groan. I never wanted to hurt you. Because I was weak, why you got hurt, Krona, I don't want to hurt you, but I do. I do a lot. Don't feel bad about this, really, it's okay. Maka pulls him close so he can bury his head into her shoulder. Ragnarok hurts me more than you do and it's okay. I deserved that punch, Krona. I don't want you to ever get hurt. Krona clings to her. I don't want you to be in pain. But I'm going to get hurt and I'm going to be in pain. She rubs his back. It's a part of life, a part of my life. I wish it wasn't. Krona sniffles. I wish madness wasn't in our lives. I wish you couldn't get hurt. I wish everyone would just leave us alone. We can dream about a world like that, can't we? Maka smiles at him. A world with just you, me, and Ragnarok, no madness, no demon, no Justin, no Metsua, just us. I could deal with a wood like that. Krona looks up at her with watery eyes. And will we be together forever? Forever. Krona gives her a wobbly smile only for it to fall. There's one problem with your dream, Maka. What? She raises an eyebrow at how he frowns. Our Ragnarok hates me? Krona hugs himself. I said all those mean things, all those horrible things to him. He didn't care before, but now he has to hate me for what I've said. Doesn't want to be a family, Maka. He doesn't want to be with us, just you. You're wrong. Maka looks over at him. I know Ragnarok is pissed about what happened, really pissed. But he doesn't hate you and I know he cares about you, he just has a weird way of showing it. Weird is a word for it. Krona mumbles. Maka, you don't understand. He's never been around me unless there was a problem, unless I wanted something, but now he's around all the time because he wants you. He wants to take you away from me. Krona, just the fact that he listens to you and protects you shows he cares. Maka watches as the boy tenses. I know Ragnarok is an asshole, but he shows his feelings in the oddest of ways. Take me for example. He beats the shit out of me and calls me a fat bitch, but you say he wants to take me away from you. Do you see how backwards he is? Krona doesn't respond, his eyes are lighting up a bit though. Ragnarok has watched you grow up, he has been protecting you from the beginning. There's no way he doesn't care about you. He just doesn't like to show that side of him, to show anything really. I understand that him being around all the time upsets you, but maybe it's because he's trying to be better to be with us. He probably won't admit it, but he likes the idea of us being a family, of belonging with us. I know you care for him, Krona, and he cares for you, and I care for the both of you. If you two could just see that, nothing could tear our family apart. It's hard to believe that, Maka. Krona looks down at his feet as he shifts them. Before you, all I had was Ragnarok, and I wished that he would show me kindness, that we could have a friendship, but he treated me the same. And never around NW when he would insult me. I wanted someone to care about me, but he would never let me lean on him. He left me alone in that room for so many years. He doesn't care, Maka. He's just stuck to me. The boy's voice is bitter. Did you ever think the reason why he never came around unless you were in trouble is because you are here? Maka looks at him. Ragnarok is still human. He has a heart, and to see you get locked up in here for years, to see you alone, maybe he didn't want to see that. I'm not saying I know everything that goes on in that guy's head, but he was still here to protect you, Krona. He made it known you were not to be messed with. Ragnarok won't be the guy to get all fluffy, even if he really does like someone. That's not who he is. You just have to accept Ragnarok for who he is and look deeper in what he does and look past his insults. He isn't that bad of a guy, and he cares about you, Krona, just like you care about him and I care about you. He just won't ever admit it. Krona looks at her with wide eyes, taking all of that in. Maka waits for him to say something to try to counter that. But instead the boy smiles. It's so soft, so small, but it's there. I hope you're right, Maka. Krona chuckles lightly. Maybe we can really be a family. We are a family. Maka leans her head against his. And even family members fight. It's getting through it and working it out that makes a family stronger. We do everything together, face everything together, and we are going to fight, but that won't change that fact. We are a family, that we care about each other. I wouldn't know. Krona looks down. I'll teach you what a family is. Me and Ragnarok will, because we are your family and we both care for you. We just have different ways of showing it. I'll say. Krona blushes when she pecks his cheek. Do you think it would help? If I said sorry? I think it would, and even when Ragnarok calls you a dumbass afterward, you still said sorry, and he will remember that. I think he understands it was the madness talking anyway. He seemed fine when he was here, just pissed off about the whole Medusa thing, but that's it. Why, yeah. Krona gets this faraway look. Maka opens her mouth. How do you feel about us leaving? Krona doesn't look at her. To be honest, I'm happy. This place has been awesome only because of you guys, but Justin is here and I'm so fucking tired of that asshole. Maka sighs. I'm ready to leave this place behind, to leave it with you. Krona nods, but he has that faraway look. How do you feel about it, Krona? I don't know. He pulls his knees to his chest and grips them. There's so much I don't know, and really I am just scared. Scared about what? Everything. Krona buries his head in his knees. I'm scared about what's going to happen, scared about how the plan will turn out. I'm scared to go back. Krona lifts up his head to look over at the window. His eyes are distant. It's been so long, I've forgotten how it's like out there in the outside world, without doctors and nurses to watch your every step, where anything could happen. Krona jips his arm. This place is the only thing I've known for most of my life, and now I'm about to leave it, about to go back out there. Krona hugs himself. It's scary. I don't know how it feels, but I know it must be unsettling for you. Maka wraps her arms around him and his breath hitches. To go back in a world that you had been cast out, to go back to her. I know it has to be hard, but it's going to be better out there for you. I won't let her treat you like she used to, Krona. She won't get away with that now. Me, you, and Ragnarok are going to be okay. We're going to have a good time with our freedom. I don't know what we're walking into, but it has to be better than this. I hope you're right, Maka. Krona grabs her arms and leans his head against hers. I hope you're right. Maka listens to his heartbeat at how fast it's going. Are you so sure it's going to be alright? That voice chuckles. Things are going to get harder, I can feel it. Maka looks at his still busted up face. She reaches out a hand to touch him, to heal him. Krona grabs it, stopping her. Maka, remember why you can't use your powers, and not yet. Krona frowns, looking over at her. Medusa said once we get to her place it will be alright, but right now it would be really bad for Kid's dad to come. He's really scary, Maka, and I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want him to come. I don't want to see Kid again. But you're hurt. Maka looks at his face and frowns, her fingers twitching. This is nothing, I'm okay. I am more worried about your safety. He grabs her hands again, stopping the twitching. You're something else. Maka chuckles lightly as she pecks his lips. The boy grabs a hold of her and deepens the kiss. His lips move so softly against her own. Her arms find their way around his neck and his fingers draw circles into her shoulders. Their tongues don't fight like when she kisses Ragnarok, their tongues caress each other. It's soft and warm. And she likes it. Krona pulls away out of breath, looking at her with those beautiful eyes that started this all. The lights will be turned off soon. We should get in bed and get some rest. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. Krona frowns slightly at that as he helps Maka up. Yup, hopefully it's kick-ass. Maka jumps into her bed with Krona crawling in beside her. He wraps his arms around her, holding her head into his chest. Anything is kick-ass with you, Maka. He mumbles into her hair. Anything is just ass with you, Krona. Maka grabs his behind, causing him to squeak and jump. Krona pouts at her and Maka chuckles. I need to lose some weight dash. Like hell if you do. You're a fucking twig dash. I in my butt. Krona blushes, shifting. You can't. Why not? He raises an eyebrow. Because I like your ass. She grabs it again, pulling him closer. So I say no, you can't lose any weight, especially in your ass. It's not attractive for a guy to have a big ass. Krona's gaze shifts, but when she tightens his grip on him he squeaks. Krona, I find your ass very attractive. Can't you tell by how much I grab it and talk about it, ? She gives him a wink. I like big butts and I cannot lie, you other bothers can't deny. Oh okay, but please don't sing that song. Krona winces. I'll spare you, but just know that's what I'm thinking when you passed by. I'm just like, damn, look at that ass. It's a good thing, Krona. She keeps her hands there. The boy's face is so red. Do you think I have a fat ass, Krona? Why, you're not fat, Maka dash. No. Do I have a fat ass? Maka grins, leaning close to his lips. I don't dash. Don't even try to hide it, Krona. I caught you staring at it, you might as well come clean for your deed. Maka's never seen him look at her ass, but let's see how this goes. Giga. Oh god, you did? I wasn't trying to be a pervert, Maka, I swear. It was just there and I can't keep my eyes in one place, so I saw, then I couldn't stop looking, and I am sorry. Krona's face is so red he looks like he's about to pass out. So you were staring? Then tell me, Krona, do I have a fat ass? Judge my ass for me, Krona. I want your honest opinion, and if it isn't honest I'll know, then I'll explode because of it. Oh god, no. Krona trembles, his eyes wide. Oh okay. Just don't blow up, Maka. I think you have a. Krona blushes darkly and shifts. A really nice one. Nice what? A really nice ass. Really? Then show me with your hands. Maka smirks at the way he tenses. If you don't I might just explode dash. Krona's hands are on her ass in a minute, his face is on fire. There, don't explode. I'm not now. She grins as she rubs her nose against his. He wiggles it. Maka's eyes widen, then a smile comes to her face. She almost forgot about that. Maka wiggles her nose against his. Krona is smiling at her now, it's so lovingly it makes her heart hurt. So they're going to be leaving tomorrow. But that's okay. As long as she has Krona and Ragnarok, everything is going to be fine. Maka buries her head into his chest and closes her eyes. Krona leans his head against hers. Everything gets quiet. You know. I think your ass is bigger than mine. I hope it isn't. It definably is. I don't want to think about that. I do. When a boy walks in with a itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face. Maka. All is quiet. The lights have been turned off. The asylum is dark, it's dead. Everyone is either gone or asleep except for one restless soul. Ragnarok marches through the asylum hallways, his eyes burning, his chest puffing up. He moves without a sound though he is stomping so loud. All that can be seen is his eyes, those piercing eyes of nothing but fire and hate. Ragnarok is beyond pissed. This fucking bitch. He has to stop just to pant. He's seeing red. Ragnarok punches the wall but it does nothing for his rage. Medusa is fucking toying with them and he fucking knows it. She isn't helping them out. The bitch just gave him an order and sent him on his way. But it's not that fucking simple. He's been stuck here with Krona for 12 years, he knows how tight this place is in security. Not only that but with fucking Azura and that asshole Justin around. It makes it 10 times harder. And all she's fucking doing is telling them a crappy ass plan and sending them on their way. Maka can't even use her powers or that witch hunter might show up. All this shit is going on yet Medusa isn't helping them. She's fucking toying with them. Ragnarok's chest heaves as he slides down till he's sitting on the floor. Fuck this. Fuck it all to hell. She's not telling him or Krona what she's planning. Not even fucking telling them where to meet her in the goddamn woods. What the hell is she planning? Didn't she want Maka? Ragnarok punches the wall again. That's another thing that pisses him off. She won't fucking say what she's planning on doing with the girl. Ragnarok doesn't know completely but whatever she's planning can't be good. And that makes him feel. And he fucking hates that. He feels that fucking fear again. Fear for her. And yet he is a part of her demise. It makes him feel like shit. He knows Krona feels the same way. But what the hell are they supposed to do? What the hell is he supposed to do? Ragnarok keeps punching the wall. It doesn't hurt but he's hurting inside. This was fucking easier when Maka wasn't anyone. She was just a dumbass girl Krona fell head over heels for. He thought he would scare her away. But he didn't, instead she brought him into their relationship. She showed him kindness when he showed her his anger, his hate. Now this girl isn't just a girl. She's something else. And Ragnarok doesn't want to think anymore. It will drive him fucking mad. It's maddening not knowing what the fuck is going to happen, not knowing how tomorrow will turn out. That's another thing, the fucking madness. It's not only affecting Maka, it's affecting him and Krona. He felt it at lunch when he was fighting Krona. They were both overcome by it. Krona's words threw him over the edge while Krona was already long gone, lost in the madness. He was going to kill him. He had lost his self-control. If not for Maka getting in the way. He doesn't know what the fuck would have happened. Ragnarok grips his fist. Every time he thinks about Krona's words. Fuck, he gets so pissed off. Madness or not, he fucking thinks those things, the madness just brought it out. And yet after all that shit he said, he still felt worried about him. When Medusa gave the boy that black shit, he didn't want him to take it. And he didn't want to force Maka to drink it. He doesn't know what the fuck that was and Medusa won't tell him. It may have stopped the madness but Ragnarok's sure it came with another price. Fucking bitch. Why can't he fucking not feel again? Things were easier when he didn't think. Didn't think about how fucked up this is. Didn't think about what that bitch has done to Krona. Didn't think about how she's the reason they have been stuck in this hellhole for years. Didn't think about how what he did would affect the girl. Didn't think about the girl. Didn't fucking worry about her. Ragnarok puts a hand over his chest and breathes hard. A dead person shouldn't be able to feel this fucking way. He doesn't have a heart yet, it fucking hurts there. Because he's worried about her and goddammit he's worried about Krona. Ragnarok doesn't have anything to lose, he's already fucking dead but they're both still alive. They still have everything to lose. And Medusa is toying with them, toying with him. She doesn't make any fucking sense. If Maka is so important to her, why is she fucking abandoning them now? Ragnarok knows Medusa could bust them out by herself. So why the hell isn't she? What the fuck is she trying to do? Other than piss him the fuck off? This plan of hers, anything could go fucking wrong. And Maka and Krona will be the ones to pay. Ragnarok grinds his teeth as he stands back up, his eyes still on fire. Why does he fucking have to care now? After all these years? Because of her. Because she made him think. And that's why he feels this way. Now he's remembering things from his past, seeing things he wanted to forget about, that he didn't think about. But they're coming back. It just reminds him how fucked up his life was, how much it still is. Nothing's changed. Except him. Because he fucking cares. And he hates it. Ragnarok marches down the darkened hallway again. He's fucking dead, but he cares. He cares about her. And he fucking hates Krona right now, but he gives a shit. Maybe they both were out of line at lunch. But he doesn't give a shit about that. He can't let her go now. He isn't going anywhere. Because she made him think, made him feel. Krona is stuck with him completely. It's been like that from the beginning. He's always been there for the little shit. He just doesn't see. He doesn't understand. And Ragnarok doesn't care if he does. The raven-haired boy keeps moving so fast down the hallway, his eyes still on fire. Everyone pisses him the fuck off. Medusa fucking does. Krona does. Maka does. They all piss him off. Maka with that fucking smile of hers. The smile he has a part in destroying. And Krona, that asshole. Medusa, he has a fucking list for that bitch. No matter how angry he gets. Ragnarok stops and puts a hand over his chest, panting. He can't stop this feeling he has. It's too deep. He can't ignore it. He's fucking worried about her. He feels fear. Fear for not knowing, fear for what he does know. It wasn't supposed to be like this. It was never supposed to be like this. But it is. He fucking hates Medusa, but maybe he hates himself even more. No. Medusa still takes the fucking cake. But he's an asshole himself. He doesn't know how tomorrow is going to turn out. Or really how the girl's future will be. And when the time comes and Maka fucking knows what both him and Krona have done. Ragnarok takes a intake of breath. He doesn't want to think anymore. Ragnarok growls out in anger as he starts to march again. Krona was right, he's fucking dead, but why the hell does he feel? He doesn't want to. And tomorrow, what if something happens to them? What if Maka? Ragnarok stops and punches the wall. He's ending this now. There's nothing to fucking worry about. It's not like he's in danger. That's the only thing that matters is himself. He's always been fucking selfish. Ragnarok only cares about Ragnarok. That's how it's supposed to be. He has nothing to lose. The boy throws open the door, matching into her room. His eyes lose that fire. Maka and Krona lay in bed, the two wrapped into each other's arms, sharing their warmth. The warmth of the living. They look so content, so happy. The boy's eyes are stuck to the goofy smile on the girl, how she slightly drools. He feels his lips twitch up into that crooked smile, but he quickly shakes it off. Stop. Stop it now. Krona looks fine now too. The pink-haired boy is snuggled up with the girl. And he's smiling. Looking at the two, maybe everything will be okay. Even after all the shit they have been through, they can still fucking smile like there's nothing wrong. Like they're not about to bust out of this place. Like they're not about to be in danger. Like there isn't a demon after Maka. Like they aren't toys in Medusa plans. Ragnarok is jealous of them. So fucking jealous. He could never be that relaxed. His anger and hate along with everything else. No, he could never be relaxed. Even if he had a body, he couldn't sleep. Not when he could lose her. Ragnarok grips his fist and grinds his teeth. Fucking stop. But he can't. The raven-haired boy walks slowly over to the bed. His eyes still on the girl. The cause of this. Of everything. Maka makes a small sound in her sleep. And if he had a heart, it would have fluttered. He really shouldn't feel this way. Ragnarok can't stop himself. He touches her cheek. He doesn't feel her. But he wishes he could so much. But he can't. He's dead. Nothing but a spirit that can't be put to rest. Why did she fucking have to do this? She's messed him up now. He feels like such a bitch having feelings, caring for her. This isn't badass. This is pathetic. And he fucking hates that. He's the badass and Krona's the fucking bitch, that's how it's always been. But look at him now. Feeling shit from just touching her fucking cheek. He hates it. Maka suddenly grabs his hand and pulls him down next to her. The girl grumbles in her sleep but she doesn't wake up. Now Ragnarok is laying next to her. He could just disappear to not deal with this overwhelming feeling. But he doesn't want to. He wants to stay right here with her. Ragnarok warps his arms around her, not feeling the girl but still wishing he could. Maybe it's in his imagination but it looks like Maka's smile is a little bit bigger now. He knows why he fucking fears. He said he didn't have anything to lose but... Ragnarok takes in the other two Krona's peaceful face then Maka's goofy smile. Really he does. Ragnarok pulls her closer holding her protectively against his chest. He fucking hates her so much. She's done this to him. He feels fear because of her. He feels happiness because of her. He feels because of her. And he hates her for it. He hates fucking everyone. He hates Maka. He hates Krona. But that's not really true. He knows it and he hates that. Ragnarok looks up at the ceiling with his piercing blue eyes. His feelings are pointless. He's a fucking ghost without a body. But he feels like he's alive. He wants to touch to feel her. But he can't. Krona can though. Krona has nothing to be fucking jealous about. Nothing at all. She kisses him but he doesn't feel it. She kisses Krona and he feels it. He needs to stop thinking. The madness will eat at him if he thinks. He needs to be focused. Maka needs him. Krona needs him. If he fails tomorrow they go down because of it. Medusa placed everything on his fucking shoulders. Maka's life is in his hands. But really he isn't saving her. He's just handing her over to Medusa. And he doesn't know what the fuck she's planning. Ragnarok tightens his grip around the sleeping girl. Why did everything have to get so fucking complicated? He hates this. He hates this so fucking much. He hates it even more the way his chest tightens with that feeling when the girl's head nuzzles into his shoulder. He hates what she does to him. But the way he feels inside it tells a different story. He's dead. Why couldn't his heart have died with his body? But it didn't. It was only hidden, now it beats again. Because of her. Because of Maka. Everything has changed. But even how much he hates it. Ragnarok looks at her smile from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't stand for it to go back. He wants to be right here. But he would never admit it. That crooked smile makes its way onto his lips. No, he will never fucking admit it. His lips are sealed. Maka doesn't know where she is. She stands in front of a mirror and she's wearing what looks to be a wedding dress. It's big and poofy like one but it's all black. Her hair is did up in a updo with curls and her hair pinned back. Her hair is pinned back with a clip that has 3 vertical eyes on it. Maka's face is glowing and in her hand she holds a bouquet. A bouquet of dead flowers. It's your big day, Maka. Maka tenses at the voice. She slowly looks over to see a disturbing sight. Spirit's body stands beside her. It's wearing a white suit. He doesn't have his head, just a bloody neck. And the blood is still pouring, staining the white suit. Maka wants to scream and run. But she doesn't. She stays put. I can't believe you have come this far, but it's soon going to be over. Spirit sounds like he's sobbing, yet he doesn't have a mouth or eyes to sob with. Maka notices the 3 eyes on his tie. It's time. Spirit's body holds out its twisted hand. Maka wants to run away but she doesn't. She puts her hand in his. He pulls her closer and soon she's linking arms with his decapitated man. Maka then hears it. A organ playing. It's playing, Here Comes the Bride. Yet it's warped. It's darker. It's a lot slower. Creepier. But the doors in front of her open. And her eyes fall on this place. It looks like a church of some kind. But it's not holy. It's nothing but darkness. And the pews are full of things. People with 3 vertical eyes turn towards her, looking at her with dark glee. At the end of the aisle stands Krona on one side and Ragnarok on the other. They're both wearing dark suits with the vertical-eyed ties. They're both looking at her, waiting for her. Maka looks down at the floor. It's covered in blood. But soon Spirit's body is pulling her along. Her black dress getting stained with red, but she doesn't care. Her eyes are on the two boys. The creatures around her are going crazy. At the front of his church behind the boys is Justin. He's dressed like a priest, a large grin on his face as he holds a book in his hands. It has 3 vertical eyes on it. Maka keeps walking forward, her eyes stuck to the two boys. Ragnarok looks irritated, but his eyes are watching her with something close to happiness. And Krona's expression is so bright, so happy as he watches her walk down the aisle. Spirit stops and lets her go. Now it's time for her to walk alone. Maka walks up the stairs to the two boys. She comes to a stop between them. Bring the rings. Justin laughs out, his grin too large for his face. Maka watches as Medusa comes out holding a black pillow. The woman is smirking from ear to ear as she holds it out to them. There is 4 rings. All of them are red with a vertical eye on them. Krona and Ragnarok both take one. They grab her hand, Ragnarok roughly and Krona softly. They put a ring on both of her fingers. Maka grabs the other 2 and at the same time she puts one on each of the boys' fingers. Medusa walks away crackling madly. Ragnarok and Krona grab her hands. Their rings clinging together. Dearly insane, we are gathered together here in the sight of Asura, and in the face of his madness, to join together these 3 poor souls in this unholy matrimony. Justin opens his book laughing. All of the Kriatra are laughing with him. Will you, Krona and Ragnarok, love her and keep her in madness and in more madness? I will. They both tighten their grip on her hands. Then will you, Maka, keep these 2 boys in madness? Will you hold these 2 souls close to yourself and drive them to madness? I will. Maka speaks without her thinking about it. This is beyond her control. Say your vows. Justin closes the book. Maka notices some black substance is starting to fill the room. I'm fucking taking you as my wife, to have you and fucking hold you from this day forward. Ragnarok starts. F for worse and worse, for poorer and poorer, in madness and sickness. Krona speaks the next line. The black stuff is up to her ankle now. T to love. To fucking cherish. Till death do we part. They both speak this, leaning close to her. The black stuff is up to her waist. All the creatures are laughing, choking on it. With the power invested in me. Justin roars into laughter, his hand lighting up with those vertical eyes on his hand. I pronounce you husbands and wife, in the name of Asura, in the name of maids, you 3 are bonded here today. You may kiss the bride dash. The black substance is up to her neck now. Ragnarok and Krona lean in. Both kissing her cheek at the same time. That's when the darkness engulfs them. But their hands never leave each other's. Madness can't separate them. Till death do they part. Everything fades away. This is it. Maka sits next to Krona at the lunch table. Their fingers are intertwined. Maka's stomach feels like it's on a spin cycle. Not just because she's nervous. But already she's noticed something that isn't good. It isn't good at all. Maka looks around at all the nurses. And there's not that many of them. On most days the cafeteria will be filled with them, but this time there looks like there's only half of the nurses that are usually here. All the others are in the asylum somewhere. Krona notices this, and so does Ragnarok. The raven-haired boy is fuming, standing next to the 2, his eyes almost black. He's pissed about this. Krona's gaze is shifting everywhere, a deep frown on his face. Not only are there not that many nurses like they thought there was going to be, but also her eyes fall on Stein. The doctor is on the other side of the cafeteria looking over all the patients. Then her eyes fall on Justin. The blonde-haired boy is smirking his eyes, knowing. It's like an omen. They both are. The nurses not being here, Stein, and hear Justin's smirk. It's all telling her this isn't a good idea. That this isn't the time to do this, but Maka looks over at Krona and Ragnarok. She can tell they don't want to do this. Krona looks like he's about to pass out. And Ragnarok looks so pissed off. They don't want to do this, but they have to. Maka can feel Asura's madness, can feel his power. They have run out of time. It's now or never. And they all know this. Are you ready, Maka? Krona whispers, his voice shaky as he tightens his grip on her hand. She can only nod. Dread is gripping her heart. Remember, no matter what happens, why you can't use your powers. Krona looks at her seriously. That would make this even more dangerous. Maka nods again. That feeling of dread is deeper. She feels like she's about to puke. Maka still feels Justin's eyes on her. You two remember the fucking plan. Ragnarok snaps, his voice a growl as he looks over at them with those piercing eyes. His chest puffs up so much when his eyes fall on Stein and Justin. Why yes. Krona nods, but his deep frown stays. Krona is worried. And so is she. When I fucking tell you to run, you run your fucking asses off and don't look back. Ragnarok looks between them, his face serious in a scowl. This is no time to be fucking slow, alright? You got to make it out of here. Push yourselves to the fucking limit, do whatever you have to do to get the fuck out of here. What are we going to do once we get to the forest? Maka finds her voice. Both Krona and Ragnarok's face falls. Let's just fucking worry about getting the hell out of here first. Ragnarok looks away from her, that fire in his eyes getting brighter. Everything is going to be okay, Maka. Krona rubs her back when her shoulders started to shake slightly. He's shaking himself, but he's trying to comfort her. This is just a failure waiting to happen. And they all know this. This is their only chance. And this only chance is looking bad. Ragnarok takes a deep breath, his fist gripped in his bangs covering his eyes. They're silent for a moment. Maka and Krona's heartbeats are too fast. And Ragnarok's would be too if he was alive. Let's start this shit. Ragnarok snaps, looking up so she can see his eyes. They're on fire, but there's something else in them. He can't look at her, or Krona. When the pink-haired boy looks at Ragnarok, he looks down and shifts a little, biting his lip. When I tell you to fucking run, you run. A snake suddenly appears around Ragnarok's arm. Maka watches as the snake's yellow eyes shine with dark glee as they take her, and then it looks back at the cafeteria. She has no clue what he's going to do. But it has to be huge for them to get out of here without being spotted. Here goes fucking nothing. Ragnarok throws the snake. The one snake busts into hundreds of snakes. They fall on the tables, on the floors, everywhere. One look at the snakes and the patients start to scream. This could work. The nurses are running around everywhere trying to calm them down and get rid of the snakes at the same time. Stein is even running around. He's away from the door, away from the exit. This is their time. Go. Ragnarok roars at the two. Maka and Krona get up and take off running towards the door. Ragnarok is close behind them, looking around with this piercing blue eyes, seeing if anyone has noticed them. No one has. The nurses are too busy with the snakes, too busy with the patients that are screaming or having seizures. Maybe this is going to go smoothly. Now they just have to be careful and get to the second floor, then out the door. Everything is going to be. Patients are trying to escape. A voice roars loud enough that a certain doctor hears. And that voice is Justin, and the doctor is Stein. The blonde boy is smirking from ear to ear as Maka turns to give him a deadly glare. Shit. Stop them. Stein roars as he starts to run after them. Now more nurses have joined by his side. They're not going to make it out of the asylum. But they have to keep going. There's no going back. This fucking bastard. Ragnarok snarls as he punches a couple nurses out of their way. Move your fucking asses. Maka is pulling Krona along as they make it past the cafeteria doors. Ragnarok closes them just as Stein makes it, getting the door slammed in his face. Ragnarok holds the door handles. The doors don't open. Ragnarok and the door are being pounded on by the nurses on the other side, but the raven-haired boy is holding them back. I won't be able to keep them like this for fucking forever. Ragnarok grinds his teeth. Get the fuck out of here. Get to the door. See, come on, Maka. Krona grips her arm and starts to run, pulling her along. Her heart is going faster than her legs. Okay, so the cafeteria plan didn't go so well. But at least Ragnarok is holding them back. As long as they are kept in there and no other nurses know, they can still make it out of here. That's when the alarm starts going off. A loud ringing fills the asylum with the lights flashing red. Warning, warning. Patients on the loose. All nurses to the lower levels, I repeat, patients on the loose. Fuck. This isn't good. Shit. Krona grinds his teeth as he grips her hand tighter and they run faster. They can hear all the doors start to open. Maka and Krona make it to the stairs. They run up them panting. Their hands are so tightly together. This isn't going as planned at all. Maka and Krona make it to the top of the stairs. Only for their hearts to fall. A group of 5 nurses are waiting for them, their needles ready. Maka feels her fingers twitch but Krona quickly grabs her hand, stopping it. He gives her a pleading look. But what else are they supposed to do? They can't take out 5 nurses with needles by themselves. Krona tightens his grip on her hand. He takes a deep breath. Then he does something that surprises her. He screams. And it's ear-shattering. The nurses cry out in alarm and Krona takes this time to push past them with her. Maka's ears hurt too, but she keeps running. Unfortunately, that doesn't stop them for too long. Soon they're catching up after them, yelling at them like they're dogs that got off their leash. And maybe that's what they are to them. Maka, you okay? Krona manages to ask even after all that is going on. He looks at her in concern, looking at her ear. I am good, Krona. She gives him a forced smile. It's hard to smile in a time like this. The nurses are still chasing them, chasing her. And she can't handle being chased. Maka's legs give on her and she falls. But Krona stops with her, his hand never leaving hers. Maka. Krona tries to help her up and run again. But the nurses are on them. You two are going back to your rooms and I bet Stein isn't going to let you out for a long time. A male nurse growls as he grabs a hold of Maka's arm too roughly. She cries in pain. Something snaps in Krona's pale blue eyes. Don't fucking touch her. Krona screams as he punches the guy in the face, getting him off her. With this outburst the other nurses jump in. Krona gets in front of Maka, his eyes getting that flame to them, but also Maka sees his lips twitch up into that grin. The madness is in the air. Her fingers twitch but she gets a light slap from the boy. He's still grinning. The nurses jump on them. One grabs Krona from behind, trying to hold him down for the other nurses. But Maka isn't having that. She growls as she charges for the nurse, knocking him off Krona. Krona giggles as he elbows another nurse in the face. His grin is too big for his face. This isn't good at all. 5 more nurses come. They can't fight them all. A couple grab a hold of Maka and she struggles in their grasps. Don't touch her. Krona screams but he's tackled by 7 nurses. He thrashes madly in their grasps, screaming her name. Have they failed already? Maka watches the grin fall off Krona's face as the nurse holding her prepares the needle. It's over. Suddenly the nurses are knocked off of her and Krona. Maka falls to her knees and looks at their savior. She can't help but to raise an eyebrow. Yahoo! Take that, you fucking assholes! Black Star smirks as he punches one of the nurses in the head, knocking them out on the spot. The food fucking sucks here. This is no way to treat a god. Or his goddess. Black Star turns and gives Krona a wink. See, Krona? See how big of a man I am? I won't let anyone fucking hurt you. He turns his attention back on the nurses. Go, get the hell out of here, the both of you. I'm going to have some fun with these assholes. Black Star's voice gets dark as he cracks his knuckles. And by the way, bitch, I want a rematch someday. You two got fucking lucky at track, it won't happen again. Maka looks at him with her eyes wide. Krona has the same face as her. This is the last person she expected to come to their rescue. But it's only because he has a thing for Krona. Thank God for that. Thank you, Black Star. Krona gets up and grabs Maka's hand. Get the hell out of here, cutie. He knees a nurse in the face. Be Black Star, I'm not a dash. Thanks a lot. Maka pulls him away and starts running down the hallway. That is the worst time to tell him Krona is a boy. He's kicking those nurses' asses because he thinks Krona is a girl. Let's keep it that way. Krona grips her hand tightly as he starts looking around. The hallway to the door should be coming up soon. Krona's blue eyes are still shaking. The alarm is still going off. Maybe the reason they're getting it easy is because all the nurses were probably thinking they would try the front door on the first level. But who would be that stupid? Here it is dash, Krona turns. Only to bump into a black gate. What? Krona's voice is shaky as he pulls his now imprinted face away from it. Maka grabs a hold of it and starts to shake it. It has a keyhole but this gate isn't going anywhere. Krona, I can bust it down. Maka's fingers are twitching. He grabs her hands and shakes his head. Why you can't, Maka? Krona looks like he's about to panic. But we have to get out of here. Maka watches as other gates start to close. They're locking them in. To make matters worse, Maka hears doors start to open. More nurses are coming. Maka looks down the hallway and she can see them. They need to do something or they're goners. Krona grabs her hand and pulls her down the hallway. He pulls her behind a nurse's cart. Krona wraps his arms around her, him putting a finger to his mouth. She knows to be quiet. Sweat is dripping down her face as she hears the nurse's footsteps stop right in front of the cart. She hears some footsteps walk away. Krona is trying to keep his breathing in check. But it's hard. It's hard for the both of them. She hears footsteps stop right beside the cart. The cart moves a little. Krona and Maka look up. Their eyes meeting Gurko's. The male nurse's eyes widen in realization. He pushes the cart back. I found them. He roars. Maka's heart stops. He wouldn't. No. It's over. Where? Another nurse yells over the alarm. I saw the fucking backs of them. They're heading towards the elevator. They're trying to get to the first floor. They're not fucking going to make it. A nurse roars. Maka hears a bunch of footsteps run away. But she feels the presence of one person stay behind. The cart is moved. Gurko is glaring down at them. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He growls, his teeth showing. What does it look like? Maka snaps as she stands up with Krona. We're getting the hell out of here. How the fuck do you plan on doing that? Nurses are going fucking crazy looking for you. Gurko holds his head in his hands. When I heard the fucking alarm I didn't want to think it was you two, but I fucking knew it. Shit. There's a side door down that hallway that no one knows about. Maka pants, her heart beating too fast. It leads out of the asylum. And how the fuck do you plan on getting there? Gurko eyes the gate. These fucking gates are being dropped every couple of blocks and all the doors of the asylum are locked now. Shit. Maka's face falls. And so does Krona's. They're fucked. It's over. Gurko looks at their expressions. He looks so fucking pissed off, but he takes his keys out and takes off one from the keychain, then he throws his key at her. Maka catches it and looks at the man with big eyes. Get the fuck out of here, kid. Gurko turns his back to her. I'll try to keep the other nurses off your asses. Then he runs off. Maka watches him, a chord being hit in her heart. Maka, we have to go. Krona winces as he grabs his head, his eyes getting wide in panic. Ragnarok couldn't hold them anymore. Stein is out. And the cops are here. Maka grabs his hand and runs over to the gate. She quickly puts the key in the keyhole and pushes it open. They run through the gate and down this hallway. They have to make it. A dark feeling suddenly fills the air. It's choking her. Krona giggles and stops running. No. Not here. Krona, come on. She tugs on his hand but he won't budge. Don't let Azura get to you. We have to get out of here. We aren't going anywhere good. Krona giggles. Don't you know that we're leaving this place for something worse? Don't you know I'm a demon? I warned you from the beginning, Maka, but you wouldn't listen to me. The madness is overwhelming. What the hell is with it getting so strong all of a sudden? Maka puts the keys in her other hand so she can grab a hold of him, shaking the giggling boy. Krona dash. Medusa is a witch like you. And you both can't love me. Isn't that fucking great? Isn't that dash? Maka slaps him in the face. Krona's eyes widen slightly. He looks back at her. His eyes aren't shaking anymore. Sorry Maka, I lost myself. Krona trembles in guilt, his eyes shifting. It's okay, let's just get the hell out of here. Maka grabs his hand and starts to run. Krona runs with her. His pale blue eyes have a faraway look to them, his cheek red from her hit. We all have to get the sense knocked into us sometimes. They finally stop in front of the door at the end of the hallway. Their way out of here. Maka gives Krona a relieved grin, which Krona returns with a wobbly smile. They did it. Now all she has to do is unlock it and they're out of here. Maka lifts up her hand with the keys to unlock the door, only for her hand to come back empty. She blinks at her empty hand, not believing what she's seeing. Maka. Krona frowns deeply as she starts to frantically pats down her dress like the keys could have somehow ended up there. I don't have the keys. Maka almost screams in a panic. See, calm down Maka, you must have just dropped them dash. Krona and Maka turn around, looking for his. Justin stands in front of them, the key around his finger, twirling it around with a smirk on his face. Justin. Maka speaks his name in a growl, her face falling to a glare. Her fingers twitch but Krona grabs her hands and stops her. Give us back that key. Krona spats, his glare deep with hers. Why should I? Justin smirks at them. No, you don't deserve freedom, you only deserve death. Justin, you fucking bastard, give us the dash. Maka starts to march towards him, only for her heart to sink. Justin lifted up the key in front of his mouth. Then he dropped it. He swallowed the fucking key. And no. Krona's face falls, his knees getting weak. He falls to them, looking at the laughing blonde boy with disbelief. Maka can't even form words. Justin just ate their way out. Now that your hope has been crushed. His voice gets dark, his grin too large. Let's have some fun, shall we, Azura? Justin's body twists back and he lets out a cry of pain. The madness is unbearable. Krona covers his lips with his hand to hide his grin. But Maka can't hide hers. Justin screams as Maka watches darkness enter his body. The boy goes still. His body straightens up. Justin's eyes are no longer blue but red. And he has a third eye on his forehead. It's time to die, witch. His voice is so dark. The madness is unbearable. She's seeing red eyes everywhere. And when her fingers twitch, Krona stops her. He puts his body in front of hers. His body is trembling in laughter and so is hers. This can't end well. It's over. Justin roars as he jumps towards them. You both have been abandoned. Maka and Krona can only grin. Ragnarok reappears on the second floor. He's out of breath, he's panting. That took a lot more out of him than he thought. Holding the fucking door. But in the end he couldn't hold them. They're all out about to run after Maka and Krona. Ragnarok hates how he feels right now. If he had a stomach it would be turning. Where are they? Stein yells as he runs down the hallway. Ragnarok is in with 2 cops by his side. A group of nurses run from downstairs to the doctor, they're all panting. We don't know. Giriko said he saw them head to the first level but we couldn't find them. A nurse pants. Giriko. Stein growls. Come here. Ragnarok watches as a male nurse steps forward. The brown-haired adult. Ragnarok can't help but to question this feeling he has. He's seen this man before, he comes all the time into Maka's room, but there's something about him. Whenever he looks at this man, Ragnarok puts a hand over his chest and grinds his teeth. Why does he feel regret? It's obvious the two are not on the first level. Stein's breathing is jagged. What game are you trying to play? I'm not playing any games, Stein. Giriko locks eyes with him. I saw them. They went down to the first level. Stein glares and opens his mouth. Stein. The gate is open. The doctor looks over at the open black gate. His eyes light with realization. Then nothing but pure rage. Who gave them a key? His eyes fall on Giriko. The male nurse is looking at him blankly, innocently. Giriko. Stein growls. I didn't give it to them. Don't try to point fingers when you don't have fucking proof. Oh yeah? Then let me see your keys. Stein holds out his hand, his eyes are shaking. He looks fucking insane. A grin is ripping out on his face. I don't have them on me. Giriko glares at him. Stein lashes out, surprising everyone. He sticks his hand down Gurko's pants and brings out his keys. Gurko grabs them from him but not fast enough. The doctor saw the key he was missing. Arrest him. Stein looks over at the cops. He is assisting the patients. The two cops are on the man, each grabbing his arm. They start putting the handcuffs on him, only for the Gurko to chuckle darkly. So the cat's out of the fucking bag, huh? Well, in that case. A large sharp grin comes to the man's face as he forces himself out of the cop's grip. One of his hands is handcuffed, and he uses it as a knuckle brace as he punches one of the cops in the face. Ragnarok watches the man fight, looks at his sharp grin. This feels familiar, the grin. Welcoming. I have a couple of fucking things to say to you, Stein. Gurko takes out both the cops, his hard glare turning on the man. Fuck you to fucking hell. I knew you were trouble. Stein growls. That grin is ripping his face though. At least now I can fucking fire you. You're not firing me. I fucking quit. Gurko roars as he charges for the man. Stein is fast and he dodges a punch to the head. The doctor is laughing now like a crazy bastard. You know what else is funny, Stein? Gurko sneers as he pins him against the wall. You fucking drunk my piss, bitch. Ragnarok feels funny. He's stuck to the spot watching the man. He knows him, doesn't he? He knows that voice, those teeth. Right? Or is he fucking crazy? Gurko punches Stein in the face. You know what else is funny, Gurko? Stein looks up at him. He grins so large his stitches rip. Stein grabs something from in his lap coat. Gurko can't move fast enough. Stein stabs Gurko in the stomach with a scalpel. Ragnarok is struck with fear at looking at the thing sticking out of the man's stomach. He can't move. And he's getting faded. Fuck. Gurko cries out in pain as he rips the scalpel from his stomach. Only to get stabbed with another one, this time close to the heart. This is fucking funny. Stein laughs madly as he forces the other man down, holding the scalpel above Gurko's eye. I'm going to fucking dissect you. I want to feel your insides. Gurko is bleeding, struggling with the crazy man on top of him. He punches Stein in the face and grabs the hand with the scalpel, trying to get it away from his eye. But it's taking both of his hands. And Stein has another scalpel. He sticks the scalpel in the man's stomach right where the old wound is and rips down. The nurses are screaming at this point and running away from the two. Gurko is roaring in pain, his eyes getting this far away. Look as his blood pours out. He's getting weaker. And Stein's scalpel is getting closer to his eye. The doctor's grin keeps ripping his stitches. All Ragnarok can do is watch. He can't get close to those scalpels. He can't. He fucking can't, but why the hell does he? He feels something watching the man bleed. He fucking doesn't understand. But the man will be dead soon anyway. Maka gets thrown across the hallway, her back hitting the wall, her letting out a cry of pain. Her laughter has died. And so has Krona's. Krona lets out a roar as he charges for Justin, only to get knocked back like he's nothing. Justin turns to her and smirks with his eyes that deep red. His hands light up. The ground starts to shake underneath her. The ground cracks and scarves come out. They wrap around her and start to drag her back into the hole from where they came from. Is this really it? Maka? Krona cries out, but again he's knocked back. It's over. Justin's breath suddenly hisses. The scarves let go of her and go back into the ground. The boy's eyes flicker back blue, but that eye remains on his forehead. Gee, Gurko. Justin turns on his heel and starts to run out of the hallway. His madness following with him. Maka and Krona stare at him in disbelief. What the hell just happened? Gurko, what about him? That's when she hears a roar of pain. Her eyes widen. She knows who it belongs to. Maka grabs Krona's hand and runs after Justin. The boy is already out of the hallway. Get off him. Justin cries out as his eyes fall on the sight before them all. Gurko bleeding, cut up really bad in his stomach. With Stein about to finish him off. Justin's hands light up, the three vertical eyes pupils going crazy as he points to Stein. The doctor is sent flying off. Justin rushes to Gurko's side, holding the man in his arms. Gurko. Gurko, can you hear me? Justin shakes him frantically, panic in those used to be soulless eyes. The male nurse only grumbles in response, his eyes rolling back. His blood is still pouring. Maka can't move. Her chest feels tight. She forgets all about the fact they're trying to get out of here. All she can look at is this man's blood. The blood of the man that's been there for her before she was even considered insane. The blood of the man who beat the shit out of Spirit. The blood of the man who broke the rules for her. The blood of the man who risked himself for her. It's funny. She remembers a long time ago this man telling her that he would break the rules for her but he wouldn't pay the consequences. Now look at him. Laying on the floor barely alive. Because of her. Gurko keeps bleeding. He's cut badly in his stomach all the way down to his hip. Maka can see the bone of his hip. She has to help him. To save him. When her fingers twitch. Krona grabs her hand. She looks over at him with her eyes pleading. Krona looks back at her, his eyes shaking, and he's biting his lip so hard but he shakes his head. She can't heal him. If she does, kid's father will come after her. Maka looks back at the man and frowns. It's either him or her. Maka bows her head. She is a selfish person. But it sickens her that she's smiling. Because some part of her likes this. Is enjoying this. It's going to be okay, Gurko. Justin holds the man closer to himself. He places his hand over his wound, the three vertical eyes lighting up. I won't let you die. I refuse. Maka looks up, noticing something. Stein is gone. And that makes her stomach turn. I'm going to save you. Justin and Gurko are getting surrounded by darkness, it's covering them. Before the darkness claims them, Maka sees something that stuns her. Tears fall down Justin's face as he looks at the pale face of Gurko. She's used to that fucking smirk and those soulless eyes. But his eyes are alive now with passion. They disappear. Leaving behind Gurko's blood on the floor. Maka and Krona are left standing there, their mouths wide open. What the hell just happened? Suddenly nurses come down from the end of the hallway. They're knocked to the side, revealing Ragnarok, who looks out of breath. His piercing eyes are shaking as he looks at them. Fucking move. More are coming. Fucking go. He screams at them. Maka sees it. The fear in his eyes. Krona grips her arm and starts pulling her along. She doesn't know where they're going now. Justin swallowed the key. There's nowhere to run to. But they will run. And fight till the end. Till the very end. Maka hears the nurses behind them now. She hears Ragnarok's roars as well. Krona and Maka keep running. They make it to the stairs and they keep running up. More and more nurses are following after them. Krona is panting, his eyes shaking. He knows this is pointless. But he's still pulling her along. He's keeping firm. And so is Ragnarok. They're not giving up. And neither is she. They keep running, running, running. Till they end up on the roof of the asylum. Krona pulls her over. They stop right at the edge of the roof. Maka looks down. It's so fucking high up. The bench she once sat in next to the asylum looks like it belongs to a bug. They are high up. There's no jumping this. It's over. A nurse screams as they all pile on the roof with them. Give it up. Maka looks over at them. A smirk rips out on her face. Maka pulls Krona so they're standing on the edge. Get any closer and we'll jump. Maka glares. They don't get closer. What do we do, Krona? Maka whispers to the boy. I don't know. Krona trembles against her. This is just great. Maka. Krona. They both look down at the voice to see Ragnarok floating in the air below them. Medusa says to fucking jump. I'll be able to catch you. Ragnarok's eyes are on fire, but something's wrong with them. Jump. Are you fucking crazy? Maka snaps. Bitch, just fucking jump. I have your fat ass. Come on. Ragnarok snaps back, holding out his arms. Maka. Krona looks over at her. I guess we don't have a choice, huh? Maka takes a deep breath. Krona and Maka tighten their grip on each other. If this doesn't turn out well, I want you to know I love you, Maka, and I'm sorry about all of this. Krona's voice is painful as he look at her with those eyes. Don't be saying your last words, Krona. Maka gives him a firm look. We aren't dead yet. And I don't plan on dying. Krona looks at her with big eyes. But then he tightens his grip on her hand and nods. On the count of 3, 1, 2. Maka takes a deep breath. 3. They jump. Maka and Krona scream as the wind hits their bodies. Her stomach is being sent on a trip. They're falling faster than lead would sink in water. Krona's hand never leaves hers. Ragnarok holds out his arms. But they go right through him. What the fuck? Ragnarok actually screams as he tries to grab them to stop their fall to certain death. But he can't touch them. Medusa, what the fuck are you doing? Save them, you fucking bitch. Ragnarok is freaking out, his voice feels like it's giving the world a earthquake. But they keep falling. They're going to die. At this speed and at this height. They're going to be splattered. Ragnarok is roaring like an animal still trying to grab onto them. But he can't. They're about to touch the ground. Fucking no. Maka hears it. The complete desperation. The fear. Everything Ragnarok must be feeling is heard in that roar. They are about to die. It's over. No, it's fucking not. That voice roars. A light consumes her and Krona just as they're about to hit the ground, like a blue bubble. They hit the ground and it pops. Krona holds her close and turns so only his back gets scraped against the concrete. Everything is quiet. But Maka is breathing. And so is Krona. They're alive. She saved them. But at what cost? Maka. Krona looks at her with those eyes. And they're shaking so bad. She already knows. She just opened up more danger. Krona's body suddenly jerks. He gets up and grabs her wrist roughly. Move your fucking ass. Krona snaps at her as he pulls her into the forest. But she knows this is Ragnarok. He's running a lot faster than Krona. He's pulling her along as he weaves his way through the trees. Going deeper and deeper into this forest. Krona's chest is heaving, the scowl on his face so deep. Ragnarok is hurting her. But she doesn't say anything. She hears the siren of the cop cars. Hears the yells and shouts of the nurses. Maybe they think her and Krona are dead. But they would know they're not. There's no body. Ragnarok keeps pulling her deeper into the forest. Maybe they will be okay. Then she hears the barking of dogs. Maka's eyes widen. They're sending the fucking dogs on them. They will sniff them out. Shit. Ragnarok growls as he picks up the pace. But she hears the dog's barks getting louder. Ragnarok. Maka looks at the boy in panic. Fuck. Where the hell are we supposed to go? Where the fuck is she? Ragnarok's voice is so dark as he keeps pulling her along. The first dog runs out. And bites Krona on the foot. They're not fucking criminals. They can't send fucking dogs on them. Ragnarok growls as he turns around and grabs the dog by the neck. He twists. The dog's neck breaks. Ragnarok is making Krona's eyes so dark with hate. 2 other German shepherds come out. But he's ready for them. One bites his arm and one bites his other leg. You fucking bastards. Leave them the fuck alone. Ragnarok kicks one off. And with Krona's foot smashes one of the dog's skull. The other dog is about to run when he grabs it by the head. And twist. There's a crack and the dog falls limp on the cold ground. Ragnarok pants. Krona is bleeding. And he's bleeding badly. Maka walks over to the boy. And she touches him, healing him. Ragnarok's head snaps up. What the fuck are you doing? Do you want to get fucking killed, you stupid bitch? He grabs her by the neck and shakes her violently. He isn't stable. And really she isn't either. Maka doesn't respond to him. What's the point? Why do you have to be so fucking stupid? Do you like to be put in danger? Do you get some sick thrill from it? Ragnarok hits her in the face. Hits her with Krona's fist, but it's okay. Maka doesn't respond. Ragnarok is fuming. Fucking answer me. I can't stand to see my family in pain. Maka finally responds looking at him. Ragnarok's eyes flash and he grinds his teeth. He lifts his fist up and she closes her eyes bracing herself for the hit. But it never comes. You're so fucking stupid. He pants as his head leans against hers weakly. I can't believe you fucking did that and all this shit just fuck it all. Ragnarok. She opens her eyes looking into his again. It's okay, I know you're relieved. The boy's eyes flash again. But instead of hitting her, he pulls her into a hug. But it's more of a bear hug, it hurts. Don't you fucking do that shit again, fucking getting almost killed like a dumbass. His voice is husky. I was only following your orders. Maka grunts, getting her a extra tight squeeze that hurts. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I didn't fucking know. Medusa, that fucking bitch. His voice is so dark. Maka lays her head in his chest trying to ignore how tight he's holding her. His body jerks and his grip isn't so tight anymore. Ragnarok reappears beside her looking at the two with relief. He can't hide it through his hate. We made it, Maka. Krona whispers as he pulls her closer. We made it out of there. Fucking barely. Ragnarok doesn't take his eyes off them. Like at any moment they could disappear. It's not over yet, is it though? Maka frowns looking at the two. Why didn't Medusa help us? And where is she? Where are we supposed to go? Ragnarok and Krona look at each other. We don't know. Krona frowns deeply. We thought she would just show up. She better fucking hurry, this bitch used her powers twice like a dumbass. Ragnarok snaps, but it's too late. I had to the first time. We were going to die. And the second time I told you I couldn't stand to see you two in pain. Maka speaks firmly. It's okay, I am sure Medusa will come, she just must be busy. He looks at Ragnarok for support. Ragnarok just gives him a cold look. I say we keep fucking moving deeper in the forest, the nurses will try to find us, you two aren't fucking safe just because we're out here. I agree with him, I want to get as far away as possible. Maka pulls away from Krona, a frown on her face. Oh okay. Krona gets this far away look in his eyes, but they start to walk deeper into the forest. Deeper in the forest together. Are you two fucking alright? Ragnarok breaks the silence, glaring at a tree, not looking at them. You had some fucking fall back there. I am okay. Krona gives him a slightly surprised look before he looks at Maka. Are you okay? I'm alright. Maka sighs as she grabs Ragnarok's hand with Krona's. It shook me up a bit though. You're telling me? Both Krona and Ragnarok say. They give each other a look. I can't believe we fucking pulled that off. It was because I'm such a badass. Bitch, I did all the work. PPSSH, me and Maka's legs hurt. Oh yeah? My fucking ass hurts from working it so much to get you two out of that place. Where's my money at? Ragnarok and Krona stop, looking at Maka with an eyebrow raised. What? Where my money at? She looks over at Ragnarok and can't help her smirk. You said you were working your ass off, so I just thought that meant you were making your pimp some money, ho dash. You're no fucking pimp. And I'm no one's ho bitch. He growls, his eye twitching as he grips her hand so tightly. Krona chuckles. Krona, it's not fucking funny dash. Maka chuckles. You're the only crazy bitch I know that would make a fucking joke after all that shit. Ragnarok growls, but his eyes hold something else as he watches the girl laugh. His lips twitching into that crooked smile. You two really are okay, still goofy as fucking hell. We are not goofy, Ragnarok. Krona leans his head on her shoulder. We're just mad. The boy's voice turns dark. Maka stops laughing and Ragnarok stops smiling. The air around them is getting thick. Thick with madness. Krona. Maka frowns as he slowly looks up at her. His pale blue eyes are dilated and shaking. Shit, not again. Ragnarok grinds his teeth. Get a fucking hold of yourself, Krona. We need to get the fuck out of here. We don't have time for this. You have all the time in the world. You're already dead. Krona giggles. Fucking watch it. Ragnarok's chest is puffing up. This isn't the time or the place for this. Maka growls, looking between the two. Do you still want to take her from me, Ragnarok? Krona grabs a hold of her, holding her close to him as he giggles. But you can't, can you? She's mine. All mine. She's not fucking all yours. Ragnarok growls back, his eyes getting that black as he takes a step forward. You can't fucking claim her, Krona. Guys. Maka is starting to sweat. The madness is unbearable. And her fingers are starting to twitch. Why do you even want her, Ragnarok? I thought you didn't give a shit about anyone. Krona licks her cheek. Krona, just shut the fuck up. Ragnarok's voice is getting darker. You don't know fucking anything, you little shit. Oh, I know a lot of things, Ragnarok, I am your body after all. Krona's eyes narrow as he pulls her closer. You fucking love her, don't you? I don't fucking love anyone. Ragnarok's eyes burn, but Maka caught the slight tensing his shoulders did. And what if I fucking did? What the hell would you do about it, Krona? Are you saying I can't fucking love because I'm dead? You want to bring out something I already fucking know, Krona. You want to fucking go there. Ragnarok is fuming, his face such a deep scowl. He is a vengeful spirit. I wouldn't do anything, Ragnarok, I just thought it would be really sad if you actually loved Maka. Krona sighs as his fingers caress her cheek. Because you could never have her like I do, I can feel her with my fingers while you dash. That was it. Ragnarok lets out a roar and tackles Krona. Maka is shoved out of the way as the two boys start to fight again. She doesn't do anything. She's tired, so fucking tired. And the madness is making her smile, making her laugh. The trees are all staring at her with those vertical eyes. It's all so fucking funny, you know. She's losing her sight. Losing her mind. Which? Everything stops. Her mind refocuses, her eyes look for where that voice came from. No. Not him. Justin walks out from behind a tree. His gown is covered in blood. The blood of Gurko. Maka can't even do anything. Ragnarok and Krona are still fighting. She's left alone. Look at you now, look at what you have done. Justin looks over at the two boys with blank eyes. You have tore them apart, and for what? For your own selfish reasons. Because you're selfish. You don't deserve to live, which it's time to join your mother in hell. Justin jumps for her. Maka can only scream. She's tired of all this shit. Maybe it would be best if she just, died. She closes her eyes, accepting whatever Justin is about to do to her. But nothing happens. Maka opens her eyes to see Krona and Ragnarok standing in front of her. They're both glaring at Justin as he jumps back. Why, you're not going to touch her? Krona screams, his eyes still shaking madly, but it seems he has a sort of grip on himself. I'm fucking tired of you. This fucking ends now. Ragnarok roars, his eyes that black. You two were just fighting a second ago, and you're fighting because of this girl. Justin sighs. Don't you see she isn't worth your time? All she will do is hurt you both. Ragnarok and Krona give him a dark look. Justin. Maka stands up, looking over at this boy that she hates so much. Is Gurko okay? Everyone seems surprised she would ask this. Krona and Ragnarok look back at her. And maybe their expressions soften. Justin looks shocked for a moment, his eyes no longer soulless, before he shakes his head violently. It's not like you care about him, Witch. You don't care about anyone but yourself. You're the reason Gurko got hurt in the first place. Justin screams, gripping his hair. I dash. You die. Justin's voice turns dark as his body starts to twist. He screams in pain as they all watch his body twist and turn. When he looks back at them, his eyes are red and he has a third eye. This ends now. No more lies from you. No more playing with the hearts of men. I will kill you, in the name of Azura. In the name of madness. Justin puts his hands on the ground. It shakes like there's a earthquake. The earth cracks open. But no scarves come out, no. Maka's throat goes dry. Krona's eyes shake. Ragnarok's scowl gets deeper. Azura the demon himself comes out of the ground, it closing up after him. Justin is laughing madly as he bows before this thing. Your time has run out. Azura's dark voice sounds from all around them. Maka watches in horror as the scarves around his face slowly start to unravel. Krona and Ragnarok get closer to her. They don't like the look of this. And she sure as hell doesn't. The mask fall off the demon's face. It's over. You have seen the face of madness. Azura's red eyes lock onto hers. His dark hair being released, his hair looks like it's staring at her with white vertical eyes in every lock. A dark, powerful feeling falls over them. Krona falls to his knees, his teeth grinding. Ragnarok gurps his fist, his chest heaving. Maka is laughing. This is too fucking much. Azura's lips rip out into a huge grin, his bangs getting in his face, giving him a horrid look. You are mine, Maka Albarn. Check the description for the links to the author.